The result was surprising when Yoo So-jaeon, a genius born into the Sujin clan, one of the top 5 clans in Korea with extraordinary abilities, was defeated by a loser in a selection for one of Korea's top 3 hunter training facilities. Valhalla. Known for its staggering odds of 500 to 1 every year, countless hunters aspire to bear the title of Valhalla, but no more than 150 can graduate under this title. The conflict has existed since the beginning. Yoo So-jaeon had mana levels comparable to high school students, and while she was 10, she could channel mana into her sword to enhance her weapon by the age of 13, and by 16, she challenged all members of the Sujin clan and defeated them all. But that is just what is on record. Some say Yoo So-jaeon could even communicate with the guardian star of the clan, and that is why the Sujin clan has such high hopes. The reason Korea has 5 clans is that each guardian star is linked to a specific house. Normally, hunters receive blessings or sign contracts with a guardian star. However, the guardian stars of the 5 clans are different. The Sujin clan, the Gia, the Choijin clan, the Osun clan, and the Dujung clan. Members of the 5 clans receive blessings from their corresponding guardian stars, who possess talents and abilities that set them apart. There is a big difference between receiving a blessing and having direct contact. Connecting with a guardian deity involves signing a direct contract with them. If that is the case, Yoo So-yeon is indeed a genius. But even if she is, in front of Kim Joo-hyuk, she is nothing. Everyone thought the match would be intense, and that Yoo So-yeon would take down her opponent in one strike. But no. The one taken down in a single blow was Yoo So-yeon herself, to the astonishment of the reporters and head coach of Valhalla Sang Chien. Along with the heir of the Sujin clan, Kim Joo-hyuk stood there, watching his opponent fall before him, thinking, what is going on? Why is everyone so weak? Is this really the future 300 years from now? Well, the reason he said that is simple. 300 years ago at the Tower of Destruction, the god of the tower, destruction god Bakcho, and martial god Kim Hena had an incredible battle, and the martial god defeated the monsters of the tower, successfully preventing the destruction of the world. However, it was truly a marvelous disaster. The tower shook violently after Bakcho's death. Kim Hena clutched his stomach in pain, wondering if the tower collapsed because he killed that monster, and it seemed to be true. In that moment of life and death, he remembered his students, thankfully not taking them with him, or they would have all perished. Even though he was reluctant, he could only smile foolishly before turning into a pile of mush. But death is not the end. Kim Hena was reborn in the body of a 17-year-old, 300 years after the Tower of Destruction collapsed. After all, he was completely satisfied to be alive again. Being weaker and younger than he was when called the martial god is not a problem. If he trains again, he believes he will live in luxury, at least until that transparent window appears. And of course, as the situation runs, it always sticks to the hunter. The message of the Destruction Tower will appear in 5 years. Get ready. Hitting hard in the face, making Kim Joo-hyuk furious. Damn that turtle name. I should have thrown that bastard into the lava back then. Now I can't do anything anymore. I will destroy the tower once and for all, then live in luxury for the rest of my life. But to live in luxury, life is still very long. The system reminds Kim Joo-hyuk that he can retrieve his weapons and memories on the 3rd floor. Room 5. To the right of Valhalla. And this is also the reason why he participated in this entrance exam. The 4th day of the 10-tier competition begins. This time Kim Joo-hyuk's opponent is the eldest son of the Ozunusake clan. This guy is not good at literature, schemes, or martial arts. However, he still has one exceptional talent: raw strength. Rasik can do what others can't if they lack mana, and with a little effort in training, he can become much stronger. Asik's exceptional muscle strength is entirely innate. Just that alone is enough for him to be called a genius. Seeing his opponent does not look strong, Asik confidently believes he will take down Kim Joo-hyuk in a fit of rage and use it to boost his own reputation. However, this can only happen in dreams. Truly a brainless guy. Just a few words from Kim Joo-hyuk made him lose his cool and rush in thoughtlessly. Kim Joo-hyuk knows he won't win a muscle strength battle in this body, as Asik's strength is unmatchable. However, it is not just about being big to win. Martial arts help enhance muscle strength and the ability to observe the opponent. And if those two are not used wisely, this is the outcome. He only sees himself dodging Asik's blow in a fit of rage, causing him to lose his balance, and immediately turning to deliver a finishing blow to the opponent's back, leaving him in pain on the ground. After winning this match, Kim Joo-hyuk coldly turned and walked out. The reporters and guild members present continuously whispered and assessed his abilities. Among them was the clan leader of the powerful Chosun clan, who recognized that Kim Joo-hyuk's strike was not a simple attack. Even though his son does not care about practicing martial arts and only focuses on building muscle, he can easily dodge a punch from anyone his age. However, Asik could not dodge that punch. Initially, Asik was overly reckless and just charged at the opponent, using magic that he almost never used to quickly end the match. But Kim Joo-hyuk slightly tilted his head to the side to dodge, as Sia had been overconfident, thinking his opponent would definitely take the hit, and had shifted his entire focus. Uncle Jin moved thoughtfully, and that kid moved even faster than Siu's maximum speed. Just as Siu charged in, Kim Joo-hoo had already planned it out. That alone was an extraordinary talent. He seemed very excited, looking around at the people from the other guilds, then turned back to today's main character, assuring himself that he would definitely recruit him and his family at any cost. The break time is over. The next match begins. Kim Joo-higu's opponent is the second daughter of the Cho-jin clan, Koi Arin. The moment she appeared, the young men in the stands immediately went wild, cheering non-stop. Kim Joo-hoo was so irritated, thinking to himself, why are those damn guys who went through military service calling a 17-year-old girl sister? He thought this time would be like every other time, with the opponent attacking first. But no, both stood frozen like statues, waiting for the other to make a move. Kim Joo-higu decided he would strike first. With a rather villainous expression, he smirked and stepped lightly forward, and at that moment, Arin realized the opportunity had come. She drew her sword and slashed swiftly. However, just like before when fighting others, in the blink of an eye, Kim Joo-higu vanished without a trace and reappeared right beside her. A big question mark appeared over Arin's head. If she kept focusing on the target she aimed to attack, would not that just be leading a deer to the path? Saying that, he launched a counterattack toward his opponent. Arin was immediately pushed back. Fortunately, she used her sword to block and could stand her ground. However, before she could react, Kim Joo-higu appeared like a wandering ghost right in front of her, striking her again. Now, let us see if she can block it. Caught off guard, Arin could not defend herself and took the hit, immediately collapsing. Looking at her lying flat, Kim Joo-higu felt something was off about the attack. But whatever, he had already won. Thus, the top 10 competition officially concluded, with the number 1 name on the leaderboard being none other than Kim Joo-hoo. Tired, he stepped out of the arena, rubbing his small shoulders, and immediately encountered the recruiters from the guilds. Quite annoyed, Kim Joo-higu glared at them with a bullet-like gaze and uttered a terse 4-word phrase. Shut the hell up. The next day, news of the young man ranking first in the entrance competition, defeating and driving away the guilds, quickly spread across the newspapers. Comments like, is Kim Joo-hoo a madman? Is he a villain? Kept popping up from the masses. But regardless of what happened, the young man remained the center of attention and stood tall, acknowledged for his abilities. The first thing upon enrollment was the listening session about the school and a few speeches from those who contributed to the revolution. Or rather, the leaders of the academy. Seeing Kim Joo-hoo singing beautifully while a few guys nearby felt jealous, he wondered if he stood out too much today. But oh well, that is fine. At least he does not have to get to know any of those losers. After listening for what felt like ages, the admission ceremony finally came to an end. The students were randomly assigned to their classes. In the virtual simulation room, the leader Cho-jin, the 24th instructor, looked over the group of students and wondered if his time was running out. Why is the school assigning classes like this? Isn't it supposed to be random? In front is Juso Jian from the Jujin clan. Next to him is Cho-jin from the Arin clan. And the big guy in the middle is Yuze from the O-sun clan. How did 3 geniuses from 5 clans end up in the same class? And on top of that, why is that jerk Kim Joo-hoo here too? Ju was feeling quite lost, but he quickly regained his composure, introducing himself as the supervisor and also the instructor for Kim Lee-juan. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pressed a button on the keyboard, and everything around them suddenly blurred. They were transported to another space, where a horde of goblins and orcs appeared. About 100 of them. The monsters rushed at the scent. But Sukana, unfortunate for them, had been protected by a magic shield, so no physical attack from outside could penetrate. Kim Lee-guan called Kim Joo-higu over and asked if he could handle these monsters alone. This guy may look tough, but he wants to embarrass Kim Joo-higu and bring down his pride. For students, they mainly see monsters in books and have never seen them in real life. It is no surprise that he is scared. Just stop pretending to consider it and refuse. I will start when he hesitates. That is what he wants. Kim Joo-higu thought for a long time and then smiled ominously. The instructor saw this and got quite angry, urging Kim Joo-higu to just do it. But what kind of young man would be foolish enough to do this on the first day? He looked straight at him and asked what the reward for this test would be. Kim Lee-hoon paused for a moment, but then agreed to offer a deal. A reward as a condition. If you handle all the monsters, I will do anything you want within reason. Now we understand each other a little better. Even if it is a bit lacking, it is still acceptable. Kim Joo-higu agreed to this condition, not letting the teacher explain too much. The young man reached for the sword behind him, because how could he fight these guys without a weapon? And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kim Joo-higu continuously swung his sword, delivering precise attacks to the weaknesses and slitting the throats of the monsters in one blow. While fighting, He reflected on the past. It has been 300 years since he last held a sword. And he guessed it was not too bad. Just before, the world was thrown into chaos by the monsters, and humans used anything they could find as weapons. But the sword remained the most familiar weapon. Just as I thought. Those monsters are really simple. They are just MPs, mere fake monsters cleverly created while you were out there killing it. Inside, Kim Lee-gwon was panicking, sweating bullets. I can't believe it. The thing I gave Kim Joo-hagu was just an ordinary sword. It has no magical power or anything. But he can handle everything so easily. Slicing through those monsters like cutting through mud. Of course, not only was Kim Lee-gwon surprised, but even the three young men from the prestigious clans felt it was insane. With the last monster defeated, Kim Joo-hoo slowly sheathed his sword, turned to the instructor, and stated his request. I want to go down to the constellation room. You will keep your word. Right. A few hours later, the first class finally came to an end. Kim Joo-hagu felt so down it was as if his soul was leaving his body, feeling like he was being tortured. The original plan was to just take what I needed and leave as quickly as possible. Yet here I am stuck listening to this nonsense. Thinking about it, he never considered going to school, nor had he ever been to one before. But it was not entirely useless. Although the class was boring, he did get some information, especially about the constellations. Kim Joo-hagu's previous life had no concept of constellations. When referred to, constellations are a term for the transformation of those with a great future into gods. Most constellations related to hunters are like their relics, granting them special powers. Valhalla in Korea is the third largest academy in the world with numerous constellation relics, and it seems everything about swordsmanship and monster mentality is useless to them. Therefore, Joo-hagu decided to head to the dormitory and seriously train in martial arts. This body is really weak. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the appearance of the second daughter of the Cho, Jin Choi clan. Arin, teach me swordsmanship, is what she said as she saw Kim Joo-hagu turn around. However, as Mel likes to say, the answer is no. He stood there, repeating that statement once more. Kim Joo had run out of patience. He shot her a glare full of irritation. Are you deaf or something? Stop bothering me. I have no intention of teaching you, so just go away. After saying that, the young man turned on his heel, leaving the girl standing there stunned. At the same time, in the teacher's lounge, the head coach was trying to comfort Kim Lee-gwon after experiencing humiliation like a sardine. He still could not believe that Kim Joo-hagu was really a high school student, being able to perfectly eliminate 120 monsters in the virtual combat room without ever having seen a monster in real life. Although he had nothing special, a girl, coming from a small staff area in a complex situation yet possessing extraordinary strength. Kim Lee-gwon thinks he is just a fraud, but the head coach does not agree. Since what kind of fraud would be crazy enough to crash Valhalla and cause chaos at the enrollment ceremony? It makes sense. Kim Lee-gwon continues to complain about what will happen next year. If Kim Joo-hagu is not handled properly, it will be tough to control the three young men from those prestigious families. Coach Lee Sang-cheon shares some sympathy but quickly reminds him he is lucky, because a student from the prominent Vanchik family is in another class. Kim Lee-gwon feels a bit relieved, knowing his situation is better than the class next door, because he heard that due to Vanchik, a descendant of the Vanchik family was expelled for causing trouble at an academy in England. Next day, thinking he could live a normal student life in peace. But it seems drama just follows him wherever he goes. While sitting and pondering about a wealthy future, he is suddenly confronted by the notorious name Geodiu Vanchik from the Vanchik family, along with his entourage Zephylis. Because he is a transfer student, Kim Joo-hagu does not have a clue who this guy is and will have to ask for his identity as he approaches. Geodiu stares at him, thinking this guy is truly an ignorant jerk. He has not even heard of the Vanchik family. Without wasting words, Geodiu gets straight to the point, looking at him with ambitious eyes and asks, do you want to become stronger? In most families, branches usually have a harder time gaining power and wealth than direct descendants. However, the Vanchik family has a unique trait, being a guardian constellation, which sets them apart from other families. Typically, there would be a high-ranking guardian constellation, or an S-level protecting the family, and they would directly choose a member of the constellation to bestow power and protection. But with Vanchik, they decided to make a pact with a family member who is not part of a constellation. This way, the chosen one can establish a pact without facing opposition from the constellations. Thanks to this unique choice, the Vanchik family holds a lot of power throughout Europe. If you are a member of the Vanchik family, you will be able to choose a substitute pact regardless of your lineage. So branches can also have power within the family. Because of this, those supported by those powers from his family have become overly arrogant. Not long ago, due to the chaos at the academy in England, he was expelled. To make up for that incident, he intends to recruit Kim Joo-hae, who is at the center of the opening ceremony, to his side. If you join us, I will take you to the stars of the Vanchik family. Before he could finish his sentence, He was immediately cut off. What is wrong? You idiot. Do I look dumb to you? You are not interested in me at all. All I have seen from you is bragging. Nothing else. And now you are saying stupid things like that. You are definitely an idiot. Am I wrong? Because it is the first time being humiliated like that. He was furious and wanted to confront that ignorant jerk. However, before he could do anything, Sukarna suddenly shouted from behind, "Get back to your place." Rajan Vanchik, humiliated. He angrily turned around to face the teacher who just called him out by his full name, but the teacher was not one to back down either, responding sharply that this was not the British Academy. But Vanhala, I do not care how powerful the Vanchik family is. If you are studying here, you have to listen to your advisor, which is me. Hit straight in the face. Rajan could not do anything more. He had to turn and walk away in frustration. After class, Kim Joo-huk felt quite bored. He did not gather any information related to the star husband, and instead got mixed up with an idiot while he was walking and cursing the jerk bothering him. Choi Arin suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Still the same old line. Teach me your skills. Which made Kim Joo-huk raise a big question mark. He turned to the girl and said, "Aren't you tired of insulting me yet?" In the dorm of Vanhala Academy, in a premium room, after being humiliated by that jerk with no place to turn, he was furious, smashing everything in the room, and then yanked Joo-huk's hair, slamming her head against the floor. Joo-huk, answer me. Do you still think you are the royal princess? Should I throw you out of the house? Contact Ji Sureti. There are a few guys that need special care. Also, the son of the uprising family in class 2 told Lurik that he wants to meet you. Meanwhile, in Kim Joo-huk's room, it was getting late, but he was still diligently studying history. Or rather, practicing sports. But halfway through, he was exhausted, panting like a dog. This body is truly trash. And I can't use magic anymore. Suddenly, Kim Joo-huk remembered the bet he had with Choi Arin earlier. Just to get her to leave, he carelessly asked for 10 million won during a class. He thought Choi Arin would find it hard to back down. But no. She did not lack anything except for money. Choi Arin immediately asked for Kim Joo-huk's bank account and transferred the money. Within a minute, 100 million won instantly appeared in his account. But Kim Joo-huk still hesitated to accept it. He smiled brightly and said, "I want to teach you." In fact, he was really surprised earlier that a student like her could transfer 100 million won so quickly. Kim Joo-huk pretended to ponder. If he taught her, he would not have to reveal all his secrets. And that was a huge sum of money. Well, whatever. After all, it is just money. I can earn it myself, so it is fine. Even though my mana is pitifully low. Saying that, he prepared his luggage on his head, ready to execute the billion-won deal. Let us go find that secret dungeon. Before entering this school, he checked the surroundings. But most records hidden 300 years ago had been destroyed. According to the research, there are at least 4 records here. And I am sure they are on Vanhala's mountain. As you know, the locations of the records can be determined by the reaction of the magic stone I carry. Kim Joo-huk tried hard to instruct himself to find them with the little magic he had, and through that effort, he found them. A beam of light appeared on the ground. Kim Joo-huk quickly started digging, his hands working while pointing at this pitiful, weak body. If he had known it would be this much effort, he would have buried it in a shallower place. And if it were not for the destruction tower from 300 years ago, he would not be struggling like this now, because there was no place to store his material wealth. Kim Joo-huk created the records and buried all of them. After digging for a while, all the way until morning, Kim Joo-huk finally reached the shell of each vault. But these locks are quite special. Regular keys can't fit this keyhole. He tried to summon a bit of mana to create a magic chain and turn it into a key. Awesome. It fits perfectly. With this skill, I could quit hunting and become a dog thief instead. Kim Joo-huk immediately jumped down below, staring at the pile of gold and silver glittering before him. He was overjoyed. Even though it all belonged to him anyway. Are you all doing well? My children. That is all Kim Joo-huk could manage to say at that moment. Now he did not have to worry about money anymore. Selling this pile might even make him richer than those clan leaders. To maintain the signal, he had previously infused a bit of magic, but today was the day to use it. Kim Joo-huk picked up the gemstones and absorbed all the magic from them. Just as expected, the energy poured into his body. A tingling sensation that was indescribably pleasurable. Now it was time to process this place. Kim Joo-huk wondered if he should leave the heavy gold bars behind and take the lighter, valuable gems instead, as carrying all this would be a hassle. But it really was a hassle. Kim Joo-huk got to class without any mind left to pay attention to the lesson. His limbs felt exhausted as if they were about to fall off his body. He lay tiredly on the table, completely ignoring Choi Arin sitting next to him. It was still that same old line asking me to teach her swordsmanship. leaving Kim Joo-hyuk puzzled as to why she was so persistent. According to the information he received upon reincarnation, among the top 5 clans, hers practiced and utilized swordsmanship. The question here is why she was looking for him. To this question, Choi Arin said she wanted to learn from him because she had never seen anyone wield a sword better than he did. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to wonder. What about her father? He is the clan leader of Choi Jin. Right, isn't he better at swordsmanship than I am? Just then, before Choi Arin could answer, the teacher outside suddenly opened the door, calling Kim Joo-hyuk to the staff room. Just hearing about the constellation room, the young man immediately grabbed his pants and ran after it. More importantly, he seemed to feel Arin's sincerity, so he tossed a few remarks back to her before leaving, saying to meet at the training ground at 6 am tomorrow. In the teacher's lounge, Kim Lee-hoon quickly got straight to the point. Specifically, the request to enter the constellation room has been approved, but the condition is that you can only go to the basement. No access to any floors lower than the first. It sounded okay. And though he hesitated a bit, Kim Joo-hyuk immediately agreed happily. He did not forget to ask the teacher when he could go in there. After considering it, Kim Lee-hoon said that if possible, tonight would be best to keep it fresh. Kim Lee-hoon thought the student would make a fuss about not being allowed to go to the second floor, but he was surprised that the kid accepted it so cheerfully. That night, as agreed, the teacher switched to his handsome interface and took the kid to the Valhalla artifact, the constellation room. This place was guarded very carefully because it was so important that it made Valhalla one of the 3 greatest academies. Kim Joo-hyuk surveyed the area, unable to help but marvel internally, not only at the security but also at the outer walls, which were covered with all kinds of magic, except for the entrance. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk turned to the teacher and asked if it would be a problem if he went down to the second floor. After hearing that, Kim Lee-hoon felt a bit awkward and replied quickly before it was too late, saying he would not become a criminal, but he would be expelled and lose his memories before leaving the school. On the second floor, the constellation's magic was very violent. If you touched it, it could shatter and turn you insane. Now that all questions had been answered, Kim Joo-hyuk had 30 minutes to be inside. The notification to retrieve your weapon at the 3rd floor, right room of Valhalla, popped up again in blue. Kim Joo-hyuk did not care about being expelled or anything. He came to Valhalla for that, and the first thing was to head to the 3rd basement. However, after just a few steps, he suddenly bumped into something, and a system window popped up with a request, pulling Kim Joo-hyuk into a strange room. Long time no see, Kim Hung. That is what he heard after being sucked in. And right in front of him was that bastard, the Sky Uncle, the king of the Tower of Destruction. It has been 300 years. This is a reunion. Oh no, it is not. Just as the Sky Uncle was about to say more, he received a direct punch to the face. Kim Joo-hyuk was furious, shouting at the other guy, I am so happy to see you again, you jerk. The Sky Uncle tried to get up, waving his hands to tell Kim Joo-hyuk to calm down and listen to his explanation first. But there was no calmness here. For every word the other said, Kim Joo-hyuk threw a punch. The Sky Uncle kept crying out for help, while Kim Joo-hyuk kept cursing him. At this point, all that could be heard were panicked screams. Stop. Do not hit. Help me. Wait. Do not hit. I will hit you even more. I am not the type to use my fists to talk, but in your case, being the one who ruins my comfortable future, it is a different story. You jerk. My wealth, my fame, and all the time I spent promising to train those kids. Sky has had enough. There is nothing he can do but cover his face and endure. While Kim Joo-hyuk was resting, he tried to get up but could only say a few words from the bed. Wait. Wait. Do not you wonder where this is? At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk was completely thrown off, wondering where he was and who he was. With nothing around him, Sky finally had the chance to get up and said this was a fantasy world, or more precisely, a relic space. The shape of Sky that Kim Joo-hyuk sees now is just the embodiment of the fantasy world. His real body disappeared 300 years ago. A big question mark. Kim Joo-hyuk responded with some confusion. Wait. Are you saying you have always been in this relic? Sky knew it was time for Frank to rise. He soared high, looking down proudly. That is right. Kim Joo, you have become a constellation. But I thought being a constellation was cool. Kim Joo-hyuk turned and punched him in the face for that annoying attitude. 30 minutes were up. I do not know what was collected, but Kim Joo-hyuk still had to go out as per the rules. As soon as he saw him, the teacher put on a serious face and approached to interrogate. Did you do anything weird? To avoid further trouble, Kim Joo-hyuk answered casually and quickly left. There were many strange things he needed to figure out, and at that moment, after giving Sky a good beating, he regained his composure and spoke civilly. He used 5 punches to force him to reveal everything that happened. Sky was crying without tears, beaten to the point of having a swollen face. After being killed by the teacher, I was in this for 300 years without any powers. I regained my memories after receiving a notification to contact the reincarnated Kim Joo-hyuk. which led to a suspicious figure appearing. I wonder if this is the work of the guy who turned me into the master of the Tower of Destruction. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to press about the name that turned him into the master of the tower. But it seemed Sky did not know either. All his memories about that part were gone. After saying that, Sky turned to ask Kim Joo-hyuk what the notification was about. The teacher recalled that green screen. It requested to find weapons and memories. But he could not read what was below because it was blocked by squares. However, Kim Joo-hyuk did not remember what memories he had lost. He still had memories from the tower. Sky pointed forward, trying to explain a bit. Perhaps the memories had not yet returned to the teacher's mind. He had found the weapon, so the memories would appear automatically. The more I listened to him, the more confused I got. What weapon? I have not found any weapon. The teacher still does not get it. Sky continued. That is right. This space is inside the world of the 4 weapons that have become trophies. The Sword Village. I became a constellation just because I used the trophy. Kim Joo-hyuk just heard it and felt like he was going crazy. He rushed in to punch that kid again to feel better. At this point, Kim Joo-hyuk roughly understood. Sky was once his student, but was turned into the master of the tower by some force. And to save the world, he killed him, and now he is also revived, living for the past 300 years in the form of a spirit in the Sword Village. And more importantly, that weapon of his, the Sword Village, has become a trophy, and inside it is a constellation. A really tricky situation. Kim Joo-hyuk wanted to destroy it and forget about it. But it seems that even though it has been loved, it can still withstand Mir, who is known as the Exterminator King. So he decided to leave it for now. I guess only the owner of the Sword Village would know if the notification window appears. Feeling all mixed up from a bunch of chaotic information, suddenly his train of thought was interrupted by some soldiers in front of him. The blonde guy, acting like a big shot, cracked his knuckles and approached aggressively. Hey, you are the top guy at the opening ceremony. Kim Joo? Right, the senior is right in front of you. Are not you going to ask? This guy is the eldest son of the Sunrise family. Lorik Sunrise, a second-year student at Valhalla Academy. You would think seeing a senior would scare him, but not Kim Joo-hyuk. He immediately retorted. Senior. Even bullies like you have juniors. Humiliated by the junior, one of them, eager for a fight, stepped forward demanding to deal with the kid. Hey newbie. The difference between first year and second year. Before he could finish, he received a kick right in the gut. Kim Joo-hyuk excitedly looked at them with half an eye. He does not like to talk much. He prefers to be practical. Stop talking nonsense and attack. You bunch of pathetic losers. And so, without letting them attack, Kim Joo-hyuk rushed in to show them what a festival is. One by one, they got punched or kicked, lying flat on the ground. There were still a few standing still like statues. Kim Joo-hyuk could not let them leave empty-handed. He wielded the Sword Village in his hand. Feeling great. Come here quickly. It will be fun. If you keep standing there, I will smash your head. 3 hours ago, the eldest son of the Sunrise family, Lorik Sunrise, a second-year student at Valhalla Academy, was called by Rockin Venchik and asked for some help. Specifically, it was to deal with a first-year student, and in return, there would be a reward that could help the Sunrise family. He agreed to let him use weapons, and he would clean up the aftermath. With such a simple proposal, but with great benefits, Lorik immediately agreed. He thought that even if he was the top of the first-year class, it did not matter. First-year students are just first-year students. They can't be rivals for second-year students, because students at Valhalla must go to the Celestial Realm in the second semester of their first year and sign a contract with one of the Star Guardians. Students who sign the contract will be referred to as contract holders. Once they become contract holders, students can use the energy of the Star Guardian they have signed with, and according to what they have learned. Lorik is confident that Kim Joo-hyuk was born into an ordinary family, with no guardian star, so the game is easy. I can take him down easily. That is what Lorik thought before coming here. However, now he understands what he is really up against. Lorik is scared, but he does not say anything, watching Kim Joo-hyuk approach with a determined look. That strange sword technique. It seems he does not use much force, but the opponent takes a massive hit. Countless questions arise in his mind, but due to his pride, he has to pretend to be strong. The henchmen still stand like statues behind him, contemplating whether they should jump in or not. I can't lose this badly. Lorik ignores the outcome, yelling for his henchmen to attack. What are you afraid of? You losers. He is just a first-year student. He says that, but deep down he is scared enough to wet himself. Kim Joo-hyuk stands there waiting for the show, watching them flap their mouths and make a scene. Yeah, that brave leader. Anyone who stands still will take a hit first. As soon as the words finish, the young man steps forward in front of his opponent, pushes the sword into his stomach, and delivers a blow, resulting in Lorik being knocked out immediately. It is really sad. After getting in, The girl still ends up taking a beating, waiting for a long time, but this jerk still has not opened his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk has to help by giving a physical nudge to that handsome face to wake him up. Wake up, brat. Who are you? And why did you come here to gang up on me, even after being beaten badly? Lorik still grits his teeth and does not give up any information, not wanting to waste more time. Kim Joo-hyuk decides to ignore them and instructs them to clean up thoroughly before leaving. Frustrated, Lorik tries to shout after them to retain some dignity. Do you think you can go back to school normally after doing this, even if you are the top of your class? If everyone finds out about this, you will still get expelled. It seems this guy does not have a brain. Stealing and then making a fuss about it. Kim Joo-hyuk intends to not care but still stays back to make him understand. Whatever. You know what people will gossip about if you blab about today. Right, a group of second-year students coming after a first-year student. But the result is them getting beaten up. Don't you feel embarrassed telling this story when you go to school? Think carefully. If you still want to go to school and join the guild, you better keep your mouth shut. At the same time, Rock Jin in the dormitory is eagerly waiting for news about his enemy getting beaten up. Lorik just called, thinking he would hear good news. But what he heard was the complete opposite. I won't get involved in this anymore. Rock Jin is trying to play the game, and he is reporting the beating to the academy management, so that Kim Joo-hyuk can face the consequences. He promised to pay up if he did that, even paying the family as well. But for those big shots, money is not everything. They still need honor. So the answer is no. Rock Jin got angry and smashed the new phone down on the ground. He turned to where Joo-hee was standing behind him with a wild look in his eyes. You contacted Jazeera. Right. Where is that guy? Seeming quite accustomed to situations like this, she calmly replied to him. Yep. I informed him that you wanted to meet. But since he is far away, it might take some time for him to come here, in Mexico, at the Arabia Academy. Jazeera Vanchik, a girl who specializes in bullying others, received word from Rock Jin about coming to South Korea to deal with Kim Joo-hee with a prepared reward. Upon receiving the news, he was as happy as a clam and immediately broke into a creepy smile. The next day, at 6 a.m. in the Valhalla training room, Kim Joo-hee carried a bunch of gear for the first time to work out, excitedly preparing to do some basic exercises when he was startled by a call. Why are you here? Teacher. Kim Joo-hee suddenly broke into a cold sweat, asking back, what? Are you waiting? Where did you speak to me from? So it turns out the little brother is hiding in the enchanted sword. Kim Joo-hee angrily slapped him. I am surprised you managed to get out of there. I might just beat you up and stuff you back in again. Wait for this, teacher. Promising not to cause any trouble, and revealing that he left a copy of the sword there. Kim Joo-hee was quite curious about the copy. You wait. Saying that since he woke up, he lost all his power. But in return, he gained this special ability. Although he did not know why he had it. While wondering about this, Arin appeared, coming as promised to teach swordsmanship to Kim Joo-hee. However, the young man said that they would not be studying right now. The first important thing was to improve physical fitness first, starting with warm-up exercise number 1. If they could improve physical fitness, the amount of mana the body could absorb would increase, making it easier to control mana as desired. Kim Joo-hee felt the current training of the younger generation was strange. They focused everything on controlling mana before physical fitness and other things were improved. Even Arin over there was the same, despite having a huge amount of mana. Their strength was only on par with a student wielding a sword, and so, like a real coach, Kim Joo-hee began a period of training focused primarily on physical conditioning. That same morning, Kim Joo-hee's class had a small written test supervised by a senior coach from Valhalla, covering the topic of monsters from other worlds. Earlier, she had asked the whole class to study and learn about monsters. So now it is time to test their knowledge on how to handle each type of monster. Everyone quickly wrote their answers on the exam paper and completed the test. Although today's test won't affect the final grade, it will evaluate their ability to continue to the next class. So everyone is quite nervous. Only Kim Joo-hee was a bit off, to the point where even the teacher gasped in astonishment. Are you sure you can write an answer like this? In the first-year teacher's lounge, the teacher looked over the tests and was quite satisfied. Lilia confidently told teacher Kim Lee-gun that, just as expected, the students from the 5 famous families all performed very well. But that was just a second before disaster struck. The teacher had not even finished sipping his coffee before he had to spit it out. Joo-hee, did you really dare to call this mess of paper an answer? The teacher angrily crumpled the paper and turned to Kim Lee-gun, pointing. Not only did he slack off on the test, but he also mocked the class here. This can't be overlooked. But in the next class, I will show him this test and give him a thorough lesson. That monster is not easy to deal with, and indeed, girls hold grudges. That is just the way it is. A week later, in the mock battle room, Lilia called Kim Joo-hee to the May examination platform. She held up the 0-point paper in front of the young man and asked if he really took the test seriously. Kim Joo-hee did not understand anything, even thought this lady was crazy or something. and confidently replied that he indeed took the test seriously. The teacher was very angry but still maintained her composure. The first question is, what is the best way to handle a gelatinous monster? How did you answer that question? Kim Joo-hee still had that blank expression and replied, stab it in the stomach. The second question is, when you see 8 goblins rushing through the forest, write down what you would do. Kim Joo-hee did not hesitate to pick up the test and read it aloud, starting from the first one rushing in, stabbing each one and sending them straight to hell. The teacher was very frustrated, but there was nothing she could do. After arguing back and forth with the student, she was so angry that she had nothing more to say. She decided to give Kim Joo-hee a chance to prove what he said. If you can take down this monster like you wrote in the test, I will reevaluate your score. She thought that by doing this, the student would be scared and beg for mercy. But no. Kim Joo-hee went directly to the weapon storage, grabbed a sword, and approached the gelatinous monster in front of him. The monster swung its arm to attack, but then all that was heard was its roar of pain as the sword pierced right into its belly. And in a few seconds, the gelatinous monster completely vanished. The students below were stunned for a few seconds, wondering how he took down a gelatinous monster with just a sword. No magic. Witnessing this scene, the teacher no longer dared to boast, softly asking the boy how he did that. Kim Joo-hee looked at her aunt with a questioning gaze. Didn't you see me? Just give it a punch in the gut. Hearing the response felt like being insulted. Lilia no longer felt ashamed but found it quite unreasonable. The aunt bit her nails, pondering a ton of information. To take down a stone monster with a knife or sword, one needs at least class equipment. So typically, it would make sense to defeat the stone monster with a strike from that weapon. But he handled it with that bonus sword. Just when she thought it was over, the teacher wanted to verify the second question, so Kim Joo-hee was immediately moved to another side. Before she could assess the situation, a bunch of green goblins, or simply the goblins she was fighting, appeared right in front of her. This group was quite difficult to handle simply, if not done correctly. The ones in front would use their skills to roar, and the other goblins would rush in all at once. Typically, powerful mages would wipe them all out in one go, or would need to run far away instead of facing them head-on. But that was for anyone else, not for Kim Joo-hee. He did not care how many there were or how they fought. He just grabbed his sword and charged at the first one, a painful thrust straight down through the head. The second beast roared, and immediately took a sword strike to the neck, and one by one, they all received their share. Kim Joo-hee turned to her aunt and confidently replied, I got the second question right. Did not. At this point, the teacher was stunned, and the cat did not dare to say another word. The next day, as usual, Kim Joo-hee dragged Arin to the training room for some physical training. Little Ju tried her best but still could not keep up, lying flat on the ground. Panting heavily, Kim Joo-hee curiously asked her, don't you usually train too? Why are you just lying around like a dog? How can you fight the monsters like this? Arin, tired and sluggish, tried to explain that she could use magic by borrowing power from the protective constellations. Just as Kim Joo-hee suspected, instead of focusing on physical training, they concentrated on magical power. Since they relied on constellations, there would be no need to use physical strength. They would be fine as long as they borrowed enough power from the constellations. However, the risk was too great. What would happen if they got stuck in a maze or dungeon, where magic could not be used? Or if they ran out of mana during a prolonged battle? And what if the protective constellations would not lend their power? Too many issues arose. So Kim Joo-hee let Arin rest while she would train in another room. Once the beauty left, the uncle spoke up, asking the master why he was helping her train. It turns out it was because she jumped around too much, and that is why Kim Joo-hee agreed. While chatting, he glanced over, and the muscle-bound training guy was also here, and it seemed he had trained quite a bit. Watching the figure of the muscle guy leave, Kim Joo-hee silently thought he seemed smarter than those who only knew how to train in magic. I said it already. And you are still wondering what the stars are up to? That is so mysterious. The doctor can only say he does not know, because he really does not. The cat wants to be hit, so the guy is trying to impress the teacher. If he completes the new task on the system, he might learn more about the stars. Speaking of which, Kim Joo-hee quickly opened that damn window to check. There was a bit more information. It mentioned needing to go to the Grand Forest I Vanhala at Miskai Aruna's place to complete the task. Sounds familiar, but it is the first time I am hearing it. The Grand Forest I is the last place to go during the first semester. If it were not for this damn task, Kim Joo-hee would have rushed there after recovering. But it seems he has to endure it until then. No matter how stupid he could be, he still realizes that until the task is completed, he can't be expelled from the academy. His secret must be kept. At the same time, in the United Kingdom, London, at the Ventric estate, the deputy head of the Ventric family, Adelia, sat stiffly in her chair listening to her subordinate report about Desira being called to South Korea by Roxanne. Just hearing those names makes her head spin. Gisello Ventric, the disgraceful child in the family and the worst thug. He has used the Ventric name to create many scandals. At 19, He killed 5 people from the British Academy just over a petty argument. That is why at 20, his name was completely erased from the Ventric family. He has lived in hiding for many years, and is now looking to meet Roxanne, knowing something was about to happen. Adelia ordered someone to monitor him before it was too late. On top of that, she did not forget to send a message to Roxanne that if he discovers what the kid is doing, he will be kicked out of the family. For Adelia, she does not like those who are lazy. All of them have the family's power without any effort. That power is not meant for the disgraceful. It will be hers alone. The next day, even though it was class time, Kim Joo-ek's mind was hanging upside down while he was lost in thought. A girl from the class signaled him and handed him a piece of paper. As soon as he picked it up and read it, his face changed, and his attitude shifted in an instant. Since students were allowed to go out this week, as soon as class ended, Kim Joo-hik quickly wrote a permission request, even though Sojin had been trailing behind, stuttering and unable to say a word. It frustrated him, despite politely replying to that piece of paper. Her silence was already driving him crazy. The girl just stood there babbling nonsense. Sojin just wanted to ask Kim Joo-hik how he could easily request the Demon Stone, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt embarrassed, as if she were insulting her own pride. But before she could finish her question, the teacher suddenly swooped in like a ghost and interrupted, asking how he managed to kill that demon out of nowhere. That aunt appeared and stole the spotlight from the girl. It is truly ridiculous. To make matters worse, the teacher also invited Kim Joo-hik to be her assistant, which comes with many perks, especially getting to study various ways to take down monsters. Watching the two of them leave, even though Sojin was crying silently, I decided not to ask anymore. The next day, as he had learned beforehand, Kim Joo-hik took his pile of material wealth to a night market to sell it. The reason he sold at the night market was to keep his identity hidden, and because there would be other things sold similarly. This type of illegal market still exists, because it was created and actively maintained by a star known as the Hidden Protector. Since it was created and actively maintained by a star, high-level players used it frequently and openly, even though it is illegal. The government shows no signs of suppression whatsoever. This is also why he easily figured out how to infiltrate it, just as the online guide suggested. Kim Joo-hik soon arrived. Looking around, he felt a bit strange yet familiar. The purple sky and cloudy moonlight completely resembled the night sky he had seen 300 years ago. For now, putting aside the weather, Kim Joo-hik was surprised to meet the staff member he had read about in that article, pulling out 2 million coins to pay the entry fee to the market. He was immediately welcomed like a VIP guest from this guy. Joo-hik received a mask and information about the most reputable dealer. Following the directions, Kim Joo-hik found himself in front of Morris, who was known for offering the best prices. Without wasting time, Kim Joo-hik immediately pulled out a bag filled with treasures, thinking it was just some cheap stuff. Morris initially seemed a bit indifferent, but as soon as he picked it up to examine it, he was startled. He had seen enough to recognize these as relics from the Age of Destruction. Were the others the same? They must all be from the same era. Where did he get so many relics like this? Morris curiously asked where he got these items, but the rule of this place is that you can't ask about personal matters. So of course, Kim Joo-hik did not answer. He urged him to check quickly and see how much he could offer. Morris stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said he did not know. He could not appraise them, because these relics were from the Age of Destruction, and he did not have enough capital to buy them. Kim Joo-hik was quite surprised and tried to press him about where to sell this bunch. Morris pointed towards that tall tower, where the auction hall was located. However, on average, it would take 2-3 weeks to get a turn because so many people had made reservations, and you would need to come back to verify payment again. It really was a complicated hassle. Even though he had more money, Kim Joo-hik seemed dissatisfied and asked the old man if he could help him with an estimation. Morris typed a number into the computer. The sheer number of zeros made it impossible for the young man to even count. Although he knew they were valuable before, Kim Joo-hik did not expect them to be worth that much money. Morris said that with his estimate, selling everything would only come to 3/4 of the total value here. Not wanting to deal with complications, Kim Joo-hik agreed to sell for that amount, leaving Morris in disbelief. Artifacts from the era of destruction are highly valued due to their age. There is also a big reason behind this. Thanks to the constellations began to appear after the era ended, reacting strangely to artifacts from that period. It is said that an ordinary person was able to make a wish upon the constellations using this artifact. Morris looked at the rings in amazement, with mana flowing through the details, the magic still lingering on the items. He felt lucky to be able to buy these items for such a small amount of money. Just then, someone appeared, shocking Morris greatly, since he registered anonymously for the auction. Beckett, the market owner, came personally to greet him. Looking at the items in Morris's hands, Beckett exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed like my protective constellation really wanted that ring. After finishing the transaction, Kim Joo-hik quickly went home, feeling overjoyed looking at the money in his account. Now he does not have to worry about financial issues. If he runs low, he can just take more from the artifact stash. He still has plenty left. Just then, his phone rang, and upon answering, he was bombarded with words without a chance to interrupt. So it turns out that teacher Lilia just went to eat. He was hungry and could not resist a free meal. So why not go? But people often say that food brings shame. Lilia kept insisting on inviting him to lecture and offered several benefits, like scholarships and many grants, writing a thesis with her, and being honored at the Monster Research Association. Fame and money would follow. Blah blah. Especially, he would get to go out twice a week instead of once a month. After hearing all that, Kim Joo-hyuk felt overwhelmed and saw no benefits in it at all. What he needed now was to get to the Great Forest site, and could only do that during the end-of-year evaluation test. Even her being a lecturer would not help. Kim Joo-hyuk bluntly refused. Lilia, he would not be giving lectures or writing a thesis with her, so do not get your hopes up. If this plan fails, Lilia suggested she would share information if he revealed a bit about attacking various monsters. Kim Joo-hyuk was curious about what that information was, thinking it might be something interesting. But it turned out to be just some details about Aranus Glare, which he found utterly uninteresting. After a filling meal, Kim Joo-hyuk stood up and decided to leave. Before leaving, he curiously asked Lilia why she had to treat her students like that. They were still kids, and she was so strict in teaching them. Feeling like she was hit right in the heart, Lilia started to explain at length. But to put it simply, she considered herself a lecturer on mythical monsters, and it would be terrible not to give her all. Usually, monster attacks directly impact the survival rate of the students, if they can't even remember the basic attacks. That is why she has to be strict with them. After hearing this, Kim Joo-hyuk grimaced and said it was just her wish, then waved goodbye. At Siaying, the Koi-jin family's residence, the head of the Chu History Association called his eldest son Choi-jin Jian and his second daughter Koi-arin to ask them about their plans before participating in the placement test. If they passed the test, they might have the opportunity to sign a contract through the sacred artifact to Mimir Wondu, which is the ceremony to become the successor of the family. However, if they fail, they will be disqualified from the family. As he spoke, he opened the sword, looking at them with a serious expression. So are you two going to participate? Both felt a bit uneasy. So since their father said that, they agreed. The placement test would be held in 3 weeks, giving them quite a bit of time to prepare. On the way back, Koi Jin-jeon seemed to dislike Arin a bit, so he made some sarcastic remarks, looking down on her and challenging her. When you said you would participate in the placement test, did not you see Dad's face? It seems like you really want to be a contender. The illegitimate child. Just look at your face. It scares me. Don't kid yourself into thinking you will win the test. You can't even receive blessings from the constellation. How could you fight against me? Someone who has made a contract. Have you given up on that idea? Then just keep draining the family's money, and I will make you pay it all back. My dear little sibling. And the next day, as time passed and the midterm exam was approaching, while the homeroom teacher was rambling on about the rules and penalties for failing the exam, Kim Joo-hyuk did not hear a word, vaguely thinking about other things. All exams at Van Hala carry significant weight, both for midterms and finals. If you score low, you will be expelled from the school immediately. So Kim Joo-hyuk felt a bit anxious. The practical test was too easy, but the written test was a bit tricky. He needed to stick with this academy until the end of the term to get to the Great Forest. But the young man still did not know how to achieve that. Suddenly, Kim Joo-hyuk thought of a way. He subconsciously called out to his buddy. Hey, you have attended most of the classes, right? So can you take the test for me? His buddy refused outright when he heard that. How unfair was that? But even if he refused, it did not matter. After a few threats from Kim Joo-hyuk, he had to agree wholeheartedly. After class ended, Arin had prepared her things long ago. She shyly approached Kim Joo-hyuk to ask about practicing. Just at that moment, the young man also needed to practice with his weapon a bit. So he would teach her a bit about swordsmanship. Saying it is about sword training is a bit complicated, but it is just about how to hold the sword. That is the basic move every swordsman needs to know. According to Arin, it has been a while since she last held her sword after training with Kim Joo-hyuk. Normally, she would practice whenever she could. Kim Joo-hyuk asked her to draw the sword, but it seemed like she was doing it wrong. He started teaching her little by little, focusing on her ring finger and pinky, gripping the sword handle tightly. At this moment, Arin felt a strange sensation. She did not need to channel her energy into the sword, but it felt more solid and stable than holding it with both hands. Come on. Show me everything you have got with that sword. Kim Joo-hyuk continued to wait for her display of strength. Arin's movement speed had increased significantly, thanks in part to those grueling training days. Kim Joo-hyuk continuously guided her through the attacking movements, cutting energy, and blah blah. And just as expected, Arin was now much stronger. She silently thanked Kim Joo-LRC for helping her during this time. An hour later, it seemed both of them were getting tired. Kim Joo-LRC called for her to stop, saying that today was enough. Exhausted, Arin plopped down on the ground, looking at Kim Joo-LRC standing there. A thought crossed her mind. She asked him if he could train with her next time. Kim Joo-LRC thought for a moment. Fencing with Choi Arin would definitely be a great learning experience. And teaching someone as talented as her could be quite enjoyable too. From the opening ceremony, he sensed that she had a unique swordsmanship technique. Even though she used the breathing technique, it felt very different. Thanks to this special swordsmanship talent, he could rediscover his own sense of self. If it were 300 years ago, she would have been a valuable talent to be his disciple. But unfortunately, that is not the case anymore. He was not that free anymore. Finding it somewhat amusing to tease her, Kim Joo-LRC said he did not want to spar anymore. He expected Arin to plead again, but she simply said she understood, which surprised him a bit. Arin replied that since he was always right, it was only natural to follow his advice. 2 weeks later, at the Valhalla Stadium, all the first-year students gathered here. Everyone knew the reason except for one person. Kim Joo-LRC wondered why he had to be here like this, feeling bored and frustrated. He sighed. The homeroom teacher had mentioned this 2 weeks ago, and if he could, he would have punched that old teacher a few times. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, the head coach and teacher stepped out to explain the midterm exam regulations for Valhalla. This time, the midterm practical assessment will be an attack on a dungeon. The students will form teams and enter an artificial dungeon. Anyone can join a team. I think the ideal number in each team is 8. But you can decide to add or reduce the number of people as you wish. The school will only evaluate everyone based on their level of contribution in the dungeon attack, and the exclusion time is 5 hours. If you can't pass the test within the time limit, you will be eliminated. The difficulty level of the dungeon is F+. Now let us start the exam. As the announcement ended, the students began to panic and scramble to form teams. The kids from the 5 families probably figured out the key to the test, while the others formed groups of 20 or 8. If not balanced well, there will definitely be fights. As soon as the students stepped into the dungeon, points were already being counted. However, there were exceptions. Everyone chose to team up, except for Kim Joo-hyuk, who decided to go solo, saying the game was easy for him. But he was not alone. Kim Joo-hyuk was quite surprised to see Arin still standing there, not having entered yet. It turns out she said she would follow his lead, so since he was going in alone, she would do the same. Others saw her and tried to persuade her to join, but Arin firmly declined. Sorry, I am going in alone. I can handle it. Joo-hyuk said it was not too hard. That is what she told them before entering. In the Valhalla control room, the supervisors were monitoring and grading strictly. The score seemed low because the combat trainer, Lee Sang, was the main grader. Back in his youth, he was known as the Dungeon Master, a legend with a 99% clear rate. Therefore, he understood the core of dungeon attacks better than anyone else, which is why Lee Sang-chun gave such scores. After a quick look, the old man seemed quite pleased. There were quite a few talented individuals this year, especially Jun Seo-jun, an excellent combat ability, textbook application of tactics, knowing how to handle situations skillfully, positioning team members effectively, and directing everyone to earn points. Moreover, this kid formed a team with group members during the fight to ensure they would complete the dungeon. Anyway, Jun Seo-jun is quite good. It is just that Shugana made her face Kim Joo-hyuk this year, so the record got tarnished. Speaking of Kim Joo-hyuk, the teacher decided to search for him, but what the hell? Strangely, he could not find any names at all. Lee Sang-jun thought the machine must be broken. Could not it find all the information about the students who entered the dungeon? Just thinking about it felt wrong. The teacher opened the list of those who had completed to check, and there it was. No mistake. Kim Joo-hyuk's name was right in front of him. The teacher was astonished, unable to believe he went solo, and completed it in just 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Anyway, this had never happened at Valhalla. The teacher was skeptical, but still needed to review the footage for verification. Then a whole bunch got cut down by Kim Joo-hyuk without any hesitation. After the bin dogs, it was the brains, slashing and changing places. And in just a few minutes, he was standing right in front of the boss. It is a particularly tough dog created for the midterm exam, but Kim Joo-hyuk handled it with just one swift strike. His stats are like the combined total of 8 people. Looking at this scene, Lee Sang-jun smiled helplessly. It seems like the top spot of this exam has already been claimed by Kim Joo-hyuk. The test quickly came to an end. Some were happy, but those who were not had to bear the consequences. Looking at the results, the homeroom teacher was left speechless. The head coach explained that he had guessed the kid would come in first, but did not expect him to clear the dungeon alone without a scratch. If he keeps developing in this field, South Korea might reclaim the title. The only one. That is the title for the strongest aspirant. Kim Lee-gun stammered, asking for clarification. The head coach seemed a bit hasty, So he just brushed it off. Maybe because there have not been many talents appearing for a while. I got a bit too excited and said that, but this is not completely surprising. The name at the top too. Koi Arin is what caught them off guard the most. Lee Sang-cheon never thought the girl would play solo. But the truth is she managed to finish it even though it took her some time, and she got quite a few injuries. He wondered and told the homeroom teacher that if this test was about teamwork, Do So-jeon would definitely score higher, but Kim Joo-hee-hook and Choi Arin scored higher due to their level of contribution. But the results are in. We won't discuss it further. Although the teacher said that, Kim Lee-gun still had some doubts. He met the girl when she was in the Koi Arin group. Arin seemed like a model student, only practicing swordsmanship. But now she has the idea to clear the dungeon alone. It is just crazy. For a moment, he thought it might be because Kim Joo-hee-hook pushed her. But then he dismissed that crazy thought the next day. As expected, the ranking results amazed everyone and their fans. Roxio Vanchik looked at Kim Joo-hee-hook's name on the leaderboard and felt a surge of irritation. Turning to ask his assistant, Zaisura is in South Korea. Right. Call him immediately. Julia knew there were points involved. But as a mere assistant, she had to obediently follow. On the same day, a Jamsu restaurant in Seoul, Roxio rushed out to meet Zaisura. And as soon as he saw him, the scar-faced guy waved and asked, after being starved for decades. He cut a piece of steak and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing hungrily while eating, Zaisura asked, about the guy you want me to look after. Kim Joo-hee-hook. What is he doing? After a long wait for the chance to speak, Roxio responded immediately. Nothing. He just annoys me because of his lowly background. Please send him back to where he belongs. So he is a classist. Thinking he is superior while everyone is equal, Zaisura tried to bite off the last piece of beef and looked up to ask the guy if he could kill him. Roxio casually nodded and said it was up to him. Then, Zaisura pointed at Julia, revealing that he had just killed an aunt from her family for being so nosy, making her shake like a leaf. Afterwards, he let out a savage laugh and told Roxio to get ready for an attack. You leave in a week, since is the top candidate in the exam. Kim Joo-hee-hook is allowed to go out for a bit, not wanting to argue with this nosy guy. Kim Joo-hee-hook said he needed to go find the records in Sugan. Carrying his luggage and activating Google Maps, he wandered to a hill just as he was about to sit down, enjoy the view, eat some cake, and drink some tea. Someone interrupted him. Kim Joo-hee-hook paused and asked the guy in front of him, Lily, where he was from and what he was doing here. Zaisura, of course, did not answer and ignored the question, rambling instead about why it was him who found someone on this mountain. Kim Joo-hee-hook knew. Of course. He had been a sword master, so he was not dumb. What? Did he mean that after finishing the job, he would leave as if nothing had happened? After realizing they were on the same page, both immediately got into a defensive stance and charged into battle. Kim Joo-hee-hook dropped his backpack with a thud, and Zaisura swung a punch. Just as the fist was about to hit his cheek, Kim Joo-hee-hook dodged it immediately. The punch hit straight ahead, crashing into the tree in front of him and splitting it in half. Zaisura was visibly excited, turning to his opponent and saying threateningly, You are quite lucky. You dodged that punch. If you had not, you know what your fate would be. Right. Kim Joo-hee-hook scoffed and replied, Lucky. I just dodged because you are really slow, glancing at the destruction he caused. He was not stupid enough not to realize that the guy was definitely very strong. This jerk could even be equal to or even stronger than Haegyu. Kim Joo-hee-hook judged that it was too dangerous for him. His frail body could not withstand a blow, so among the 36 strategies, escaping was the best option, not letting the jerk get away. Zaisura eagerly chased after him, thinking it would be an easy catch. But halfway through, Kim Joo-hee-hook unexpectedly turned around and gave him a punch to the face, knocking him down. When attacking the enemy, you have to be ruthless. Kim Joo-hee-hook laughed sinisterly, lifted his leg, and stomped down hard on his face. In a tight spot, Zaisura gritted his teeth and twisted his body to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he would have to undergo surgery immediately. The guy stood up, wiped the blood from his nose, and gritted his teeth. You jerk. What you just did surprised me. Kim Joo-hee-hook was not backing down either, quickly replying, You must know that I am the top candidate at Valhalla. Zaisura fell silent after hearing that. He knew, but he did not understand what kind of medicine Kim had taken to become so strong. The members of the Van Chich clan used their family's talents to enhance their combat status. Even if just a little, their talent is an innate ability for crafting pharmaceuticals. Zaisura can easily use any type of pharmaceutical given to him. His parents made him drink hundreds of thousands of enhancement potions, so by the age of 16, he was stronger than an adult. His parents wanted to gain recognition through him. But once he grew strong enough, Zaisura did not want to live under their control anymore, and he sent his parents off for a while. Then got expelled from the clan by someone who claimed to be the leader. However, Zaisura did not care. In this dark world, most issues could be resolved with money when given a commission, and he even became bolder after severing ties with the clan. When he received a commission from Roxy, he offered cash, but then thought he was more interested in Kim Joo-hyuk. So he just asked for his life. He wondered how fun it would be to play with the top guy in the entrance exam, and be considered crazy for saying he would wipe out all the spies of the association. However, when facing Kim Joo-hyuk, he had another question. Who was this guy? Jizuru was silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, "What kind of drug do you use to be that strong?" "I do not think it is some kind of money-draining potion that a poor orphan like you could afford." Kim Joo-hyuk burst out laughing. He found it so funny that he had to hold his stomach for a long time before replying, "Drugs? Haha, this crazy guy. What nonsense are you talking about? So you are just a steroid user?" Jizuru felt insulted but stubbornly asked again, "Are you really not using drugs to get strong?" The more Kim Joo-hyuk listened to this leech babble, the more excited he got to jump in and fight. He warmed up his shoulders and replied, "Of course not. You idiot. I got strong through hard work and training. In some aspects, I could compare you to Oseo cloth. But it is too rude to compare a naturally muscular person to someone like you." Feeling insulted, Jizuru was angrier than someone who ate a chili pepper, and he pulled out his weapon, secretly cursing, "You are dead." But maybe he was just delusional from biting off more than he could chew. He barely managed to pull out a knife along with a surge of magical power, ready to say something impressive. But before he could say anything, he got hit and felt a sharp pain in his head. "You think I would let you go that easily? You are really something." What kind of idiot waits for their opponent to regain their strength while beating him down? He kept cursing. "You talk too much. No points for that, but I approve." Jizuru raised his hand in surrender, asking for mercy. But it did not mean anything here. Kim Joo-hyuk grabbed him by the hair and laughed in a savage way. "You can't pass out yet, you dumb drug user. I was going to let you go. But the only thing you did was try to provoke me into a fight, but you said you would take care of me. So I can't let you go. Anyway, I am going to ask you a few questions. So brace yourself." Looking at the fist in front of Jizuru was terrifying. His face and hands screamed in despair. "You really reap what you sow. Thinking a sewer can compare to the ocean? Dream on, babe." At the same time, in the Valhalla dorm, Roxiel was eagerly waiting for good news from the senior. He firmly believed that Kim Joo-hyuk was already chanting, but he never expected that the one who needed to buy the coffin was Jizuru. Roxiel happily called Julia to get the car ready to go out and clean up. Just then, Jizuru called, and Roxiel quickly grabbed the phone, excited to answer.
"Yeah, bro.
Have you dealt with him yet?" The voice on the other end fell silent, then let out painful, distorted sounds, followed by a familiar voice. "I bet you have no idea what the hell is going on. Just wondering how you will react. Let me translate for your brother. Please light 2 incense sticks for me. Wait for me." Roxiel Vanchik, hearing this, he turned pale, hanging up immediately without letting Kim Joo-hyuk say another word. Now he was scared. Scared that what he did would be exposed. Scared of facing the consequences. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the news reaches the Vanchik family. Roxiel was silent, but deep down he was plotting to take down Kim Joo-hyuk again. He thought of him as just a lowly commoner, so nothing would happen. Just lay low for a while, and it would be fine. On Kim Joo-hyuk's side, after dealing with that dimwit, the two teachers continued searching for relics. Byuiter thought harder and did not understand, so he asked, "Why did not you just kill that guy you just beat?" Too tired of the chatty student, he had to speak up to clarify. "If it were me in the past, I would have just taken care of that guy. But now I am just a high school student. That makes sense." Byuiter continued to stroke his chin, pondering. "By the way, there are a few things I am quite worried about. And I am talking about the aura that the spellcaster just emitted. It feels strangely familiar. If he could release more, I could confirm it. But I have encountered this before. Don't you feel anything?" "Teacher, so it is magic." Kim Joo-hyuk did not see anything special because he did not think it was demonic. So just ignore it. Returning to what Zisera revealed after having a few fingers broken, Kim Joo-hyuk looked at him and gently asked, "Who sent you to find me?" "Oh right. I did hit you in the jaw." Then he put his hand into the net and broke the latch. His teeth and lips were back in place. Now he could finally open his mouth. Zisera was still stubborn, but after seeing my fingers break one by one, he had to speak up. "My Rocio Vanchik is here. I am Zisera of the first race. I accept the commission as a mercenary." According to what he said, the Round Star is the first race to worship the Green Blade, and he also has a pact with a Round Star. Zisera confidently boasted that if he had another 30 seconds to gather his strength, the outcome of this match would have been different. Zisera was feeling dizzy and was about to let him off the hook if he showed remorse. But Kim Joo-hyuk thought better of it. "It is best to keep quiet tomorrow. he said, as he snapped his jaw back into place. Nitae-chung is a name he seemed to have heard before. So Kim Joo-hyuk immediately searched for it online. A slew of hot news appeared, most of which was not very good. Kim Joo-hyuk was pretty clever, so he did not need to look for notes anymore. He went straight to settle the score with that bastard Rocio. To teach this scoundrel a lesson, he came up with a bold idea. In this day and age, it is necessary to use high technology, not just brute strength. Fortunately, he had recorded all of Zisera's confessions, so now he just needed to find a place to publish it. The game is easy. You think you can handle me? Kim Joo-hyuk immediately called his Aunt Lilia for help. She thought he was calling to ask to be her assistant, and happily picked up the phone right away. That is not why I called. Do you know any reporters? Kim Joo-hyuk cut in, interrupting her thoughts. The next day, news about the Vanchik Amel family killing a student in Valhalla quickly became a hot search topic. The content had been embellished, but the focus was still deeply on the Vanchik family and Robsil. The local community had some drama to follow and could not stop discussing it. Looking at the result he had created, Kim Joo-hyuk smiled with satisfaction. This was the face of modern warfare. Even the elder praised him as someone from 300 years ago who adapted to modern culture remarkably quickly. When he first reincarnated, Kim Joo-hyuk faced many difficulties, but he focused on getting familiar with everything by browsing through forums and news, which is why he is so savvy now. After reading all the recently published articles, Kim Joo-hyuk sighed in frustration. But it is really a shame. I just wanted to target Robsil, but all the reporters went and published this, attacking the Vanchik family. What he did not expect was that because of this, the head of the family had to hold a press conference to apologize in front of the camera. She showed a sincere attitude but denied the wrongdoing and refused to take responsibility. She only expressed regret and promised to personally visit and apologize to the victim without any further explanations. Robsil watched the news with a face as green as a frog's bottom, just as his dad called to notify him that he had to return to England immediately at the family's order. The next day, for personal gain, Jisara sold herself out, admitting to being behind the incident instead of that bastard's name. He was transported like cargo on a prisoner ship across the Pacific to the prison tower. This place is a prison that can turn fake wishes into normal humanity by a level-less constellation created by itself. Jisara is happily thinking that all she needs to do is keep her mouth shut and let Robsil stay with the family. If they can do that, their sentence will be reduced to 5 years. If not, it will be a disaster. 5 years is not that long. Her train of thought was abruptly cut off by a voice from the side that sounded really angry. Definitely an ugly face. Jisara barely had time to glance up when the guy's head was abruptly taken off, leaving no chance for a final confession. At the Ventric mansion, Robsil Aiden's father and his son are bowing respectfully before the person in front of them. Robsil, what are you planning to do now? She asked. The father and son quickly bowed their heads in apology, but it was not enough to soothe the family's anger. If you kill someone and then apologize, this world would be in chaos. After hearing Robsil's pathetic explanation, the person in front became even angrier. A terrifying wave of mana erupted, causing them to feel an overwhelming fear. She stepped closer and leaned in towards Robsil's face, saying, "What should we do now?" Robsil Ventric, now he knows fear. Like a dog about to be taken to the operating table, he immediately knelt down. "I will do anything to restore our family's honor." Hearing this guy talk is becoming ridiculous. The only way to restore the family's honor is to eliminate him. Upon hearing eliminate, the old man Eden beside him intervened. Isn't this punishment a bit harsh? Family head, she turned sharply to ask if he wanted to be like the son. The old man fell silent, not daring to say a word. At this moment, she wanted to kill both the son and father right away, but doing so would be like confessing that he was behind everything. After thinking for a moment, the family head reluctantly spoke up to dismiss them. "For now, I will not expel you. Go back to Valhalla and keep a low profile. After me, Kim Joo-hyuk, I will reconsider. Now get out." Although he was spared, Roxville is not foolish enough not to realize that he would eventually be eliminated. It is just that the media is involved now, so she can't do anything yet. Before that, he needs to do something because right now, he has nothing at all. Roxville looked over at his father and said, "You have to help me too, Dad." The old man had always spoiled his precious son, so he already knew without asking, and could only advise him to be discreet about everything. Truly a good father-son duo. Rotten from the top down. Both of them. A few days later, at Valhalla Academy. Upon hearing that the head of the Van Chik's family would personally come to apologize, Kim Joo-hee felt genuinely annoyed and did not want to meet him at all. But in the end, under the persuasion of the homeroom teacher, and because they were the family contributing the most money to this academy, he reluctantly agreed. She walked in with a very aristocratic demeanor, but Kim Joo-hee did not pay her any mind. "Nice to meet you. I am the head of the Van Chik's clan. Adelia Van Chik." Kim Joo-hee only responded with a few polite words. "Well, nice to meet you." The two of them exchanged glances for a moment, and she was the first to speak. We issued an official statement right after the attack, but unfortunately, both the media and the public do not believe this information. So I want to tell you this. I also want to open up an opportunity for us to resolve this misunderstanding. Can you help us out? Oh my. What a load of crap. You talk like what you say is the truth. You really are a piece of work. Kim Joo-hai only replied with one word without thinking, as if it was the only thing on his mind. To convince him, Adelia listed many benefits of full support until graduation, even arranging a job after school, and painting a picture of becoming a top hunter in Korea. Just hearing about it makes my mouth water. But I am not easily swayed. Kim Joo-hae pointed straight at her and shot back. I do not need a reward or anything. I just want to see how you live with the shame that Roxville has left on the Venschik name. She was really angry now. No longer with her initial superior demeanor, replaced instead by a horrifying expression, spitting out those words. You scum. Who do you think you are talking to? I came to this stinky academy to make you feel comfortable and convenient, and yet you still dare to act arrogant. Should I just kill you right now? I wanted to be generous and give you a chance. And you just throw it away like that. You really talk a big game. It sounds fiery. But Kim Joo-hae is not so easy to deal with either. No points for you. You are number 2 while no one is number 1. To embellish your words, you want to pour money and time into me. But now you want to kill me. Well, even if you actually attacked me, you still can't kill me. Adelia was furious enough to flip the table, but she could only storm off, not forgetting to remind Kim Joo-hae to remember her face. After everything calmed down, the Bamboo Grove complained if the teacher really needed to make a big deal out of this. Even though I am a star, I do not want to get involved in this nonsense. Just when I was angry, Kim Joo-hae found someone to let off steam on. Who told you to talk back at the wrong time? Brother Lloyd just waited to be told and only made him speechless. Tired of this rich crowd, Kim Joo-hae decided to drag his weak body to the gym a bit early. However, being Prince Rama, wherever he goes, misfortune follows. Just arrived at the training ground and ran right into the Choi Jin brothers arguing there. Standing by, I overheard Choi Jin-jun looking down on Erin, forcing her not to attend the entrance exam, which made me really mad. So I had to speak up. Kim Joo-hae jumped in, pointing directly at his opponent to look tough. You are the jerk. Why do you want to stop someone who has put in so much sweat and effort into training from giving up? Suddenly, some idiot chimed in, and Choi Jin-gin calmly asked him who he was, wondering if he knew who his father was to talk like that. Kim Joo-hae did not care whose father he was. He hated him and just insulted him. If you want more, I will give it back right away. Why are you guys so eager to flaunt your pathetic power today? I do not care if you are some king or president or whatever. Don't mess with the academy grounds and demand anything from a student. If you are done talking, then get lost. After finishing, he turned to Choi Arin for approval. The girl had been like a ghost until now, but when called, she agreed wholeheartedly. Suddenly being called out, Choi Jin-jin did not want to back down anymore. So he left in a huff, of course. He left a few parting words for his little sister. You will understand the situation when the exam comes. Choi Arin, like someone who has just been thrown a lifeline. She turned back to thank Kim Joo-hae for his shabby yet diamond-like support, but Arin was crazier than he thought, emphasizing that if it were her, after the insult, she would not say get lost, but screw you. The words flew out of his mouth, and he jumped in to drag him into the training room, wasting too much time on that jerk already. A few days later, Kim Joo-hae packed his things and headed to a nearby mountain to start searching for treasure. The curious old man quietly asked, haven't you already found a lot of treasures and relics in your old records? He did not understand that human greed is bottomless. Of course, Kim Joo-hae had found some, but he still wanted to know what else was in the remaining records, and he thought there might be some miraculous thing hidden inside. If he found them, he could overcome the major weaknesses of this frail body. Meanwhile, at the Choi Jin family, numerous reporters and journalists were gathering. They were there because today was the day of the family selection exam. Inside, the clan leader, Choi Jun, asked his 2 children one last time to be sure. The selection exam was about to begin. As Nincha had announced earlier, if they passed the selection exam, they would be recognized as heirs to the family. If they failed, they would be expelled. Were they ready? The answer was yes, which made him quite satisfied. And he continued to explain the rules of the test. The purpose of this test is to find the pair of hidden knives on the mountain. Whoever finds the knives and brings them to me will be recognized as the winner of this test. It does not matter how, but killing is strictly prohibited. Now let us start the test. The signal was given, and Choi Arin immediately dashed into the forest to search. In contrast, her brother was quite relaxed. He had already laid out a plan. He just needed to wait until she found the knives, and then rush out to snatch them. Then everything would end beautifully, and the position of clan leader would be in his hands. Truly a glutton and lazy. Wanting to eat without working just means stealing. Saying and doing, he quickly got to work on his dirty plan, while the girl was sniffing around everywhere. exhausted and nearly out of breath, trying to find the knife's tracks. Her brother casually popped out to ask unnecessary questions, busy trying to find her using magical traces. Who taught you that? Joyerin was a good girl. She would answer anyone who asked her. And this time was no different. She replied with 2 words. Then drew her sword and prepared for a solo match. Earlier, her friend had taught her to relax her entire body and use her fingertips and toes to weakly release magic, then slowly spread that magic throughout her body until she could feel it even in every strand of her hair, gradually feeling the magic and sensing the magic radiating from those around her. With more practice, it became easier to notice the residual magic on the ground or in the air. It is truly ridiculous. Is there any difference from a dog? Like many of the things Kim Ju-hyuk taught, she was gradually getting closer to her goal. It is just that her damn brother was blocking her way. Hearing the name of the guy who betrayed her, Choi Jang-un sneered with disdain, walking over to the girl and mocking. Kim Ju? Oh. Is he the idiot who hung out with you before? That guy looks dumb but has talent. Betrayal is one thing, but this Kim Ju-hyuk is just asking for death. Choi Arin bit her lip and retorted. He is stronger than a guy like you. Why are you here? Choi Jang-un felt like he was scratching an itch as he drew his sword and lunged forward. You want to know why I am here? This is why. I thought you were still weak like a little kid. So he acted all tough, thinking he was the best. Just a few moments of bravado and reality hit him hard. Choi Jang-un took the hit and wondered. Wait. Not only is it resisting me, but it is also pushing me back. How the hell did it get so strong? Choi Arin kept attacking, swinging her sword without feeling tired. But Choi Jang-un was panting heavily and complained. Did you learn how to fight in school? I see you are hitting harder now. Choi Arin did not care. Those empty words did not bother her pure heart. She shot back at him. Just give up already and go home. Now he is really here, getting knocked around by a girl and then being told to give up. Who could stand that? Choi Jang-un was furious, took a leap, and charged straight at the girl. Choi Arin assessed the situation and, at that moment, spun her sword and slashed upward, making him lose his balance and fall to the ground. As his weapon fell, she twisted her sword back and jabbed it right into his stomach. Choi Jang-un ate the full combo and ended up peeing directly on the ground. She finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, initially confident she could land at least one hit, but did not expect it to be a fatal blow like this. With no time to waste, Choi Arin picked up her weapon and prepared to rush off to finish him off. You do not really think you have won here, do you? The question that came from behind made her freeze for a few seconds. When she turned around, the opponent was in a wild state, a layer of dark mana surrounding him. Is he a villain? Has he gone insane? Wow. Choi Arin looked at him and asked. Choi Jang-un stayed silent, gripping his sword and lunging at the vital spot to stab. Arin could not dodge in time and took a horizontal slash to her stomach. Turns out he joined a group called the Evil Society, the 3rd most dangerous gang in the world, which is why he has such power now. She hugged her wound, looking up at him with a curious gaze. Joining them is better. What about your life? A question so absurd it made the listener laugh. Choi Jang-un slung his sword over his shoulder and replied bluntly. Listen, I want ultimate power and authority. I want to escape from mundane desires and have it all. And then he went on a long rant about how hard life is as the firstborn of the Choi Jin family, needing to be a perfect example. The only reason he is still in the Jinsa society is because of his father's supervision and his desire for the clan leader position. And above all, the condition to join the evil society is the twin swords of the clan. If Choi Arin's older sister had not participated in the first selection contest 10 years ago, he would have had that artifact by now. It was just that he was 12 at the time and could not control his desires. So before searching for the twin swords, he killed her on the mountain. But still, he could not find the artifact and got seriously injured, failing that test. But now he is grown up, so he can't let the same mistake happen again. Choi Jang-un raised his sword with an excited expression. Sending my greetings to your sister. Arin could only sit there helplessly, waiting for death to come. Anyway, she is too weak to fight back now. But 30 is not the end. It is only over when you are in the ground. Just as he was about to lose his head, Kim Ju-hyu appeared like a deity, stopping the blade in an instant. He looked at him and exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? Who the hell aims a sword at their little sister?" At those words, the guy was also sent flying several meters. Turns out Kim Ju-hyu came here to find treasure, and it is right here, so I had to rush in to stop him. Otherwise, Arin could only go home twice a month. Suddenly interrupted, Choi Jang-un angrily rushed, yelling that this is my family's private matter, so get lost. He talked big, but when he swung, he missed. And then he immediately got hit with a combo attack from Kim Ju-hyu and collapsed right away. Just when he thought it was over, he was still doing well. Choi Jang-un stood up, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of dark energy from the sword. Now he had completely lost control, his mind only filled with death. Attacking the opponent, this damn guy, just some punk in Van Halla, thought he could defeat the leader of a crime gang. and he charged in with all his might. Screaming, Kim Joo-hee was not a pushover either. Even though he used a sword laced with magic to attack, he still managed to dodge. He even turned back to sell out the self-proclaimed crime leader, realizing he had no other choice. He pulled out a stone and just started sucking on it. So that is an artificial holy relic, containing the power from the star sphere that had made a pact. Choi Jiang-un just finished charging up, and a wave of magic that seemed to flaunt power enveloped the entire sky. The reporters and the head of the Koi family, Choi Jin, were thrown into a panic. Traditionally, they do not interfere in the selection test, but this case was too dangerous, so he had to come and take a look. The father was worried. While the son was the source of the trouble, Choi Jiang-un excitedly said, "That is a special effect. Part of the power I gained from binding with the star sphere. This will be your burial season." Following his words was a series of announcements about the appearance of the star sphere. The line of destruction recognized its significance and descended. The line of destruction glowed as if it had not been this joyful in a long time. The line of destruction blah blah. The martial artist frowned, and the line activated the gluttonous eye skill. But facing Kim Joo-hee, it felt a bit intense, retracting the eye immediately, then activating it again as if it had gone haywire. The more Kim Joo-hee looked, the more panicked he became, to the point of rejecting the call of the celestial being and canceling the contract before turning around and leaving quickly. If he does not hurry, even the star will be left in the dust. Kim Joo-hee saw the guy looking confused and gave him a surprise attack with his sword at the residence of the president of the Long Vijing cult. He was hit by that dragon in a showdown for causing major trouble for himself, suddenly being insulted without knowing why. He could only bow his head, grit his teeth, and endure, then vow to find out what made Trinsaw so scared. After finding his goods, Kim Joo-hee quickly returned to his dorm room, holding the divine weapon in his hand. He was filled with joy, hugging it and taking deep breaths. This is a technique containing breath training that can significantly increase a person's magical power. Dad curiously asked if it was different from the technique that the teacher used in his previous life. Kim Joo-hee excitedly said that the breathing technique he had used before was just a worthless version. When he was weak, he just bought a random one at the market, mastered it, and used it until the end. Nothing impressive. Dad felt a bit scared upon hearing that. He just casually bought it and still ranked at the top of the server. And if he encountered something good, he would probably wipe everyone out. Moreover, before finding the divine weapon, Kim Joo-hee could not change his breathing technique anymore since the old technique was ingrained in his blood. When fighting with Dad, he had been defeated, but now it is different. He will start fresh in this life with a new cultivation method. Kim Joo-hee smiled slyly, stroking the book mysteriously. Having already thought of a new plan, I will stop training for a while, because I need to learn the divine weapon first. What do you think? Just when he was happy, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Dad. He curiously asked if the previous ending on the mountain had a happy conclusion. Jimsi, overflowing with confidence, said he heard someone and left, also reminding Arin carefully not to reveal him, so there should not be any problems. Only the Choi Jin family was in trouble, since the press had come to conduct a selective member screening for the family. The incident was quickly reported in the news. The Choi Jin family did something embarrassing, so it is no surprise that they colluded with the worst criminal gang in the world, the cult, as the journalists wrote. However, it was not just that. Besides Choi Jiang-un being handed over to the police, the association also sent them a letter as a warning, but in exchange for the misfortune, there was also some good luck. Arin's injuries were not severe, and she was taken for treatment. A few articles mentioned her as a heroine for defeating a cult member. The situation was quite complicated, but it seemed the press was supporting this. A subordinate, seeing the clan leader still a bit worried, spoke up. Is not it more reassuring to love someone? This selection test ended in chaos, but the next clan leader has been determined, and these articles will help solidify her position as the heir. Bo felt it was reasonable, but still had some doubts about how Arin managed to defeat Jang-un by herself. A few days later, Arin seemed to be recovering from the recent accident, but she could not continue training with Kim Joo-hee due to her current health. Besides, he has been busy with his own issues lately, so he does not have time for anything else. While recalling the key points, the bowl of blood started to remember a little bit of the clues about the dark energy used by that rock deal guy and Jang-un. The only thing is, he still feels something is blocking him, and he needs to find a way to satisfy the second condition to remove this mental barrier. The second condition of the Great Forest Vision is something that Kim Joo-hee can hardly touch, because that is something he can only access during the final exam, bored at the beginning of the semester. Thinking about going to find the Great Forest Vision, he was called to the office by the teacher for a chat. Well, specifically, there is a competition organized by the school next month, so they are considering participants and decided to choose those with the highest scores from this midterm exam. Of course, Kim Joo-hook could not escape the fate of being sent to participate. Without giving the teacher a chance to ask, Kim Joo-hook immediately replied, "I refuse." Kim Lee-hoon felt awkward. But he did not say anything. He just looked at him and replied, "I have not even mentioned the important part yet," with a lot on his plate. Having to sit here listening to the teacher ramble on, Kim Joo-hook urged him to get to the point quickly. The 3 largest hunter training academies in the world, Valhalla from South Korea, Balian from China, and Hokkiet from the USA, will each select a few first-year students as representatives to compete against each other. The competition will include one-on-one duels, escaping from a maze, and many other tests. Listening to all this, Kim Joo-hook was bored and yawned, waiting for the interesting part that never seemed to come. Just as he was about to refuse again, the teacher put on a mysterious air and said, "But are not you in desperate need of getting to the Great Forest Vision soon?" That question immediately changed Kim Joo-hook's attitude. He was curious and waited for the teacher to continue. That place would host the final exam, and the competition would be held there as well. Basically, it would not be any different from the final exam. And of course, anyone who passes that test will be exempt from the final exam. It sounds appealing, does not it? Isn't it better to say it up front to save time? With this condition, Kim Joo-hook naturally agreed to participate right away. At the same time in the yuk, the head of the Ventrixodilia family was interrogating the servants about the plans they were carrying out and the whereabouts of the Rockin family. Family matters are one thing, but the servant was eavesdropping on the outside world and reported back with some shocking news. They say they are building a building out of paper bills in the market. Quoting what the previous person said verbatim, "That is just a way to say it, dear." And according to him, Beckett is directly responsible for this matter. Although he is said to be responsible, Beckett did not even know what his constellation was planning to do. He only heard the constellation say that this was a gift, a present for someone, and his constellation also demanded that Beckett quickly find the whereabouts of the person who sold it as soon as possible. The next day, while Kim Lee-hoon was diligently working as head coach Lee Sang-cheon, he approached to ask him if the members for the upcoming inter-school competition had been selected. Kim Lee-hoon nodded and said okay, then handed him the list of those who promised to participate. Lee Sang-cheon was startled to see Kim Joo-hook's name on the list. He could not believe that that troublemaker kid had agreed. He noticed that the man seemed curious. Kim Lee-hoon explained that initially he did not want to participate, but when he learned it would take place under the vision of the Great Yang-dae Mountain, he suddenly changed his mind, flipping faster than a pancake. Lee Sang-cheon said nothing, but he knew in his heart that he had come for some mysterious purpose. As the head coach, he had requested the teacher to arrange a schedule, so he could meet with those young people to give them some advice. All 5 participants were present. Juice, Koi Arin, Jeonjun, and Kim Joo-hook. With all the contestants present, the teacher went straight to the main issue. Specifically, there are a total of 3 events that need to be completed. The first is a one-on-one match between the contestants, similar to the entrance exam. The second part is team fighting, where the 5 members of the academy form a team and face off against other contestants. But notably, all 3 teams will fight at the same time. And the final part involves the vision of the Great Day Mountain Forest. Hearing what he needed, Kim Joo-hook immediately silenced himself to listen closely. Not wanting to miss a word, Lee Sang-cheon briefly described the terrain of that forest. The vision of the Great Day Mountain Forest is a maze. Just as the name suggests, it is a forest full of trees. Unlike a normal forest, the entrance is heavily guarded and designed so that not even a fly can get through. The only way in is through the main gate, and the specific tasks for each person will be assigned on that day. Since time is running short, the teacher continued to explain the specific details and format of the team battle. Once that was done, they would move on to the training process. At this point, Kim Joo-hook suddenly raised his hand to speak up, asking if he could practice alone. The teacher surprisingly agreed right away and even asked if anyone else wanted to join. Arin once said she would do as Kim Joo-hook suggested, so she also wanted to practice in peace, and even participating in the competition was because he joined, which is why she agreed to be on the team. Once the work was done, everyone quickly left. Suddenly, Arin turned to ask Kim Joo-hook, "Should I join the training?" Kim Joo-hook was quite surprised but understood her current condition, so he offered some advice. In her heart, Arin had a rather strange intention. She wanted to become stronger with him and help him achieve what he wanted, just like he had helped her a month later. On the first day of the inter-school competition, the Valhalla students all came to cheer and were very excited. Among them was Rockdin Venchik, who also came to watch the great show. Previously, he had used his father's money to hire a group of assassins, tasked with eliminating Kim Joo-hook. They were the Samson group of Insinja, an experienced assassination team, consisting of 3 members who had never failed together. But that was in the past. Now facing Kim Joo-hook, it would be a stroke of luck. They had devised a plan to eliminate him on the 3rd day of the competition in the Great Primeval Forest by sneaking in behind another contestant. They had heard that during that part of the competition, there would only be surveillance cameras, and no judges would enter the forest. To start the competition, the chairman of the Valhalla Council, Simdun, made a few remarks and introduced each representative from the respective schools. Looking at the kids below, head coach Lee Sang-cheon felt a bit confused, as he was lost in thought. He was suddenly interrupted by veteran fighter and coach Jack Rover. Upon seeing his team, the teacher estimated they would be third place. Just like last year, Jack Rover confidently said that this year would definitely be different, because this time, the son of the head of the only contract fighter was also present, Logan Zay, and he had signed a contract with the destroyer of everything. Although not as skilled as his father, he could defeat a fully grown contract fighter in no time. After hearing this, Lee Sang-cheon only nodded, then sternly told his friend that he would soon understand that reaction after watching this match. The first match was between Kim Joo-hyuk from Valhalla and Logan from Heroes. The rules were explained. Basically, whoever defeats their opponent first will win, even hitting weak points with weapons. The arena's system would automatically minimize damage. Instead, it would send electric shocks that cause pain to the target. So just keep attacking like a chicken, and there would be no interference. Kim Joo, who always slept during class, was quite puzzled as to why they needed a protective system here. The teacher explained to him that it was necessary to have fighting skills throughout the first and second days, so he could participate on the third day as well. The match began, and Kim Joo-hyuk rushed to attack first, but his punch was blocked. The opponent looked at him with one eye half closed and asked casually, "You think you are really strong?" Kim Joo-hyuk politely replied a little but quickly changed his expression and said challengingly, "But how long do you think you can take my hits?" Saying that, he spun his fist around and delivered a blow to the opponent's stomach. The opponent doubled over, clutching his stomach, and then used the destroyer technique to counterattack. Kim Joo-hyuk lost a few strands of hair and quickly dodged to the side, then kicked straight into the guy's body mercilessly. "What are you doing?" he said. Logan was clutching his stomach trying to get up. Joo just hit him twice, but he felt like he was about to pass out. He still had an ace up his sleeve. You could see Logan crouching down, using his strength to smash the fighting arena before lightly kicking, sending everything flying. Turns out he planned to use them as a wall for cover to attack from the shadows. But Kim Joo-hyuk had hawk-like eyes. There is nothing he could not see. It did not take long for him to spot him in the rubble and deliver a fatal blow right to Logan's face. The round ended in shock for Jack Rover, who exclaimed that the kid was indeed a monster. The match continued. Kim Joo-hyuk kept dominating, winning time after time without losing a single hair. Finally, in the finals, surprisingly, he was up against Choi Arin. The winner would receive a scholarship, and since she had money, she planned to withdraw. "I do not care who wins, but do not back out. Everyone is gathered here. We need to show our fighting skills." Kim Joo-hyuk spoke up to make Choi Arin reconsider, and of course, what the teacher said must be obeyed. Kim Joo-hyuk stretched and promised to go easy, making sure not to hurt her, but going easy was strange. The match ended with Choi Arin kissing the ground. Not a single hit missed, to the point that the referee had to complain he was too ruthless. Kim Joo-hyuk argued that he had gone easy. He did not hit her stomach. It was just an accident. It is because her sword suddenly jabbed into his stomach. That is why he struck back. And this is the result. Looking at her lying there, he felt he had gotten much stronger. And this girl was no slouch either. Still had to wait another day to reach the perspective of the great forest master. Kim Joo-hyuk was a bit anxious, so he went to find the instructor to ask. He approached and spoke. "Excuse me, about tomorrow's match. If I finish early, can I move on to the next round?" The teacher was also unsure, so he took out the regulations to check. It stated some exceptions, but basically, if the task is completed before the afternoon or earlier, the student can take the next task based on the teacher's decision. Hearing this, his eyes lit up like car headlights as he continued. "It says it depends on your decision. Teacher, what do you think? Can I move on to the next task?" The head coach was at his wit's end with this kid, so he had to confirm again. As long as he finishes early and goes to the teacher's room, he can start the new task in the afternoon. But for now, good night, and do not linger around here anymore. The next day, inside the Asan Sanctuary in Valhalla, the president announced the second task of the competition to the school. This will be a team match. Male representatives from each school will face off in this mountainous area. Since it is organized in the Gauge terrain, the audience will be able to watch live through the 3D screen. There are only a few minutes left until the competition starts. Yet Kim Joo-hyuk still has not shown up, making the whole team quite worried. Juso Ji-yeon complained that he did not even know where he was dying as soon as she saw the opponent's figure appear in the distance. She raised her chin and shouted, "Do you know what time it is? You were supposed to arrive 30 minutes early. Didn't you listen to the teacher's advice? Sometimes I just want to punch that little mouth. But because of Kim Joo-hyuk, I have to spell it out slowly." Then the older girl apologized and said she would take care of everything. Juso Ji-yeon immediately objected, saying this is a team game, not an individual competition. After that, She even started lecturing him about life. However, knowing this little one is hot-headed, Kim Joo-wook did not bother anymore and turned to ask the others if they had any opinions. Choi Arin suddenly raised her hand, wanting to follow along, thinking she was opposing, which almost made Ju So-ji-yeon relieved. And so, the result was Ju So-ji-yeon getting frustrated, just standing there screaming in anger while Kim Joo-hyuk went solo. Before the competition began, he turned back to tell her to tone it down. It was really annoying, and he still had to prepare for the afternoon match. The announcement to start was immediately broadcasted, and in no time, Kim Joo-hyuk found the White Lotus team and gave them a few loving hits. In just a few minutes, he had them out early so they could rest. The news that White Lotus was eliminated was quickly sent to all players. Logan finished reading and was sweating bullets. It had only been 10 minutes. While he was lost in thought, a team member reported that they sensed magic nearby, bringing him back to reality. More importantly, it was not a group but just one person. Logan reacted quickly, immediately directing everyone to take defensive positions. The two leaders raised a magical shield. The wizard prepared enhancement spells. The other reinforced the shield, while he stood ready to attack. Everything was prepared meticulously as if they were about to face a super powerful army. One team member, confused, spoke up and asked, "But it is just one person. Do we really need to do all this?" Those who had fought against Kim Joo-hyuk quickly responded to explain to her that his strength is not just that of an ordinary high school student. While they were still waiting, the group member announced that the magic was slowly fading. Thinking they had left, Logan let out a sigh of relief. They just did not know that Kim Joo-hyuk had been watching from the tree all this time. When they let their guard down, he suddenly leaped down and landed a strike right in the face of the opposing team captain. While the others still had not caught on, "You made them eat dirt instead of food." Lying flat on the ground without even landing a blow. Truly, equality between men and women, each taking a hit is endgame. Looking at the fake announcement of being eliminated, Kim Joo-hyuk exclaimed excitedly, "Now I can switch to the task in the forest." Right, in the surveillance room of Valhalla, the teachers still could not accept the fact that the match ended in just 23 minutes. With only Kim Joo-hyuk handling everything, one of them could not hold back and spoke up. Actually, he spent 20 minutes just getting around. The battle only lasted 3 minutes. A national-level competition. And letting Kim Joo-hyuk mess it up like this is just ridiculous. The academy president fidgets, looking worried. Today's schedule is all messed up. We are in trouble now. The head coach then brought out the rules and talked about starting the next match on the same day, if there is enough time, with no other choice. The president and the other teachers had to agree to this plan. In the waiting room, the Valhalla Academy team sat in silence, waiting without speaking a word to each other. Ju So-jun had been staring at Kim Joo-hyuk the whole time, with a look full of resentment, just when she was about to step forward because the coach appointed her as team captain. Unexpectedly, she was completely overshadowed by him. Plus, she had lost to Choi Arin in yesterday's match, making her even angrier. Ju So-jun had heard that Kim Joo-hyuk taught Choi Arin, so she was planning to humble herself a bit to ask him for help. Just then, the announcement for the next mission being scheduled a day earlier was sent to all students. Before everyone got ready to go, Kim Joo-hyuk said a few words to them. "I will go to the forest alone. You all have to survive on your own. But if you run into trouble, you can call me." After saying that, Ju So-jun was still staring, so Kim Joo-hyuk had to speak up. "Do you want to say something?" "Little bird," suddenly being called little bird. She snapped at him. Yem. All teams participating were gathered in front of the labyrinth gate, similar to previous missions. The audience could follow along on the screen. The game content and evaluation factors of the forest mission is a labyrinth resembling a forest with massive trees. Within this labyrinth, there is a special environment with 1.02. In it, the rain never stops, and the monsters are relatively low level, posing little danger. The rain and dense bushes are the most threatening factors. The game's content is to test each person's survival skills. After 5 hours, the better your health condition, the more points you will earn. Especially, the president emphasized that any form of fighting between teams is strictly prohibited. "Now let us get started," the teacher shouted. At the same time, in an abandoned warehouse of Valhalla, 3 members of the assassination group had gathered and were preparing to enter the forest. The match had just started for a few minutes when suddenly, all the surveillance cameras in the maze malfunctioned, and communication with the main gate was cut off. Coach Tiger realized this was a serious issue that endangered the lives of all the students in the maze, so he suggested that others go in to rescue. However, as soon as they arrived, they were met with a horrifying sight. The guards were dead. The entrance was destroyed. Debris scattered everywhere, and it took about an hour to open a way inside. Logan did not even have time to react before it stabbed him in the stomach. He was stunned and confused, wondering when he ended up behind him, and smirked. "You still do not get it? Look in front of you. What the heck? How can there be 2 of them?" Logan staggered, his face pale, and stood in front. grinning maliciously, and stabbed him again in the back. This is called a clone. Logan had no chance to turn the tables. Lisa asked him if Logan was finished off, but instead he intentionally stabbed him slowly for fun. Just then, the red-haired girl appeared out of nowhere. The tattooed guys saw another witness and decided to take care of it quickly and told Lisa to just use her hiding skills to be safe. Lisa said just finish it quickly, as long as he goes, and laughed maniacally, saying he knew. Then charged straight at the red-haired girl. At the same time, Kim Joo-hook flew like a bird through the forest to find the Valhalla sanctuary at Meggy Arona's house. Under the condition that there must be a village sword. Is the so-called Meggy Arona's house the one right at the entrance? But all there are trees. Not a weak house in sight. Suddenly, he spotted a blonde girl standing there dazed and panicking on the road, of course, and would not stop just because of a shout. 3 students from the Brave team had fallen, and the Samsung assassins were really struggling. Lisa was exhausted dealing with a person only for another one to pop up, and even was losing his fun. Turning annoyed, suddenly, he saw someone. Their target this time. Kim Joo. The target came to them on his own. It seems that when I stabbed, and they were done for, he heard it and came here. Because of this interesting situation, I did not pull out. And Joo-hook had noticed the word target in their conversation. Looking at the people who had been stabbed on the ground, Joo-hook told the blonde girl, I will take care of those guys. So you stop the bleeding for the injured first. They are still alive. Just by looking, it is clear that the guy did not stab in a lethal spot for the victim to exit immediately, or he purposely let them bleed out. Truly a twisted preference. I am in a really bad mood. So answer my question. Did you guys sneak in here? Then I will end this quietly. I can't believe what I just heard from the mouth of a student like you. And Hannah's probably unaware of the situation he is in, which is why he talks to me like that. Right now, Joo-hook is isolated in this Mekong. We have destroyed the only entrance and exit of this Mekong. Even surveillance planes can get in. So will the instructors notice? Let us. Joo-hook can't just get in here right away, because the entrance has completely collapsed. So if they want to clear that pile of rubble, it will probably take about an hour. You seem very confident in the plan they have made, but for Joo-hook, that hour is the maximum time to get soaked in the vast forest and find a way out. I do not understand what Joo-hook is babbling about, but he is ready to send you to hell. It is that splitting technique again. But this time his blade is stuck in the ground instead of a person like before. I do not know where Joo-hook has teleported to. You guys are really done for. With that, Joo-hook's sword has gone straight into your nose. He got a nosebleed and was thrown back like a rag doll. Lisa just stared in disbelief, while the 2 girls were still spraying glue. I jumped behind them and hit each one in the head. So now all 3 members of the Samson group have been taken down by Joo-hook's needles and are lying on the ground like this. A blonde. Hurry and use your magic to stop the bleeding for those who fainted. If you can handle it alone, run west. There are students over there. The blonde is doing her best. Just then, I woke up and panicked when I saw my 2 teammates lying flat next to me. Kim Joo-hook immediately lunged to cover his weak teammate. I immediately raised my hands. Before I let you have it, answer me. You called me the target. So who hired you? Even though I am despicable, I follow strict rules as an assassin. There is no way I will reveal my client's identity. This is the first time Kim Joo-hook has encountered a tough nut like this, so he is a bit uneasy. It is also the first time I have met someone this difficult, so I am a bit surprised. But this time he will fight with real strength. But can this splitting technique not ambush Joo-hook? I am surprised because the clone's attack does not have a shadow. So I do not understand how this kid avoided it. Why do you keep attacking from behind? Is that an easy way to do it? Why not just do it straightforwardly? And why do you have to hit right on someone's nose like that? Old man. You want to leave him with no way to fix his nose or what? Kim Joo-hook stubbornly asked him who the agent was. He also stubbornly said nothing for the honor of an assassin. Really? Then I will beat you up as much as I want, Chan said. This guy is the real bad one. When the head coach arrived to bring people in, the students had gathered to tend to each other's injuries. The scene surprised the teachers. Teacher Giek was the first to react, anxiously running to the students to check on them. The transfer was not a big issue. Giek Rover was literally moved to tears. Teacher Lai looked around, and then turned to ask the students what had happened. Logan then recounted how they were ambushed by a group of 3 people, consisting of 1 guy and 2 girls. Lai guessed it was the Samsung gang and hurriedly asked where they were now. Logan pointed to a tree nearby. Over there. Lisa and Ann are unconscious. Kim Joo-hook has taken care of everything. Lai was stunned, thinking that kid had reached this level already. The area around the Samsung gang was in ruins, proving they took quite a beating. While I was unconscious, I dreamed of Kim Joo-hook fighting. It was truly amazing. Logan did not hide his admiration at all. He completely overwhelmed those villains, and I did not even get a chance to touch them. That kid, when fighting us, had not even unleashed half of his power. Logan said somewhat bitterly. I used to think I was strong for a high school student, but it seems I have been too arrogant lately. Teacher Giek saw him like that and encouraged him to be upbeat, because Kim Joo-hook was just an outlier. But Logan mentioned it was a group of 3. So where did the other one go? The blonde girl said that Kim Joo-hook had taken them away. Just as she finished talking, The girl with glasses was tossed back to the ground like a sack of rice. She revealed who was behind it all and what their goal was. Joo-hook stood with his hands in his pockets, updating everyone on the situation. Lee Sang-cheo asked if he was okay. That was a redundant question. Someone like Joo-hook would not have any issues. Lee Sang-cheo sighed in relief and said they could discuss the details back at the academy. The teachers helped the injured students to the hospital, while the Van Halla students were to find the student council and inform them that the inter-school competition had ended after being drenched in the rain. Finally able to take a shower, Kim Joo-hook could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Today was really tough. So he did not hesitate to jump straight into bed. Was it because he used magic to attack when catching the villains? I could not help but ask. Joo-hook had increased his magic power, which is why he used it to attack. Moreover, after rolling around all day, the results were not bad. That was the Van Halla emblem, the home of Megi Arona, which was the jewel in Megi Arona's house. It was the spoils he stuffed into his pocket like some monkey business. Whatever it is, getting this was worth the time. No jokes. And thankfully it is done. Back when we were still in that forest, it took a while for the nearsighted girl to wake up before she could even open her eyes. Kim Joo-hook called her to get up. What abilities do you have? He asked a question, and she looked confused, as if she had just heard an alien language instead of something human. Yet Joo-hook was still talking. I do not know where you belong, but when it comes to goals or whatever, you must be part of a group of assassins. Normally, there would be one fighter, one support in the back. Right. Isn't that how it is arranged? Always wearing glasses and acting so stiff in a group of 3. You are the one in the back who seems to be the support, not someone with direct assassination skills. What is your ability? With her glasses on, she told him to get lost. And she was not about to talk. She was about to walk away when Joo-hook charged right at her. She was extremely surprised that he blocked her escape like that. I can tell. Your ability is to create a small space and move into a larger one. Right. Kim Joo-hook immediately grabbed her. Perfect timing. Use that ability to help me a bit. I want to find something. If it goes smoothly, there won't be any issues. As he said this, he wore a not-so-kind smile, and everyone knows what the result is. I should thank that space-moving ability. Joo-hook would not let that girl in glasses get away safely. Just as he said, Joo-hook did this because she knew better than to reveal which organization her team belonged to or who the client was. Even so, Kim Joo-hook knew those 3 assassins were part of the Samsung group under the villain Yusunja, and the client was none other than Robin. He originally planned to leak the ambush information to the press like last time, but thought about the hassle of bursting into Vanchik's house with his eyes closed again, and wondered how many stitches he would need afterward. Anyway, he had gotten what he needed. So the next thing to do was face the lost memories through a deep sleep. Not just Joo-hook, but Joo also looked forward to recovering those memories. The notification window on his side popped up too. If that is the case, just turn off the lights and go to sleep. What else are you waiting for? Before sleeping, Joo-hook still believed that he had no memories missing at all. But whatever. Let us see what I can find in my dreams. In the dream, he returned to the time he was in the Tower of Destruction. After Kim Hyeko said his final goodbye to the world, the rock that was about to crush him suddenly stopped. To be more precise, the entire space was frozen. A shadow, round after round, with an eye that could not see the human, said it would remember his name, and the names of those in the world he protected, then said goodbye and vanished. At this point, Joo-hook also woke from the dream, but still could not believe that what he saw in the dream actually happened. Wait. You do not have any memory coming back at all. To ask that guy and see how things are on his side. Nothing at all. Bro. Seems like I was once a tiger. What the hell is that? Man. Of course. The bullweight is not a tiger like Joo-hook thinks. Anyway, he was a demonic beast before, so there is no way he could be selling like this, and he does not see anything special in his memory, so the bullweight can't see the strange things that Joo-hook sees. Right. But whatever. He was the one who chopped me into this mess anyway. You do not remember anything about that name. Do you know anything that goes with that name? About this? The bullweight is not too sure. But this trip feels like a joke. Just some small memories that do not bring any benefits, and the description that goes with the name of that guy is also quite vague. Just then, a notification window popped up again. This time, it led to the office at the Royal Palace of Valhalla, the secret room of Ali Frigioni. Find the truth about the secret room of Ali Frigioni in the Royal Palace of Valhalla. Joo-hook immediately thought to ask Lily about this palace. The training room in Valhalla always has 3 regular members before class. Kim-ju, Koi-arin, and Yusuke. Today, Jusozan is also here. Seeing Yusuke, she was startled and asked why he was here. Don't you see I am lifting weights? Why are you asking me? Girl. Si-hook also wondered why she was here. Sozian stuttered. It is just that, I guess you are like me. Even though it is a strong blow to my self-esteem, but I want to be guided by Kim Joo-hook. I am different from you. I still come here to train. And Kim Joo-hook has nothing to do with it. You know, Yusuke even knows the reason Sojin wants Joo-hook to teach her is probably because she lost to Arin. Sojin lowered her head and admitted that was the case, remembering the duel at the last inter-school competition. Ju Sojin kept attacking but could not knock Choi Arin down. In fact, that girl even coldly cut Ju Sojin's dual sword energy with one strike. Provoked by her pride, Ju Sojin unleashed 3 blasts of sword energy at once. But Choi Arin effortlessly dodged and struck Ju Xian right in the face. In that match, Choi Arin was the victor. He has gotten much stronger since the opening ceremony. Ju Xian openly admitted it, but also thought it was thanks to Ju Hyuk. Even though I have been diligently improving my magical strength and swordsmanship, I have never had anyone guide me in sword skills or weight training, except for my family. To increase your stamina like that, is not it because Choi Arin is stronger than me for that reason? I thought for a moment and concluded that Ju Sojin should ask him Ju Hyuk, because asking him would not make any sense. Ju Sojin did not want another pointless conversation like last time, so she was determined to get through the embarrassment and talk to him anyway. Ju Sojin approached to call him, and Kim Ju-hyuk, wiping sweat off his face, responded with an unfriendly attitude. What do you want, you rude person? Ju Sojin did not expect this guy to call her rude, but she held back and, with her eyes tightly shut, continued to ask if he was the one training Arin, determined to push through. I also want you to teach me like Choi Arin. At that moment, Instructor Lee Sang-cheo also came over to ask Kim Ju-hyuk if he was free. Kim Ju-hyuk directly ignored Ju Sojin to answer the coach, saying he still had a few more exercises and asked what was up. Lee Sang-cheo told him to finish up quickly and come see him after showering, as someone really wanted to meet him. That person said desperately that if he could not meet him now, there would not be any other chance. Kim Ju-hyuk also found it strange and agreed with Coach Lee. Ju Sojin stood by, confused, as she kept getting sidelined like this. It was really frustrating and made her want to cry. Hey, you rude one. What is going on? If you want me to train you too, just ask Choi Arin about the exercises I gave her and follow those. If you do well, I might sympathize with you and consider teaching you something. Who is ignoring you that you feel like crying? Choi Arin, hearing what Kim Ju-hyuk said, felt compelled to share, but also learned to call Ju Sojin rude like he did, which made her furious. Meanwhile, Kim Ju-hyuk followed the instructor to meet that person. Out of curiosity, he asked Coach Lee who that person was that wanted to see him so badly. The coach told him to think carefully, as there was only one person waiting at the dojo, and that person was none other than Rock Dean. He looked more haggard and exhausted than a few days ago. Rock Dean was stammering for help, kneeling at Kim Ju-hyuk's feet, yelling, "Help me. Please. Please save me." Rock Dean was still pleading desperately. Kim Ju-hyuk pointed at him and turned to Coach Lee, asking what was wrong with him. Lee Sang-cheo thought he already knew but explained that he had discovered Rock Dean had made a deal with that assassin group, including the latest suspicions about the level 1 killer team. He was the mastermind behind both murders. Moreover, the media had uncovered this, and now they had all the information about Rock Dean and the ringleader of the attack in Valhalla. Kim Ju-hyuk was indeed pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, not joking around, because he himself leaked this information to the media. But this guy has the protection of the Ventric family. How can the head of the family let him go? Why does he still want you to help? Kim Ju-hyuk wondered. Lee Sang-cheo mentioned that the Ventric family had officially announced a severance with Rock Dean, and not just him, even his father, who is involved, won't escape the fate of being shunned. This time, his family has not made any new moves at all, so since there is no more protection from the family, he is about to be thrown in jail. That is why you want me to help. Rock Dean yelled for a chance. This situation blew up because of your testimony, right? Are you asking or ordering people around with that funny tone? Kim Ju-hyuk found it unbearable and firmly refused. Rock Dean clung to him like a leech, crying and apologizing, claiming he would never show up in front of Ju-hyuk again. But he does not need that. Rock Dean is offering money in exchange. At this point, Teacher Lee is starting to get annoyed, but has to bite his tongue and stay quiet. And Ju-hyuk does not lack money anyway. Rock Dean went crazy, looking at Yuria and roughly pulling her over. What about this woman? I will hand her over to you. She is the royal family's mistress. Having this woman will definitely elevate your status. Rock Dean is eager to offer her at a reasonable price to recover his already non-existent reputation. You are giving her to me. Is she just an item? Kim Ju-hyuk is about to lose it. While Rock Dean is not someone who knows how to read the room, he has completely lost it over trying to save his own blunder. He insists that Yuria is his possession, even showing proof with a glowing spell to show Ju-hyuk he is telling the truth. I can perform the transfer spell if you want her. Teacher Lei frowned. That is a binding spell, with a seal created by magic. It is a taming spell that prevents the target from disobeying their master. It is a spell that an ordinary contract user can break, and yet, this idiot is applying it to a person. There have been people just like you before. Those who live too lavishly use binding spells on innocent people. Ju-hyuk reached out towards Yuria, releasing a surge of energy to snatch that spell without hesitation. And just like that, the binding spell was broken. Excuse me, coach. Can I punch this guy? Just one. Ju-hyuk asked with a serious face. You think a coach of Valhalla like me would let my students fight each other? Teacher Lei smiled a little, but he had been annoyed with this guy for a while, so he continued. But if that person was a criminal, That is another story. Moreover, Valhalla did not really care about the Vanchik family members. So just go ahead. I can handle it. Rockdean was completely stunned. He never thought he would see this day. But he could not escape the hand that just reached his shoulder from Ju Hike. Shut your mouth and do not use your teeth. Jua kindly reminded him that. But he still punched this jerk right in the face without hesitation. Rockdean collapsed on the spot. Outside, the guy thought he was going to kill that dude for sure. After all, it was not the first time Ju Huk got this angry since reincarnating. If it were 300 years ago, Juek would not have hesitated to take action. He once had a disciple sold into slavery because of that restriction spell. Remembering that made him furious. Moreover, Juhook had also gone through something like that before. The guy suddenly realized. Could it be that his teacher was once a slave? Wait. That girl Yuria was chasing after Yuryuk wanting to knock him out. At that moment, I was surprised. So I could not properly thank him. Thank you so much. Juhook said she did not need to thank him. From now on, she did not have to worry about anything and just needed to live freely. Yuria was so moved she started to cry. The next day, after class at a cafe in Valhalla, Lily blurted out 2 words that left Juhook confused. Also, the Royal Halla is located in China. Why not just say that from the start instead of being vague like this? To be more specific, it is a maze owned by the White Lotus Society of China, which is one of the societies that came to Valhalla to participate in the inter-school competition. The problem is recently, unlike before, they have strictly prohibited entry into others' mazes. But Juhook could not understand why someone would own a maze. In the past, even dogs and cows could enter mazes without any issues, and for Juhook, if he wanted, he could easily destroy it. But it was a bit inconvenient since it belonged to the academy. Is there any way to get in there? This is tricky. Although the White Lotus Society will open the door for students there, it is uncertain for outsiders. Moreover, if you want to get in, you need to hurry because time is quite tight. Speaking of which, the teacher suddenly covered her mouth as if she had let something slip. And indeed, that was the case. Since normally she would be exchanging information with this kid, it was crucial to keep herself from slipping up. By the way, are you just planning to sit and listen? Give me the information. Lily, with a fierce look, criticized the guy sitting across from her for eavesdropping. Juhugu did not understand what she said. So Lily raised 3 fingers and demanded 3 pieces of information from him before letting him go. Thanks for the coffee. I am leaving now. Kim Juhu stood up immediately, and Lily hurriedly tried to trip him. I am just telling you this, so listen and decide. Kim Juhu sat back at the table, and Lily, with a reluctant expression, whispered to him, covering her mouth. This is a secret. The Ahala Royal Palace has been chosen as one of the venues for the World Tournament in the 2nd semester. Kim Ju-higu did not think what she said was a secret since it seemed all the coaches knew about it anyway. Lily insisted that even the coaches did not have this information. She has her own sources for this World Tournament, similar to the inter-school competition. If the competition in Korea is only for Korean, Chinese, and American students, then the World Tournament is like an Olympics where academies from all over the world gather and compete. In other words, it is an expanded and more unpredictable version of an inter-school competition. The event will take place in the 2nd semester, so there is still plenty of time. Is there any way to get in there sooner? Kim Juagu wanted to speed up the task, which made Lily quite confused since she had no connection to the White Lotus Society at all. After thinking for a moment, she said it was hard to guarantee, but it might be feasible. But I need you to help me with something. Kim Juhigu's face scrunched up, asking what it was. Come on. There is give and take in this. Why are you making that face like you want something for nothing? You need to come with me to the Global Monster Research Organization, just for one day. So you do not need to worry about anything. It quickly reached North London, Tottenham, where the Global Monster Research Organization is located. Just one day. Seriously. It is all the way to London. Knowing she was tricked, Kim Ju-hee got annoyed. Well, it is just getting there in one day. Finally got Ju-hee to fall for it once. And Lily was smiling like a flower. Still, I am allowed to stay until the end of the week. They even let me have Monday off. So just enjoy yourself. This lady really knows how to abuse her power. What do you want to do? Whatever you want to do. Just do not look at each other like that. It is creepy. At this moment, Juagu was holding a sword in front of a wild boar. While 3 middle-aged men stared at him intensely, Kim Ju-hee looked at the boar, remembering what Lily said about her request not being much. Just help him get a headline. Something like Ju-hee, the notorious monster hunter, facing challenges at the Global Monster Research Organization. Kim Ju-hee coldly pierced the middle of the boar's head. Before it could squeal, the system logged him out, and a confirmation sound rang out. Hell's Forest quickly verified and prepared the crystal. Kim Ju-hee smacked his lips. Still more to come. An hour later, he finally got to lie on the sofa and lament about the hassle, thanking Lily for this troublesome matter. She really knows how to word things. I thought the original plan was just to defeat 3 monsters. Why do we have to verify up to 10? Lily looked away, stammering that she did not know why, forgetting that for a moment. Juhagu did not understand why the atmosphere was like that there. As soon as we walked in, everyone was staring at us. Then, they started laughing mockingly and acting rude to us. Do you have a problem with this place? Lily took a sip of water. Remained silent for a while before speaking. It is because they feel disgusted. Especially since a report suddenly came out directly opposing the monster strategy that has been in place for decades. But has not the verification method become outdated? Just swinging a sword at the target means game over. But Lily said that is the safest method. The tradition of the organization. If that is the case, would not it be better if someone else in the organization did it? I do not want to let them do it. Lily suddenly became serious. They are just a bunch of conservative old men. Articles about monster strategy are a reasonable tactic to elevate status and power. Nowadays, in a knowledge society, people carve out their own status by collaborating and playing with each other. Who could not help but lament? They are all such ridiculous people. But even so, does Lily really need to keep writing articles? The press is just a piece of paper not recognized by society, no matter how bad society is. What is more important to me is a sound strategy to deal with the monsters. For that purpose, I can endure those cold stares. In this regard, Lily is a girl who is always loyal and steadfast to her opinions. Now that her business is done, it is Lily's turn to respond to Kim Joo-hoo. She said it was great that they came here because she was here too. The head of the White Lotus Society is said to frequently visit the organization. I think she was here earlier to observe the verification process. If that is the case, then good. Kim Joo-hee quickly stood up to find her before it was too late. Just then, a woman came to talk to him. It turned out to be the president of the White Lotus Society. Nice to meet you. My name is Sil Jaeun, the head of the White Lotus Society. Kim Joo politely responded, asking if she needed something. Sil Jaeun came to ask him for a favor. If you could help me with this person. Please. Actually, Tipavine wants Joo-hoo to deal with that person. Lily felt the situation seemed serious, so she quietly slipped away. After she left, Kim Joo-hee asked Tipavine what the details of the story were. She said that even though she currently holds the position of head of the White Lotus Society, essentially she is a member of the Tite family. They are the first clan to settle in China after the extermination period. Thanks to that, they were able to enhance their status, establish the White Lotus Academy, and train outstanding contract users for generations. By chance, their home had a young talent who could even be called a reincarnated body. At just 13, that child could defeat average contract users and even beat older siblings and clan members. Furthermore, even the leader had to bow down before her. Eventually, perhaps thinking there was nothing more to learn from the outside, she locked herself in the training room of the leader and never came out again. Do I have to punch that cocky guy in the face? Kim Joo quickly grasped the situation. This is exactly what Tipvan means. To you, this is just a stainless steel needle. But I am still puzzled about this part. If it is just about teaching that girl a lesson, are not there many others stronger than me for magical power? The leader of the White Lotus Association is not weak at all. Tipvan could not help but admire Juhik's keen eye. She had concealed her strength, yet he could still see through it. There are two reasons Tipvan decided to be straightforward. First, they require everyone to fight entirely with physical strength. Second, that person is also 17 years old, the same age as Kim Joo-hik here. Tipvan had also been monitoring Joo-hook's performance in recent battles and clearly saw that he was incredibly strong. If a student like Kim Joo-hook defeats a girl who always thinks she is stronger than any other 17-year-old, her pride would be completely shattered. Therefore, I came here to ask you about this. If student Kim Joo-hook does not come here, I will seek you out myself later. A good opportunity falling from the sky like this. How could anyone be foolish enough to refuse? However, since it is a favor, of course, there won't be anything free in any case. This is not a problem for Tipvan either. She set a price for you. But Joo-hook is already rich, so he does not care. There is a place I want to go. Can you open the door for me instead of making another offer? The two had flown from England to the headquarters of the White Lotus Association in China. Kim Joo-hook did not expect to arrive here in a day and even get to take a private jet. It was because he had said he only had time until Monday. So Tipvan expedited the work as fast as possible. As for Joo-hook's reward, of course, it is the entrance ticket to the Royal Hala Palace. For Tip, this was nothing difficult, so she agreed right away. So Joo-hook followed Tipvan into the White Lotus Association. He went straight to the training room, and he had a question on his mind. It was about the inter-school competition earlier. He felt that the people from the White Lotus Association showed no determination at all. Is the person he is about to meet the one responsible for that? This can be explained that way as well. After facing that kid, many people realized their limits and left the White Lotus Association, both students and professors. Tipvan expressed her hope that Kim Joo-hook would knock some sense into that girl, ending the tension at Tipjia and the White Lotus Association. Kim Joo-hook hoped the girl would really fight back, or else it would be a waste of effort. Passing through that magical circle leads to Tipgia's secret training room. That kid is over there. Before leaving, Ju Huk suddenly remembered to ask the girl's name. Her name is Yen Lan. She is the one with the tiger-like appearance but with wolf-like fangs. Who are you? Did Teep Gia send you here to kick me out? I am not going anywhere. Just get lost. Lady. I am still trying to get my footing on your doorstep. Where do you expect me to go? Kim Ju Huk was unhappy with her attitude. As soon as he arrived, he was about to correct her rude behavior, but got caught by a punch from just one hand. That is interesting. Yen Lan even counterattacked Ju Huk. Idiot. This girl talks big. Can't you even recognize your opponent's ability right in front of you? I can't believe you just threw a punch like that. Kim Ju Huk smirked, talking to himself under Yen Lan's astonished gaze. He quickly grabbed her wrist while his other hand threw a punch. Yen Lan tilted her head to dodge, and Kim Ju Huk punched straight into her wrist. She gritted her teeth, wondering why this guy did not know what it meant to cherish a flower and jade. Yen Lan was knocked back. After hitting the ground, she hugged her arm and anxiously asked who he was, while Kim Ju Huk smiled triumphantly. Seems she can't grasp the true ability of a 17-year-old student. Yen Lan could not land a single hit, so she gritted her teeth and started thinking about her opponent's moves. Yen Lan guessed that Ju Huk would attack now, so she stepped back. Seeing that, Kim Ju Huk followed closely without missing a beat, asking where she thought she was running off to, then thrusting a punch right into her stomach. Come on. She is just a girl. Be a little gentler. She might even have a boyfriend. But credit to Yen Lan, she knew she could not avoid that last punch, so she stepped back to lessen the impact. But that was enough, and Ju Huk realized right after he intentionally took the first punch. Even among the disciples from 300 years ago, almost none at this age could move like that. But over here, Yen Lan is secretly evaluating people her age in front of her, but she is still confident that she is much better than those older than this guy. Yen Lan promised herself to hit harder in the next moves, but Kim Ju Huk guessed from her smile that the last hit was not enough to teach her a lesson. TP Van is watching the fight from outside through the surveillance camera. Her assistant hesitantly calls for her. Assistant Ha mentions that her upcoming speech is a bit sensitive but still wants to ask if everything is okay. Although inviting a student from another school to Bailian Palace is unavoidable, Ju Huk's current advantage does not guarantee he can defeat Yen Lan. Furthermore, Han thinks Teep Van has not lost when facing Yen Lan. But the truth is, Teep Van once lost to Yen Lan, even if that match used magical energy. Teep Van can't he be sure he could win against her? This surprised Assistant Ha. But the fact is that back then, the mana level difference between the two was almost negligible, and that was many years ago. And now, Yen Lan might be stronger both physically and in magical power. If so, Assistant Ha has even less confidence that Ju Huk can take down Yen Lan, since he does not believe Ju Huk is stronger than Teep Van at this moment. Teep Van is not sure about this either, but Ju Huk has defeated many notorious criminals and even scored major victories in tournaments. Yen Lan wants to win, but it won't be easy, and if she loses, it is not a big deal. Back to the fight. Yen Lan has unleashed her skill, the old sound white bone eruption. Both hands clawed together, trying to style Ju Huk's hair, but since he dodged, she planned to knee him to reshape his nose. A fierce collision. Yen Lan was laughing because she hit him right on the head, but had to grimace, holding her knee and backing off. Is your head made of stone or what? She protested angrily, while Kim Ju Huk casually said he did not know. Clearly, she was the one who kneed, and Ju Huk blocked it with his forehead. Yet her knee was not harder than his forehead. Yen Lan was very frustrated but could not do anything. She had thrown all her attacks, while this guy just stood there like a rock. Yen Lan's pride was seriously hurt, but she has to admit that Ju Huk's physical ability is on another level. To now, you have not used any magical power, right? Yen Lan asked, and Ju Huk confirmed that was true, and he did it to cater to her preferences. But now, I want to play differently. This girl is preparing to turn the tables. For opponents, I have to give it my all if I want to have a chance at victory. Yen Lan displays her mana strength, and Kim Ju Huk knows this is a sign he has completely shattered her arrogance. Are you planning to focus your magical power? Since you want it, I guess I should show off a bit too. Right, the amount of mana that Ju Hee radiates is even more impressive, making Yen Lan gasp in awe. But now she does not need to show her physical skills anymore. She is focusing on a punch combined with magical strength to finish the match. Yen Lan decisively threw a punch aimed straight at Ju Hyu's face. Seeing her rushing to end it like that, Ju Hyu just stood still, letting her hit right in front of him. Yen Lan was thrilled, thinking she had landed a hit. But oh no. Kim Ju Hyu twisted his body like a flexible candy, dodging the blow in an instant. Enough playing around. I'm going to end this. And then he delivered a devastating punch to the girl's stomach. Yen Lan cursed the damn monster and then fainted on the floor. Game over. Baby. Game over. As requested, I have defeated her and dragged her out. Kim Ju Hyu carried Yen Lan by the collar like a chicken in front of Teep Van. Is there anyone who would carry someone else's daughter like that? Teep Van was still astonished, not expecting Ju Hyu to be able to defeat Yen Lan. She worriedly asked if he was hurt anywhere. Ju Hyu casually said he was fine, but he did not know about Yen Lan. Teep Van also asked how difficult that match was. She was strong, But I am a bit disappointed it ended like this. Yinlan was thrown to the ground by Ju Hyu. Yinlan woke up in pain. And as soon as she saw Teep Van, she showed a hostile attitude. Teep Van temporarily set aside her issue to discuss Ju Hyu's reward first. You said you wanted to enter the royal palace of Ahala. What else? I have been waiting for a while now. Teep Van said she could let Ju Hyu in right now. Just waiting to see what he wanted. Ju Hyu naturally wanted to go right away. When it comes to food, it has to be hot and crispy to taste good. Yinlan watched as he and Teep Van left. An assistant had to remind her to go treat her injuries. Yinlan just reacted then. That person who defeated me. What is his name? Assistant Ha immediately replied, saying that person's name is Kim Ju Hyu. Kim Ju? Let me tell you. He is one of the strongest people in the world, Yinlan said with admiration. And deep down, she really wanted to fight this person again, in a space that was unclear between light and dark. An indistinct creature, known only to have huge horns. Emphasized the phrase the strongest with a question mark. What is this place? Is this really a labyrinth? Kim Ju-hee looked at the royal palace of Ahala in front of him, unable to hide his mocking expression, remembering what Tip Van said. This place is a special maze similar to a castle. Just be careful with the monsters called living armor. And you can explore this place freely. Tipin Van specifically reminded you of the details to pay attention to. Kim Ju-hee asked how long he could stay. Tip Van said about 5 hours. And if he wanted to stay longer, he would have to come back tomorrow. 5 hours is quite comfortable for Ju-agu to explore. But first, I have to deal with this living armor. After warming up my joints, I will dive into the battle. After a few precise strikes, Kim Ju-hee successfully smashed the armored squad to bits. So I have searched about 20 rooms and still can't find Alafree Joni's secret room anywhere. Looking to the right, the teacher had to remind his hot-tempered teacher to speak up. The door looks a bit upscale but resembles a normal room. Kim Ju-hee was a bit skeptical about the authenticity of this argument, but still opened the door and immediately saw a painting of a tall man who looked like he was a lone shark. Overall, this room does look like an ordinary office. But is this really the room of that Alafree guy? I think it is. Look under the painting. It says Alafree Joni there, so I can say it for sure. Kim Ju-hoo wondered how he could read this. He did not know, but he could read a lot of the information from his recovered memories. So it must be this room. But where the secret room is still needs to be found. Searching one by one takes too much time, so breaking everything apart and looking will be much quicker. If you like to break things, just say so instead of pretending to be quick with payments. But anyway, this room will end up destroyed by Ju-hee anyway. Fortunately for him, after breaking it, he found a door under the floor. Crawling down, it was pitch dark. He could not see anything. Kim Ju-hee was still annoyed when a notification window appeared saying he had met the conditions. Right in front of Ju-hee now was a red-haired witch. The young man flirted in a very suggestive way, while the red-haired witch smiled gently. It is a pleasure to meet you. I will answer your questions. So why do not you have a seat? Kim Ju-hee quietly sat down. Let me introduce myself. I'm a guide. Kim Ju-hee seemed quite surprised, and she immediately explained. Sorry, that is not my real name. It is just how people refer to me. My name has been taken away. Regarding this, Kim Ju-hee is also a victim of that dark shadow stealing someone else's name, and he did not expect that this girl in front of him had also lost her name. I thought that was nonsense. But when you said your name was taken away, I realized that it was true. But what does that mean? Also, how can I get my name back? Kim Ju-hee was very eager to resolve everything. The red-haired witch responded quickly. The name holds power. Every creature is granted a name at birth. All their actions, efforts, and achievements, whether good or bad, those things manifest in the most meaningful aspect of life. The name. A name adorned with glorious achievements will bring great strength. That person has stolen names. He absorbs the power contained within them. And what happens when someone's name is stolen? I am sure you already know. They become a constellation. However, the red-haired witch mentioned an exception, namely Kim Ju-hee. When he had been reincarnated, at this moment, Kim Ju-hee realized that this girl knew about his reincarnation. Just like a father figure. Are you still doubting me? O reincarnated human who received the notification window. The guide spoke to Kim Ju-hee's dark heart, as if walking barefoot on his nerves. I am not sure either. In fact, even I do not know when the notification window will appear. The witch calmed Ju-hee's tension. Whoever annoys him now has quite an itching attitude. Alright, let us stop the nonsense and explain it to me. Who is the one that sent the Tower of Destruction down here? His name is the Lord of the Labyrinth. He sent the Tower of Destruction to Earth to steal the names of others to strengthen himself. So it is that bastard. But Kim Ju-hee still felt it was very strange, not understanding how an ordinary Lord of the Labyrinth could send something like a Tower of Destruction to Earth. Such enormous things can only be done by someone of a certain caliber. Kim Ju-hee the mouse realized something and hesitated. The red-haired witch smiled. Finally, you realize it. The place where you live, called Earth, is actually a labyrinth. Do you think I would believe that? It is up to you to choose. But I have no reason to come all the way here just to deceive you. Well, Let us just say that guy brought the Doomsday Tower to Earth to steal someone else's name. The red-haired witch would say so too. If there is a major crisis on Earth, then stealing someone else's name becomes easier. Everyone is out there fighting monsters and saving people, or taking advantage of the chaos for evil during major crises. So not everyone can just steal someone else's name and turn it into their own power. Only the ultimate victors can do that. If what she says is true, then all of Ju Hyu's disciples have turned into stars by now, of course. I hope that in the end, they can all reclaim their names. Ju Hyu felt frustrated and said awkwardly, after all, no matter what Ju does, he is still in the hands of the Labyrinth Lord. The red-haired witch says it is not like that. Your rebirth and arrival here is already a variable for him. Ju Hyu wonders if the Labyrinth Lord knows he has been reborn. Then could he be the one who met them through the notification window? He was mistaken about this. According to the witch, the one who gave Ju Hyu the chance to be reborn and brought the notification window to them is not the Labyrinth Lord. Ju Hyu wants to know who that person is, but the witch has no idea. But she knows that since that person gave Ju Hyu a chance to be reborn, there must be some connection between them. And for now, the witch cannot miss this opportunity. She magically transforms into a ring and hands it to Ju Hyu. I do not have time right now, so I can't explain everything in detail to you. It will be the key to our counterattack against that Labyrinth Lord. Ju Hyu wonders why she does not just sit here and say everything at once. The witch says she is being pursued by the Labyrinth Lord, but it is okay. The conditions have been fully met, and you will easily meet me again in the future. Ju Hyu is still in shock when the witch sets a meeting for 2 days later, emphasizing that he should not drop anything, then snaps her fingers to send him back to where he started. Ju Hyu thinks back on the new truths uncovered today, and can't help but grind his teeth in frustration. Being good does not always lead to good fortune. It is hard to live well here. Speaking of the ring in his hand, Ju Hyu feels that it is tracking his location. If so, the leftover mana from the magical absorption before the great battle will be completely harvested by Ju Hyu this time to increase his power as quickly as possible. Thus, even if he may still be weaker in terms of power, regarding potential, he can still reach the peak faster than that jerk. Meanwhile, on the island in the North Pacific, a man is reading news that the lone assassin Sam San was completely defeated by a student from the Vanha school named Kim Ju Haigu. He was so angry that he smashed his iPad screen and threw it away while cursing. These stupid guys, come on. If you are not using it anymore, just give it to someone less fortunate instead of smashing it. Old man. This man is the guild leader. King of the Jagan Hannibal has taken notice of Ju Hyu after hearing from the Star Sphere. It was that guy Watt who defeated Choi Jin-gon, even though this guy also had a contract with the Star Sphere. And because of that, Watt from Ventric asked this guy to handle Ju Hyu, and to be safe, he summoned Sam San. So how come now it seems like nothing is happening, while the fact that he is still single is being exposed? I guess you are having a bit of trouble today, Hannibal. The one speaking is Commander George. I remember telling you to call me before coming here. Hannibal may be embarrassed, but he has not lost his composure. While George is deliberately mocking, I only came because it seemed like you were suffering, and Ju Hyu is currently a thorn in Hannibal's side. I understand. We have already lost someone to that guy. And George seems quite heartbroken. You mean that bastard who has been making headlines? Yep. That guy who has been overexposed and is now playing with fire. It was George who assigned him a personal mission without notifying the organization. And of course, that guy did not do well, even revealing his identity to Ju Hyu. But that was a pawn for George to gather information on the Ventric family. He was also afraid that guy would leak information, so he made sure to neutralize this pawn before he was brought to the tower. So can you deal with those guys just lounging around out there? Hannibal is referring to the 3 members of the Samson group. Of course, George has no problem with that, as long as Hannibal wants it. But Hannibal is still hesitating with Ju Hyu. With all due respect, I advise you not to touch him right now. George finally says something worthwhile now. Right now, Yu-Gi-Oh has his eyes on him. So it turns out there is already favorable intelligence. This information also surprises Hannibal. Do not tell me the Yu-Gi-Oh bunch are a bunch of cowards. Exactly. George confirms. Even though we are truly vile, they are on an even higher level. Nobody knows their motivations or objectives. Logan's army, Joe once, has already been dealt with by them. Hannibal has heard about this too, and he is feeling lucky that George informed him about Yu-Gi-Oh tracking Ju Hyu, because once someone touches the targets of those crazy people, they could easily become enemies. That is why they are just happily profiting while watching the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, over here, preparations for a high-stakes operation are underway. Ju Hyu is surrounded by a Black Ops team, but it is not because he is looking for just one answer. Ju Hyu coldly asks who they are, if they know this is Van Halla territory, and wonders what kind of brave or foolish people would come at this godforsaken hour. She still holds a grudge against Ju Hyu for being harsh, so she has found people to strike back. Previously, they needed quite a bit of time to prepare, because they required a fake contract capable of creating hidden spaces in the Vanguard. and they also needed to ensure that the target was in the Valhalla area. Adelia is also wondering why they need someone who can bend space. Simply because everyone on this trip works directly under the Vanchik family and can't be exposed. Adelia greatly appreciates their awareness. And she is also very curious if they have properly prepared what she has laid out.
Yep.
To prepare well for the transition of the sanctum, I have arranged an energy-rich crystal version. Adelia is very satisfied with this plan, and she is also prepared to move. Meanwhile, the chief steward will join the intelligence team, and once the hidden space is complete, he will also take on the role of leading the assassination group. The chief steward understands the mission, but still wonders if the sanctum is a preparation step to revive a constellation. That is exactly right. And it is also the purpose of Adelia's actions this time. The chief steward's urgent attitude does not make her very happy. Am I really supposed to face a high school kid that scares the hell out of me? I mean, what is with the energy display? You jerk. The chief steward quickly regained his composure, and Adelia relaxed her energy and smiled. It is just a precaution. No need to worry. Sounds pretty trustworthy. Actually, moreover, there was a recent incident where a constellation that had been quiet suddenly reacted. Adelia noticed the notification window, and the bird mask urged her to explain in detail, so she started to feel anxious. Wanting to clarify the situation about reviving a constellation, back to the siege. The chief steward ordered the intel team to prepare for a space disruption. A group surrounded Kim Joo-hyus, who still stood there looking defiant. What is this hidden space? To be honest, who thought of the idea to send a bunch of students to attack a kid? That is pretty smart. The chief steward had a cold expression, thinking, what a brat. Whose idea was this? Is it from the head of the Vanchik family? The chief steward was shocked into silence, almost swearing to ask how he knew. Not knowing is an insult to Kim Joo-hyus's intelligence. Well, let us explain to this smart-ass group that among your enemies, there are 2 groups using dark magic, and the rest do not. So it can only be the Vanchik family at this point. The chief steward sensed something was off and hurriedly issued another order. We are stuck in here too, so continuing to hide is pointless. Call the assassination team. And just like that, a powerful army was mobilized in just 2 ticks. Aren't you ashamed? What if a bunch of academy students come rushing in? Kim Joo-hyus scoffed. The steward said that does not matter. They are just following the orders of the head of the family. Kim Joo-hyus shrugged. Oh really? I guess your family does not know what shame is. Kill him. The steward ordered sharply. Who do you want to kill? Look at the merchandise. Kim Joo-hyus can take on the whole group and still be smiling. The assassins were knocked down to the ground. The steward was also eager to chop Joo-hyus, but got mocked by him. Is that all you can do? Old man. Just as he said that, 2 hawk-like guys flew in from somewhere. By the way, let me show you how to really use a blade. The fiery blade struck the ground, leaving the assassin stunned. But just as they sprayed glue, Kim Joo-hyus immediately kicked one of them to rest in peace. You guys did not even give me time to breathe. The steward saw him dealing with the others and planned to stab him from behind. But unfortunately, his opponent had eyes in the back of his head and dodged. While he was wondering how a high school student could have such skills, Kim Joo-hyus was complaining and thrusting a sword through armor. Of course, no one could take this hit and still be fine. The steward could not either. He used to think, what could a high school punk do? Now he feels the experience and understands why Adelia had to set up such a big trap. And just as he fell, the head of the Vanchik family appeared. Adelia looked at the people here. Most of them were stronger than other contract holders. So how could they still be hit by this guy and end up unconscious? It is hard to believe, and she did not want things to keep going like this. Feel proud, for you will witness the sacred relics of the Vanchik family. Something ordinary people will never get a chance to see. Adelia unleashed a blazing yellow mana and said,
Jew,
you are such a loser. I should feel proud when I see that dull knife. The family head is so thick-skinned that he gathered a bunch of people just to bully a high school student for what they said. Being crazy about boys is fine, but being reckless is not guaranteed. Adelia, furious, swore and rushed at Kim Joo-hyus with a small knife. At that moment, several gemstones suddenly lit up, and the knife in her hand elongated, emitting a dazzling light. Then a yellow notification window appeared with 3 dots, ending with a shocking line. Master. The gemstones emitted a sparkling golden light, but at the same time, everyone was affected and time froze. Even Adelia could not escape this fate. Everyone stood still as if frozen, except for Kim Joo-hyus, who was still moving. Although Adelia could not move, she was still aware and realized that everyone had turned stiff as a statue. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-hyus was admiring his golden knife. Just then, the yellow notification window shook and appeared. Master. Even Kim Joo-hyus found it confusing. At that moment, the golden light formed a figure with a crow mask wearing glasses, looking quite funny. But when the mask was removed, it revealed a stunning beauty with a very stylish vibe. The 2 pairs of eyes locked onto each other. She was completely different from when they first met back then. This girl was still chained up in a dungeon, looking at everything with hatred in her eyes. At that time, Kim Ju-hyun was still Kim Hyun-oh. Just look at the glare from this spoiled brat. She seemed to hate all humanity. The blonde gritted her teeth and told him not to act like he understood her. He did not know a damn thing about life. Although I do not know everything, I know enough because I was once a slave too. This time, it was her turn to be stunned. When I was young, I did not have any strength and was captured by a slave trader. After that, just like you, I lived a life of slavery because of the chain that bound me. Do you want to be free? Everyone asks that. Did not I just say I was a slave too? So why ask that obvious question again? Because of this damn thing. I can't even dream of freedom anymore. The girl almost screamed, reaching for the chain that was enchanted around her neck. So do not provoke me anymore. Just go away. I do not know how you snuck in, but the slave trader will be here soon. She was really desperate to escape from slavery. The cruelty of that chain lies in the fact that it can only be removed by its owner, or when that person dies. If unlucky, even when its owner dies, the chain may still not be removed. In your case, it seems like that is the way it is. At that moment, the slave girl realized that her miserable master had passed away. She immediately fell into complete despair. But Kim Hyun-oh said, "What if I have a way?" Without waiting for her to respond, Hyun-oh grabbed the collar chain and began analyzing it. By deciphering the magic within that chain, we can reverse the spell and slowly remove it. Although this is not my specialty, for me, removing this chain is not a big deal, because only then can I put an end to my life as a slave. Saying that, Kim Hyun-oh crushed the chain with a spell he cast on the blonde's neck. In that moment, she was moved to tears because she had finally broken free from the chain that tormented her for so long. Hyun-oh had completed what needed to be done. He asked for permission to stand up and leave, while this girl needed to learn to decide her own life. Hyun-oh asked her what she wanted to do next. Find her family or go home. I do not have a home or family, because the slave trader killed my family and burned my house when he captured me. The girl had a sad story. Kim Hyun-oh hesitated a bit, and then said he would travel and explore, and would crush the heads of those scum slave traders. The ones who treat people like what he did today. Do you want to go with me? Of course I do. What are we waiting for? Hyun-oh was very pleased with her answer and told her to treat him well like a master. If you see me as a master, you should use respectful language. Do not speak like a lowly person. Kim, having just been promoted, reminded her very strictly, and she nodded in agreement. The little blonde girl asked him his name. Kim Ju-oh could say his name, but when it came to her introducing herself, the memory was cut off. Now, the lowly girl in his words has become a beautiful, sharp, and unique girl like this. The downside is that she still has no name because she has become a constellation. Kim Ju-hyun is confident that he understands this girl better than anyone, but he still can't remember her name. Now he understands what the fortune teller meant when she said that the demon king's name would take away the name of the constellation, meaning this. But now there is no other way. Luckily, he still remembers your nickname. It has been a long time since that guy appeared. Adelia was astonished. This guy dares to call a constellation a lowly name. Meanwhile, the constellation she reveres calls him master, and raises the golden knife known as the holy relic to restore everyone's consciousness, and asks Kim Ju-hyun, "How should I deal with these scum? Should I kill them? I have a better idea," Kim Ju-oh said with a not-so-kind smile. The next day, the class teacher nearly had a heart attack when he saw the sponsorship amount reaching 9 figures listed specifically for student Kim Ju-hyun in the school's funding list. The more Kim Lee-hoon looked, the more he felt something was off, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. Damn it. 5 billion hoon. That is a mind-boggling amount of money. I guess you see it too. What else can I guess? Old man. I am looking at it now. Teacher. It is not just the class teacher who finds it strange. Teacher Lee also feels it is unusual. Kim Lee-hoon thought it was because the Vanchik family suddenly felt compassion, and the teacher regretted disrupting their academy a bit, but explaining it that way still seems unreasonable to Lee Sang-cheol. When Kim Ju-hyun was attacked by the Vanchik Desira last time, the donation was a way to protect the image of Rock Dean and the family. However, the Vanchik family had set limits by expelling Rock Dean and sending him away. Otherwise, they would have made a fuss to get Rock Dean out for a temporary escape. So why would they sponsor Kim Ju-hyun like this? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Moreover, they do not even know if Kim Ju-hyun will accept this money, because according to their familiar chaotic nature, that kid must be ready to confront the Vanchik family right now. I guess Dixon asked him for an answer right away. Lee Sang-cheol was drinking coffee while talking. Just do it to keep things simple instead of sitting here making wild guesses. This time, Kim Ju-hyun had a surprising answer. Yep. I accept. Lee-hoon's eyes widened, thinking he must have misheard. But he did not. I mean, who would refuse 5 billion? Right, that is true. But Kim Lee-hoon still felt something was off. Kim Ju-hyun was eager to leave, so he hurried to announce the new benefits to you. Not only did you receive funding, but the Valhalla Academy also got some donations. According to Valhalla's rules, you can transfer to the premium dormitory. What do you think right now? I do not see anything uncomfortable about my current dorm, so helping me move next time is fine. He left. But Teacher Kim was still sitting there, confused about what just happened. When did this guy change? But whatever. Teacher won't lose anything anyway. So why worry? The root of this started when Kim Joo-ho came up with a clever idea to deal with Adelia and her assassins. He had everyone call her to wake her up to talk. Adelia trembled on the ground, and Kim Joo-ho leaned down to speak to ease the tension in his neck. Look, I think your husband will overlook anything I do to those people. So what do you think I should do now? Kim Joo-ho smirked. Adelia's husband even said he made the Ventrix family serve her, so Master can do whatever he wants. Adelia still had not processed the situation, so she asked again, could it be that saying all for one person is a saying passed down through many generations in my family? Now you are using that saying to command me. The kid got furious after hearing that. Of course. That saying now means you are serving my master. And now you just realize that, student. What I am saying is, this person really is your master. Right. Dear husband. Yep. Even though his appearance has changed, his magic is definitely that of my master. Kim Joo-ho thought that was enough questioning. Now she should worry about herself. To be honest, being bothered by those assassins made Kim Joo-ho just want to wipe them all out. However, their level and power are genuine. To live comfortably, he needs to take advantage of these guys to work for him. However, if he has to manage these people directly, it would be a lot of work. So why not take advantage of someone already experienced in the field here? According to Adelia, even though she is only the deputy clan leader, it has been 4 years since she took over the clan's top position. In those 4 years, she managed to regain her clan's declining power and became the strongest clan in England. So just manage that clan. Kim Joo-ho did not hesitate to give her orders. Please support my activities at the clan level. Don't ask me why about that. The moment you mess things up again, you know what will happen. Right. Seeing the master signal, the fortune teller's mask confirmed that it would go to supervise personally, so that such things would never happen again. Suddenly, her figure transformed into a golden light and faded away. She said it was time, because to be able to manifest directly here, the constellations need a large amount of magic power, which means they need tons of mana stones filled with magic. That is also why these people brought a bunch of mana stones here. Since that amount of magic power is disappearing and I have used my skills, I will need to rest a bit. Kim Joo-ho did not expect that even constellations had to face such limitations. Nevertheless, she still felt that witnessing her master's rebirth like this was good enough. Kim Joo-ho felt worried for her, telling her to take a break. Before leaving, she put the mask back on and said one thing. Besides me, it seems there is another disciple who has also become a constellation. You will meet him soon. So excuse me. I will go ahead. Just like that, she completely vanished as if she had never been here. And that statement kept Kim Joo-ho thinking, I have a feeling about this. But who is about to show up? Moreover, it is quite possible that all my disciples have become constellations. When will I meet them soon? Kim Joo-ho had already personally met 2 of them, Badger and Moron. Encounter with Badger was avoided thanks to the notification window, while the one with Moron was a coincidence. Now that there are a large number of constellations, what meaning is there in meeting each one of them? And why has not that Badger said anything since I met the guide? Did you call me? Master, I am here to manifest. Kim Joo-ho immediately asked why it was not lively like usual. Badger said he was organizing his thoughts. His memory was interrupted right as Joo-ho entered the secret room. In the memory of that guy, it felt like he stepped outside the moment he entered that room, and a little more of his memory came back. Do you remember how weak and fragile you were? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Joo-ho teased the kid a bit. Badger kept saying how could he remember such a trivial memory, but he learned the concept of a name. Something Joo-ho should have known by now. And one more thing that is pretty important. The Labyrinth Lord. That name is the one who gave you the name Badger. While thinking, he reached the classroom. Kim Joo-ho sat in class, but his mind was elsewhere. So the one who stole his true identity and returned the name Badger is the Labyrinth Lord. Badger affirmed once again that it is exactly like that. That name gave him power, yet also killed him, but with the power of the tower's master. It is only natural, but that power has affected his personality. Back when I was the tower's master, I was also a bit timid. Maybe it was due to the influence of the identity and power I received, but my current personality is quite similar to my original one. Kim Joo-ho could not understand how that creep could grant or take away someone else's identity like that. Badger did not know exactly how he did it either. Kim Joo-ho clicked his tongue. This world is a labyrinth big enough for that guy to exploit identities, so he can give and take away others' identities at will. Badger did not understand what Joo-ho just said. How this world is a labyrinth, this original name. How could you not know such an important piece of information? And so the 2 of them talked throughout the entire class. And Badger finally understood everything. Kim Joo-ho was also very cunning, but right now they were still fish in his pond, so they could not act yet. However, thanks to the guide, there was a chance to fight back. All they had to do was wait for the right moment. The next day, just as promised, the guide witch arrived. At that moment, Kim Joo-ho was still holding the food tray. Looking dazed, the guide lightly sprayed some glue and asked, "What is that shiny silver thing?" Kim Joo-wook got angry and snapped back. "It is a food tray." "A food tray? You did say we would meet again in 2 days. But why did you call me in the middle of a meal? It is really spicy. Waiting to hit back while avoiding food. Why is this woman bringing it right in front of my meal time?" The guide promised to pay attention to that next time. Putting that aside for now, the guide asked if he brought the ring. "I did bring it." "Old lady, can you hurry up? Why are you dragging this out? It seems this is not an item that helps increase my stats. How do you plan to counter that guy with this?" Kim Joo-wook was still the one taking the initiative here. "It is simple. Just wear that ring and get through the labyrinth." "This girl talks like that." "Which labyrinth? Or can it be any labyrinth?" At first, there were only a few natural mazes, and all the other mazes were monitored. "Right. The guide said you can get through any maze. Soon, the maze lord will create mazes on his own in your world." "What is it?" "Monsters erupting. Disasters. This means that when a maze starts to form, monsters will rush out, and the surrounding areas will be devastated." Before Kim Joo-wook was reborn, that thing was everywhere. That is why after that, nowhere is safe. After being reborn, everything settles down and you can enjoy life a little. It means whatever happens, it always comes back around. So where and when will it appear? And how severe will it be? About 3 months later. The scale is being determined. It is said to happen in a country called South Korea. Unbelievable. Even though I live in South Korea. How can I stop it if you do not tell me the exact location? Hong still won't dare to say anything because she is afraid the maze lord will find her. So she can only provide limited information. Honestly, there is no end to the troubles. The strange thing is that this world has always been a maze. Why is another maze appearing within it? The maze lord intentionally created it. He is getting ready to create another identity for her. It is decided. He might say he is making everyone adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So I have to wear this ring and destroy the maze that appears when the disaster happens. That is right. But the guide still wants to ask how Kim Joo-hyun usually destroys mazes. If you do that, the maze will disappear on its own. The Kim Joo-hyun always likes to do things quickly and neatly. Usually, that is the fastest way. But this time you can't do that. So what should I do? "Old lady, put that ring on and defeat the boss." "Why should I do that?" "Of course. There is a reason. Although your world is just a maze, the maze lord can't randomly create a disaster or a tower of destruction. He has to use the power of the identities he has acquired. Simply put, mazes are made up of identities. Among the components of the maze created this way, the power of the identity is most concentrated in the boss. If you wear that ring and defeat the boss, you can absorb the identity from the maze lord. That will be the starting point of our counterattack plan." Kim Joo-hyun wondered, has that guy absorbed countless identities? If they just absorbed one identity, how could they possibly fight against him? That is quite an interesting question. Of course, the Labyrinth Lord would not care if just one identity disappeared. The trick for that guy is to help people adapt before the Tower of Destruction appears. So usually instead of stealing an identity, the key to this plan is to destroy the Labyrinth quickly. At that point, the Labyrinth Lord will realize that the labyrinths have disappeared before people can adapt and change their strategies. He will create an event by sending a lot of identities to the world, and this is the opportunity for them to absorb many identities. As the identities they absorb will also add strength to the user. Absorb identities and turn them into power. Let me ask, so what is the difference between us and the Labyrinth Lord? Kim Joo-wook seemed quite serious about this idea, surprising the guide. She thought he was the type of person who would not care about these things. "Who do you think I am? I only feel comfortable doing the right thing. First of all, we will never harm innocent people to gain identities. And if your identity is taken by the Labyrinth Lord, then that identity will be chained, preventing you from being reborn or becoming a constellation. This way, you will be imprisoned. Furthermore, if you use the power of the identity you absorbed, when their identity is no longer chained, they will also be free." The guide said that, but if Kim Joo-wook still feels uncomfortable, he can do whatever he wants. Moreover, you will also get to know what kind of person the owner of those identities is before absorbing them. Kim Joo-wook had no further comments. Now he just needed to wait for the disaster to happen. The guide said he would inform him of the location and exact time later. Until then, Kim Joo-wook should assemble a team to prevent the disaster. Earlier, he said he just needed to defeat the boss and destroy the labyrinth. The guide explained that although the monsters in the labyrinth would perish when the labyrinth was destroyed, the monsters that had escaped would still remain, and they should stop them. "See you later." The guide snapped her fingers, and Kim Joo-wook was immediately teleported right in front of the bar. She said the guide had to say something before teleporting. However, she mentioned the need to form a team to prevent the disaster. Before being reborn, the labyrinth dealt with disasters alongside his disciples. Doing it alone would take a lot of time. Plus he had to prevent damage. So should he take on disciples this time? Just then, Kim Joo-wook ran into an acquaintance. Yin Lang. What is she doing here? Yin Lang said after losing to him. She reflected a bit and wondered why she was spared. And she made a shocking discovery. It is because the other person is stronger than me that I lost. How come it took you so long to realize something so obvious? You know, I thought I was pretty similar to that person. Criticize me all you want. Just let each other live our lives. Someone who can dominate everyone just by using their talent and has never tasted defeat. That is quite rare in adults. Yin Lang is very confident about her invention, but when Memzu Hike saw her, she thought that was completely wrong. I am someone who has worked hard and put in a lot of effort, but what that girl just said is just her old way of thinking. Not anymore. The attacks we have faced are not just simple blows. It is the movement of the body that comes from countless experiences. When I lost, I was really angry. But after calming down, the reason I lost became clear. I lacked practical experience. And then I realized that through fighting, I became stronger. So I want to keep fighting to defeat you. What now? Fight me once. Can you win? Kim Mzu Hiki told her not to bring that strange reasoning to bother her. Hello. Yin Lang is still trying to keep Kim Mzu Hike around to fight just because she came all the way from China to challenge her. But for Kim Mzu Hike, that is not her concern. So instead of doing this, why does not she spend time improving her family's martial arts? Yin Lang said she did not know, because she only received formal training until she was 5 or 6 years old. And after that, it was all self-taught. And then she was defeated by Kim Mzu Hike. The fake agreements in the house did not approve of her. But Yin Lang did not fix them. They would not let me join the daily training sessions of the family. So I told them to send someone in to train with me, so my skills would not diminish. But then they suddenly threw a matured fake agreement at me. That is how I ended up winning. Luckily, there were not too many of them. Kim Mzu Hike feels that what Tutavine said is similar to her, but the implication is completely different. Clearly, Yin Lang is talented. And it is true that she enjoys fighting. But the leader of the Silver Lotus Association suggests that every person she meets is not worth her time. So I am a little curious about her family's situation. So was your stay in the Silver Lotus Palace forced? Yin Lang said part of it was voluntary. She stayed there because she was tired of being seen as the troublemaker of her family. Moreover, it does not even matter because she is stronger than all the adults there anyway. And especially now, she has found someone much stronger than her. That is Kim Mzu Hike. So what is there to be happy about? As long as I fight with someone, I do not need the clan's guidance to get stronger. Right. Who is fighting whom? Kim Mzu Hike replied nonchalantly. Yin Lang seemed to hit a nerve, desperately pleading and acting cute with Kim Mzu Hike. But the guy just ignored her. It is just that I find this a bit strange. Clearly, Yin Lang is the one being held captive by the Lep clan. So why would Tutti Van want to bring her back? Kim Mzu Hike did not know the details. But from the clan's perspective, would not it be better to keep Yin Lang at the Silver Palace? Annoyed by this girl, Kim Mzu Hike could not stay quiet anymore and had to speak up. Alright, are you planning to fight me? I am as happy as can be. My heart is joyful again. Since I am at school, I do not want to do anything too obvious. I am heading to the gym, so you can follow me. Yin Lang happily agreed that the Choi Erin and Ju Soxio glanced over. Even the guy in the car was curious. I will change and be right back. Just wait a moment. Kim Mzu Hike turned to Yin Lang and said. The girl acted noble and serious. And the guy grabbed his bag. As he turned away, Choi Erin followed. Kim Mzu Hike thought Lang was still lingering, so he impatiently told her to wait. Choi Erin, not understanding the situation, asked which girl he brought along. Mzu Hike said that girl is a crazy person he met at Silver Palace. She said she came all the way here just to challenge him. After hearing that, Choi Erin went from a calm rabbit to a fiery one. Clearly having thoughts about Yin Lang was not stupid. She immediately noticed Choi Erin's unusual gaze and confronted her. What kind of look is that? You want to fight too? Choi Erin definitely did not want that. Ju Soxian, observing from the side, speculated that based on Yin Lang's hair color, she might be a member of the Teak clan. But Ju Soxian was quite surprised that this girl came all the way from China just to duel with Kim Mzu Hike. It sounded quite interesting. Soon, the whole group gathered at the Van Halle Stadium. I am sure it is just Yin Lang and I who agreed to compete. Why are more people showing up here? Kim Mzu Hike is indeed easy to provoke. I am keeping an eye on her to make sure she does not do anything weird. Choi Erin immediately replied. Her reasoning was quite reasonable. I am following Choi Erin. And Justine also has a pretty valid reason. Don't pay attention to me. At the truck, Hiki just threw the excuse straight into the chicken coop. If you could come up with that, then I give up. What else can I say? Yin Lang has started to get warmed up, showing immense anticipation for this battle. I have definitely gotten stronger many times over. Really? So where should I use all my strength then? At this moment, Kim Mzu Hyuk recalled the reminder to form a team to prevent disasters from the guide. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Kim Mzu Hyuk asked Yin Lang. She excitedly confirmed that. Then if I win today, you can become my disciple. Yin Lang was taken aback. Clearly, her goal was to get stronger to defeat him. Just like that, we are already talking about becoming master and disciple. Kim Mzu Hyuk replied as if it were obvious. Exactly. After becoming my disciple, You can fulfill your wish. Let us get started. Yin Lang said she hated having a master. So she was determined to win, already in position right from the start. With the very first strike, Yin Lang raised her elbow to act as the vanguard. Kim Jo-hyuk could not help but exclaim that she really had gotten quite strong. Yin Lang immediately boasted and unleashed a surge of mana. She asserted that while he had blocked her attack before, this time it would not happen. Yin Lang's mana forced Koi Arin and Juxor Shan to brace themselves. And Juxor Sun exclaimed, "Is there such a monster in Baeklian? That is a huge amount of mana. Even more concentrated than Kim Jo-hyuk's in the competition. In the Hyuk vehicle, it is also intense." Yin Lang charged in with all her talent and magic. She was certain that just hitting them once would be a fatal blow, even if Kim Jo-hyuk could block it. It would still create a strong impact from the magic. But what is this? Kim Jo-hyuk took a stance identical to Yin Lang's earlier, surprising her greatly. "I also like to face off directly," Kim Jo-hyuk said smugly. His punch and Yin Lang's strike collided with extreme force and precision. After a while of exchanging blows, Yin Lang felt herself being pushed back even though she had increased her mana concentration to this extent. Meanwhile, she sensed that Kim Jo-hyuk did not have that much magic power. This proves he has gotten stronger than before. But he is still the same person now as he was then. "I will only face off directly one." "What the hell?" "The second time, I will block and counterattack." Just as Kim Jo-hyuk finished speaking, his knee struck straight into Yin Lang's stomach. Even though she tried hard to defend herself, Yin Lang still got knocked down to the ground. This time, she could not land a single decent hit. "From now on, I have got another disciple." Kim Jo-hyuk was visibly delighted. When Yin Lang woke up, the first thing she did was complain about losing again. Kim Jo-hyuk felt that she was really strong. "I thought you would be out cold until the next morning. I did not expect you to be awake already." Yin Lang was genuinely wondering if that was a compliment or a jab. Whatever it is, she still has to be his disciple. Yin Lang was planning to challenge him to a duel without magic like last time. But since this guy was already awake, she decided to bow out. "Now I am officially your first disciple." "Right," Yin Lang proudly stated. But the reality was otherwise. Yin Lang could not believe it. Did he really recruit a disciple from middle school? Not exactly. But Joy Erin is the first one he taught at this level, and she also claimed to be Kim Jo-hyuk's first disciple. To him, she was not the first. But it is best to avoid any complicated issues, specifically explaining to that group who always had a million questions. However, being called Mayo by Arin made Yin Lang furious. Thinking she was teasing her, Jo Arin was not afraid at all. She confirmed it. "Yeah." "Then why are you still angry? I am Yin Lang. Do not just randomly give me weird nicknames. What is wrong with you? It sounds cute, though." And that was the start of an endless verbal battle between a tough girl and a stubborn one with charm. Kim Jo-hyuk suddenly felt a strange sensation watching this scene, similar to when he observed his disciples before. However, this was starting to go a bit too far. "Stop it." Even Kim Jo-hyuk joined in, making Yin Lang even angrier. "The truth is Joy Arin became his disciple before you. Is not she your senior? Don't be disrespectful to your senior. You have a junior now. So show her a little respect when you talk." Jo Arin blushed upon hearing this, as Jo-hyuk had already recognized her as his first disciple. Joy Arin smiled sweetly and said that this senior would be patient. Yin Lang felt like she could explode with anger. Today's training session was over, and Kim Jo-hyuk sent everyone home. But Yin Lang had nowhere to go. She just wanted to come here for a fight. Who would want to be forced to become a disciple? Asking Van, they said when they reached Valhalla. She would head straight there. "The school provided me with a room in the dormitory. So for now, you can stay there." Yin Lang happily agreed. At this moment, Joy Arin did not know what she had eaten to call Lang Kitty, and so the war of words began. Kim Jo-hyuk could not stop it in time. He got home late at night. All because those two kids were fighting like cats and dogs, leaving him, a master, busy all day and unable to do anything decent. But at least there is some consolation that they have two permanent members in the Disaster Prevention Club. Even though Dusan is currently focused on physical training, she still has a long way to go before mastering swordsmanship. Heek does not care about anything else but building muscle, so that does not count. Just then, Adelia called to say she had finished handling the sponsorship issues and other matters he had instructed. Wanting to report back before they met, Kim Jo-hyuk took the opportunity to tell her she was announcing the chapter to the summoners. He told her that a disaster would occur in 3 months. Adelia wanted to know where he got that information, but Kim Jo-hyuk could not disclose it. Moreover, he also did not know the scale of the disaster, but he was sure something was about to happen. Adelia asked again where they were announcing in Korea. Kim Jo-hyuk confirmed that it was indeed the case. Then she immediately said she would contact capable summoners in Ventrix and the guilds in Korea. Kim Jo-hyuk told her to remember to keep it a secret for him. Kim Jo, when the guardian star wakes up, could you tell him for me? She is still asleep. Pretending not to see her, Adelia was completely helpless in contacting Moron. Moron mentioned resting after he had exhausted all his strength to meet him, but did not expect one day still was not enough. So Kim Jo-hyuk agreed to Adelia's proposal. The next day, at the Valhalla gym, Kim Jo-hyuk and Joy Arin continued to run hard. Yin Lang still had not adapted to this situation, so her expression was a bit terrifying. After finishing the running session, She collapsed on the floor, gasping, complaining that she felt like she was about to ascend to heaven. She loudly accused Kim Jo-hikov of nearly killing her. He casually replied, "You are still alive. Are not you? Anyway, you are keeping up faster than I thought. I figured you would drop out by the middle of the session. Of course. I did not come here to play. Did I? To be her base endurance is pretty good. Should I slow down a bit? Did Yin Lan come here?" A woman popped out of nowhere to ask, looking at her appearance. She resembles a certain relative. It is just unclear what her purpose is for coming here. Did she come all this way without telling her mother? Yin Lan. Yin Lan. With a face full of resentment. Seriously. This attitude does not feel like meeting a mother. It feels more like meeting a ghost. Are you Yin Lan's mother? I thought that was the case. Tiet Lian is her mother. Right. Kim Jo-hik was also curious. It took a few seconds for Tiet Nian Ho to respond to you. So you are Kim Jo-hik, the one who brought our Yin Lan here. Wait. Who answers a question with a question like that? Auntie, please. Just introduce yourself directly. Are you tired from going around in circles? Let us get to the point. My name is Tiet Nian Ho. I am the head of the Tiet family. And I am currently Yin Lan's new mother. Tai Ven, the leader of the White Lotus Society, is my younger sister. That is how it is. However, Tiet Nian Ho is also curious. TV Man promised to contact her when Yin Lan left the White Lotus Palace. But instead, she sent Yin Lan here. However, Auntie quickly brushed that question aside and shifted to the main issue. Getting the girl back home, Yin Lan said. Why should I go back? You ignored me before. And now you want me to return, she said angrily, lost. And do not treat me like your daughter. It is really annoying. Especially for Yin Lan. Tiet Nian Ho showed no sign of being bothered and acted like it was perfectly normal. She said that refusing her at that time was an order from the star constellation. And besides, she already knew about it. So what if I knew? I heard this from a servant. Not from you directly, and it was very recent. Yin Lan reacted extremely violently. Tiet Nian Ho said it did not matter. The truth is just that she came this time because the star constellation directed her to bring Yin Lan. Yin Lan? What the hell? This is your chance to be recognized by the star constellation. Don't embarrass me anymore. Yin Lan. You want me to go back to Asia right now. So that is why you have been trying to pull me out all this time. Tiet Nian Ho admitted this without hesitation. Being a mother like her is really tough. Yin Lan kicked her out, frowning and saying there are students practicing here. So leave and do not disturb them. Yin Lan also warned her. This is Valhalla, not the Tiet family or the White Lotus Society. So do not think about causing trouble. Do you know why I came here alone without any bodyguards? Tiet Nian Ho frowned. It is to take you without being noticed. And with that, she swung her hand and hit Yin Lan. The girl braced herself but was still pushed back, her arm turning red. What are you doing? Didn't I make it clear to you already? I won't raise my hand. If that is the case. Yin Lan also declared she would not raise her hand anymore. After saying that, she immediately launched herself forward with lightning speed. You remember? Right. Even the last time you challenged me, I still defeated you. Yin Lan jumped up, using all her strength to throw a punch aimed right at the Ice Queen. She stood still, maintaining an emotionless face as she effortlessly absorbed Yin Lan's heavy blow. The Ice Queen had to admit that Yin Lan had gotten stronger. She definitely was not just playing around in the Silver Lotus Palace anymore. Yin Lan shouted that she had been training hard, because she did not want to be left behind in a place with nothing. The Ice Queen said that if that was the case, Yin Lan should go back and study properly. With that, she twisted her wrist and pulled Yin Lan, causing her to stumble. Yin Lan was shocked, wide-eyed, wondering when her mother had become so skilled. She landed heavily, hurriedly kicking the Ice Queen's hand away, and then following up with a kick to her. The Ice Queen was pushed back, nodding in acknowledgement of the strength of that attack. This compliment made its way to Yin Lan, causing her to snap and tell her to shut up so she could focus on winning. On the other side, Choi Aaron asked Kim Joo-huk if they should call the coach to stop them. But what would happen if they reported to the coach that the Ice Queen was causing chaos in Valhalla without a defender and wanted to take her daughter away? It would definitely cause a riot, but even so, Kim Joo-huk really could not stand that woman. But Choi Aaron felt the same way. She abandoned her daughter, and now suddenly wants to take her back because of a kidnapping demand. Yin Lan must be very disappointed. The way she was swinging her fists, like she wanted to crush her opponent, was understandable. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen maintained her composed demeanor, advising her to stop the pointless chaos and come with her before getting hurt. This really applies to her. Yin Lan said that and viciously kicked straight at the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen clutched her stomach as she stepped back while Yin Lan reveled in her victory. She had put in a lot of strength to kick her. Even if she blocked this attack, she would still be hurt. But just 2 seconds later, Yin Lan was horrified to find one of her legs completely frozen. This must be the first time I have seen this. The Ice Queen condensed a block of ice in her palm and solemnly introduced it. This is the power of the constellation of our clan, the King of the Snow Realm. While you may not be able to immediately, once you return to the Ice Clan, You will have the chance to train this ability through a pact with the constellation. Yanlan also realized that her precious mother was stronger than before. Turns out she had borrowed power from the constellation. But for the Ice Clan leader, this was nothing extraordinary. It was a natural occurrence in the current world. If you are a member of a clan protected by the constellation, this is what you would naturally do. Surely you do not think that I fought you only with my own strength to meet your previous demands. Do you? I guess you have changed your mind. So I will ask you one last time. Are you coming back? Of course. I am definitely not coming back. Tit Nian Ho sighed at the naivety of this child, then teleported in front of her and bluntly told her not to expect to return safely. Yan Lang could only curse silently because she could not react due to her right leg being frozen. While Tit Nian Ho was now targeting Yuan Lang's right arm. She wanted to freeze and smash that right arm, then think about the lost arm later, so that Yuan Lang would never dare to challenge the family in Trimzamsao again. Of course, that plan could not succeed. Kim Ju-hyo charged in to block Tit Nian Ho. Much to her mother's surprise, Kim Ju-hye's long leg stood boldly between the two mothers and daughters. He irritably asked her if she really intended to chop off her daughter's arm. Tit Nian Ho sneered, saying she was just teaching her as a mother and did not think this was something Ju-hoo needed to get involved in. Kim Ju-hyo was even more annoyed, asking if this kind of education was trendy nowadays. I have heard something like that before. Tit Nian Ho had never heard that before, and was now wondering how he could avoid that attack without being frozen. Moreover, Kim Ju-hyo's strike even injured Tit Nian Ho. There is only one possibility. Kim Ju-hoo's counterattack magic is even stronger than hers. Choi Arin, take Yan Lang outside, Kim Ju-hyo ordered. Choi Arin immediately complied. Yan Lang loudly insisted she could fight too. And besides, it was her own business. Okay, it is your business. But look at your leg. Do you even feel anything to be talking about fighting back? Before I teach you anything, if my disciple gets hurt, as a master, should I just stand by and watch? Step back. Yan Lang was touched to the point of blushing, obediently listening to him. Tit Nian Ho was also surprised. High school students can take on disciples now. How interesting. But this should just stop here. Tit Nian Ho emphasized she just wanted to take Yan Lang away from here. But this affected him, and he was acting like he was the master of that girl. What the hell? Kim Ju-hyo assured her that he was not affected at all. They just shared the same thought. But Tit Nian Ho did not understand how a master-student relationship could escalate like this. She charged in again to see just how skilled this master really is. Kim Ju-hyo silently assessed her. Despite her cold appearance, she was just as aggressive as Yan Lang earlier. Even though he kicked her, facing her head-on like this still drained quite a bit of his magic. First of all, it is best to try to dodge her attacks. At the same time, aim for her joints to strike effectively. Although she is older, her hands and feet are still quick as ever. As soon as the attack grazed her shoulder, she slashed horizontally with a deadly blow. Luckily, Kim Ju-hyo was not slow either, so he dodged it easily. But this old lady is destroying public property. You are going to fight. Just fight. Why throw out ice to wreck the gym too? Kim Ju-hyo silently cursed. This attack did not even touch the ground but caused a lot of damage. Moreover, she can also shoot ice, which is the peak of annoyance. But I have to remind her a bit. The physical equipment is public property at school, and she is destroying it. So before going back to China, she needs to remember that. Tit Nian Ho said if he wins, she might reconsider. Look over there. Ruining someone's work and just brushing it off, how can they even manage that? As for the couple stuff, let us set that aside for now. Right now, it is all about the straight hand aiming for Kim Ju-hyo's neck. Now dodging is useless. It will only make this woman shoot out more ice. But if I block the attack, even just to stop a few weak hits like this, it will drain a lot of mana. In that case, I will just take it down directly. Kim Ju-hyo kicked hard, sending a strike straight into Tit Nian Ho's wrist, causing the attack to fly up to the ceiling. Taking advantage of her grimace from the mana being directly attacked, Kim Ju-hyo lunged at her, laughing darkly before delivering a punch that pierced through. So that is a decisive victory without needing to make a big show of it. Yan Lan did not expect Ju-hyo to win so overwhelmingly against someone wielding the power of a star. Tit Nian Ho had to praise him for his good fighting. That is only natural. Can borrowed power compare to the martial god Ji-ho? Besides, that is exactly why Yan Lan came all the way here to seek a master. But even if I acknowledge you, I will still take the girl away. You think I am joking? Auntie, this is the wish of our star's protector. Even if I fail, thousands who follow the star's orders will come to take the girl back. What kind of crunchy peanut is that? Yan Lan was very upset because her opinion was dismissed. Her importance was barely a grain of sand. Tit Nian Ho firmly stated once again that the star's will is supreme, and that is the reason for the existence of the Tit family. Yan Lan turned pale with fear. Do I have to fight against family again? Even though that is not what she wants. Stop it. That is enough. Seeing her new student in such a situation, Kim Ju-hyo frowned and asked how to meet your star. Tit Nian Ho was so surprised she did not know how to respond to his question. You? Irritated, repeated. Did not you say it was because of the Star's order? Are not they going to keep coming here to take Yuan land? I just have to defeat them. Right, the flower of Tit 9 is really terrifying this time. Does this kid even know what he is talking about? The way for people to face the Star husband is when he appears at the temple. But because this consumes a large amount of magical power, it does not happen often because one person can harm the clan. We can dare to deceive our Star husband, who will cause the sanctification, the flower of Tit Niven explained. But Kim Joo-hee thought there was still another way, touching the sacred object and piercing into the world of consciousness. The flower of Tit Nin felt dizzy. She did not expect that you would know about this too. If Kim Joo-hee touches the sacred object of the Tit clan, he will meet the deep-eyed king. But unlike this world, where original power is suppressed, the world of consciousness is the domain of the Star husband. When ordinary people enter, they will be pressured by the Star husband's overwhelming force. The flower of Tit Niven asked you, do you still want to resist even so? Of course. Why would not I resist? This matter is settled. But it can be carried out at the moment. Allowing outsiders to touch the sacred object is not something the flower of Tit Nin can decide alone. Bringing Yunlang back will be postponed for a week. Until then, no one should attack Yunlang or you, Kim Joo. The better. The better. But the head of the Tit clan still has conditions. If you are defeated in the world of consciousness and come back here, what are you going to do? After all, giving you a chance to meet the Star husband unconditionally is our loss. Right. Yin Lang, look at that ridiculous woman talking. Kim Joo-hee did not mind taking responsibility for himself. Whether he won or lost, you can touch Yin Lang for the rest of your life. I will take care of her like my disciple. Kim Joo-hee also stated his own conditions. The flower of Tit Nyan agreed and returned to the clan to prepare. But in her heart, she still thought he was arrogant. A week later, Kim Joo-hee was granted an audience with the deep-eyed king, the Star husband protector of the Tit clan. A few days earlier, in the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo-hee had arranged his unused VIP room for Yun Lang to stay in. This VIP dormitory is as spacious as a 100-square-meter apartment worth 10 billion. Yan Lang was also surprised, because the dorm room looked like a house of a wealthy family. What surprised her even more was that she got to stay here alone. Kim Joo-hee said this was originally his high-end dorm room. But since he was staying in another room, this one was left vacant. Yan Lang blushed for a moment before timidly asking, "Hey Kim Joo, why are you so nice to me? Whether it is the flower of Tit 9 or others, it is still my family matter. You could just turn a blind eye to it. You do that because I am really your disciple." Well, that is part of it. But to be honest, Joo-hee does not really like stuff like that. He hates those aggressive lines that oppress others, like acting superior and expecting people to listen. Which is why he acts so nosy. Does that bother Yan Lang? Of course not. It is just that it is the first time someone has cared about me like this. I just want to thank you. Kim Joo-hee smiled. If you train with me and find it both painful and tough, will that gratitude vanish? The matter of gratitude ends here. Kim Joo-hee has something else to ask. Is your family constellation the Dark Snow King? It is the Dark Snow King. Kim Joo-hee wants to know what the personality of this protective constellation is like. Yin Lang has not been close to her family for a long time, so she is not sure. But even if her family uses his powers, it is said he does not interfere much with the Tayat family. So some people in the family do not even know which constellation he is. Then why did the Dark Snow King order Yin Lang to be brought back? Yin Lang does not understand either. Because clearly, she and him have no connection at all. Yin Lang does not even have a protective constellation like the other family members. So what is the detailed story? She has no idea. Kim Joo-hee has his own solution. He tells her to rest and wait until they get to the Tayat's house. She still has to be his guide. After saying that, Kim Joo-hee leaves. Yin Lang keeps blushing continuously. Back in her room, Joo-hee calls Adelia for a favor. First, he tells her that he just had a heated argument with the Tayat family. Adelia, shocked and anxiously, asks why. Joo-hee says they came to take the girl back, but he refused. So they ended up in a fight. As a result, Hong lost some gym equipment from school, so he had to ask Adelia to handle it. This is something she can deal with because Joo can just replace the equipment. Besides, Joo-hee wants to ask for more information about the Tayat constellation to see if Adelia knows anything. The head of the Ventric family only knows that constellation is the Dark Snow King. They do not interfere in family matters, and the Tayat family acts discreetly. So she does not know anymore. Joo-hee remembers more and asks if the girl has woken up yet. Not yet. There is still no response from her. Adelia says this with disappointment. Kim Joo-hee acknowledges this and then silently thinks. At this moment, Adelia hesitantly continues. Can you check on the status of your disciple's constellation and say something good about me quickly? Kim Joo-hee smirks. At this hour, you are talking comfortably. Well, I am hanging up now. Adelia just casually asked for an apology, but Kim Joo-hee hung up on her. I do not understand what the hell Thum Jong is. No one knows about him. I find it strange. But is not that Thum Jong is strange. It is Kim Joo-hee that is strange. Kim Joo-hee does not even know what is strange about him. No matter who the opponent is, you still have to fight. Right. Just saying. This, Kim Joo-hoo admits. But even if he becomes stronger, Joo-higu knows his power can be compared to before he was revived. Just confronting them without knowing the enemy's strength sounds really stupid. Besides, the mindscape is the territory of the constellations. They can unleash their powers there. But why does Ba-chi-tar get weaker in the mindscape? Moreover, with the normal strength of Ba-chi-kum, his power should be as strong as the other constellations. But if Joo-higu wants to fight in the mindscape, Ba-chi might reveal some secrets. The power in the mindscape has nothing to do with physical strength. What the heck are you talking about? You can use your power based on your physical form. So that is physical strength. Right, are you kidding me? Kim Joo-higu is starting to get annoyed. Ordinary people outside both sides of the mindscape would think the same. But you are not an ordinary person. Just remember, even Joo-higu understands a bit of Ba-chi-ti's intent now. We just need to do one thing. Go to the temple and defeat the constellation. A week later, Joo-higu brought Yanlan to Titjaya. The Titjaya family lined up to greet them like they were welcoming a prime minister. Titanan-ho led the welcoming party. She smirked when she saw the two of them. I thought you would run away. I am not that irresponsible. Now, am I allowed to touch the sacred artifact? Kim Joo-higu is not the kind of person affected by comments like that because usually, his obnoxious remarks are what really annoy others. Titanan-ho subtly told him to follow her. Joo-higu patted Yanlan on the shoulder, telling her he would be back. Titanan-ho took Kim Joo-hoo to a room filled with snow and ice. Yanlan's stepmother reached under the snow and pulled out a peach. She opened the peach and said that after returning to Titjaya, she wondered what would happen if the constellation lost to him. Then she thought about what would happen if Joo-hae-yu lost and had to become a servant of Titjaya. What she thinks is her business. Kim Joo-hae-yu just wants to finish this fight quickly and go to sleep. Hand over the gloves. You see, as soon as he touched the gloves, Kim Joo-higu was brought before the Snotham Vijong. He sat on a throne made of ice, one leg propped up on the chair, looking really imposing. He asked Joo-hae-yu who she was, and Kim Joo-hoo raised her fist and said, "The one who makes a name for themselves speaks." Kim Joo-higu knows he is not your disciple, but he looks very familiar, like she has met him somewhere. Taitham Vijay did not expect that on such a beautiful day, a random punk would suddenly come out threatening him like this. As for the formalities, they will discuss it further when Kim Joo-higu is still alive. But for now, Taitham Vijay is already prepared with a fistful of sharp ice arrows. Kim Joo-higu scoffed. Is a long-range attack enough for someone like Joo-higu to dodge those ice chunks? The ice chunks hit the ground with a thud, and Joo-higu was not even scratched, while also jumping up on the pile of ice to stand taller. Is it possible to dodge that? Who would have thought? Taitham Ving is taken aback. You have to know that the last attack could not be dodged just by jumping. Kim Joo-higu must have used magic to jump further, and he knows that the person standing in front of him is not just some small fry. I was going to let you know my name, but being stuck here for so long made me forget my own name. So I will let you know my title. He said this while stepping down and getting closer. Outside, they call me Taitham Vijong. And Kim Joo-hoo could not help but shiver as the snowstorm suddenly picked up. But those who worship me call me Anen Thin, while those who fear me call me Ku Tight. Combining these two nicknames, I am called Evan Taithun. How does one have so many names? It is confusing. Is that? And I am Kim Joo-gu. The Enchinen Taithun said he would remember this name, then raised his hand. Surrounding Joo-higu, large ice pillars appeared, trapping his escape route. Trying to block this with bare hands is going to hurt. So Joo-higu quickly pulled out his beloved sword. Taitham Vijay felt a bit uneasy about that weapon. Kim Joo-hee fiercely used the sword to break the approaching ice block. Two forces of technology and extreme cold clash. Moments later, Taitham Vijay found himself pinned down by his own ice pillars. He felt half amused as Kim Joo-higu used this method, while all the snow and ice here were under his control. So that is it. Kim Joo-hoo did not know when he lunged forward, wearing a not-so-friendly smile, swinging the sword upward from the ground. Taitham Vijay easily countered with bare hands. Turns out he used the ice pillar to distract me and get closer. The idea is good, but still weak. Really? Are you sure it is weak with those shaky hands? Then let us see how you handle this and check if I am still weak. Kim Joo-hoo flicked his wrist, and a blazing red flame appeared. The fist shot straight into the chest of the Anen Taithun. Kim Joo-higu laughed like a devil as he easily knocked a big sharp star away like it was nothing. Anen Taithun was punched and stuck to the throne. It has been a while since someone landed a punch like that on you. Right, damn. Is it really that straightforward? That attack was filled with magic. And that sword too. I get it now. You are a martial god. Well, it is just a title that the disciples gave me, but it is true. In Anen Taithun's memory, the name of a martial god is still intact. Kim Uo. Even though I do not know much about him, Anen Taithun witnessed Kim Han's power 300 years ago. Back then, in a frozen mountain area, Anen Taithun was attacked by a group of monsters. Even though he tried his best, it was an entire army of monsters that he could not handle alone. Just when Anen Taithun was about to go down with them, the martial god suddenly appeared. At that moment, he intended to ask why Kim Hagu was there and standing in front of the monsters. And just as that pitch-black sword swung up, Kim Hoo-oh took out the entire army of monsters in an instant. All of En and Tai Thun's questions vanished with the monsters, leaving only astonishment. The magic just now attacked him just like that, even though the appearance seems very different. It is the same martial god. Aren't you coming forward anymore? Kim Do-hyo asked. Then I will strike. And then decide for myself. Why are you asking? Alright then. Martial god, I have wanted to have a proper fight with you for a long time. I will fight you with all my strength. At the same time in the reception room, Yinlan was warmly welcomed with the atmosphere of Tutjia. She could see dark shadows crowded outside the door and unfriendly gazes. This is why she did not want to go back to Tutjia. Remembering that Du-ho told her to rest while at Tutjia, Yinlan blushed. If it were not for his request to be her guide, Yanlan would have gone to party and tear the place down. Just then, the second daughter of Tut and the third daughter of Tut-bi-nai entered the room. Yinlan emotionlessly spat out a word, then asked if they came to fight. Tut-bi-nai replied softly that no. They came to see her. If there is a fight, it does not mean that the two of them are ganging up on her. But if they keep causing trouble, how can you say there is no fight? Well, if you guys are just here to see me, you might as well stand outside like those shady people behind the door. People know how to feel awkward too. Tai Thin Lam scratched her head, feeling that there was a misunderstanding. So she came to apologize, and she thought that apologizing directly was better. Yinlan was surprised, almost having her eyes pop out. Sorry. You really can't hear anything. Can you? Tetbona nodded in agreement. You know, we have not really had time to talk, because you have to go to the White Lotus Hall after our match. So right now, I want to talk to you. Even though it is late. I know it is late. But about isolating you from everyone. Yinlan was even more surprised. Are these two possessed or something? After all this time, they just came here to apologize. You can spit out whatever you want, because you are scared that I am here. Right. Tetboni was yelled at by Yinlan to the point of almost crying. And Tet Thien Lam immediately jumped in to intervene. I know we look like we are just apologizing out of obligation, but we really had no other choice. We tried to meet you, but my mom always stopped us. And what about this? It is not just that. Even the order to remove you from training was her command. It was not just some petty jealousy. That is what Yinlan always thought. Tetbonai also admitted that she thought that was true. But honestly, they felt more proud than jealous, because it was good for Tet to have someone stronger than her. But while they thought that way, Tet Nien Ho summoned the two and said from now on, do not let Yinlan participate in training. She said that you, Yinlan, would be a threat to us in the match for the successor position. That even if she, the head of the family, supports us, all the other elders will choose you. And then, whether we like it or not, we will have no choice but to agree with mom and collaborate with everyone in the family to isolate you. But their precious mother miscalculated one thing, which is that both daughters she gave birth to have no interest in the head position at all. Moreover, it is even more correct that they should not be interested. While Yinlan was still wondering why, Tetvan walked in. About that, I will tell you. While the sisters were chatting with each other, Hung Su Shen was launching an attack with all his might. A rain of sharp ice columns fell down towards Kim Ju Haik. The guy ran like crazy to dodge and then leapt towards Hung Su Shen. The Ice Lord threw a solid ice punch into the air. From that ice sphere, sharp spikes grew out, surrounding Ju Hik. Annoyed, he swung his arm to shatter it and charged forward. You think you can distract me with those weak attacks? So you want a big attack? Okay. Got it. Here comes the big attack. A gigantic ice formation suddenly appeared in front of Kim Ju Haik, then exploded with a loud bang. Kim Ju Hik did not expect that Hung Su Shen would have skills like that. Catching everyone off guard, the Chaos Snow God was planning to completely freeze Ju Haik. But unexpectedly, Kim Ju Hik managed to escape with just a little snow on him. He truly is a martial god. Donnie spat out unbelievable compliments like that. You embarrass me. But I have to admit this guy is a bit different. If this Han is this strong, Ju Hook does not believe he would not remember Han. This guy must have been training here. He has made significant progress in his understanding of Banko. This must be the reason Han is stronger than in your past life. This is indeed interesting. Wouldn't it have been better if I had met you earlier? Kim Ju Hook sighed. The Chaos Snow God did not understand his meaning. Ju Hook said that it was a compliment to Han's strength because Han made him draw his sword. The Chaos Snow God smiled, a rare sight, instead of just feeling satisfied with the compliment, and trailed off, using magic to create a massive ice punch before continuing, saying he would surpass him. The Chaos Snow God gathered momentum for his punch, while Kim Ju Hook grinned devilishly and swung his sword. The two passed each other like a gust of wind. The Chaos Snow God smiled wryly. Forget about surpassing you. I have not even come close to your level, while Han is lying defeated on the ground, and Kim Ju Hook stands there proudly laughing. Outside, the white glove continued to emit a mysterious blue light. Teet Nun Ho had been keeping watch nearby. This match was taking much longer than she expected. Teet Nun Ho even thought that Kim Ju Hook was using some strange magic, so her family's seat was just playing around with him. Just then, She noticed the blue light swaying. This is a phenomenon indicating that the consciousness is being harmed in the mental realm. But Kim Joo-hook looked completely unfazed. Teet Nun-ho hesitantly called out. Kim Joo-hook immediately responded, "I have defeated your constellation, of course." Teet Nun-ho did not believe what he said, but she quickly saw the display board showing the message. Teet Thum-ving expressed respect for Kim Joo-hyuk. This shocked Teet Nun-ho immensely. She never expected that a high school student could defeat a constellation. She could not accept this reality. If you do not believe it, just ask that constellation yourself. Teet Nun-ho was so shocked that she sat down in disbelief. Kim Joo-hook came over and patted her on the shoulder. "You said that if I won, you would not bother Yun-lan anymore. Right?" He flashed a mischievous smile. "I think we need to change that condition a little." Very quickly, Joo-hook went to the living room to welcome Yun-lan. As soon as he walked in, he told her to leave without caring about anyone else. After saying that, he noticed there were way too many people here. What are all these people doing here? Tae-van was visibly happy to see Kim Joo-hyuk again like this. She never thought he would come here. Kim Joo-hook remembered Tae-van was the leader of the White Lotus Society, so he thought she would not be here. Yun-lan asked him if he was done with his work. Joo-hook said he would tell her about it on the way. Since there were too many eyes around, it was not just Yun-lan. Even Kim Joo-hook was irritated by the prying eyes waiting for someone to get in trouble with the outsiders. In the afternoon, Kim Joo-hook and Yun-lan left Tae-van. Is this girl's behavior considered running away with a guy? He came back so quickly. He must have lost. Right. Joo-hook was almost taken aback by this question. Yun-lan continued to overthink like crazy. He must have had a tough time, not only without the protection of divine power, but also facing the spirit alone. Yeah. That is true. Yun-lan really wanted to know what conditions her beloved stepmother had said if he lost. Joo-hook said she wanted him to become a servant of the Tae family. Yun-lan was stunned. Does that mean he has to serve the Tae family now? Kim Joo-hook even felt like playing around with the little girl. He found it very funny and wondered if he should tell her the truth. "I should have stopped you. I have heard everything from my sister and aunt." Yun-lan looked very regretful. Tae Nun-ho is a madwoman. She is willing to gamble her life to take the position of head of the family. Since she was young, she had wanted that position. That is why Tae-van advised her to give up her greed. But after becoming the head of the family, her greed became bottomless. She wants to hold that position for life, always on guard against the elders, viewing her own children as obstacles threatening her position. That is why she monitors us so closely to prevent anything from happening. She despises my talent, so she exploits the clan members and sisters to isolate me from everyone. Moreover, for some reason, even among the family's protective stars, there are those who think the same way. Honestly, I never intended to become the head of this clan. She really is crazy. Kim Joo-hook also honestly said that he intended to let Yun-lan's imagination run a bit further, but it seemed there was no point in doing so. So he just had to tell the truth, that he had already beaten their spirit. Yun-lan thought he was joking, but he was not. This is not a joking matter, but this deceptive feeling started when that constellation brought her back after she left the Silver Palace. Right. But that is not entirely accurate. According to her, it seems that that celestial body has no interest in managing this family. So I asked him myself, at that moment in my mind, Joo-hae, after winning, did not rush to leave but woke up the Chaos God from his dream, telling him to get up so we could talk. The Chaos God asked him what was going on. I heard someone called Yun-lan back to the family. Why do that? The current head of the family asked me to do that. She said her youngest daughter needs my divine power for protection, so she thinks the girl will listen to me, a powerful constellation in the family. So I ordered her to call the girl back. So that is how it is. I thought he was the one who abandoned Yun-lan before. The Chaos God was surprised. This is the first time he heard about that. And moreover, he just now learned that the head of this family has a youngest daughter named Yun-lan. Well, that is something. So you were also used by the head, which also means that Tae Nun-ho deceived everyone around, saying meaningless words to confuse people. The head exploded the celestial body for her own purposes. Yun-lan was furious. She did not expect her stepmother to deceive everyone in the family and the celestial body just for her own benefit. Not only that, but also ruined her life to become the head forever. That is disgusting. So I told the constellation to break the agreement between him and the head. At the same time, Tae Nun-ho received the notification that the Snow King had reclaimed all the powers granted to her. The agreement with the Snow King has been broken. Tae Nun-ho's face twisted even more than the word twisted. Not only her position as head of the family, she will lose everything. So you do not need to get your hands dirty. Yun-lan blushed and thanked him. Kim Joo-hee finished talking about the house. Now it is time to discuss the water. Let us just go back to physical training. What else is there? The two of them did not know that a skull-masked man had been watching them for a long time. He asked his master if he needed to continue monitoring. The guy with the two horns instructed not to bother, but to find out who that person's enemy is. In the secret Hediat, all the members were gathered to sit and look at each other. This Hediat is full of people who look eccentric. The purple-haired guy wearing a teeth-patterned mask asked everyone why they had gathered. The white-haired brother with his eyes covered said, "It was because of the summons from the Celestial Lord." Anyone knows that. But did not the Celestial Lord order to kill Kim Joo-hook before or after? Why suddenly ask them to find this person's enemy? It is simply because that celestial lord has reconsidered. The purple-haired one asked, who received the order first and carried it out. The skull-masked man immediately spoke up. She asked Kim Joo-hoo what his name was and who he was. The skull mask said that it was a strange person. He had been tracking Kim Joo-soo and investigating him. Surprisingly, he could not find any useful information. The only clear information was that Kim Joo-hoo grew up in an orphanage, and no one knew who his parents were. And that was where it ended. Later, he tracked Kim Joo-soo again and waited for orders from the leader, but witnessed the kid defeating both the members and the brains of the Tut family. It was the leader's turn to stop, shifting to look for Kim Joo-hoo's enemies after hearing that he had taken care of the Tut family as bodyguard. The skull mask was about to continue when he received a message from the leader, asking if the crystal was ready. Everything is ready. The leader asked if they had found Kim Joo-hoo's enemies yet. The skull mask immediately named three: the Vanchik family, Yuzinja, and the Uryu sect. The blind guy knew that Yuzinja and Uryu were evil organizations, while Vanchik was a prestigious family from England, and Vanchik had suddenly become friendly with Joo-soo. Right now, they were not sure if the two families were friends or foes. Additionally, the person with purple hair heard some information that a group of assassins called Baek Jiang was targeting Kim Joo-hoo. Although no official action had been taken yet, the blind guy believed this group was trying to polish their reputation by doing so. A recent order: kill all of Han's enemies. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at the gym, Kim Joo received 3 messages from Koi Erin, all repeating the name Ann. She said there would be no training today. She had to go back home to get something. Sounds important. What could it be? It would be great if she brought back a trophy, because it is very possible that Choi Jin-gae's leader is also his disciple. After fighting with the Tut family leader, he checked the artifacts they had collected but found nothing special, considering the disaster that was about to strike the Tower of Destruction. Every disciple was important, but now everything was quite delayed. They said the Silver Lotus Society had quite a few trophies, and he seriously wondered if he should drop by. While he was thinking, someone approached him. A man wearing a black mask. Kim Joo-hoo vaguely recognized that this guy came from the black market. Kim Joo told Yin Lang and Joo So-seon to wait for him to come back. Yin Lang did not oppose it because she found it easier than eating porridge. While Joo So-seon questioned why they had to do that, Kim Joo-hoo did not say anything more and just left, leaving the two girls actively arguing. But it was a verbal fight. The black mask introduced himself as coming from the market. Kim Joo-hoo had roughly guessed from the mask and outfit who he was, but that market keeps the identities of those who go there confidential. Right, just casually coming to school and calling others out like this could ruin your reputation. The black mask told him to calm down because he was there just to deliver a message. It was a letter sent from the real owner of the market. The master is known as the ruler behind the scenes. Read the letter and go to the market if you can answer them. What does answer mean? The black mask said that the letter was also sent to a few others besides him. Master is looking for someone who can read it. The black mask said he did not know the content or meaning of the letter, so if he could understand it and wanted to respond, he should go to the market. The master there is waiting for you. After that, the young man just said goodbye and left. A notification immediately appeared about the situation. He asked what the letter said, because he could not see it. I should go to the market. Why the quick decision? The characters used to write this letter are something I created. Kim Joo-hoo chuckled with delight at that moment. Kim Joo-hoo was walking down the street like a dog on a leash. The notification then changed to many topics with him. It seems the teacher has been going out frequently without needing to announce it every time. Bai is not wrong. Joo-hoo explained that it is because he had negotiated with that white-haired teacher. But hey, her name is Lily. With a name like that, you can't just ignore it. Lily said that since the last results were quite good, you only need to report the information about the monsters and how to take them down. Bacho is still confused. But did the teacher say that the letters written in the letter just sent were created? That is right. Why do you want to go there so badly? That character is from 300 years ago, and there are still quite a few letters that exist today. Joo Hyuk wonders if she should tell Bat Chu that it is part of her training, and that maybe she can discover something she does not know then, kind of. But let us not talk about it. Whatever. Let us just leave it at that and talk about something else. Before I go into the mindscape and give you a lesson. Batch aside, agreeing to this unreasonable topic change. The darkness was pitch black as Joo Hyuk pushed the gate open. A tightly sealed door. Joo Hyuk pushed the door open, thinking he would not return to this black market again. Yet here he was. Joo Hyuk guessed the reason the sky here was purple was because of the constellations he was about to meet. 300 years ago, the sky here was also a similar shade of purple. Upon arrival, Kim Joo Hyuk was welcomed right at the door. Did you come because of the letter? It was a young man wearing a black cat mask. That is right. So where should I go now? Please follow me. I will lead the way. Do you have to wear a mask like yours? Not necessary. I will take you around instead of through the main road of the market. In the 7th District Market, in a towering building, Joo Hyuk looked at the view outside and wondered if there were black cats here. Batcher reminded him. Teacher, look outside. Ah. The yellow part of the building. It is all paper money. Was there a building like that the last time you were here? I wonder. I do not remember clearly. Just as he was wondering, the leader of the market arrived. There you are. Jimjuo. Did you bring the answers to the letter? As soon as he met him, he got straight to the point. Very direct and not wasting time. I do. But that letter is not the kind you just answer normally. Soccer. What do you mean by that? Let me see what it says. Lend me some paper and a pen. Here you go. Thank you. The black cat felt that this young man was quite bold. Of the 3 people who said they would answer the letter, they were all frauds. What they brought here only fueled the deity's anger even more. This young man wrote for a while, and then said, "Here." The black cat thinks it looks somewhat like the description that the constellations mentioned. But what does it mean? It also means no. Immediately, the constellation of the black cat reacted fiercely after receiving the answer. Ju-hike. You have been confirmed. You should probably meet him as soon as possible. All right. Ju-hook did not mind agreeing right away. The black cat immediately took out a guiding item. If you touch this, you will be transported to the mental realm. All right. After a blink, in front of Ju-hook was a girl with long purple hair. This magical power, although the appearance has changed. I can see your magic. It has been a while. Luminous. The girl with red eyes hugged her cheeks, excitedly shouting, "Master, your disciple. I am so happy to see you again." Master. Luminous knelt down to ask Ju-hike, "Why are you kneeling? Get up." Ju-hik lowered his head and winked at her. Yep. "But Master, do you still remember these letters? You have not forgotten them." "Right. I created them. But both of you remember the past. Back then, Luminous was rescued by Ju-hik and Moron after I accepted you as a disciple. I realized you did not know any language or letters at all. You could only express emotions and thoughts by nodding. You refused to learn any letters. I taught you by creating a new language together with you. I thought that if you liked it, you would be more interested in learning. So I did that. Then I could teach you many things, such as martial arts." Thank you, Master. That is how I learned to speak and write. It is all thanks to you. Master, you understand the hidden meaning. Right. Yep. I miss you very much. Master, if we meet again, will you marry me? That is why I answered no. Well. Why do you ask why again? I do not have time for that. We will discuss it later. But right now, this world is very dangerous. Just like it was 300 years ago. Yep. I understand now. Luminous bowed her head, looking sad, lingering on it now. But Master, do you see that building outside? The building full of money. Right. What is it? That building is all for you. Master, you can live there from now on. What? I do not want to. Ju-hik usually flat out refused. Luminous immediately bombarded him with 1,000 questions about why Kim Ju-hik was so annoyed with this girl, looking so small. Ju-hik remembered the reason he named her Luminous, meaning bright. That is because you can't do anything. While Luminous was frantically asking why, Du-hoo reached out and flicked the little one on the forehead. Calm down, he reminded. Do not get too excited like that. Luminous pouted sadly. Master, do not you like my gift? It is what you need. Master, did I say I wanted you to build a house with money? Yep. Luminous insisted. She clearly remembered someone saying, I really want to live in a house built with money. At that time, she asked back. A house built with money, that is right. It should be as big as a mountain. Is that your dream? Master, should I say that is a dream? Well, maybe not. Later, when there is peace. I want to live in a house fully covered with money. That wish is still very far away. Then hurry up and study to become skilled. End the disaster as if it never happened. At that time, I will be able to do what I want. If you understand. Then keep practicing. Yep. From then on, Luminous silently vowed to become stronger, and no matter what, she would fulfill her master's dream, even if she could not complete it while he was alive. Now, 300 years later, when peace has been restored, I have built a house fully covered with money. Is that— Wait. So you knew I would be reborn. So you had that house built. That is right. Even though I do not know who you will become, I received a notice that you would be reborn. If it were not for that notice. Du-hoo was surprised. I am gonna lose it. Luminous said with a horrible laugh. Damn it. It is too late to stop now. And you are already pretty crazy. Luminous. This is not the time. What? Right now? Peace is still a long way off. After a while of talking, Luminous bit her nails. Agreeing with Du-hega's perspective, the Tower of Destruction will return soon. And disaster will strike. The Tower of Destruction will return soon. Disaster will strike. It should be that this time Master is reborn. He should be resting. Then came a damn text screen 1,000 times. By the way, I am currently living in the Valhalla Academy dormitory. I refuse to stay here. All right, Master. Luminous seemed very lost. And there was nothing I could do. Master, can you lend me your hand for a moment? Du-hoo did not understand what was happening, but still extended his hand. Luminous pulled out a ring, saying this is the ring she got from the market. With it, you can move freely in the market without fear of being disturbed. You can transfer money from financial organizations in the market as well, and it also helps you move around easily here. It will always be effective. Please accept it. Master. Alright. Thank you. Recently, Hikik has been receiving rings. Soon he will have so many on his hands that people might think he is a gangster. Then I will leave today. Yep. Master. The bright purple sign outside. The black cat standing in the moonlight received a question from the star. The ruler of the underground world asked. As he left, the black cat found the way of referring to him a bit off, but did not dare to comment. Just obediently replied. Yep. He has returned to the Valhalla Academy. There was a moment of silence before the response came. The ruler of the underground world. We should buy back the Valhalla Academy. The black cat almost fell over in shock. Valhalla Academy. He wondered why it was Valhalla. Does it have to do with Kim Joo-hik in the star? Was it easy to hand over the ring ownership to him? What is that Kim Joo-hik planning? What does a 17-year-old like him have to do with the star? About that Kim Joo-hik. What is his connection to you? The black cat could not help but ask. A round character appeared on the other side. Do not misunderstand. Luminous said. He's my sky. On some mountain peak. The white-haired one took a hit. The blonde one also took a hit. Both were struck straight in the face. No one here is lucky. That person took down 2 men, and then approached, alerting the entire gang of 5. Who is that? Love Birth. You bastard. How dare you touch my son? This guy is the only destroyer. Rogan. He is extremely furious, raising his fist filled with power. Here is time to die. The fist straight to the face of that guy. Boom. They were all smashed to pieces. Rogan was still posing while the gang members watched in shock, wondering why that person was here. Looks like he wants to avenge his son. Let him deal with these guys. We need to find the leader. Sure. Rogan coldly turned to see if anyone else was around, but he saw no one at that moment. The leader of Love Birth, King Long Hannibal, was standing in the middle of a daisy patch. Wondering where he was, he heard there was an intruder, then suddenly heard an explosion. And now he is here. This place is definitely not an office. Have I been transported somewhere else? This is annoying. A pair of red eyes glinting. The heartbeat of a person. And then Love Birth got a hole right in the chest. His chest had been punctured for a long time. And Love Birth finally let out a terrified scream. And that strange monster was holding his heart in its hand. No need to worry. In this space, as long as I do not allow it, you won't die. But it still hurts a lot. Love Birth is in pain but still has the spirit to evaluate this strange space. Plus that overwhelming, unreasonable power. Realizes this is the mindscape of the Star Circle. Besides that terrifying and unpleasant magic, there is also that mask. Are you the Star Circle of the Yu-Gi-Oh clan? Gee, you recognize sooner than I expected. Yep. I'm the Star Circle guardian of the Yu-Gi-Oh clan. TGAK, the young man in iron armor wearing a mountain goat mask as a combo scare. I heard there was a lot of fighting outside. It is your clan attacking us. Right, but why is it us? It must be Dai, the lone wolf, causing a ruckus outside. Because he found out you attacked his son. Love Birth recalled Logan's furious face and felt terrified, now surrounded by enemies. He did not know what to do to escape this disaster. Even if he was not the one who started it, he would still take you all down. Love Birth was stunned by Daji's words. Wow. You and they are targeting Kim Joo-huk. Right, aren't we all aiming for the same goal? At first, that was true. From the very beginning, he was our target. But do you know what our criteria for selecting targets is? I do not know. Is it the strongest? We only eliminate those who boast about being the strongest. It does not matter if they are actually strong or not. What? Then why hesitate to use Dai's name? The former singularity. Because he brags that he is the strongest. Trash like him does not deserve that title. Well, I do not know anything then. I have never claimed to be the strongest. True. But you made a mistake. You tried to harm someone deserving of the title of the strongest. The flames behind Tujishai were blazing, ready to incinerate anyone who acted up immediately. Yu Sen could not believe things had come to this point. And I do not understand what it means to try to harm someone deserving of the title of the strongest. He just thought if he did not take action, he would surely go down at the hands of that crazy Chomsao. If that is the case, then no matter how strong Chomsao is, he should be able to use his achievements and magic against him. Thinking that, Yu Sen bit his lip, preparing to strike. He thought if he dealt with this Chomsao, he could find a way out of this mess. So he struck without holding back, while Tujishai sat back, sighing. A divine achievement. Surely he carried it with him all the time, since the concepts had been passed down to his mind. Yu Sen ignored the nonsense, focusing all his strength on his dark tentacle punch. All he saw was a flash, purple smoke spilling out. When the mist cleared, he saw the strike go straight into the wall. He could not help but curse inwardly when he saw Tujishai successfully dodge the attack. Thought his back was exposed, so he quickly turned his head to look, weary. Surprisingly, his back was clear, and he started to panic. What is going on? Chomsao has disappeared. Besides, do not even mention his magic. He could not sense his presence at all. Is this even possible in Chomsao's mind? How could he hide that rising magical energy? Damn it. Where did it go? Behind you. My strongest. My master. You dare to lay a hand on him. Tujishai curved his hand and pierced through Yu Sin. So I won't be gentle with you. The next morning. Valhalla dormitory. Etsu was stunned after reading the news. He immediately stuck his head out to see what was going on. Yu Sun and Yu Jo's group had been wiped out. So sudden. Think about it. The teacher had fought against both clans. Right, that is right. I intended to get rid of them one day when I left Valhalla. But it seems I do not have to worry about that anymore. Wait. Hold on. Are you really planning to leave Valhalla? Aren't you going to graduate? Yeah. It is because the notification window told me to come to this school that I enrolled. Now that I have met all the conditions of the notification window, there is no reason for me to stay at this school anymore. Well, it is not like leaving means you just leave right away. I will leave after the disaster is over. All right. Nobody can stop him if he wants to wait. In the Valhalla director's office. The director looks at the person in front of him in surprise. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I am Black Cat. The owner of the black market. Black Cat keeps his working style. Introducing himself, and then getting straight to the point. I am not going to beat around the bush. Just sell this school to me. Director. Is your heart still okay? What? The director is shaken but quickly regains his composure. Wait. Did you just say you are the head of the black market? That is right. So you know about it too. I know. But I have never set foot there. Everyone says the same thing the first time. Anyway, I can't sell Valhalla Academy to such a shady place. Really? Black Cat snaps his fingers. A pile of cash appears right in front of the director. How about this? I do not need the money. If you think I will sell this school easily, you are mistaken. Do you know what I was thinking when I founded this academy? When I was still a hunter, Korea was too weak against the mazes and the monsters. When someone commits a crime, they can be easily caught by the police. But what about monsters? When there are monster invasions, the government sends letters to the guilds, asking their hunters to deal with them. The government also created a military unit of contract holders to retaliate against the monsters. But they choose people randomly. In the end, they fell apart. And their effectiveness was even worse than those guild members. That is why I decided to build my own academy, to train hunters and contract holders to become strong, on par with other powerful nations. Now I am sitting here managing it. And the outstanding contract holders who graduated from Valhalla are currently working as hunters for various guilds, including other fields. Thanks to them, the monsters in Korea have been pushed back at an astonishing rate, holding the world record for this. So do you understand why I won't sell it now? Yep. That story is truly touching. I am not saying I will change the principal's educational methods. The school's education policies will remain unchanged. But the real owner of this place will be me. How can I trust you? Oefchimayu snaps his fingers again. And the money pile doubles. Right, I already said. Money is not the issue. Oefchimayu seems to understand less and less, continuously snapping his fingers for more money. There is so much money that even the sim is at a loss for words. And the pile of money has completely covered his table. And of course, with so much money, who could handle it? Take good care of this environment. This old man is retiring. Oefchimayu quickly changes the nameplate. This environment has a new owner now. Sir, I have acquired the Valhalla Academy by your command. Immediately, Luminous issues a new directive. The ruler of the underworld says to create a portal between the building and the Valhalla Academy. The building? You mean the main center of the market. The ruler of the underworld says to install cameras everywhere. Cameras? I thought they were already installed at the academy. The ruler of the underworld says to add more. All right. Sir, I am allowed to monitor those following the master. Luminous smiles dangerously. After school, I suddenly had an idea. Today the school seems a bit chaotic. Does not it? Teacher. Really? I did not notice much. Seems the teachers are busy with something. Actually, the self-study time today is longer than usual. You noticed all that? I am a bit scared of you now, just as I understood. Someone called him Choi Arin. What is it? Did you just come back from visiting home? Yep. I have been in class all day. Did not you see? I do not know. I was just sleeping. Are you heading to the gym now? Yeah. That is right. Then I will go with you. I have something I want to show you. What is so mysterious about it? The elite boys gather in the gym to see what Choi Arin wants to showcase. All they saw was her slowly assembling a sword. What is this? That is not the sword I have seen before. Right. I actually returned to my clan to retrieve this sword. Although surprised, that sword radiates a powerful magical aura. Exactly. This is my family's heirloom. Hearing this, Sozian yelled. What? Is that the blue human sword? The relic of Koi Jinga. That is right. How did you get it? After successfully passing the clan's selection exam, I became the legal heir of this sword. Even so, is not it a bit much for a high school student to carry something so valuable? The head of the family allowed it, so it is fine. Igu, do you think it is okay for me to train with this precious sword? If you want to, then go ahead. Igu can do anything, once it is in his hands. It is all ground up. Can I hold that sword for a bit? Igu jumped up. That is a family heirloom. It carries the power of a whole star, and you want to hold it. Higu was furious. This girl is so annoying. Alright. Here. Arian handed it over to Higu while Sozian scolded her loudly. Higu took the sword and felt strange. The magical energy radiating from it gave him a strangely familiar feeling. Just then, everything around him shifted. Before Hiyu stood an ancient arena, and there was a tall man named Tron, whom he had not seen in a long time. Hai Noah. That person was Choi Jinga, the star protector of Dao Quang. How could he run into an acquaintance here? Kim was a bit confused at first, but then remembered, is that the kid? How long are you planning to call me a kid? You see, I have grown up now. Wait. Let me think for a second. Have I ever told you my name before? It has always just been you messing around with me without any names. Well, I want to. But right after becoming a husband, I forgot my own name. Jinga seems to regret that. Even if you tell me your name, I will still call you a kid anyway. Be serious. Higu did not expect Jinga to become a husband. While you are still stuck trying to accept that in his eyes, you will always be a kid. Higu watched him think and wondered how he became a husband when he was so small. That is quite interesting. Back to the meeting from 300 years ago. At that time, Jinga was just a kid half the height of a Hayu no. Since then, the Sword King has been wanting to mess around with you. So fight with him. What are you talking about? You little brat. Aren't you the strongest among the adults around here? Then come fight with me. Moron. The master just grew up, and this kid is already calling him uncle. Should I deal with him? Master, calm down. Hainokanga moron. And turned to Jinga. But why are you trying to fight? Do you love fighting that much? I want to create the strongest sword technique. That strongest sword technique can make anyone, young or old, strong. When monsters attacked my family, everyone died because no one knew how to use a sword. That is why I want to create the strongest sword technique, so no one else has to go through what I did. So come fight me, because the sword technique that can defeat you will soon become the strongest. Haino Kangan chuckled. What a brave kid. But if you can't even hold a sword properly, how can you talk about sword techniques? If you call me brother, then I will be your opponent. Always had a feeling my teacher was luring children. Making a face, Jiga did not realize he was being lured. Just wanted to fight. So fine. Let us fight. Brother. Wait. Juik laughed without feeling shy. Immediately threw a punch at the kid. At that time, the kid was quite annoying, wanting to fight me once a week. If I had lost even once back then, this would not have happened. Right. Juhook was upset to hear that. The one wanting to become the strongest swordsman said that, and it is acceptable. Well, I thank you for guiding me after each defeat, so I was able to create my own sword technique. Are you talking about the unbeatable sword or something? That is right. If you had become my disciple back then, I could have trained you more closely. Do you think so? I was thinking the same thing back then. If I had been your disciple, even if I perfected my sword technique, it would still be your sword technique, not mine. Right. I thought that way, so I just practiced. You are quite the sly one, kid. Juhuk said with a chuckle. I was wondering why Koi Arin's sword technique looked so familiar. Now I get it. Jiga proudly boosted. You know, after becoming a constellation, I did my best to teach my disciples my sword technique, but it is very different from the sword technique you used to know. About that, you know, nowadays people prioritize practicing magic over physical training. If they learned my sword technique as it is, their bodies would be under a lot of stress, so I made some improvements so they could learn it more easily. But it is still a long way from becoming the strongest sword technique. Really? But I did not expect you to be reincarnated into the body of a high school student like this. Juuk suddenly remembered something and asked Jiga. Did you get a notification window or something like that before you met me? Strange. Lumina said she knew about her reincarnation through a notification window. I can't ask more on. But I figured I would know I was going to be reincarnated. So the notification was only sent to those who had direct contact with me. That makes sense then. Hyuko. This could also be seen as fate. Can we fight each other? Alright. Let us see how much stronger you have gotten. Okay. It has been a while since I have felt this excited. Aiko charged forward with a familiar assassin's face. Jiga was not holding back either. When he returned to reality, Aino had a smile on his face. I was really happy. Juik returned the sword to Arin and added, your husband is a good man, so make sure to train and chat with him regularly. Sure. Arin really listens to Juhai. Meanwhile, her husband was beaten up by him, lying in a pit and complaining. Honestly, this makes no sense at all. At this moment, at the Tit family in China, the old officials of the Tit family had gathered for a roundtable conference. Tit Vian was the first to speak. Elders, do you have something to discuss with me? The head elder of the Tit family was sitting there. The old lady said, you know, the position of the female clan leader is still vacant. We called you here because it seems we need to choose a female clan leader as soon as possible. The old man Doikin also said, we are considering asking you, the president of the Bai Lian Association, to become the female clan leader. But according to our tradition, The president of the Bailean Association cannot become the female clan leader. Can you think of another candidate? President. The old man with long hair also weighed in. No matter who it is, we must choose a better candidate than Tiat Len, the previous female clan leader. She was a cunning woman who used the family as protective star as a tool to secure her position as clan leader. Tiat Van thought for a moment and said, I understand now. The candidate I want to propose is. Who that is? I do not know yet. Just that over here Yun Lan is preparing for a fierce competition with Aaron. Both girls are already in position, ready to go at each other. Kim Joo-huk stood with his arms crossed, reminding us. I already said this before. When fighting, minimize the use of magic and rely solely on physical strength. Also, that sword is a special weapon. So during the fight, bring it out of its sheath to use it. I know. Arin agrees too. She can take out her sword. I do not mind. Yim Lan is very confident in herself. Joo-huk scolded. You are fighting with your hands and feet. What if you get hurt? Accidents during practice can be really troublesome. Ah man. What are you doing here? Joo-huk turned to poke Sozin. Last time I watched you and Yun Lan practice, you did not say anything. Why are you asking that now? Actually, I am curious about Yun Lan, the one who overwhelmingly defeated her in the last practice match. And now she will fight Aaron. Although Choi Arin has become stronger thanks to Kim Joo-huk's guidance and the special weapon, Sozin still is not sure if she can beat Yun Lan. Listen to Joo-huk. Kitten, if I draw my sword, you will definitely get hurt. Arin also does not want to accidentally hurt a fellow student. Yim Lan got angry and said, do not call me kitten anymore. After saying that, she charged forward. Arin did not expect that and got startled. She took a solid stance, drawing her sword out. Yin Lan's punch collided with the sword's handle, both of them directly clashing with strength. The force radiating out made Sojin feel overwhelmed. While Joo-huk's expression remained cold, Yin Lan realized that using her hands to strike the sword might not be a smart choice. But Arin was still pushed back. Yin Lan boldly continued to attack, this time aiming her knee at Arin's face. With that face, Arin was not foolish enough to confront Yin Lan's knee, so she quickly dodged while taking the opportunity to strike at Yin Lan's exposed abdomen. Seeing that, Yin Lan hurriedly raised her hands to defend, resulting in her taking a painful hit. Teacher Yun Lan slightly retreated. Arin also shifted to an attacking stance. She swung a horizontal slash, and Yun Lan ducked to avoid it. Using magic is not necessary, but the sword energy is enough to hit the wall behind my back. Yin Lan thought this little sharp-headed girl was pretty strong, but Yin Lan was not easy to mess with either. She tiptoed and jumped up, wondering when she became this strong. Just as she thought that, Yin Lan's arm swung and directly hit Arin's sword sheath. Yin Lan did not know what skills Arin had, but right now she was taking a punch straight from Sister Deity. Arin took that and it hurt, but having a holy sword absorbed some of the damage. Yin Lan had seen Arin practice fighting with Ju-aik a few times, but back then she was not as strong as she is now. Her movement was completely different. While Yin Lan was lost in thought, Arin had charged in close, swinging at Yin Lan's abdomen. Luckily, she dodged quickly, or she would have been done for, but she still got a big bruise. You dodged well. Little cat, not only did I get hurt, but I am also called by the name I hate most. Yin Lan retorted. What makes you think you can hit me? That said, Yin Lan knew all her direct attacks had already been seen through by Arin. Her strength was limited. If I keep attacking her, I will exhaust myself first, and this battle will turn into a one-sided fight. I have to prepare myself to take a hit from her, and then counterattack. Yin Lan and Arin went back to their stances. This time it was Arin who attacked first, slashing down from above. Yin Lan gritted her teeth to block it, and then seized the chance to close in on Arin and deliver an uppercut. Arin's chin jerked as she fell with a thud, and Yin Lan was panting heavily. Although it hurt a lot, Arin quickly grabbed her sword and sat up. Just then, Joo-huk spoke up. That is enough. The practice fight is over. Both of you are injured, so go take care of yourselves. I will give feedback on each of you later. Okay. Arin obeyed Joo-huk, and he also thought this girl was not bad at all. After signing that contract with the star husband at Than Kiem, it seems she has been talking to that kid quite often. In such a short time, her skills have improved. Joo-huk looked over at Yin Lan, who was sitting there panting. Are you okay? Yeah. Yin Lan looked at her hand that just blocked the sword and sighed. Indeed. No pain. No gain. Luckily I intentionally went deeper into her sword path. If it had been a sword tip, forget about blocking. I might not even have had time to block before going down, because when someone swings a sword, the farthest point near the tip creates the most damage. I was able to block it just because I got close, and the area around the sword sheath I blocked created less damage. Could it be that the reason she suddenly became stronger is related to that object? Yin Lan suddenly thought of her clan's gloves. It seemed like they also had some object. Well, coming here today was enough. Alright then. A few days later, Du Hiu and the witch had another chance to meet. I found the exact location of the disaster. Looking at the smug face of the witch, Du He just asked, where is it? It is in X Rong Than. That is the name of the place. Do you know the exact date? 3 weeks later. Last time it happened about 3 months ago. So that seems accurate. What you are saying this time is to defeat the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Right, that is right. What should I do about the monsters that escape while we are in the labyrinth? Last time I told you to form a team. Have you found anyone useful? Do-hee remembered 2 recently reunited apprentices along with Taisei and the Yanlang group. He hesitantly said, I think there are people who can help. Really? Why not? Why not hire some contract mages in that area? That sounds good. But you are the only one who needs to deal with the bugs in the labyrinth. Remember that. Alright, the strategy has been discussed. Do-hee summarized the mission as follows. I will place the ring inside and quickly resolve the labyrinth instead of smashing it apart. We go straight through it and deal with the bugs. Right, that is right. Let us do that. What should I do after that? The witch smiled and conjured a colored stone, saying, use this. What is this? This is a one-time teleportation gem. If you channel mana into it, it will teleport you here. Do-hee was surprised, saying, isn't it usually you just snap your fingers and bring me along? Can't you just call me? Of course I can. But there is a limit to how much those outside can know about what is happening inside. I plan to carefully observe the bug's actions when the disaster strikes. So you better leave as soon as the labyrinth is cleared. Alright, then get ready. We will meet again in 3 weeks. The red-haired witch finished speaking and snapped her fingers as Do-hee walked down the street. He contemplated the battle plan. First, I will contact Adelia and tell her to prepare some contract mages from the Ventrix family. The kids I am training do not seem to be a hindrance right now, so I can easily bring them along, since 3 weeks from now is also on a weekend. I should invite them out. First, let me check with Lily. I am calling to ask her out. Do-hee, you are in trouble. The voice on the other end switched to a piercing cry, making Do-hee pull the phone away. What is going on? You got fired by Valhalla. Lily was crying like a river. Do-hee stood still as if her being fired was no surprise at all. Really? What do you mean by that? Isn't that a bit too accidental? She got fired because she deserved to be fired. It is really due. Such a brat. No way. She seems a bit foolish in front of Do-hee, but as a coach, she is still doing well, even if she is not top of the evaluations and wrote an article about monsters outside the classroom. Do-hee listened in silence. Actually, that is a bit strange. Normally, you do not fire regular coach in the middle of the semester without a break. Lily is tearful, complaining, even if the chairman changes. This is just too sudden. What? Did the chairman change? This is a secret from the students. She does not know why, but she was told to keep quiet, so there won't be any articles. Do-hee finds this suspicious. What could make them change the chairman secretly? So if Lily gets fired, I can't use my power to go out freely anymore. Is this the time for a break? I think I will go to the chairman's office for a bit. While I am there, I will try to ask what is going on. Do-hee, you do not have to. He did not even listen anymore and hung up. Right at that moment, Do-hee also received a message from Yan-lan. I heard I got fired from Valhalla. What for? Do-hee was taken aback. What is this about? Why did she get fired so suddenly? Why is all of this happening out of the blue? Moreover, it is too strange. So many events are happening around me. Whatever it is, I should meet the chairman quickly. When I arrived, I saw that the current chairman is Black Cat. I had a feeling, so it really turned out to be true. Black Cat, have you become the academy chairman? Not exactly. I am just the acting chairman. The actual chairman is the one I serve. So you fired Yan-lan and Lily because of Luminous. That is right. Wow. I have identified and will free my master from those foxes who dare to challenge him. Don't hesitate and fire them right away. He said that. I also want to fire a student named Koi Arin. Is that okay? He said. Tone it down and retract the orders to fire those people. I do not care about anyone. I am just teaching and using them. But I feel unhappy knowing they are fired because of me. In front of Black Cat, the master of the sound world replied in an extremely disappointed voice. Alright, he said. Okay, but why did you buy Valhalla back? That was an order from the Holy Constellation. I heard you refused to live in the building at the market because I am still living in the dormitory. If we buy back Valhalla, the master can live in that building. He said that when I bought it. That is the only reason I am doing this. And I connected a room at Valhalla to the building in the market. Only those with permission can enter that room, so you can use it freely. Alright, do you need anything else? So you can do whatever you want with the academy. Right. I have no intention of interfering with the training, but I can if needed. Then, can you help me with something? 3 weeks later, in Exirong City, this young white rice guy was stunned by the horrific scene before him. What is this? Monsters of all kinds invaded from the sky to the ground. Smoke and fire everywhere, with crazy monsters destroying things and slaughtering people. The white rice guy was still in shock. He came here only because it was related to his family. But what are these monsters? Just then, a piercing scream rang out. A girl was being chased by a monster. The monster was holding her bag with one hand and swinging a pig at her with the other. The white rice guy quickly used his mana shield to block and help the girl. His other hand was already charged with a lightning punch, aiming straight at the monster's face. After taking it down, he said to the girl, "More monsters will be coming, So you should run quickly. Thank you. After a heroic rescue, the white rice guy swallowed hard. Realizing these monsters were really different from the virtual ones he fought in simulations. The heavy feeling on his hands with each strike made him break out in goosebumps. Still, he had already managed to handle one monster. But could he deal with this whole bunch? The white-haired guy silently cursed, thinking he at least had to take down half of them. While he was still thinking, Yin Lang and Choi Arin zipped by like a gust of wind, making the young man dumbfounded. Yin Lang charged in and punched the monster right in the face. Choi Arin slashed with a knife, sending several monsters on their way. With just one strike, the whole group was taken down. Sozin just arrived at Finnun. Wait, did they finish everything already? The white-haired guy recognized her. The two girls turned around, and he recognized them too. Why are you two here? I think you should ask the person over there. Right. He looked back. Auntie. He looked back. Kim Joo-hook casually walked over with his hands in his pockets. Back from 2 weeks ago. Joo-hook and Hexmi called Yin Lang, Arin, and Sojin to the conference room of Van Hala. Lang quickly asked, why did you call me here? Haven't we already completed physical training? I called you because I have something personal to discuss. You could see that cat over there. Right, Black Cat. Where is it in my heart? That is the current president of Van Hala. Aunt. Sozin was very surprised and wondered. What about the previous pressured president? Black Cat replied. The principal has retired and handed over to me as the new chairperson. However, personally, we have not heard any news about the change of the president of the academy. I hope you understand that this is being done secretly for a reason. Anyway, this will be announced to the students after some time. And you all are just finding out a bit earlier. Let me introduce myself. My name is Black Cat, and I look forward to working with you. Sozin paused. Black Cat. Although he continued, the reason the new president is here is that I propose to establish a new department. And he approved it. This is a special class where students have the freedom to participate in extracurricular art activities without having to attend traditional classes. Do you want to join the class? Yun Lan pointed at herself and wondered. So I guess I won't be changing much. Right, that is right. But I called you here to participate. You will still train. But now you will also have the chance to go out and hunt monsters. This will help you become stronger. What do you think? Yim Lan was overjoyed, nodding vigorously. Is that? Then I will join. Of course. I will join if he wants that. Joy Arin immediately agreed. Only Sojin was confused. Wait a minute. I am a bit out of the loop here. First, about the new president. Is he the owner of the night market? Black Cat. Yep. Do you know about the black market? At first, I thought the black market was just internet nonsense. I did not know it was real. How could the owner of an underground market be so publicly known and even become the president of the academy? Well, that is how it is. It is not surprising. I am multi-talented. Then how could Kim Joo-hoo's proposal to open a special class be approved? Or maybe you already knew the new president beforehand. Sozin admitted that she was out of the loop. But in fact, she was the most rational one here. And Joo-hee did not mind having known Black Cat before, which made Sojin think, I know he is strong to an unreasonable degree. But is he also close to the owner of the black market? This is no longer the level of an ordinary student. Joo-hee saw her looking at him like that and did not care. Just asked. You will join too? Right, of course. Who would refuse to join a class when they do not have to? Hapsi Mayu turned to remind everyone. Of course. There will be conditions for skipping basic classes and the written exam. Will you all have to participate in events like debates or practical exams that require public interaction? Did they really say that? At first, I thought that too. But after thinking it over, I realized I am also in a position that needs to be considered. The students get the highest privileges, do not they? Then there needs to be something to convince the other students and the debate participants. First of all, the first students of this special class must be strong enough to be recognized by other students and debate participants. So on that front, there should not be any issues. But from the school's perspective, letting the strongest student from Van Hala into the special class without proving anything would be a mistake. So I hope you can actively participate in extracurricular activities to elevate Van Hala's status. You can just go hunting monsters outside. Right, it would be good if you could. But if you can show your strength in front of the students, that works too. This is not a request from H. Mill but rather a demand from the president of Van Hala. Although you could not help but wonder what kind of nerve this guy had to suddenly take responsibility as the president. Thinking he just bought the academy for fun. Fumayas. That is a lot of money. Managing it haphazardly to shut down a failing business. Though Hugh could not argue with each Mill, he could only comply. And that is the condition. So is anyone changing their mind? Yin Lan immediately said. Well, for me, nothing changes. So I am still the same. But it seems they are thinking the same as I am. Yep. That is right. Both Arin and Sojin were determined to seize this opportunity. Higu was very pleased. Great. Then the first extracurricular activity for this class will be What else? Hurting people to Mekong. Just did not expect to run into a familiar face here. Is that you? Igu, what are you doing here? I am the one who should be asking that. I came down here for the weekend because my parents live here, and this mess happened. So why are you all here?
Well,
You ask. Igu drew his sword. Ordered. Aring. Get ready to go. And the trio of monsters boldly moved forward. In front of them was a bunch of goblins wrapped in stone. With wings. All kinds. Igu snickered as he drew his sword and said, "We came here to do this," with a swing. He chopped through a line of goblins in one go. Igu confidently charged straight at the goblins. With just one swing, all the goblins, big and small, fell to the ground, even though Du Hugh shrugged in exasperation. It was not that bad. The group behind him, especially in Hugh's vehicle, was witnessing the terrifying power of Du Hugh for the first time, jaws nearly dropping. He wondered if this guy was always such a monster. Among them were even high-level demons that they had never fought in practice tests. And he had actually taken them all down with just one blow. At that moment, a man like a shadow appeared beside Du Hugh. And I discovered a maze that seemed to be the source of the disaster. It was 5 kilometers away, and the monsters surrounding that area were thick. What about the agents from the Vanchik family? They were each evacuating civilians while preventing damage caused by the monsters. Moron. Is your constellation still not awake? He has not responded yet. Du Hugh fell a bit silent. It had been 3 months since that girl went on vacation, and she still had not made a move. Anyway, catching monsters should not be that hard. After all, she only has the ability to fight small enemies. Got it. Tell those Vanchik guys to stop playing dress up with those robes and help evacuate by healing the civilians. What is up with that? The new big brother seems surprised to be criticized so harshly. That would help less in restoring the tarnished image of your family. Would not it? Fine then, though the reasoning is a bit messy. It is convincing enough, so I will let it go. Can we head to the center of the disaster now? Before that, Arin and Yen land. Both of you go eliminate the monsters attacking the civilians and evacuate them along with the others. The 2 girls took the order without any hesitation. Do Sozian. Clear the way to your family's house with Yuzi Hiu. Sozin was not happy to hear that. Why are you pairing me with that clueless guy Masi? The one with development issues. Alright. Yuzi Hiu frowned slightly, already noticing that this team was harmonious just moments ago. But that was not something Ru Hugh was concerned about. Can we go now? To the center of the disaster. A massive sea of monsters stood guard in front of a tiny gate. The Vanchik brother looked far away and pointed out to Ru Hugh. That slight rise over there looks like the entrance to the Mekong. The 2 were standing on a rooftop looking down at the assembled troops below. There were fewer high-level monsters, but overall they still look very numerous. I think the strategy of gathering all our family's agents and breaking through at one point with Ru Hyu following could be effective. This Vanchik's older brother is really active as a strategist, but his plan does not convince Ru Hagu. That strategy is pretty ordinary and takes way too much time. However, that seems like the best option. But do you have any other suggestions? Ru Hagu is smiling in a very sinister way. He does. Ru Hyu. The older brother always clams up when he sees Ru Hu climbing the railing, and of course, Ru Higu jumps down in a flash, leaving the older brother stunned. The creatures below look a bit dull, but they can sniff out enemies really quickly before Ruhu even lands. They have already spotted him. They are just quick to sniff him out. Their reaction is still slow, so he chooses a direct strike with his sword. The older brother on the rooftop is wide-eyed and gaping. What the heck? He took down all those monsters with just one blow. Now it makes sense when people say a strong contract is something a high school student might understand. It is a power on par with a star. Kim Ruhu does not know his thoughts, just looking at the pile of monster corpses at his feet and feeling satisfied. Earlier, Ruagu had signed a contract with Luminous to use her powers, which are pretty useful. So let us quickly head into that maze. Oh right. She told me to wear these to defeat the boss of that maze. Did not she? Ruhu remembers her words and immediately puts on the gear. Preparation is done. Brother Nanning is eager to tackle this maze. Meanwhile, in Ventrix, England, the Ventrix family mansion is still lit up. Adelia has not gone to bed yet. News about that disaster has just emerged, and it seems the South Korean government has only just grasped the situation. According to the latest update she received, about 50% of the residents living there have moved to safety, and I heard that Kim Ru-hyu has also guided the group to the center of that disaster quite smoothly. Is he planning to go to the center alone? Ruhugu really plans to single-handedly eliminate the maze, the source of that disaster. While Adelia is still thinking, a yellow window appears beside her. The star husband asks, "How long has it been?" Adelia is happier than a mother at the market. Oh my. Star husband, are you awake? It has been almost 3 months. What are you thinking about? Star husband. The star husband asks where the master is. Rugu is? He's busy slashing monsters like crazy. What else? The father is waiting to burst out laughing. It looks like he is swinging the sword normally, but in reality, he is cutting them down mercilessly. It is martial arts. What is this? After a moment of silence, He suddenly spat out some nonsense like that. Where did you hear that? It seems like the teacher's disciples, those who once climbed the Tower of Destruction while he was in charge, used to call it that, my disciples. It is just a name they casually attached to their monster-hunting martial arts. A name for a martial arts sect that sounds ridiculous. Really, Ruhyu thinks this maze is larger than a normal one. If he fights each monster one by one, he will be late. Then I guess I will have to use my ultimate move. Mana radiates from my body all over the ground, and Bai is confused, wondering what the teacher is doing. Shut up. I am trying to find the core of this maze by following the mana. Normally, the boss of a maze would spawn at a location similar to the core, so wherever there is a large amount of mana, that is where the boss is. Found it. At the bottom of the maze. As far as I know, the inside of the maze is not easily destroyed. Yeah. That is why I will borrow the power of my disciple. A sword attack radiating dark purple energy slashed down, immediately showing signs of a rupture. Quickly, the ground cracked and sank. Ruhyu jumped down as if he was the one. Right, that boss. In front of Ruhyu was a young man who looked like an ant knight. The ant knight held a spear, wore medieval armor, and was very agile in defense. Ruhyu looked at him with interest. A bug using a spear as a weapon. Well, if we talk about the range of weapons, it does have a slight disadvantage. But if I use my sword techniques or my abilities, everything will be fine. However, the most important thing is still to destroy the core of the maze. The core stone of the maze is probably behind this guy. The best way to deal with him is still to counterattack instead of foolishly sweeping my sword across. The bug took a deep breath, using great force to thrust its spear at Ruhyu. But he would not just stand there to get hit. Ruhyu dodged the attack as fast as the wind while conveniently exposing his evil intentions, approaching to maximize the power of the strike. The general saw this and quickly swung a sharp spear. Oh my. Ruhyu leaned back, dodging while shouting for help. The attack range of that spear was definitely not to be underestimated. It was like bringing a magical sword to amplify the reach of a stick, and the boss slightly backed up to gain momentum before launching again. This time, he unleashed a relentless flurry of jabs, wanting to turn Ruhyu into a beehive. Ruhyu's face was cold as ice, blocking every attack without a flaw, while internally cursing how annoying this guy was. Even while attacking, he kept just enough distance to prevent counterattacks. This general piled on the force, digging a strike into the ground beneath Ruhyu. He quickly jumped up to dodge, while the boss used his strength to push rocks at him. While Ruhyu dealt with the stones, he jumped up on his toes. With a smug smile, the boss confidently swung a fierce spear. Ruhyu's face remained expressionless as he spun his sword to block the attack. The force of their clash was incredibly strong, causing the boss to feel some impact. But in the end, he still managed to push Ruhyu back. The teacher began to wonder 100,000 questions about why is the teacher being pushed back. Ruhyu thought to himself, this guy is so slow. Can't he see that everything I am doing has a purpose? What he was really aiming for was the green stone right behind that bowman. What he really wanted was to draw this guy away from that core maze stone. Alright, in situations like this, instead of using the power from the star, should I handle you in my own way? Being provoked by Ruhyu, the boss charged in again to show him who the real master is here. This time, the distance was just right, so Ruhyu performed several sword moves to broaden the opponent's perspective, before leaping behind him to create a shadow. The boss gritted his teeth in frustration, but only for about 5 seconds before he was torn apart. The ring on Ruhyu's hand, which usually lay still, now reacted. The ring emitted a blue light, and pulled a thick stream of black smoke inside. The boss was left waiting. It felt like something was being absorbed by the ring. The teacher should see what it is. Ruhyu felt like it was absorbing something similar to what the guide had mentioned. Even if the boss was waiting, he would not hear this. But now, wait. What did you just say? That I am being pushed back. Haven't he been hit in a while? So you want to get hit? Ruhyu's laugh was so creepy that the teacher hurriedly replied, let us forget it. We should leave here before this place collapses. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the spear lying on the ground from the boss earlier. Did this item get left behind? Why was not it sucked into the ring earlier? Should I take it with me? The spear in his hand quietly emitted a stream of bright red mana. Meanwhile, at the base of an ancient tree, there was a place like a grand hall. A dark figure sat in the shadows as if drawing the curtain of secrecy. A man in a black cloak stood at the back, looking respectful. The master of the maze. The disaster has ended. Really? How many days did this disaster last? Just 2 hours. 2 hours. How long did the last disaster last? It lasted for 5 days. The master of the maze was momentarily speechless, then sighed. Has the time shortened so quickly? I think the overall difficulty level of the disaster has increased, thanks to creating beings named after constellations, and copying their abilities. That is right. Is there anyone playing a special role in this maze disaster elimination? Actually, the maze disappeared too quickly, even before I could react. Alright. We will figure that out later. For now, We need to speed up the plan a bit. We will spread out the names to cover this place. This will make the next disasters even more amazing by gathering the names of the strongest constellations. I will distribute them using a completely different method than before so that the Awakening Association can't respond in time. So get ready.
Yep.
Master. The master of the maze is looking forward to the day he can taste the power of the strongest. News about Du Hyuk quickly defeating the disaster made headlines. Of course. This caught the attention of many, including a platinum-haired youth with strange markings. He stared intently at the news on the screen and mumbled. So right after this guy dealt with the assassination squad, he also ended this disaster in the dungeon. Amazing. The white-haired youth smiled wickedly. He is the perfect target. Great for boosting the guild's reputation. This guy is Ruby, the leader of the Alchemist Zone. He turned to the side excitedly. I think we will score big if we take him down. What do you think? The person sitting with Ruby was a man in a black cloak, wearing a cracked mask with only one hole exposed. He replied, You are right. But it will be quite risky if we are not well prepared. Of course. This guy has definitely been on guard since the first time we noticed him. If Kim Joo-hyuk reached rank in the festival competition at school, he could be close to reaching ranks now. That is right. I guess I have to take charge in this mission myself. Ruby's words left the masked guy stunned. But Ruby was still eagerly directing. Gather the club members. We will start the plan to take down Kim Joo-hyuk. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Joo-hyuk finally managed to drag himself home. Letting out a sigh of relief, he immediately rolled onto the bed, screaming, exhausted to death. After complaining, Joo-hyuk thought about how he had completely absorbed the power from that stone. And now his strength had increased quite a bit since he first joined the waiting, but it is still far from his peak period. The stored energy is really low, limiting the energy output every time he uses his abilities. That is why he quickly runs out of strength despite only handling a single dungeon disaster. I still have a long way to go. Dealing with this labyrinth monster is easier than expected. I wonder if he is someone the labyrinth lord named, because he seems quite weak. But anyway, thanks to the abilities of my disciples helping out, no major issues have arisen so far. I think I understand why people of this era are willing to pay a high price to sign contracts with a constellation. When a name is given to someone, that person can gain power like a constellation. The teacher seems troubled, and just then, a wait appears to check in. That is because of the things known as constellations and names. I guess you went straight to the instructor right after taking down the monster. What did she say? Kim Joo-hyuk silently recalled that moment. After resolving the disaster, he immediately teleported to the instructor. She brightened up when she saw him, saying, Here you are. Did you handle that disaster?
Yep.
I defeated the monster quite easily and completed it properly. Joo-hyuk looked at the stone that was gradually disappearing and let out a sigh. The witch smiled and explained. It is. After all, that stone was just a one-time use item. And what is with that rod? This rod. It fell from the dungeon monster. For some reason, the ring did not absorb it, so I kept it with me. Really? That is strange. The witch also found this hard to believe, but she quickly changed the subject. Can I see that ring? Joo-hyuk took off the ring and handed it to the instructor. She examined the ring emanating purple energy for a moment and said, Good. It seems to have absorbed the right name. Here you go. She added, This is just the beginning. As previously mentioned, names may be transferred to different individuals. It is very likely that high-level names will be used by the Labyrinth's master from now on, which will bring forth many strong opponents. I will try to figure out exactly who they are, but they are likely from the Tower of Destruction, the place you went through. It is those damn jerks. Just thinking about them makes me feel annoyed after being tricked, and now I have to deal with them quite a bit. He is holding his head. Thinking about those guys is driving me crazy. Come on. You can do it. All right. We will see each other again soon, before their names get spread too far. I hope you can weaken their power a bit. Right now, he is lying here sulking. Well, she said those stronger high-level names might get spread again. Just wait for a response. Are those people from the Tower of Destruction? I have been in that tower, but I do not understand why I do not remember anyone there. Well, the first floor only has basic monsters. That is right. Those people probably have no names to lose. It is very likely that those people are from the second floor or higher.
Yep.
From now on, the number of annoying jerks will increase when they are given names. Wait a minute. If the guys from the Tower of Destruction come down, are not you going to turn into a maze bug like them? Just wait until it messes up the interface. What the hell? Not all. Didn't I tell the teacher that I was forced to become a member of that tower? Damn it. That stuttering only makes me more suspicious. Try saying Maze Lord. You damn idiot. Just wait. It is like he almost used his life to say that twice. Do-hyu is being a jerk. No need to repeat it a second time. But alright. You got it. Just wait. He is not hiding it and is letting out a breath. However, Do-hyu still feels something is off, even though it was forced. Why does not he have that power? Looking at all his disciples and the other constellations, even if they can directly affect this world, they can still provide some power to the pact maker. Right, but this disciple is the only constellation without any power. Thinking back, I heard that my name was not stolen by the Maze Lord. That is why I reincarnated instead of starting as a constellation, and the people who knew me before still call me by my old name. Whatever. This issue can be solved just by thinking randomly about it. Right now, practicing is still the top priority. Until my power returns to the level of my past life, I will find the answer to this mess. The next day, after class, Jim Van Halla's room at Hugh's car was loaded with stuff to practice. He is thinking about Kim Joo-hyo being a total beast like that time he mowed the lawn. The more he thinks, the stronger he seems. But still, I do not want to admit that strength. However, after witnessing what he did in the disaster drill, even though I could not help him, I acknowledged he is really good, and not just Kim Joo-hyo. Even the 3 people he trained could easily take down the monsters. If only I could be taught by Kim Joo-hyo too. Thinking that, he boldly opened the training room and called out, Kim Joo. But in the room, there was only Yen Lang, who was wiping sweat and blushing. The 2 young men looked at each other. The tension was thick. Half an hour ago, Yen Lang was running out of breath. Joo-hyo spoke up. That is enough for now. Yen Lang immediately sighed in relief and stopped. Joo-hyo thoughtfully handed her a towel. Thank you. Now you won't complain about not keeping up anymore. Right, of course. I am ready for the next level of training. You complained quite a bit when you first started training. That is because I did not know the results would be this amazing. Arian Chen entered. I do not like this. But it seems like the little kitten has caught up. And the newcomer in the group, Sozian, seems to be struggling a bit. She is lying on the floor, out of breath. This is really a crazy training session. But it excites me immensely. When she watched our training, she did not know how it would go. Right, I did not think it would be this tiring. If you are feeling unwell, it is better to just quit and go back. Hearing that, Sozian's face darkened. Then she smirked and said, it is much better here than being miserable. I will try to keep up with everyone. Arian saw her like that, and could only discreetly click her tongue. If Sozian's sharp ears heard that, she would ask back, did you just click your tongue? You heard that? Under Joo-hyo's mocking gaze, Sozian squealed. Just wait. I will make you eat my dust soon. Zua quickly jumped into the conversation. I initially planned to help you review your fighting style after the practice match. But the fatigue from after you escaped still lingers, so it is best to maintain your current level of training combined with some rest. Arian also thought this was a good plan, and Sozian did not oppose him. Zhu turned to Arian and said, I will head back to the dorm and practice my spells. Me too. Yen Lang attentively watched the 2 of them talk to each other. You do not always have to follow me. Do what you want. From now on, I will start training my upper body. So I think you all should start training on your own first. That okay? Anyway, the gym is just for us to use. You all can practice whenever you have time. I will observe and point out what needs improvement. Alright, I think I should leave now. Sozian will just withdraw. Teacher Yen Lang has been quiet all this time. Sozian immediately asked, Yen Lang, are you staying to practice more? Yes. I am not too tired yet. I might continue practicing. That is great, but do not overdo it. See you tomorrow. Okay. Everyone quickly left alone. Yen Lang fell into thought. Feeling certain about one thing, I have gotten much stronger since I started training with Kim Joo-hyo, especially in terms of focus. The monsters I used to struggle against now seem weak compared to me. But Kim Joo-hyo, he is still on a totally different level than me. I have not seen anyone handle monsters so neatly and quickly. He has gotten much stronger since our fight. His progress is truly impressive. Thinking about this, Yen Lang naturally sprayed some spray. Wait a minute. Why did I become Kim Joo-hyo's disciple? Instead of trying to become stronger than him, I admit that he is very strong. To be honest, I could feel his pressure right away when fighting him. It is really hard to train by myself to become stronger than him. So the reason I became his disciple is that I want him to guide me. And thinking back to when he blocked a strike from my mother, Yen Lang blushed. She thought further. After all, he helped me solve the hair problem for my family. He even helped me find a hiding place to be safe from my family's control. And thanks to this special training, I have made progress in just a few days. That is why I continue to be Kim Joo-hyo's disciple. Thinking about this, Yen Lang accidentally dropped her towel on the ground. She thought she was out of luck, searching. She kept hitting around while thinking about him. And when it kept hitting like that, I wanted to see Kim Joo-hyo. It is not that I am not serious about training alone, but I just want to train with Kim Joo-hyo. Calm down. We will continue training together. Right, I am not a weirdo. So stop thinking nonsense. I think that, but my mind is still imagining him wiping his head like this. Indeed, my head is still in a daze. Yen Lang scolded herself. That stupid girl already told herself to stop. Why keep thinking nonsense? She thumped her head but still could not stop blushing, seeing the scarf Joo-hyo left behind. Her face turned even redder. Yen Lang thought she just wanted to wash his scarf. Thinking that, she grabbed the scarf and continued to worry. Fearing no one would think to wash his scarf for him, I am just helping Kim Joo-hyo, she thought, feeling even more embarrassed seeing the scarf. and gasped as she ran away. But even while walking, she could not stop thinking about Krat. There is no one here. Right. So I will just wipe my face a little. Thinking that, she brought the scarf to her face, smelling Krat's scent. And at that moment, Huck jumped in and caught her. Of course, he did not know what Yen Lang was thinking, so he was just surprised to see her there. Yet, Yen Lang thought he saw her embarrassing act of sniffing the scarf and felt a surge of anger. You saw my embarrassing action. Embarrassing action? Hike asked. Confused. You saw it. Yen Lang's face was as red as blood, tears brimming as she punched Hike in the stomach. The guy looked tough, but after that punch, he fainted, throwing up everything he ate and collapsing on the floor. Yen Lang was still in shock. Oh my. She let out a shout and ran away. That night, at the Valhalla dormitory, Kim Ju-hyuk was practicing diligently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, wondering who would call at this hour when girls are around. Why are you calling at this hour? Adelia, my fault. It must be late in Korea now. But I needed to. Your disciple has awakened. That is good news. Are you free today? I can make time if you need me. Ju-hyuk, then grab the staff and wait for me. Excuse me. It has been a long time since I met my disciples. It is not as exciting in another place. The continuous warning signs made Black Mew panic. Was it that CV footage earlier that made you so angry? The answer came back as a bunch of spam notifications. Black Mew could not help but think that it should not have been shown on the screen. Going back 10 minutes. In the president's office of Valhalla. After finishing work, Black Mew realized it was already night. Being the president of an academy is really tiring. Then let us check the school's facilities one more time and head home. That is what the owner said right after acquiring the school. Luminous requested regular chav checks, so Black Mew understood that the intention was to check the movements of the woman tailing Kim Ju-hyuk. She is probably just overreacting. At that moment, he saw someone in the gym and pressed play on the recording, thinking Ju-hyuk was still there. But no. What he saw was Ju-hyuk still unconscious in the car. Black Mew immediately panicked. It looks like they just fainted. As he got closer, he panicked even more. Was not that in Ju-hyuk's car? Right at that moment, Luminous appeared. The ruler of the underworld said to replay the CCTV footage. Alright. Black Mew knows how to please his star. He immediately played the recording again. When it got to the part where Ju-hyuk was still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. Let us see what happened. Luminous spoke again. The ruler of the underworld said he understood. The footage showed Yen Lan standing in front of Ju-hyuk's car with a smug expression. Then came the scene where Ju-hyuk got beaten unconscious for the whole day and Yen Lan ran away. Black Mew was confused. Why did Yen Lan suddenly attack Ju-hyuk? There was no sound, so I can tell what happened. But Luminous did. The ruler of the underworld said to replay the part with Yen Lan. Alright. The more Luminous watched, the angrier he got. So that girl dared to steal the sweaty bath towel from the master and secretly dispose of it when no one was watching. Right. Then, it seems she was caught by Ju-hyuk and felt offended. And that is how we got the spam board like that. The ruler of the underworld angrily said, I will tear you apart into 100 pieces. Black Mew felt bored. Here we go again. His anger is getting more frequent. In the past, she had often gotten angry for no reason at all. Recently, she has been even quicker to anger when anything happens related to Kim Ju-hyuk. Wait. Did not she say she knew a lot about Kim Ju-hyuk? And she even called him master. Is Kim Ju-hyuk really her master? But did not he exist before student Kim Ju-hyuk was even born? What matters now is that I have to stop her anger somehow. Just then, there was a voice calling from outside. Is Bragcat still here? The will to survive kicked in, and he immediately replied. Yep. The person who came was none other than Kim Ju-hyuk. He asked, sorry to bother you at this hour, but can we go for a walk? Ju-hyuk was a bit surprised to see the state inside and asked, what is going on? Who are you talking to? Yeah. But never mind. Alright. Then use your skills and take me through here a bit. Where are you planning to go? England. In another place. Ruby's group has gathered quite a few people to discuss the plan to take down Kim Ju-hyuk. How's the plan going? This guy also has a Korean name. Baek Sang. He is the leader of the fake Kim Jong group. The guy with the square hole mask answered. There are about 200 magical barriers protecting Valhalla from intruders. About 100 of them are placed in the dormitory of Kim Ju-hyuk. Really? Baek Sang seemed a bit surprised but did not give up on his original intention. It is, anyway. They will become useless against the constellation's power. Yep. The constellation of the leader, the immutable fake Kim, is crucial for magical and defensive abilities. Once the leader neutralizes all the magical barriers, you and the four of us will head straight for where Kim Ju-hyuk is. Then we will cast spells to conceal our attack, and the remaining members will handle Kim Ju-hyuk's friends. You mean the students involved in stopping that dungeon disaster? Yep. Not only will we deal with Kim Ju-hyuk, but we will also take care of those guys. We will be famous all over the world. Well, we will be labeled as cowards for only targeting high school students. But for villains like us, that is actually a compliment. Then let us get started. Shall we? This guy really is cold-hearted, showing no mercy to the young or the old. The assassination campaign against Kim Ju-hyuk and his buddies. Just then, Someone interrupted. Baek Sang and his henchmen were stunned. I was going to watch and wait for the right moment. But now you say we are going to assassinate him. The newcomers were a familiar group of 4. We should have taken you out a long time ago. Being used to stalking and all that. Well, either way, we were planning to deal with you, as the husband said. Let us push the plan to today then. This left Baek Sang shocked. Speechless. Why, you guys, can't you see? The purple-haired one pulled back their hair to reveal a tattoo-like mark on their neck. Baek Sang looked horrified. Poisoned. It can't be that group. The purple-haired one was smug. What is wrong with this guy? Is he really that dumb? Then there is no way out. Just as those words ended, a skull mask launched down from above Baek Sang. Die. A red light struck down. A yellow light flared up. A dagger from the skull mask was blocked by Baek Jing's golden shield. He stood there silently like a rock. The skull mask could not help but think that his attack should easily pierce through this mediocre defense. I do not know why you all want to kill me. Baek Jing unleashed his magical power, pushing the skull mask back. The skull mask had to use the dagger to pull himself back, or he would have crashed to the floor and ripped his pants. I will show you all what the power of an S-class star really looks like. Baek Jing got angry and released a surge of magical energy when ambushed. Baek Jing's anger radiated, enveloping the area with a torrent of magic. The purple-haired one was also surprised. And S-class star. That is right. The blind guy, covering his face. Confirmed. The star that he made a contract with is the immutable alchemist. Baek Jing was surprised to see they knew that well. You are surprised we know about the stars. But whether we know or not, you are still quite famous, you see. What? The artifact you are currently equipped with, it is an artifact from the decline period. Is not so the S-class star I was looking for, and all the things I have done are all for nothing. The purple-haired one was indignant. The one hiding his face agreed. That is right. After all, artifacts from the decline period are known for having powerful stars embedded within. Additionally, that alchemist named John accidentally became famous for receiving an artifact and becoming an S-class star. Thus, the demand for artifacts from the decline period surged drastically in the market. But even with such a powerful star, he just does basic things like forming an evil organization. It is hard not to be annoyed. Baek Jing raised his magically charged hand. I do not want to hear that kind of talk from scum like you. He punched out 5 magical circles above the heads of the 4 death gods hiding in the human realm. The chains flew down. What is that? A magic circle. Did he set up things like that at this base? Baek Jing raised his hand, and a circle flew right behind the purple-haired girl's head, but did not break it. Damn. This is dangerous this afternoon. This bastard. How many magic circles has he set up in his own lair? Damn it. The purple-haired one was digging around continuously, and Baek Jing also knew that creatures like this organization could sense attacks directed at them. He did not know what kind of skills they possessed or what power the stars held, but he was still confident he was superior. Baek Jing has about 1,200 magic circles set up in this mansion, and he believes they won't be able to break through them all. And the absolute defensive skill of the alchemist is truly unchanging as well. With this, Baek Jing is certain he won't have to submit to the magic of that group, and won't die at their hands. If it were not for the emergency situation, he would not use this, but now, it does not matter anymore. Baek Jing swung his arm and punched again, shouting, this time. That group just stood still. Are they planning to kill us with those magic circles? But why do I feel no pressure at all? The mouth of that purple-haired girl is not just for show. No wonder she has to cover it up. Otherwise, it might have been 7,749 times already. Baek Jing on this side is starting to question life itself. Clearly, I have activated the magic circle. I detected a magic circle you set up the moment I stepped in here. The blind guy helped him explain that there are about 1,200 small magic circles containing a simple spell, blood binding, and those 1,200 magic circles, I have blocked and disabled all of them. What are you talking about? If all the magic circles are disabled, then I should know about it. It is not about disabling them. It is about preventing them from exploding. Well, now we should get started a bit. Right. The purple-haired girl acted immediately. Not giving any time to think, she swung an axe down brightly, forcing Baek Jing to back away from the sharp lights about to stab him. Always living on the edge at this level, he can block it with absolute defense. But wow, being poked by that axe. Baek Jing still got hurt as usual. The purple-haired girl lamented. Damn. I guess it was not enough power. I guess. Just need a bit more strength. Baek Jing wondered what just happened. Was his absolute defense not working? Well, he was lost in thought. The tip of a sword lunged at him. He hurriedly dodged to the side but still got a cut on his cheek. The one who just attacked was the hidden guy. Baek Jing gathered momentum to punch back, but the hidden guy blocked it with his sword, saying he was better at fighting with pure strength than I thought. I thought he only relied on brute strength. Baek Jing was still secretly cursing. These bastards are too strong. I almost could have attacked them, but they retreated to defend just in time. Besides, if my absolute defense is not working now, I have nothing to counter these guys. You did not think I could hold on this long, did you? What? I do not know exactly why you targeted us, but is not that enough deception? You have slaughtered too many. Moreover, all 100 members of the white faction have perished. If you all are dissatisfied with me becoming a villain, then I will stop. Now I have nothing left. What do you all think? Perhaps you are misunderstanding something. But whether you become a villain or not does not matter. Because you targeted someone you were not supposed to. Which is why we came here. Bijayang is furious, saying that the next assassination plan is to kill Kim Joo-hyuk today. So they came here because I dared to touch him. Just because of some high school punk. The worst crime organization came all the way here. It is pointless. They are not the type to be swayed by words. This is the only way to survive. What kind of cursed magic power is this? Perhaps it is an urgent prayer. An immutable alchemist has answered your call. Using a significant amount of magical power to create a sanctuary and summon the star is the only idea I can think of and execute right now. There is no other way. The immutable alchemist will permanently take away your magical power and life force to be summoned. Even if I have to sacrifice my life and magical power, I must summon the star right here if I want a chance to win. The skull mask calmly replies. I apologize for interrupting you while you are busy. Esteemed alchemist, there is a message from our holy star. Dakhai, this alchemist. That bastard tried to harm you. The alchemist, upon hearing this, nearly lost it and immediately turned around. The immutable alchemist is asking if this is true. Esteemed holy star, I only plan to assassinate a Valhalla Academy student named Kim Joo-hyuk. This is really unfair. This stupid guy. The alchemist cursed and then vanished, breaking the contract with a toothy grin, taking away the power he had given him. Congratulations, Alchemist Jew. Just now, this holy star declared that he would personally deal with you. Tuchai. No one. What? Kim Joo-hyuk seems to not believe what he just heard. As I said before, there is no way to meet the stars when they are in their domain. Joo-hyuk scratched his head. To sum it up, the only way to meet the stars at once is through sanctifying the star. That is a widely known method. However, sanctifying alone does not solve everything. That is because each star's contract requires them to sanctify themselves without any assistance. This takes a lot of magical power from the one performing it. Of course, there is a way that a contract holder with a holy contract can call the star by sacrificing their own life force. But that way is unconventional and rarely used. What if I hold both artifacts at the same time? Wouldn't that help me meet both stars at the same time? Adelia is concerned. That is a bit tricky. First, holding the artifact in your hand and meeting a star implies that your mind will be transported to the realm of thoughts of the stars. That realm of thoughts refers to a sacred space within the artifact. It is the unique sanctuary of that particular star. Therefore, the spaces of the two sanctuaries cannot overlap. Moreover, while the stars possess great power and can bestow it upon their disciples, however, in some way, they are still limited to the vessel that contains them, which is the artifact and the power of that artifact. Thus, as long as the star within the artifact does not vanish, it cannot transfer to another artifact. Finally, even if you hold two artifacts at once, Kim Joo-hyuk's soul is singular, so it can only reach one realm of thought in the territory of the stars. Joo-hyuk was hearing this for the first time. The more he listened, the more confused he became. And Bachu also chimed in. Yeah. I thought you already knew, since it was in the class curriculum. Joo-hyuk got furious. Then you should have told me before I came here. You better be ready to get smashed in the spirit world. Bachu complained but to no effect. Joo-hyuk turned to ask. So if meeting both of them is impossible, I can still have a conversation with both of them. Right, Adili and Huck Mill said in unison. To be honest, there have been many announcements since you got here. Next to both of them are long notice boards. Huck Mill conveyed Luminous's message. Long time no see. Good. Adili also helped Moron convey. I have not seen you, you crazy girl, in a long time. After that, Huck Mill and Adelia started passing messages arguing for their respective stars. Joo-hyuk remembered that these two girls did not really like each other. He thought he had educated them well, but it turned out not. Stop kicking each other and listen to me for a moment. What? Okay. Both of them knew a bit about Mojiri and Ban Wang. But the one who caused all this is planning to manipulate this world. I had discussed this issue with everyone before. The recent disasters were also caused by that jerk. Now, something could even be worse than before. So far, it is just a prologue. He has not even seriously started causing chaos. So until I regain my original power, I will temporarily borrow everyone's strength. Is that okay? Adelia replied immediately. Our holy constellation. Of course. Master. She said. My holy constellation is the same. Of course. My humble disciple will always be ready to assist. That is what they say. All right. It is only times like this that we see these two getting along. Right now, Joo-hyuk is still missing with 3 other disciples. Before the Labyrinth Lord attacks again, I also need to find the remaining disciples. Break Cat. You have connected this place to the academy with a spatial passage. Right. I will probably need to come here often in the future. All right. The passage we came through is still open. Right. Yep. It is still connected to the entrance. Then I will head back to Valhalla first. You two can get to know each other in the meantime. You two are the contract holders for my disciples. So you will be seeing each other often, alright? I understand. Adelia spoke up first, asking HM, is he the owner of the market?
Yep.
But in the current situation, I am the director of the Valhalla Academy. I heard about that from my secretary. But why are you the director of Valhalla? Probably for the same reason a member of the Ventrix family is serving Lord Kim Ju-hyuk. I see. That is a convincing reason. Mainly because of the constellations we support. Thank you for understanding. Late at night, the four major algebraists gathered in a house looking like a stone table. I guess most of the enemies have been dealt with by now.
Yep, sir.
Baekjang has also completely disappeared. Then this is the next order. You must protect Han. That is an order. So the order is that we must protect the target while near Han. It is quite difficult when we have to reveal ourselves like this. And he does not suspect us at all. No need. Just show action when protection is needed. Then we will continue to conceal our presence and follow behind. That is all we have to do. Right. You can reveal your identity if he says the word, uh-oh. Are you sure that is the word? Because no one here understands it. But I am very sure that is it. The next day. Van Halen. What the hell? Hey Hugh. Do not worry about that. Instead, please take me as your disciple. What? And at this moment, Hey Hugh, with a bruised face, is asking Ju Hugh to take him as a disciple. I do not want to. You do not want to.
Yeah.
Just as I thought. The rumor is true. What rumor? There is a rumor that you are trying to create a harem by taking all female disciples. Which jerk spread that ridiculous rumor? Ju Hugh got so mad that he explained. From the very start, these two came to ask me to teach them. Yim Lan is the only person I accepted as my disciple. That is why if you do not want to die, do not say I am creating a harem. I only heard about it. Besides, I am already busy managing these three people. Do you think I have enough time to take care of you too? Really? Ju Higgu felt torn. He refused because he had to prioritize these three first. Having someone to fight back against the monsters is good, as it will make our side stronger. Suddenly, Ju Higgu came up with an idea. Yan Lan. You teach him. Me. Using the whole body and combining combat strength is good, so you need more practical experience. Right. We know that. Now I will train first. You two talk about what you need to discuss. Okay. Ju Higgu. Have fun. Get to know each other. Then training will be effective. Ju Higgu and Yan Lan faced each other. Tense. What do you want to say? You stepped on my face while I was unsure. You did that because you were embarrassed. You are embarrassed because you wiped sweat off. Right, if that is the case, I will be more careful from now on. Yan Lan realized she had wrongly accused him but felt relieved that her dark history was not revealed, covering it up.
Yep.
Remember to be careful from now on. Just talk, but do not hit. Okay, after the conversation, Yan Lan eagerly took Ju Higgu to train, and Ju Higgu felt relieved. Just when he thought he could breathe, the girl Arin next to him asked, next week is a holiday. Are you planning to go anywhere? Is the holiday already here? We have not had our final exam yet. Right, it seems like we only did some kind of practice or something. That is the final exam. Usually, the final tests focus on practical skills, so the written test is a bit too simple. Moreover, we are not in a practical combat period. Ju Higgu also did not expect that was the final exam. Besides, they did not have to do a practical test, since they had already cleared the dungeon. But then, what would change? I will still come here and train. I want to practice a bit more. Arin, hearing that, wanted to follow suit. But Ju Higgu told her not to bother him and do something else. But Arin said she wanted to. That is why she is doing it. I want to train and get stronger like you. That is all. Besides, she still has to go home because she has a class for hares too. So Xian also wanted to stay and train. A week later, at the Hero Academy in America, Beck, the head of the academy, looked at the bright red sword on the table, deep in thought. Not long before, the destroyer Logan had come here. Beck thought he was coming to see his daughter. But no. He came to announce that he had dealt with the guys bothering her. Beck had heard about that. Logan assessed what was special about them, and the leader was torn apart before he arrived. Bai thinks they have a civil war, but the real reason Logan does not know. He regrets not dealing with him himself. But there is another matter. I attacked to see if I could find any clues about Blood and Void. But there was nothing. Blood and Void, a mysterious villain organization that ended Logan's life. And what is up with that sword? I brought it because I thought it looked good. It is called the Frenzied Sword. The sword makes the user massacre that Blood Moon Guild. Right. I thought it had disappeared. For some reason, it reappeared at that wretched place. Anyway, it seems like this sword has been connecting spiritually with me lately. Donnie, tell me you are enchanted by it now. If so, the school would be destroyed by now. I am still quite sane. It just talks a lot, which is a bit annoying. That is probably why I am here to ask if I can store it in this academy's trophy room. Of course. But I have a question. What did that sword say to you? Logan always says, find the owner of Tati. And now Baich is looking at it, because the constellations inside the trophy are reacting violently. so the sword can be in there. Now Baiki is thinking about that message to find its owner. So that means the constellations inside the crazy sword have an owner. Just then, an explosion occurred in the classroom near the garden. Baiki thought it was the guy from the ink group. But it is vacation time and there are no students there. A young man with white hair and red skin jumped onto Baika's desk. Or rather he looked like a demon, seeing the blood-red, fierce demon in front of him. Baiki panicked. Who are you? Are you the leader of the group that attacked this academy? The demon stuck out its tongue and asked back with confusion. What group? Teddy is alone. Beefave then understood that this demon attacked the Hero Academy by himself. He got past the guards and all the protective spells. Plus, his appearance is not human. What are you? Mimi. Are you asking for my name? Well, normally I would have dealt with you just for that question. But since I am in a good mood today, because I just got my name back, should I tell you? Baiki wondered. Got his name back, the demon continued. This body is the reincarnation of Lester. Baiki was stunned. Reincarnation. I have heard about that demon group before. My real name is Crimson Demon. Are you talking about the Red Devil? That is not a name you hear around here. If so, allow me to introduce myself too. Beck straightened his clothes and said in front of the puzzled face of the Red Devil, I am the principal of the Hero Academy, and at the peak of my strength, it felt like I was losing my mind. Just as Beck finished speaking, he teleported close to the Red Devil, using his 5 shadow punches to strike right through him. It is surprising, is not, how someone who signed a contract with their husband can suddenly unleash such power. Beck was taken aback when he heard the Red Devil say that. He knows my abilities. After all, the Red Devil sneered at Beck like he was just a fly. Beck was still stunned that he was unharmed by that last attack, which was no small hit, proving he is not an ordinary guy. While he was lost in thought, the Red Devil had finished charging up his arm and hit Beck back. The Red Devil's hand touched Beck's skin, causing it to burn. There was a loud explosion, shattering the academy walls. Beck was knocked back so hard that he felt like he was back to being a kid, truly enjoying the feeling of losing his mind. The Red Devil pushed Beck outside, then kicked him down hard to the ground. Damn. I just want to burrow into the ground and stay there. Beck groaned as he got up, thinking, this guy is really strong. What kind of monstrous power is this? You are still not dead. You are tougher than those trash over there. Beck looked to the side, wondering if the reason no one came here despite such a big incident was that they had all been killed by that guy. Beck was fuming, gritting his teeth, his whole body radiating green magic. That bastard. Beck clenched his fists together to gather energy, then punched straight down. Seeing the sharp green rays aimed at him, the Red Devil sneered again. A terrifying explosion occurred, and Beck believed he was still unharmed from that attack. But his goal was to block the Red Devil's line of sight. Then, Beck quickly launched another strike. This one was the real deal. The punch unleashed a storm of shockwaves. After this punch, Beck was also panting. It was not bad, but if I want to satisfy myself, I need a much bigger explosion than this. The Red Devil swung his hand to slap Beck, but it did not work. Beck quickly raised his hand to block, but the moment he made contact with the Red Devil's hand, a bunch of blisters quickly formed. Then, the arm exploded. Wanting to take a break, Beck wanted to go back to the yard, and did not care about being the principal anymore. But luckily, he just fell down and did not die. He could still live. Even when I was a constellation of rebirth, I had never encountered a strong contract dealer like this. It is truly fascinating. What? You are a constellation? Yep. I am a constellation under the name of Tyrant King. A notification board appeared before Beck. The passionate art lover is in shock. An important matter repeated many times. Beck wondered what the reaction of the constellation would be like. Don't tell me. He really is a constellation. The demon smiled with glee. Because now I have nothing to play with. Die. He reached out to grab Beck's head. At that moment, hey, you horn guy, stop bullying him and play with me. Ju-hook appeared out of nowhere. Just then he was carrying a sword, hands in his pockets, smiling provocatively. Ju-hyu's sudden appearance left both the Red Devil and Beck speechless. Beck struggled to sit up, eyes fixed on the young man in front of him. Who is this young man? He looks really familiar. Suddenly, a name popped into his head. Wait, do not tell me it is. As he clearly saw Ju-hyu's face, Beck could not hide his shock. He quietly exclaimed the name. Ju from the Valhalla Academy. Contrary to Beck's shock, the Red Devil smirked slightly, narrowed his eyes at him, and asked, who are you? Are you here to give up your life too? Ju-hyu confidently replied, his tone full of provocation. I am here to defeat you. He looked straight at the Red Devil and added, by the way, I think I know who you are. The Red Devil raised an eyebrow. Confused, Ju-hyu glanced at the oversized horns and said, those oversized horns there. He continued observing, his gaze lingering on every detail. Then smirked. Those crooked teeth, and that red skin, Ju-hyu confidently asserted, are the Red Devil, the loser from the second floor of the Destruction Tower. Right. Upon hearing the words the loser, the Red Devil was furious. Loser? Who are you calling a loser? He laughed, his eyes full of challenge. You fool. A green aura enveloped Ju-hyu's body. He arrogantly said, "Come on, take my hit, and you will soon remember who I am." When he saw that green aura, the red devil furrowed his brow, saying, "That aura feels strangely familiar." But his anger quickly pushed the red devil to attack him, shouting, "I do not care." Facing the attack from the guy, Ju-hyu calmly raised his sword to counter. The red devil was surprised that his powerful punch was blocked by a weak sword. He gasped in shock, but then Ju-hyu suddenly excitedly moved in to attack. Ju-hyu swung his sword and struck his hand. After that hit, the red devil groaned in pain, and then he finally realized and said, "This feeling. Now I remember." The oppressive feeling from the older brother made the red demon realize. He spoke, "You are a martial god." The guy looked at him in amazement and said, "I never thought you would be reborn in a new body." Ju-hyu coldly replied, "Really? I never thought the losers who were defeated by me would run around pretending to be constellations." But the red demon, not backing down, retorted, "The constellation thing was something you said. After we lost our names and bodies, people just called us that and worshipped us." At this moment, the red demon confidently smiled and said, "But now that I have both, things are not like they used to be." He pointed at Ju-hyu and said, "After taking your hit, I realized." The red demon laughed mockingly. "Compared to back then, you are weaker now." "Martial god." In response to his words, Ju-hyu calmly replied, "It is as clear as day. And you still want to argue? I am still a high school student. Did not you know?" The red demon smirked and said softly, "I see." In an instant, he used magic on his hand and said, "If that is the case." The red demon quickly charged, shouting, "This is my chance to take your life." Ju-hyu immediately blocked the attack with his sword. After observing this punch, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Countless fire bubbles appeared in the guy's hand. A loud explosion rang out, and its explosive power sent smoke billowing everywhere. Ju-hyu quickly stepped back to avoid it. At that moment, the red demon seized the opportunity to charge. But Ju-hyu faced him with an indifferent expression. The red demon advanced to attack, and the force of his strike cracked the ground everywhere. After this attack, the red demon thought he had hit him and burst into laughter. He approached Ju-hyu and asked, "Are you going to keep running?" Faced with his provocation, Ju-hyu frowned and thought, "It is going to be a long time before I am as strong as I was before." He quietly remembered the past and thought, "When fighting against the constellation of the snow skin in the mind realm, I could fight because I had almost all my previous strength in it. But fighting against a constellation that has revealed itself in reality is a bit tricky." He looked at the red demon attacking madly and could not help but reflect, forgetting all the other things. If a loser on the second floor can make it this hard for me, dealing with the others will surely be even more complicated. His quiet demeanor made the red demon think he was frightened, and he laughed loudly. "Even if you run, it would be useless." The distance between the attack and Ju-hyu was closing in. The red demon said fiercely, "I am using all my strength now." Just as he finished speaking, a massive explosion went off, with smoke billowing everywhere. The force of it left Beck in shock, silently gasping. Just how big was that explosion? Earlier, he was not fighting me with all his strength, was he? He secretly felt worried for Ju-hyu. Until now, he managed to dodge, but that attack is hard to avoid. At this moment, a strong voice rose up. "Maybe it is time to stop being stubborn and rely on my location a bit." A powerful sword strike was swung, and in a moment of surprise, the strike landed directly on the arm of the red devil. In the blink of an eye, his arm was severed and fell straight to the ground. The red devil let out a painful scream, immediately collapsing in agony. Then came a series of sounds of writhing, as Ju-hyu stood there, holding the bloodied sword. The red devil, in pain, clutched his arm and asked how he was not caught in that explosion. He should not have been able to escape that blast. Ju-hyu smiled and replied, "Well, I was not there." He continued, "I just sliced it off." His calm voice made the red devil extremely panicked. He ground his teeth and thought, suddenly feeling another kind of magical power. Was he borrowing someone else's strength? The red devil began to cautiously glance at Ju-hyu. As soon as he realized he could not win, he immediately turned and ran away. The red devil silently decided to run away. It took a while to regain his name. He could not die without having done anything. He darkened his expression, trying to encourage himself. It is better to live in shame than to die in glory. The tide takes the fish. Seeing the fearful, fleeing figure of the red devil, Ju-hyu irritably spoke, "What a shame. What a strange jerk. After destroying the place and killing almost everyone, he runs away just because he feels he is about to die." Ju-hyu channeled magical power into his sword and continued, "That is why you are a loser." His red eyes stared intently at him, cursing, "You damned red devil." Ju-hyu excitedly swung a sword towards him. The red devil had not run far before he was hit by Ju-hyu's attack. His face was split in two by the strike, and the red devil cursed, "Damned." In a moment, the red devil's body was cut in half, while Ju-hyu calmly turned to leave. After a fatal strike, the red devil was completely defeated. Ju-hyu joyfully approached and held out the ring in his hand. In no time, The red devil was absorbed by his ring. A moment later, the large body of the red devil completely vanished. Ju-hyu curiously looked at the ring and whispered, "Can it absorb this guy too?" Suddenly, a painful scream rang out. Ju-hyu was startled. At that moment he remembered back. He hurriedly ran over to ask how he was doing. "I was too focused on that guy's name to protect him." "Is he okay?" Bet groaned in pain and replied, "I am still alive." Ju-hyu took out his phone and said, "Since my healing ability is still weak, let me call an ambulance to come to the house." Bet gratefully replied, "Thank you." Suddenly, Bet curiously asked, "You are Ju-hyu from the Valhalla Academy?" "Right." Hearing that, he held the phone a bit away and replied, "That is right. Even the teachers at this school know my name." Bet forced himself to speak easily. "You are that famous?" Ju-hyu worriedly suggested. "It will take a while for the ambulance to arrive, so please lie down." Bet looked at him and gently introduced himself. "It is, although my introduction is a bit delayed due to the chaos. My name is Bet, the chairman of this hero academy." He slightly bowed his head and sincerely thanked him. "I should have said this sooner. Thank you for handling that guy." Ju-hyu shook his head in response. "It is more like I arrived a bit late." Suddenly, Ju-hyu stood up, looked at his phone, and said, "They say the ambulance will be here soon, so do not worry." Bet smiled and replied, "Thank you." Seeing that he seemed to be okay, Ju-hyu quickly said goodbye. "Then I must take my leave." Bet was left dumbfounded. Ju-hyu quickly opened a teleport gate. Before leaving, he left a remark saying, "I have no responsibilities here anymore. So long." Just as he finished speaking, he turned his back, stepped into the teleport gate, and disappeared, leaving Bet with a thoughtful gaze, as if contemplating something. Suddenly a voice called out, "Bet." The voice belonged to Rogan. He rushed over and asked, "What the hell happened here?" Seeing Bet sitting on the ground made him panic and approached to ask, "I came here as soon as I heard the Hero Academy was attacked. Are you okay?" Bet suddenly called out. Rogan. Bet looked at the ambulance just arriving and hesitantly said, "Since the ambulance is here, I will tell you the details later." That afternoon, at the hospital, those from the Hero Academy were seriously injured and had to stay for a long treatment. Compared to those people, Bet could not help but feel lucky. Everyone was severely injured, but fortunately, most of them survived. All thanks to Ju-hyu, who quickly dealt with that guy and called for an ambulance in time. Rogan walked over to his hospital bed and crossed his arms. "Now tell me what happened." Bet quickly recounted the entire incident that had occurred after a long while. Rogan was so amazed that he exclaimed, "Ju-hyu from the Valhalla Academy appeared and handled a low-level official constellation." Bet nodded in affirmation. "That is right. I do not know if he is a real constellation, but he possesses incredible intelligence and abundant magical power." Suddenly Rogan hesitated, looking at him and said, "Indeed, those strong fake contracts can handle low-level official constellations. But is not he only 17? Bet replied, "That is right. Do you know him?" Rogan recalled Ju-hik's face and responded, "He is the one who defeated my kid in the fight. Is not what else? He has also captured a lot of villains. Maybe all the top contract holders know his name." Suddenly, Rogan remembered something and asked, "Also, the difference between villains and constellations is like night and day. So what happened then?" Bet replied casually, "About that." A few seconds later, Bet slowly spoke in an uncertain tone, "I could sense a very strange magical energy from that boy just before he finished off that constellation. I think it probably belongs to the constellation he signed a contract with." Rogan said skeptically, "Can a 17-year-old really sign a contract with a constellation? Isn't that a bit too young?" However, Bet firmly replied, "That is true. And that powerful magic felt quite familiar." Rogan asked curiously, "Familiar?" Suddenly, Bet sighed and then slowly said, "If I am not mistaken." Recalled the scene back then and said, "It was exactly like the magic I felt at the market." Hearing the mention of the market, Rogan said, "I heard the constellation that created that place is called Leader Maidan. Does that mean he signed a contract with her?" Bet shook his head and said, "I am not sure. But it is the source of the magic I felt." Rogan pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is he now?" Bet replied uncertainly, "He must have gone back to the Valhalla Academy." Rogan exclaimed with wide eyes. "Back?" He was shocked and asked, "Is not the Valhalla Academy in Korea? How could he come and go so quickly?" Bet hesitated for a moment. After a while, he spoke up, "I think he used teleportation." Rogan was even more shocked. "Teleportation?" Bet nodded silently. "That is right." The moment he returned, a linear space opened up and he stepped into it. He looked up slightly and said, "Maybe he can teleport because of the constellation's ability." Rogan then suddenly realized and said, "Very few contract holders can use teleportation." Bet replied, "I know, because not many constellations possess that ability." Rogan's hand tightened more and more, his voice low and menacing. "Do not tell me that," he said angrily. Ju Hagu is involved with the organization I am looking for. I need to investigate it right away. That day, at the Valhalla Academy, in that room, Breakcat stood still as if waiting for something. Right at that moment, a spatial gate opened. Ju Hagu stepped out from the time-space gate with a sigh, seeing Breakcat here. He was startled and asked, "What the hell? Were you waiting for me?" Breakcat replied solemnly, "That is right, sir." He stared at Ju Hugh and said, "The Constellation Lord ordered me to assist you with everything I can, so I watched your battle just in case." Breakcat's words surprised Ju Hugh. He stepped forward and asked, "Have you watched my battle?" Breakcat replied, "Yep. I created a spatial link and watched you fight through it." Hearing this, Ju Hugh clicked his tongue and said, "Damn. Thinking about you being able to do that is really scary." He immediately panicked and started to explain, "We can quickly detect other constellations, attacks on this market or academy thanks to that ability." Ju Hugh remembered the guide's words and nodded in agreement. That is true. He recalled that the guide had said that someone with a title would appear next week. Ju Hugh then asked, "Someone with a title? You mean those guys from the Tower of Destruction?" But the guide vaguely replied, "Yep. That is quite possible." Her answer made him curious and he asked, "Quite possible? Compared to last time, your answer is a bit more vague." The guide smiled and apologized. The Lord of the Labyrinth's surveillance has become stricter," she continued, "although they have not detected my existence yet. It seems they have been very cautious about gathering information lately." The serious matter made Ju Hugh panic and exclaim, "Really? Speaking of which," the guide hesitated to suggest next, "that person will appear at the Hero Academy in America. You know that place, right?" He replied, "I have heard about it, but I can't look up the location once I leave here." The guide reminded him, "Just keep an eye on that place, and if a constellation appears, take them down quickly like last time." Ju Hugh happily replied, "Okay." At this point, the guide hesitantly said, "And after today, meeting between us might be a bit difficult." He asked, "Because of the surveillance you mentioned?" She smiled softly and said, "We need to hide really well for the next time we need to plan," she said. "In return, I will teach you how to use the ring I gave you last time. Can you manage it?" Ju Hugh quickly took out the ring and handed it to her. The guide spoke seriously. "The ring has two uses," she said. "The first is to convert the constellation title into a flow of energy and turn it into your own power. The second is to utilize the skills transformed from that title." After explaining the ring's functions, the guide added, "Each method has limitations. In the first method you can't make all the power from the title yours, because we are not the Lord of the Labyrinth, who can fully absorb the title. We can only obtain residual power from those titles when we take down evil constellations." She raised her second finger and said, "The limitation in the second method is that you can't improve the skills you already have." Hearing this, Ju Hugh curiously asked, "Not even you?" She replied, "That is right. For example, if you absorb the title of the constellation with the water element ability when you use that constellation's power, no matter how strong you are or what your abilities are right now, the strength and pressure from the shot will still only be equivalent to when the constellation is used." The guide said sternly, "It all depends on how you use this ring effectively. Maybe later you will break through that limit." Back to reality. Ju Hugh suddenly stared at the ring on his hand. His eyes became sharper. His goal was to quickly achieve ultimate power. Ju Hugh silently vowed, "That is why I will absorb all the power of the constellation's title into my own." Right at this moment, the ring on Ju Hugh's hand suddenly emitted a source of energy, but in an instant, the source of energy disappeared as if it had never existed. Ju Hugh frowned, curiously observing the ring and whispered, "Is that it?" He quietly felt his own strength. A thought flashed through. Have I really gotten stronger? Nothing has changed at all. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me." Ju Hugh, at that moment, he suddenly remembered that Brad Kess was still in the room and said, "Sorry, I was lost in thought and did not notice." Brad Kess replied, "It is." After a moment of silence, Ju Hugh spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "So why did you call me?" He quickly got straight to the point. "You defeated the Chain Demon at the Hero Academy, right?" Brad Kess recalled every attack of his and spoke. "The technique you used to defeat the Chain Demon was the space slash, right?" Ju Hugh admitted without hesitation. "Yep. That is it." In his heart, Brad Kess thought, "Just as I expected." Suddenly he made a request. "Could you show it to me?" The sudden request made Ju Hugh freeze for a few seconds. He felt strange and asked, "You signed a pact with that constellation too. Can't you do it?" Brad Kess hesitated and replied, "Yep. That is right. But," Brad Kess awkwardly said, "it is embarrassing to admit, but I am not as good at using the space slash as you are. If it is not too much trouble, could you teach me that technique?" Ju Hugh stopped and scratched his head, saying, "You should ask the constellation instead." But whatever. Hearing this, he accepted the request, and he respectfully lowered his head. Thanking you. That night, Ju Hyu and Brad Kess were crossing the mountain to find a suitable place to perform the space slash. Suddenly he stopped in a secluded spot and said, "This place is good. A small clearing has been found deep in the forest." Ju Hyu took out the sword and said, "Space slash."
Yep.
His silence left Brad Kess confused. Ju Hyu infused magic power into the sword and seriously instructed, "First, focus the magic power into the sword. Once enough magic power is accumulated." He swung the sword and said, "Then swing the sword while simultaneously releasing the power when slashing." A gigantic slash appeared, tearing through the calm space here. Wherever the slash goes, the wind howls fiercely. The giant tree across took the brunt of the slash. Its trunk shattered in an instant. After striking, Ju Hyu lowered his sword and casually said, "Well, that is pretty much how it is." Ju Hyu turned around, a faint smile on his face, and asked, "Easy, right? Behind you, the trees have been knocked down. The signs of overwhelming power are still etched on the ground." Black Cat was stunned for a few seconds, faintly recalling the mechanical voice of Trom Sao. When Trom Sao taught him about slashing space, dreaming of tigers and dropping enemies, without any specific instructions. Just saying things like the Kair dominates the lower realm. Twist your hips a bit. The Kair dominates the lower realm. Why can't you do it? That is why he asked Ju Hyu, his master under Trom Sao, for guidance. His short and simple teaching method was so unbelievable that Black Cat could not help but feel suspicious. "But I guess you get what you pay for." His quiet demeanor made Ju Hyu curiously ask, "What is wrong? Do you need me to demonstrate again?" Black Cat hurriedly shook his head. "It is." Just then a strange noise caught Ju Hyu's attention. In the distance, the mountain suddenly shook violently. "Your slash has severed that mountain." In the next moment, the mountain peak split in two, crashing down with a roar. Seeing the scene, Ju Hyu was frozen, unable to speak. Black Cat turned to him in panic and asked, "Did you slash the space of the mountain behind too?" He blankly nodded.
Yep.
But in his mind, he could not help but think it was unbelievable. He had only intended to slash across the forest and even adjusted his magical power, yet the mountain still got split in two. He skeptically looked ahead. Was it because he absorbed the title from the previous ring? This thought excited Ju Hyu. Absorbing just remnants of power and still being this strong, he turned and said, "Let us stop here for today. Next time I will definitely teach you the standing posture." Black Cat nodded in agreement. "All right, let us head back," he complained while clearing the branches in front of him. "Next time I will definitely clear out these bushes." But at this moment, Ju Hyu was lost in his thoughts. Although he still had doubts at first, he was definitely stronger now. Right. Awesome. His eyes became sharper. "Those bastards from the Destruction Tower. I will absorb all of you if you dare come down here." At the same time, in a desolate forest, under a giant old tree, an old house was hidden in the mist. A white-haired man was staring intently at a strange object called the reincarnation gear. This subordinate of the labyrinth master looked at the reincarnation gear with a fascinated expression. The twinkling lights emitted by the reincarnation gear kept shimmering. His face grew colder by the moment. Just then, a low voice suddenly broke the silence. "Spylot." From the shadows, a man wearing a hat stepped forward. It seemed to be their signal. The labyrinth master's subordinate replied, "Bloodlot." The red grain guy let his coat drop and asked, "Have you finished arranging the green effect yet?" The white grain guy replied, "Yeah." Red grain guy stepped closer and looked at the reincarnation gear, saying, "You have distributed the second tier guys pretty evenly." Suddenly, he noticed the spear in the hand of the white grain guy. The red grain guy asked, "Is that why you are holding on to that spear so tightly?" After receiving no response, he got really angry and did not answer. At that moment, the white grain guy slowly spoke up. "You do not need to know the reason. I have a weapon too." The red grain guy touched the sword at his side and retorted, keeping the other weapon tightly in hand. The white grain guy, not backing down, said, "To me, they are all the same." His cold reply made the red grain guy furious. He grit his teeth, his mind racing with rage. He was only chosen by the Labyrinth Lord 300 years ago, and he dared to talk back just because they held the same high position. That damn insolent jerk. The red grain guy's eyes lit up with resentment. "If I had not received the Lord of the Labyrinth's favor, I would have killed you a long time ago." But just then, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the reincarnation gear, catching the red grain guy's attention. The red grain guy exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" A title just suddenly disappeared. The white grain guy slowly nodded and replied, "Yeah. Seems to be coming from America." Red grain guy raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure the title was arranged correctly?" But the white grain guy remained calm and answered, "I followed the Labyrinth Lord's instructions." The red grain guy frowned, confused, and asked, "Although some guys will disappear, Is not this a bit early? The red grain guy pulled his coat up sharply, turned his back, and left. Clearly annoyed. I need to report this to the Labyrinth Lord first. I will deal with you later. The white grain guy nodded, still calm, and replied, you go ahead. With that, the red grain guy left without saying anything more, leaving the white grain guy deep in thought, looking at the reincarnation gear in the darkness. The hand gripping the weapon suddenly tightened. That evening, after returning from the forest, Bragcat sat down tiredly in front of the chairman and said, looking over at Rogan, how can I help you? In the chairman's office, the atmosphere was tense. Rogan stood there, staring seriously at Bragcat. Bragcat felt the heaviness in that gaze and, not wanting to prolong the silence, took the initiative to speak. What brings you here? Rogan. A few seconds later, Rogan maintained his stern expression and replied, I am here because I have a question for a student in this school. Just that statement, Bragcat vaguely guessed who Rogan was looking for. Was it because Do-hyu defeated a star at the Hero Academy before? I thought I had somewhat controlled that information before, but it seems it has reached Rogan. Bragcat stood up, politely said, I guess our conversation will be long, so why do not we sit down first? Rogan readily agreed. All right, so both of them sat down, facing each other seriously, without beating around the bush. Rogan spoke in a deep voice. Let me get straight to the point. Is there a student named Do-hyu who studied at this school and previously went to the Hero Academy? He said with a firm tone that the kid took down the entire star in that attack. Bragcat hesitated and replied. Yep. Hearing the answer, Rogan's face turned colder. He said, I have a lot of questions to ask, but I mainly want to know about two things, seemingly receiving Bragcat's approval. Rogan asked, first, how did Do-hyu know about that star and deal with its attack? On this matter, Bragcat seemed unable to answer. Rogan asked loudly, second, how could he go straight from here to America before? As if fearing Bragcat would dodge the question, Rogan preemptively spoke. Do not even think about avoiding it. I heard Brag say before that he sensed the dark market's magic. Answer me. Bragcat, master of the dark market. Finally, Bragcat had to respond. I understand now, because Mither back sensed the magic beforehand and told you. I am sure you have a vague idea too. The lord of that star indeed used her power. Hearing this, Rogan squinted slightly, his tone filled with suspicion. It is the master of the setup. Right. Bragcat nodded in confirmation. Rogan continued to interrogate. So the master of the setup and student Juok signed a contract together. He calmly replied. Not exactly. Because that contract was just a temporary one. Bragcat skillfully added. I can give you details due to personal circumstances. But I know what you are most curious about. Rogan, saying this, he slowly spoke, his gaze piercing deeply into the other person. Surely you are wondering if Juhuk is a member of the Blood Envoy. Bragcat's words seemed to hit the heart of Rogan. He hesitated for a few seconds, then softly cleared his throat and said, if you understand that, our conversation will be easier. Bragcat continued. I also investigated the past information of the Blood Envoy, because it relates to the business of the market. At first, I thought they were just a group of villains like any other. But it turns out they are indirectly related to you. Hearing this, Rogan excitedly said, that is right. Those bastards killed my father. Rogan recounted that after gaining some power, he made every effort to wipe out all the villains to find them. But I could not find a single lead. It is like they vanished overnight, he helplessly said. The only thing I found was, but right after that, Rogan's eyes became sharper. In a cold tone he said, all members of the Blood Envoy are contract holders who can use instant teleportation. Bragcat agreed. That is also what I found out. I am just like you. I could not find any trace of them. Then he insisted. But Juhuk is not a member of the Blood Messenger. True. He can move to the US quickly and come back. But that is just the power of the Constellation Lord I serve. Hearing that, Rogan asked in surprise. Is it the power of the master of the setup? Brag nodded and replied. Yep. He calmly explained. Actually, it is part of her ability. One of her abilities is to detect an attack from a constellation faster than anyone else. Rogan relaxed a bit, and Bragg obediently replied. Yep. Suddenly, he sternly said, do you think I will let you off the hook if you say that? Rogan pointed at Bragg and questioned. Is not it possible that your market is also part of the Blood Messenger? Bragg immediately retorted, his tone much firmer. That assumption is a bit excessive. Even though we run a black market, we are still different from the murderers who live. Rogan frowned and, not backing down, said, that assumption is a reasonable suspicion. Is not saying that. Rogan picked up his glass of water and continued. I am sure you understand that. In this world, there are very few contractors who can do things like instant transmission, To which Bragg replied with a yes. Rogan casually took a sip of water and calmly said, "So it is natural for me to have suspicions." Suddenly, he slammed the glass down on the table and said, "Besides," he pointed directly at his face and seriously said, "It seems you, the master of the black market, are supporting one of your students. I can't think of any feasible reason other than that you are helping him, because they are both members of the Blood Messenger." Bragg remained calm in response. "If that is what you suspect, then you can hire a private detective to investigate. Yep. Our relationship is special. But as I said before, we are not blood messengers." His eyes became sharper as he warned, "Besides, I think you are crossing the line here." Rogan raised an eyebrow. Annoyed. "What the heck?" Bragg coldly said, each word carrying seriousness. "I am trying to answer your questions politely. Rogan, I even talked in detail about the abilities of the Constellation Lord. But if you just rely on your suspicions and keep pushing us into a corner, things will get messy." Bragg slightly bowed his head, his tone calm but with an implied dismissal. "I would appreciate it if we could stop here today. Next time when all your suspicions have vanished, let us talk again." Bragg stood up and said, "And I would also appreciate it if you did not mention the information I revealed here today. Especially the information regarding the abilities of the Constellation Lord." Logan clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, "You bastard. I have worked so hard to get here." "So he just walked away like that?" the guy stubbornly asked again, his voice full of challenge. "What if I do not want to?" Bragg slightly tilted his head, his gaze shifting elsewhere, his voice cold and frighteningly detached. "Then of course we have no choice but to kill you." His response ignited Logan's anger, successfully provoking him, and he burst out laughing. Standing up daringly, he said, "You want to kill me? I like your guts. Go ahead and try if you can." Bragg replied nonchalantly, "Of course I can't kill you, because you are the one and only, the strongest among the pack makers." He paused briefly before continuing. "However, if you keep overstepping your limits, the Lord of the Constellations will personally kill you." Logan, with a skeptical look, asked, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the space. "If you already have the answer, then just go." The atmosphere grew heavier as Luminous threatened. "If you cause trouble again, I won't let you off. Better manage your pack maker well." "You damn piece of trash." Bragg calmly stated what she said. Logan angrily retorted, "What nonsense." But before he could finish, the system announced. The system stated, "The obliterator of all things says to go home and stop causing trouble. He is dealing with the old man." At that moment, he knew he could not recklessly continue any longer. Finally, Logan had to wave his hand dismissively and said irritably, "Fine. I will go home today." He swore that next time, he would not leave empty-handed like this. After Logan left, Bragg let out a small sigh of relief, feeling a bit panicked inside. He thought he needed to control information better next time. To be cautious, he should tell Adelia Vanchik about what happened today. In the afternoon, the cool atmosphere seeped through every corner of the city. In a quiet apartment complex, Ju-Hike was sitting cross-legged in his room, focusing on adjusting his magical power. After finishing his training, he let out a sigh of relief. Ju-Hike looked on with interest as he observed the flow of energy in his hands, realizing just how much stronger he had become after using the cultivation technique to regulate his magical flow. Just by practicing magic correctly, he had instantly gained 30 days of experience more than before. He gently moved his shoulders a bit, but his physical strength was only slightly stronger than his magical power, so it was hard for him to feel the change in his body. The will to train again flared up, and he resolved to himself, "I need to focus on training my physical strength again to balance my magical power and physical condition at their best state. If only one aspect becomes stronger, I will have to fight harder against tough opponents." Suddenly, Ju-Hike called out, "Bei-Chi, did you feel anything special when you met that hellhound last time?" Dad helplessly replied, "You still have doubts, right?" Ju-Hike closed his eyes and explained, "I just asked to be cautious in case the Lord of the Labyrinth's brain-controlling magic suddenly resurfaces, and you might become the Tower Master again." Dad immediately countered, "Right now I do not have any power, so I do not feel anything at all." Suddenly he remembered something and asked, "Back at the Hero Academy, did you sense anything?" Ju-Hike let out a sound and frowned as he asked, "Besides the demon chain, is there anything else?" Dad nodded and replied, "Yep. I sensed a very familiar magical aura in that environment." Ju-Hike became more serious, his sharp gaze asking, "Familiar?" Dad confirmed, "I share some senses with you, so I am quite sure about that." Suddenly Ju-Hike smiled mysteriously, his eyes sparkling with interest. "Dad, in that case," he relaxed his body and continued, "it won't be long before we have to go back to those hero academies. On a full moon night, on a mountain situated in a rushing river, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Inside an old building, Darkness enveloped, with only the moonlight streaming through the shattered windows. All the stars had gathered together. The fishman glanced around and spoke up slowly. Are all the named ones present? Huck Rock quietly replied. Looks like everyone is here. Except for a few. The fishman raised an eyebrow and asked further. How many are missing? Huck Rock slowly answered with a faint smile. Missing the demon chain. The one who caused the recent chaos. Mentioning the demon chain. The fishman's face darkened. He gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard has been silent for 300 years. Why did he suddenly start causing trouble now? The fishman's eyes were filled with rage as he continued to ask. And will he die here too? Huck Rock smirked condescendingly and said. He must have underestimated his opponent and let his guard down. Truly pathetic. Huck Rock crossed his arms, coldly pointing upwards at him with a meaningful tone. If he dies here, I will be back up there. And I will have to wander for another 300 years like a loser and to destroy. We can do that as easily as flipping a hand. But that idiot is just... The fishman squinted his eyes and asked. Besides him, is there anyone else who has a special circumstance that prevents contact? The air felt like it froze. Huck Rock slowly uttered a name. Watcha. The fishman raised an eyebrow, asking. Watcha. That guy who likes to play dead. Huck Rock nodded in confirmation. Yep. The fishman scoffed. With a mocking tone he said. Hope he does not end up dead soon, because of your bragging like that demon chain. But just then, Huck Rock suddenly put on a serious expression and spoke. We just received news from Watcha. The fishman immediately turned and asked eagerly. What did he say? Watcha's voice rang out, confidently stating. At the global competition, I will cause chaos there. The next morning, at the Van Halla gym, the atmosphere was full of energy, despite Hugh persistently lifting weights and training, trying to enhance his physical strength. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He was training while secretly opening his eyes to see the others in the gym. All three. Troy Aaron, Uzi Hiyu, and Jo Soyeon were present, although Hiyu looked around and quietly said, everyone has the name Wineland. Earlier, Yin Lan had texted him that, Igu, I will go home to visit family, and I will stay there for a few days. He happily agreed, but inside, he could not help but wonder, is not her relationship with her family not good? If she liked it, she would just go back herself. After a while of training, Higu spoke up. Everyone, we can take a break now. And the three of them stopped and looked at him, responding, okay. Right. Higu quickly took a towel to wipe off the sweat. Just as he was about to rest, someone suddenly approached and called out, Igu. He turned to look at Troy Aaron, who curiously asked, where did Yunlan go? He simply replied, she went home for a few days to handle personal matters. Hearing that, Troy Aaron sadly said, we promised to train together, but she disappeared. Should not she have told me first? Higu laughed, defending Yunlan. Did not you do the same? Skip training to go home for a few days? And Troy Aaron hesitantly replied, well, not wanting to prolong the conversation, Higu said, we will be sparring, so let us go prepare. And she immediately agreed. Okay. Troy Aaron quickly went to inform the other two. At that moment, Banter suddenly asked, why is the teacher so proud? He smiled with delight, thinking, is not it funny? Higu joyfully looked at the three of them. Even though I have been reincarnated, I still continue to teach my disciples. Batra lightly nodded in agreement. But soon after, the smile on Higu's face faded, his eyes showing a hint of regret as he said, however, I am still a bit disappointed. Batra asked curiously, what do you mean? He slowly replied, I wish my previous disciples could gather together and have a casual chat like this. But unfortunately, the constellations can't meet each other. After a few seconds of contemplation, Batra suddenly said, actually, in the past, the constellations could gather together. Higu exclaimed with delight. Oh really? Batra slowly recounted that it happened a long time ago, when a door suddenly opened in the illusion realm, his gaze distant as if recalling a memory buried long ago. Back when I was trapped in despair, I wondered what that door was. Batra's voice was a bit somber, so I was curious and opened it. Higu listened intently and then asked, were all the constellations there? Batra replied. Yep. He continued to tell. I quickly left because I was afraid someone would recognize me as the previous master of the tower. It seemed that all the constellations there had passed through the door that appeared in their illusion realm. Not just me, but everyone there had a look of astonishment. Higu pondered deeply, his gaze growing more profound. But what happened to that door? Batra shook his head and said, after about 2 days, it disappeared. Perhaps that space vanished along with it. Even though Hiyu suddenly spoke up, that information is quite effective. Thank you. And Dad stopped, blinking in confusion, asking again, what do you mean? Even though Hiyu smiled with curiosity, thinking, a door, It seems I will have to dig deeper. That afternoon, at the Chinese Bethlin Association, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was filled with elegance and tranquility during the Tutlevin celebration. When the Bethlin Association leaders saw Yan Lang, they could not hide their joy and exclaimed, "What a surprise!" She looked at Yan Lang and said, "Yan Lang, I did not expect you to take the initiative to reach out to meet me beforehand." Yan Lang hesitated a bit before asking, "Tutlin, Madam, I want to see the achievements of Tutjia." Tutlin gently replied, "It is simple. Let us just go back to Tutjia." Saying that, the two quickly set off for Tutjia. And a little while later, on the way, Yan Lang suddenly frowned and asked, "What happened to Tit Nun Ho?" Tutlin calmly answered, "You probably know. She was forced to leave the position of head of the family because the contract between her and the spirit master was cancelled." She paused for a moment and then continued, "And she was expelled from Tutjia." Yan Lang was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she shouted, "She was expelled?" Tutlin gently nodded. Her gaze flickered with discomfort as she said, "Tit Nun and Ho became the head of the family by deceiving the spirit master and using force against others. And everyone in Tutjia knows that." She smiled slightly and continued, "Thanks to Du Hu, a student who met the spirit master directly, revealing that Tit Nun Ho had manipulated the spirit master. Because of him, the elders of Tutjia agreed to expel Tit Nun Ho. And upon hearing his name, Yan Lang blushed. "I understand now." Du Hu, Tutlin continued in a low voice. "Since that incident, the position of head of Tit Nun Ho has been vacant." And Yan Lang curiously asked, "Still vacant?" She tilted her head slightly. "Who is not sitting in that position?" Tutlin laughed, shaking her head. "Oh, come on. In Tutjia, if you have become the president of the Butch Lian Association, you can't be the head of the family anymore." She slowly continued, her tone becoming serious. "Anyway, we need to quickly find a new head of the family. If we delay any longer." Suddenly an earthquake appeared, shaking the ground. Yan Lang jumped in surprise, pointing ahead and anxiously said, "What?" "Over there. The Tutjia building is..." A huge fire is engulfing the entire Tutjia building. Without hesitation, Tutlin gasped and ran over, her face tense as she said, "It seems what you worried about has come true." Yan Lang nodded and ran after her. Yan Lang ran while asking, "What happened? Do you seem to know something?" Tutlin was silent for a moment and then replied, "You probably know our family is the largest family in China. Right," she explained. "However, because Tit Nun Yan Ho had once suppressed other families while she was still the head, so when 2 news reports about her expulsion came out, it was said that several families began to take action to seize the #1 position in China." Tutlin gritted her teeth, coldly saying, "Did you really think they would attack our clan like Tit Nun Ho did before?" Yan Lang angrily retorted, "So that is how it is? Damn it." When the two arrived in front of the building, the gate was locked. They immediately burst through the door without any hesitation. But as soon as they entered, Yan Lang's eyes widened in horror. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. Blood splattered all over the ground. Masked figures stood among the bodies, their swords still stained with blood. Upon hearing the noise, they immediately turned, their cold eyes locking onto Tutlin and Yan Lang. It seemed that both Tutlin and Yan Lang were terrified by the horrific scene before them. Masked individuals, fully covered, held weapons stained with blood, their gaze fixed intently on the two. On the ground, countless bodies lay in disarray. Blood soaked the area. The masked people quickly raised their weapons, aiming at the two of them. Yan Lang was stunned into silence, while Tutlin fearfully exclaimed, "What a cruel fate." Seeing them appear, Tutlin sneered, "So there are still a few left." Suddenly, he halted, observing them closely, saying, "Wait. That hairstyle." The person behind spoke up. "It is from the Tai clan," the leader asked. "So they are related to Tit Nun Ho, the one who destroyed us?" Upon receiving a response from his accomplices, the masked man excitedly said, "Good. Let us make them die like these guys." At this moment, Yan Lang calmly spoke up. "Isn't it true that the Snow clan forces other clans to surrender by killing their people?" Tutlin shook her head, answering firmly, "She attacks and takes down some from the clans barehanded, making them surrender, but no one dies." Hearing this, Yan Lang's hands clenched tightly, her voice trembling as she struggled to suppress her rage. "Really, I thought I would not care about the people of that clan anymore, because I do not like them. But this is too much." Just as she finished speaking, Yan Lang rushed forward like a whirlwind, and Tutlin panicked, calling out, "Yan Lang!" As soon as she saw her rush in, the masked man was utterly startled. But right after that, he quickly regained his composure and coldly swung his sword at her, angrily muttering, "You bitch." With a powerful swing, Yan Lang used her fist to block the sharp blade. The masked man was terrified. She blocked the sword with her bare hands. Yan Lang was ignited with fury, her eyes ablaze. She charged in to attack. The masked man had not fully recovered from the shock when Yen Lang punched him hard. The punch was so strong it sent him flying back, taking the person behind him down with him. The long-haired guy and the bald one nearby exclaimed in fear. What the hell? She just took down two of ours with one hit, but before he could regain his senses, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and Yen Lang appeared behind him. She jumped up powerfully and followed it up with a strong kick aimed at the two of them. They were thrown back in pain, writhing in agony before collapsing. Tiat Lian stood still, watching the scene in front of her, astonished. The girl had become much stronger compared to when she was there. Tiat Lian could not help but wonder how the girl had trained so hard while traveling in Australia. Yen Lang. Tiat Lian was lost in thought, not knowing why the girl suddenly returned to check on her progress. But she completely overlooked the man next to her lunging at her with a weapon. It seemed Tiat Lian could not dodge. But in the next moment, she effortlessly waved her hand, causing him to fly back in pain. After dealing with that guy, Tiat Lian reminded herself that once this was over, she would immediately appoint him as the family head according to the original plan. Meanwhile, inside the building, the battle was still raging fiercely. Tetlan, the eldest daughter, was starting to feel exhausted from facing countless masked men. Tepel, the second daughter, was not much different. She was holding a wound on her shoulder while gasping for breath. Tet Lam carefully observed the crowd, constantly thinking that because they launched a surprise attack, we were completely unprepared. At first glance, it seemed they were from different clans. Did they know we were without a leader and come to attack us? Her worried gaze turned to Tet Bo Lai. Although the elders could reach safety while we were in this situation, it seemed Bo Nai was running out of strength. Tet Lam gritted her teeth in frustration, her eyes showing a mix of helplessness and anger. Damn it. I do not want to die like this. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught her attention. Over there was where Yen Lang was fiercely throwing punches at each masked man. Alongside Yen Lang, Tiat Lian was not to be outdone. Her ice techniques were incredibly sharp. The screams of the masked men echoed continuously, making Tet Lam and Tet Bo Nai fight harder. Upon seeing Yen Lang and Tiat Lian, Tet Bo Nai could not hold back her tears. She sadly called out, "Sister and Yen Lang." Yen Lang glanced around the battlefield and seriously said, "I am sure you have a lot to say, but let us save that until we have wiped out these bastards first." Tet Bo Nai immediately nodded a few times and quickly wiped away the tears streaming down her face. Tet Lam cheerfully joked from the side. Who would have thought that the two strongest from our clan would come to our rescue? What a relief. Seeing the two of them arrive, Tet Lam felt reinvigorated. She excitedly urged, "Let us give it our all." The sudden burst of strength caught the masked man off guard, and he could not dodge in time to avoid the full punch. Tet Bo Nai agreed. That is right. She coldly swung her sword to attack. The two masked men were struck by the sword, screaming in pain. Tet Bo Nai kept attacking, her strikes quick and cold, determined not to give them a chance to counterattack. But just then, one guy suddenly appeared behind her, viciously raising his sword. Before he could swing down, a foot appeared and kicked him in the face. In midair, Yen Lan soared up and delivered a blow to his face. She quickly landed behind Tet Bo Lai, standing firm like a shield. Yen Lan, shy not daring to face Tet Bo Lai, stammered, "Are you okay? Bo Nai. Are you alright?" Tet Bo Hai was so moved she shed tears, wiping her eyes as she replied, "Thank you." The remaining masked men began to panic at Tet's strength. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Scared, a rough hand appeared, gripping the head of the masked man tightly. The bald man, with sharp eyes, looked at him and asked, instead of rushing in to fight, "Are you just going to stand there?" The masked man was so scared he turned pale, trembling all over, and shouted, "I, Master." Bald man spoke slowly, each word reminding those around him. "Those bastards ran wild because you acted without any strength at all." He brutally tightened his grip, pulling up as if holding something useless, cursing, "Pathetic scum." He did not crush the masked man's head, but in that moment, blood sprayed everywhere. The four men could not hide their shock. The scene before them was too brutal. Just then, Tiat Lian suddenly spoke up, even though he was masked, considering his size and strength. "Do you think you know who he is?" Tiat Lian looked at the bald man and said, "He is the head of the Tian family, Tin Hong Hao." After being discovered, Tin Hong Hao laughed, pulling his mask down, scoffing, "Damn it. So it means wearing a mask is useless now. Right. Tian family. Head Tin Hong Hao candidly admitted. "That is right. I am the head of the Tian family," he confidently announced. "You probably noticed. All these people are from the Tian family following me. We gathered here today to reclaim our position as the dominant family in Trung Ho." Immediately, Yen Lan spoke up in rebuttal. "But you did not just gather here. You are causing chaos and killing everywhere." Tin Hong Hao smiled, casually saying, "We are only doing what your leader did to us. Do not like it. He raised his bloodied hands. His voice relaxed. But because I admire your fighting spirit, I will give you for a proposal. He looked at them with disdain in his eyes and said, if you become slaves of our family, we will stop and withdraw. Our master scared him so much that he could not even lift a finger. And now he comes back to do this. Don't you feel ashamed? Get lost. Bald head. Teen Hong Ho laughed and scolded. You arrogant bitch. You are right. Your master has definitely made me suffer a lot. The sharp eyes of the guy looked at Yan Lang. His voice filled with contempt. And now, without the master, his gaze was filled with brutality. He shouted, you are nothing. Just as he finished speaking, he swung his fist at Yan Lang, but Yan Lang did not back down. She quickly retaliated. Tai Lian suddenly smiled behind him, saying, so stupid. She gently remarked, let me tell you, that girl is way stronger than your previous master. Teen Hong Ho fiercely swung a fiery punch at Yan Lang. Yan Lang also did not hold back and countered the attack. Just when it seemed like the two would clash, suddenly, Yan Lang let out a surprised sound. In her eye, Teen Hong Ho's body suddenly froze. And she wondered, wait, is he really standing still like a statue? But then, Yan Lang immediately realized something. It was not just that the opponent was moving super slowly in her eyes. I can see through the opponent's movements to some extent, but not slow enough to this degree. She suddenly remembered Du Hue and secretly smiled oddly. Was this the result of training with Du Hue? So awesome. Yan Lang quickly took advantage of this and dodged the attack while throwing a punch back. After the attack, Yan Lang coldly turned away, her gaze dismissive, not even bothering to look at him. Teen Hong Ha was hit. His body staggered, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face showing a moment of disbelief. Just a second later, Teen Hong Ho immediately fell to the ground. The subordinates behind him were terrified, wide-eyed, asking, she defeated the clan leader. They immediately ran in all directions. Everyone run. Hurry. Yan Lang was so angry she was shaking, fuming. You trash. Are you running away because you can beat me? Once the group had fled, Yan Lang turned back and said, elder sister, second sister, let us go help those who have fallen. Tet the Lamb subconsciously replied, yep, smiling at Tet Lian. Now I understand why you chose Yan Lang as our clan leader. Tet Thai Lam looked at Tet Lian and expressed her agreement. I agree with that. She pointed at Tet Boy Nai, asking, you think so too? Right. Boy Nai. Tet Boy nodded without hesitation. Tet Lian remained silent for a moment before smiling. I understand now. Her gaze suddenly became more serious. At this moment, Yan Lang was diligently helping the injured. After the fierce battle at Tetja, Tet Lian suddenly brought Yan Lang to a place full of ice and cold. Yan Lang looked around in confusion and asked, where is this? Didn't we just go inside a house? Tet Lian softly replied, this must be your first time here. Yan Lang. Tet Lian stopped and introduced, this is the sacred room, where we keep the holy relics of our Tet Jia. This Tet plane is a unique barrier to protect those holy relics. Yan Lang seriously took it in. I understand now. Tet Lian glanced ahead and said, seems like we have arrived. Suddenly, she confidently raised her hand and brushed the snow away in front of her. The thick white snow seemed to be hiding something beneath it, and a treasure chest was unexpectedly revealed. Tet Lian opened that box and said, this is the holy relic of the Lord of the Dark Snow constellation. Yan Lang stepped forward in amazement to observe. She blankly asked, is it but it looks just like an ordinary glove. Yan Lang looked at the glove and could not help but wonder, if I had this holy relic, would I be able to become stronger and faster like Choi Ring? Suddenly, she felt shy and blushed at the thought that once she got stronger, Ju Hyu would watch her train more. He and I could be together in special training. Right. Looking at Yan Lang's face, Tet Lian could not help but smile faintly. Suddenly, Tet Lian asked, Yan Lang, you like this holy relic, do not you? Yan Lang unconsciously replied with a soft yes. Tet Lian slowly spoke, I know that your connection with me is not just because you want to see this holy relic, but because you need it. That is why you came to it. Lang shyly did not respond. A few seconds later, she shook her head in denial. Really? I just wanted to see it. Now I am going back to Korea. For Tet Lian interrupted her. Yan Lang. She gave me a gentle smile, her eyes softly looking at Yan Lang, saying, your face has already said what you want to say, so you do not need to lie to me. I have no intention of scolding you anyway. Yan Lang had to admit, what you said is right. It is. The energy radiating from the gloves is incredibly powerful, Yan Lang said. It may sound abrupt, but I want to sign a contract with the spirit inside this holy relic. I do not know the details, but I know it is the only way for me to become stronger. Hearing that, Tet Lian wondered, have not you become strong enough while training with Du Hue? Yan Lang replied, yep. But I am talking about a different kind of strength, and I can only tell you that much. Tet Lian was silent for a moment and then softly called out, Yan Lang, I have a suggestion for you. Do you want to try it? Will you become the leader of the Tet clan? Yan Lang was shocked. her eyes wide open as she shouted. What? As soon as the suggestion was made, Yin Lang quickly replied. What are you talking about? I never thought I would become the clan leader, Tet Lien calmly asked. Yin Lang. Do you know what promises you can make with your husband? Yin Lang answered seriously. Blessings and soft vows. Right. Tet Lien nodded in agreement. That is right, she softly continued. But there are 2 types of vows. General soft vows and true soft vows. Which is actually 3, Yin Lang exclaimed. I have heard about that in Valhalla. It is not like the general soft vows that can be made with many people. True soft vows can only be made with one person. Right. Tet Lien nodded. Correct. She looked at Yin Lang and continued. And you can possess a unique power that no ordinary soft vow can compare with. This new information made Yin Lang doubt. Really? Tet Lien asked seriously. So if a clan has a husband as a protector, usually that husband will sign a soft vow with the clan leader. You mean you want to be stronger? Right, she advised. Then becoming the clan leader and making a soft vow with the Lord husband is the fastest way to become stronger. Although the suggestion stirred Yin Lang's emotions, she voiced her avoidance. But it is still too early. Right. I am only 17, Tet Lien quietly replied. Perhaps that is what I think. She sadly thought of the earlier battle. But Tet Jia is currently facing some threats as the clan leader position is vacant. Today's attack is one of them, Tet Lien gently advised. As a member of Tet Jia, I can't just stand by and watch this situation continue. That is why I want to nominate you as the clan leader. Yin Lang. She casually mentioned Tet Tha Lam and Tet Boi Nai, adding that all your sisters have agreed with me. Yin Lang paused and asked. My sisters? Tet Lien assured her. If you are worried about the clan's affairs, you do not need to. A 17-year-old should enjoy the joys of youth and not bear all the clan's responsibilities. I will help you with that, she said seriously. However, I hope you will acquire the qualities and strength to become a clan leader. That is why I am suggesting you become the clan leader immediately. Yin Lang thought deeply. After a moment, she quickly made a decision. I will do it. Yin Lang confidently pointed to herself and said, I will become the clan leader of Tet. Upon achieving her desire, Tet Lien happily smiled and said, what could be better than this? She carefully extended the sacred object in her hand and said, please take this sacred object, go to the clan boundary, and receive the Lord husband's recognition. Yin Lang took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. All right. As she quickly stepped forward and touched the gloves, the moment she touched it, a surge of power suddenly appeared, transporting Yin Lang to a strange place. Surrounding Yin Lang is an endless icy space, and the chaotic snow deity arrogantly sits on a bench. Looking down, when she saw him, Yin Lang stepped back in a bit of panic. Suddenly, the chaotic snow deity flashed a strange smile outside that space. Tet Lien was intently watching Yin Lang, not taking her eyes off her for even a second, feeling increasingly anxious. Finally, she opened her eyes wide, her lips curling slightly into a happy smile. At that moment, Yin Lang slowly emerged from that space and picked up her gloves. Yin Lang turned back and gently nodded at Tet Lien. Tet Lien felt relieved by this action, her anxious heart finally easing. A few weeks later, in the United States, at the tall building of the Hero Academy, Ju Hik and Koi Arin appeared before the Hero Academy. Inside the stands of the Hero Academy, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. With everyone excitedly chattering away, everyone wore a curious expression, eagerly waiting for the upcoming match. Below the arena, countless students from different schools gathered, creating a very crowded scene. Ju Hik quietly observed everything, a look of annoyance flickering in his eyes as he thought to himself. This is really annoying. Who would have thought they would organize a world championship? He thought indifferently. Especially since the school year had just started a few days ago. Bragg Cat suddenly requested a private meeting with Ju Hik in the president's office. He raised an eyebrow, confused, and asked, what is going on? Bragg Cat. It is the break right now, and I am busy training. Why did you call me? Bragg Cat sincerely apologized for calling him during his busy time, but he had something to ask for his help. Hearing this, Ju Hik asked in surprise, you need my help? He nodded in response. That is right, Bragg Cat asked. Do you know that the school year starts next week? Ju Hik awkwardly scratched his head and replied, really? I am not used to checking dates. Bragg Cat leaned back in his chair and continued. Actually, the World Championship will also be held that week. At this point, Ju Hik started to take things more seriously, saying, World Championship. I think I have heard of it, Bragg Cat explained. It is similar to the competition you participated in before I took this position. He looked at him with serious eyes and said, but since it is a World Championship, besides the 3 major academies worldwide will also select students to participate. But fearing Ju Hik would not understand, Bragg Cat gently provided an example. It is quite similar to the competition at the academy to select representatives among the first-year students. He curiously asked, first-year students, not second or third years? Bragg Cat replied helplessly. I only found out about this after becoming the director. But it seems they decided not to select second or third year students, because those students usually join guilds for hunter training. Ju-Heek suddenly realized. Right. This place is also an academy for training hunters. Ragcat lightly rested his hands on the table and nodded in response. After all, the academy's goal is to become hunters and graduate. If they are chosen as representatives too often, will that be a problem? But first-year students can participate in many competitions to attract fans of hunters from various guilds or companies. The chaotic world I just mentioned as a representative of Van Haller. Right, Ju-Heek asked coldly. Is that what you want to ask me about? After a moment of thought, Ju-Heek asked, where is this tournament being held? When he received the question, Ragcat happily answered, at the Hero Academy in America. Ju-Heek was taken aback by this. It is there. Isn't that the place that was recently attacked and destroyed? Ragcat looked at him and said, I heard it was thanks to you that there was not much damage, and the academy has been rebuilt since then. Next, Ragcat shifted to the topic of the competition. It seems they will hold the World Championship on a fixed date in America. This has been a long-standing tradition, even if it means they have to race against time. Ju-Heek slowly replied. Really? Your indifferent attitude made Ragcat gloomily say. Well, if you do not want to be a representative, I will ask another student from the special class. But before he finished speaking, you interrupted. I will participate. Ragcat looked shocked. What? Ju-Heek said flatly. I agree to participate because I want to visit the Hero Academy too. At that moment, Batra suddenly appeared and asked, is it because of the familiar magic you sensed earlier? He nodded and replied, yep. It might also be related to my disciple. Now, Ragcat suddenly asked, I see. Do you want to bring another student along? Ju-Heek fell into deep thought. Another student? Ragcat nodded and explained. In the World Championship, each academy will send 2 representatives. If you do not go, I plan to choose a student from the special class. Do you need to think about it? Ju-Heek carefully considered and said, in that case, can we send Yin Lang? Besides me, she might be the strongest, Ragcat reminded him. Although she studies in the special class, she is not a student of Van Haller. That is when he suddenly remembered that, right, after a moment of contemplation, Ju-Heek made his final decision. Then I will go with Joy Arin these past few days. She has always performed very well in battles. He nodded and said, I understand. Trudan recalled the guide's words and thought deeply. Besides, I still feel a bit worried about some things, so I might also bring Moji's ability along. Ju-Heek remembered the past when the guide suddenly appeared and hurriedly said, we are in trouble. At that moment, he was deep in thought sitting in the room, and when he saw her appear and say that, he asked in shock, What? What is going on that you are suddenly calling me like this? Ju-Heek stepped forward and asked, didn't you say that in the near future we would not be able to meet much? Are you mistaken? The guide replied urgently. This is really urgent. So there is no other way. I am sorry for coming here so abruptly. She panted and said, the Demon Chains is not the only name that appeared last time. She coldly uttered. All the names on the 2nd floor of the Destruction Tower have appeared. Hearing that, Ju-Heek's expression turned serious, and he cracked his neck and shoulders, saying, if this was before my reincarnation, those bastards would not be a big deal. But now it is a bit difficult. The guide anxiously said, maybe they won't cause trouble all at once. The Labyrinth Lord must have ordered them not to do that, because killing innocents would only tarnish their reputation. The guide shivered in fear, her voice trembling as she said, but since they have all come here, I can predict what they will do next. I won't be able to warn you like before, so be careful. Ju-Heek confidently smirked and said, careful? I think you should not say that to me. He seriously reminded her. You should be careful. Guide. Don't push yourself too hard, or you might get caught by the Labyrinth Lord. The guide chuckled softly and said, it has been a while since someone cared about me like this. Back in reality, Ju-Heek stood in the arena feeling anxious. In the end, I quickly signed a temporary contract with Moji and got a few more powers before coming here. But have I been too worried? Suddenly, a voice called out, Ju-Heek, and he turned to look at Choi Arin and asked, what is it? Choi Arin blushed and said, I heard the director say that you nominated me as the representative of Van Haller Academy, along with you. She smiled and said, thank you, Ju-Heek. I will do my best not to be a burden to you. Ju-Heek replied with a light hum. It is not difficult at all, so just relax. After all, we are going to win anyway. And Choi Arin smiled back. That moment, 2 people were closely watching Ju-Heek. The brown-haired man among them was Logan Jr., a first-year student from the Hero Academy. He looked at him and thought, Ju-Heek, just as I guessed. He is. Seeing them whisper happily, Logan Jr. thought, if he is here, then Van Haller will be a strong contender for the championship. He interjected, we still have an unresolved debt with him. and the blonde girl next to him nodded in agreement. That is right, the blonde girl was Melissa, a first-year student from the Hero Academy. She looked at Ju-Heek and said, I only feel grateful that he saved us in the Great Forest. Otherwise, we would have died at the hands of the evil ones. Hearing that, Logan Jr. awkwardly adjusted his clothes a bit and said, Actually, I feel the same way. I just wanted to use this tournament as an excuse to talk to him. He curiously asked, I want to know how he can be so strong. At that moment, a stern voice suddenly spoke up. Hello. Beth stood on the podium looking at everyone and introduced. It is a pleasure to meet all the participants and audience who have come to the World Championship. I, the chairwoman of the Hero Academy. Seeing that everyone had gathered here, Beth said, before this tournament, our academy was attacked. So I understand that many of you are feeling anxious. Of course. My current appearance is also a result of that attack. He spoke reassuringly. However, the main culprit of the recent incident has been dealt with, and the damaged buildings have been rebuilt. Moreover, during the tournament, we have prioritized 9. So the number of security personnel has been increased to over 200, Beth confidently said. Therefore, please rest assured. After briefly discussing the situation at the Hero Academy, Beth began to talk about the competition. Now, I would like to explain the details of this tournament. He introduced. The World Championship will take place over 2 days and 1 night. The task on the first day will be to solve the maze. At this moment, Rogan was intently following the screen from a distance. Rogan stared intently at the projection screen. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. There is Rogan. The woman with white hair who just walked in is the Association of Contractual Fragments. Lenya. She casually asked. Why are you here? Rogan sternly turned and questioned. I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here? Lenya. Lenya rebutted. I'm working. Of course. Lenya calmed down and said. I heard that the Hero Academy was attacked by a suspicious person a few days ago. Of course. They could not let something like that happen with so many students gathered. So they hired security companies. Lenya said nonchalantly. We got that contract. So we are here. Rogan asked suspiciously. Really? Hearing her say that, Rogan explained why he was here. I am here because among the participants, there is someone I need to keep an eye on. Lenya curiously asked. Is it your son? Rogan shook his head in denial. It is someone I am interested in. Rogan slowly mentioned a name. But at that moment, a strange noise interrupted all activities. Rogan asked in surprise. What was that sound? Lenya quickly replied. It is coming from outside the stadium. The two immediately rushed outside to see. And as soon as they stepped out, she was stunned by the sight before her. What the heck is this? Countless waves of monsters were rushing in. Suddenly the horde of monsters appeared and roared as if they wanted to attack Lenya and the others. Lenya, terrified, widened her eyes and asked, What the hell are they? At that moment, suddenly the intercom crackled with a call. Team emergency. Team emergency. Lenya quickly took out the radio and angrily said, Wait. Did not I tell you to keep watch? You need to report this first. The person on the other end replied softly. Well, the blonde guy is looking at the wave stalkers in front of him, then hesitated to continue. He was startled when a wave stalker suddenly popped up, emerging from the ground. Hearing that, Lenya turned pale and exclaimed, What? The next moment, Lenya suddenly jumped out of Lankin and said, Rogan, I will handle these zombies. To which Rogan nodded in response. Understood. Without further ado, Lenya quickly jumped down to face the wave stalkers. She powered up and ordered, Everyone, do not panic. We have to stop these monsters at all costs, so they can't harm the students. Everyone responded in unison with a loud yes. It seemed the wave stalkers sensed the danger from Lenya, and they howled and attacked immediately. Lenya did not hold back and quickly fought back after observing them. Lenya reassured. These monsters have extremely weak endurance, so do not be afraid. And the people behind her responded. Watching the wave stalkers continually float up, Lenya felt frustrated and thought, even though their endurance is weak, it is still not over. Has the disaster already happened? While the two sides were battling, Lenya turned to ask the girl with glasses in the group. Do you see anything that looks like a maze around here? She replied while fighting. Madam, Lenya muttered in disbelief. No way. How can this number of monsters appear without any disaster? In her heart, she could not help but worry about the students inside the stadium. They came from underground, so the situation inside the stadium must be very dangerous. Right now, inside the stadium, a light mist appeared in the red sky. The students in the stadium panicked and ran in chaos when they saw the wave stalkers. While Yu looked at them and wondered, what the hell? He calmly watched the wave stalkers continuously floating up and asked, what are these monsters? At that moment, Trung's announcement came through. Warning. The competition is cancelled. All students and spectators please evacuate quickly. Back. Standing at the podium. Shouted. The guides from the Hero Academy will lead you to the emergency exit. Please evacuate quickly. Inside, Back felt dizzy. Thinking, what is happening? Last time it was an attack by the spirit. And now there is a disaster. Seeing everything unfold before my eyes, he could not help but feel guilty. I insisted on pushing the competition that should have been cancelled. This is my fault. At that moment, a lecturer from the Hero Academy, Rover Jack, looked worriedly at Back and said, "Chairman, you need to leave here. Please go down." Suddenly, Back gently replied, "Go to the entrance and help the students evacuate." Jack. Rover Jack was stunned, unconsciously responding with a confused yes. He rolled up his sleeves, looked serious, and stared at the undead, saying, "I will wipe out these monsters until every student and audience member has fled." Just after he finished speaking, he punched his hand lightly, creating a powerful blue energy, then shot forward. The undead gasped in shock, looking at him as he appeared and raised his fist frantically at them. He threw a punch forward, and an explosion occurred, sending 3 undead flying. Although Heek stood beside him, quietly observing, I understood why he could fight against the chain demon. He glanced seriously at the undead behind him and thought, "This feels so familiar. It seems like I can't end it this way." Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. He remembered, over here, the undead were howling and advancing to attack. Joyrin was ready, raising her weapon to confront them. Quickly drawing her sword, with one slash, she cut through the undead in front of her. The sheer power made them scream in chaos. The undead were left in pieces from Joyrin's strike. The audience quickly seized the opportunity to escape, watching the undead swarm forward. Joyrin was stunned, thinking, I have handled quite a bit, but there is still so many. Suddenly, Tyke spoke up. "Don't waste your strength. These bastards will just keep coming." Joyrin gently called out. He smirked and pulled out his weapon, coldly stating, "All the corpses buried in this land will be sent back to where they belong." Hike suddenly drove his energy-filled sword into the ground, smiling eerily at them. He suddenly remembered Moron and whispered, "That idiot's ability is best suited for dealing with them this way." Meanwhile, on Beck's side, he was diligently dealing with the undead using his powerful punches. Suddenly, the scene before Beck left him stunned, his eyes wide open. The undead in front of him were suddenly melting away. Beck clenched his fists and glared at them, thinking, what is happening? The monsters are melting. Seeing this immense power, he hurriedly looked around, realizing no guide had this kind of strength. Who did this? He then spotted Ju Hike with a weapon in hand and silently wondered, "Don't tell me. It is Ju Hek again." After finishing off this wave of undead, Ju Hik turned to Choyarin and said, "Actually, this is just a temporary measure. They will be back soon, so do not overdo it. Handle them moderately." Choyarin softly responded with a hum. She curiously asked, "What about you? What do you plan to do next?" Ju He exhaled. He excitedly touched the ring and said, "We should catch the bastard who caused this mess." At this moment, in a pitch-black room, a cloaked figure was intently observing everything that was happening. Watcha suddenly felt a chill down his spine, slowly uttering a few words. "This is strange." He nervously placed his hand on the table and stammered, "It can't be? I can sense the demons. We have enough materials, so there is no way we are short." Watcha anxiously wondered, is there a powerful contract spirit there? But dealing with that many is still very difficult, and slowly spoke, "If Hen..." Suddenly Watcha excitedly laughed and said, "Before becoming the one called by name, I will make him beautiful and adorable forever." Right at this moment, a strong voice rang out, "That damn dog. The one who has been hiding here all this time." Du Hugh casually broke through the wall from behind Watcha. Hearing the strange noise, Watcha turned around in shock, looking at him with wide eyes full of surprise. Seeing Han, Du Hugh joyfully broke into a strange smile. Du Hye's sudden appearance made Watcha stop being cruel, and was so shocked that he could not articulate his words. "What? How did you get here?" Du Hugh, weapon in hand, kneeled and asked Han back, "Is there another way?" He kicked hard and replied, "It is that disgusting magic of yours that brought me here." Watcha took a kick from him, causing Han to double over in pain and scream in agony. Watcha looked up at him and cursed, "You little brat," and placed his hand on the ground to summon the waves of death and shouted, "You arrogant fool." Facing this mighty army, Du He laughed and raised his sword, cursing, "You filthy bastard." With just one swing of his sword, he sent countless waves of death flying, and he scoffed, "You are trying to overwhelm me with numbers because you can defeat me on your own. Right." Seeing his powerful army wiped out in an instant left Watcha utterly stunned. Before he could recover, a sword was pointed straight at his face. Watcha, in fear, stepped back, but instead of attacking him, he turned to attack Watcha's fortress. Du He rested his sword on his shoulder and said with a laugh, still dodging like a champ, he coldly called out, "Just a single call from me is enough to scare him." Pale. Watcha panikedly asked, The nickname of a constellation. How do you know my real name? Do not tell me. He pointed at him and said, Now I remember. That way you speak. That power. Finally, Watcher recognized who was in front of him. It was the martial god. Du-hee replied with a smile. Exactly. You are arguing with the Reaper. Excited, he rushed in and swung his sword at his neck, saying, Took you a while to realize. Fortunately, Watcher quickly caught the blade. Suddenly, his eyes became sharper than ever. However, those hands were coldly severed by the sword. A light shone. Blood splattered everywhere, and Watcher screamed in pain as he looked at his hand, chopped in half. Immediately after, he had not even regained his composure from the first shock, when he had to panic again at the next action from him. Du-hee quickly advanced, thrusting the sword straight at Watcher's face. The distance was so close he could feel the breath from the sword. One swing down. A precise strike hit Watcher on the shoulder, causing him pain and forcing him to abandon one shoulder to save his life. After dodging that strike, Watcher, exhausted, clutched his wound and gasped for breath, while Zuhik angrily scolded. Damn it. How long are you going to keep dodging like this? Dinga's cold eyes warned him. If you keep stubbornly dodging, your arm will be cut off like that red demon over there. Watcher gasped, realizing at that moment, the red demon. Could it be that the reason we could not contact the demon was because of the one who came down here first? It is because you defeated him, Zuhik admitted. Right. He suddenly appeared and started causing trouble, so I killed him. Hearing this, Watcher was so angry he gritted his teeth. He screamed in agony and summoned another large undead. This undead was 2 to 3 times larger than Zuhik's body. Watcher hid behind the undead, saying in a low voice, We are here. Following the command, the undead was ready to drop its fist for a lethal blow. He laughed arrogantly and said, Kill us. Watcher yelled, just wasting effort. And as soon as he finished speaking, the undead slammed its fist into Zuhik's face. He gently sidestepped. The punch whizzed past him and smashed into the wall behind. Zuhik used his magic on the sword and asked, Just wasting effort. He stabbed straight into the undead's heart, and it screamed in pain. At that moment, the source of magic suddenly turned blue. Watcher exclaimed quietly, What is this? A type of magic completely different from the god of martial arts is pouring out and being drawn back. Watcher huffed and stared in disbelief as the undead melted before him. At this moment, seeing the undead completely melt, he was so scared that he crouched down. He felt a pang of heartache. What? My adorable one has fallen. Did the others die this way too? Watcher was still in shock and did not realize Zuhik was pointing the sword at him. With just one stroke, Watcher's head was severed and rolled away. He cried out in pain. Just as I thought. You are really strong. However, not as strong as before. Zuhik sat down in front of Watcher's head, saying, You used to make such a fuss every time I cut you. Still the same now. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, But accepting this has to have its limits. This body will soon vanish. Watcher calmly replied, But that is not a problem. My title will rise again. Suddenly he got all excited again. And one day I will return, along with the red demon who killed me first when I came here. Suddenly, Zuhik let out a sound and slowly stood up. So that is why you said talking to me is just a waste of effort. The aura surrounded Zuhik's body, and he curiously asked, So where do you think the red demon is right now? Watcher, though a bit surprised, honestly replied, What? Surely. He has already gone up. He raised the ring in his hand and coldly uttered 2 words. Right here. In the blink of an eye, Watcher's eyes were filled with terror. His stuttering voice asked, What do you mean? Don't tell me it is, he exclaimed in panic. You have already absorbed the title. Zuhik smiled as he looked at the ring and said, I heard this thing imitates the absorption method that the Labyrinth Lord often uses. But honestly, I do not really know how it works. And who cares anyway, he remarked. Somehow, your fate will end up like that red demon's, causing Watcher to scream in fear. What? When he saw him extend the ring, he panicked and begged, Please do not absorb me. The plea was useless. Watcher was completely absorbed by the ring. After absorbing Watcher, Zuhik happily admired the ring on his hand. Meanwhile, Breakacat and Adelia Vanchik were intently following all his actions through the screen in front of them. Breakat turned slightly to ask, What do you think? Adelia Vanchik exclaimed in astonishment. Unbelievable. With eyes full of admiration, she looked at Zuhik and said, I can't believe it. Adelia Vanchik exclaimed. I can't believe it. Breakat turned back to her and asked, What part are you talking about? Miss Vanchik. Adelia Vanchik looked at him and said, Just call me Adelia. More importantly, Breakat stood still, listening to her. Adelia Vanchik then expressed her concern. Earlier, you saw Zuhik using our spirit mark. Right. You mean the way the monsters melted? Adelia Vanchik continued. Usually, A spouse's abilities are not revealed to outsiders. But since we are allies, I will let you know, our spouse's ability is poison. Braycat's tone was somewhat surprised as he turned to ask her. Did you say poison? Adelia Vanchik replied. That is right. The golden sword was aflame. And she immediately explained to Braycat. Actually, it is a matter of transforming power into poison, which can be used directly or applied to objects. The potency of the poison varies depending on the contract holder. Braycat asked her in confusion. What would happen if a normal contract holder used that ability? Adelia Vanchik explained. Their opponents would be poisoned and collapse or suffer extreme pain, but they would not die immediately. It is usually used as a secondary attack. Adelia Vanchik continued worriedly. Even I, the direct contract holder, would have to confront them directly to make them melt from within. Braycat replied. I understand. Zuik was still in the spatial circle. Adelia Vanchik said. That is why melting a monster completely with poison is a whole different level. Braycat asked in astonishment. Is that the image of Zuhyuk fighting the monsters alone flashed in Adelia Vanchik's mind? Her eyes filled with sadness as she continued. Moreover, he only signed a temporary contract. Yet he could melt down all the enemies without even touching them, Adelia Vanchik said with a satisfied expression. Honestly, this is the first time I have seen Zuhyuk in action, and I am very impressed. Braycat replied beside her. Me too. The screen in front displayed a question. Are you not clear yet? Adelia Vanchik looked a bit surprised after reading it and said. What do you mean? A masked figure with a beak said. Zuhyuk is my ultimate technique. But the master is the one who helped me improve it. In terms of application, it is definitely on another level. Adelia Vanchik smiled at the screen and said to herself. You are right. I can't see clearly, she told Braycat. If Zuhyuk comes back, I want to ask him for a favor. And he turned in shock to look at Adelia Vanchik and asked, Help! Adelia Vanchik smiled at Braycat and said, I want to ask Zuhyuk to teach me. The scene was desolate somewhere in the city, with a gloomy atmosphere. Lenya sat quietly, and behind her were two soldiers whispering. She shouted an order. Those who are uninjured, take care of the others and assess the damage. And the man with glasses replied. Understood. Lenya wiped the wound on her face, confused, and thought. What just happened? She observed the distant rooftops. There had not been any disturbances recently, yet the undead were still pouring in, and then suddenly, they stopped. She recalled Juhook's smug smile and realized that after Juhike appeared, she remembered that time when the terrifying monsters with their grotesque teeth came to attack her. She bravely fought back against them, taking down each one with her powerful punches. One by one, the monsters fell to the ground, a hand reaching out to close the eyes of those creatures. Seeing their kind being taken down, the monsters became even more frenzied, attacking more fiercely. She could not stop gasping for breath, muttering to herself. Damn it. Lenya frowned, grinding her teeth as she watched the monsters, thinking, no matter how many we take down, there are still so many of them. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched into fists. Worse yet, her rapid punch skill was not suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies, as it consumed too much mana each time. Lenya thought angrily. These creatures must have come from somewhere. But where? Her eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, in front of Lenya appeared a student in uniform. She thought to herself, what the hell is this? Where did he come from? A school uniform? No way. He is a top student. Seeing the monsters charging toward that student, Lenya shouted in worry. Wait. Student. Get out of there. Contrary to her concern, Juhik smiled and pulled out his sharp knife. He grinned with delight. Juhik plunged the knife into the ground with force. A strange green light emanated from the ground. The earth shattered, and all the monsters surrounding him froze. The body of one monster was gradually melting away. The other monsters showed similar signs. The girl standing behind witnessed this scene and was completely astonished. She supported her chin with her hand, frowning as she assessed the situation. At first, she was confused about who it was, but it turned out to be Juhik, the recently famous guy who dealt with everything in one blow. Lunia could not believe her eyes, wondering if this was real. The monsters had surged and disappeared right after Juhik made his move. Rogan shouted, Lunia, are you okay? Lunia jumped and turned to say, Rogan, she asked him, is everything alright inside? He replied, yeah. Rogan told her, when I came in, the Van Halla and Beck students had everything under control. Lunia furrowed her brow and asked him, you mentioned you were interested in a member, right? Rogan replied, that is right. Lunia looked at Rogan and asked, is that person Juhik? He seemed a bit surprised and answered, you are right. She continued, if I said that the one who ended this mess was him, would you believe it? He asked back in astonishment. What? She frowned and said loudly. He charged right into the midst of the undead, plunged his sword into the ground, and made all the monsters melt away. After that, The undead completely stopped attacking. Rogan stroked his chin and thought. Melted away. The underworld ruler, who is said to have made a pact with Ju-Heek, does not have that kind of power. He recalled Breakcat's earlier warning, hoping he would not reveal this information to anyone. He should be especially careful about our constellation's abilities. Rogan asked Lunia. So where did Ju-Heek go? Lunia replied. I do not know. Rogan crossed his arms and said, there is no other choice. I wanted to take this opportunity to ask him a few things, but I guess I will have to wait for another time. I am going inside. Please remember to tell back in Vidi. Lunia was shocked to hear this. She exclaimed, where are you going? Aren't you looking for Ju-Heek? Rogan explained. I am curious how this incident was resolved, but I do not intend to dig deeper. It is not something I want to know. Luvinia responded. Is not it still unclear? We need to investigate what he has to do with the undead. Rogan, with the most serious tone, reminded her. Lunia, I usually do not interfere in other people's matters. But his gaze was sharp, and his cold tone articulated every word. Don't go too far. You will lose your life. Lunia was astonished by what he said, asking in disbelief. What? As Rogan walked away, Lunia chased after him, shouting. What are you talking about? Be clear. Rogan. Rogan, at night on an island. Huckrook exclaimed in surprise. This is... You said to see Ichi and Makadung that Wacha has been captured. The catfish asked in shock. Caught already? Isn't that a bit too quick? Just like Hongwi's failure. Dung Maka spoke up. Maybe it is because he is too overconfident, relying only on the undead. Catfish said. I do not care if that creep lives or dies, but both Hongwi and Wacha failed too fast. At this rate, our goal will become meaningless. Bagui and Huckrook said. Things are getting chaotic because we keep acting separately. That is right, Bagui suggested. Let us act together. And Huckrook added. I guarantee those jerks will be defeated. Ju-Heek was currently walking down the street with Choi Arin. She spoke to him. In the end, the tournament got cancelled due to the monster attack. It is such a pity to go home without accomplishing anything, after coming all the way to America. Ju-Heek replied. Well, there is nothing here that helps us. So getting back quickly is a stroke of luck. Right. Was there anything unusual at the stadium? Choi Arin responded. The monsters did appear a bit afterward, but we handled it without any serious damage. They showed up right after that. Zu-Heed. Really? That is such a relief. Choi Arin asked him in surprise. Zu-Heek. Did you stop them? He casually replied. Well, you could say that, when I saw that monster, it looked pretty familiar. So I thought it might be what I was looking for, and I went to catch it. Choi Arin asked him in surprise. Familiar, Zu-Heek replied. It is nothing important. Do not worry about it. He thought to himself. I told her everything so comfortably. Yet Choi Arin asked Ju-Heek. Where are we going? Zu-Heek. If we are heading to the airport, we need to wait for the taxi right in front, Zu-Heek explained. They said that because the tournament was suddenly cancelled today, it is hard to find a direct flight back. So they said it would take us longer to get back to Korea than it did to come here. Hearing that, Choi Arin felt a bit embarrassed and thought to herself, I think this might actually be better. Zu-Heek pointed to another path and said, I know a faster way back, so follow me. I have got permission from the chairman to share this information with the special class students. Zu-Heek walked while observing the surroundings, saying, I think it is around here. Finally, they arrived in front of a door, and he cheered. Found it. Zu-Heek reached for the doorknob, opened the door, and Choi Arin pulled her suitcase in after him. Choi Arin looked around and asked Ju-Heek, an old warehouse. He replied, this warehouse is not important. Zu-Heek recalled his conversation with Black Cat. We can reach the market from any country. Right, Black Cat replied. That is right. There are entrances to the market all over the world, so we can use these entrances as teleportation gates. He replied. Maybe. But the distance between the gates is quite far, so it is hard to go straight to another country. Black Cat immediately thinks of a solution for you. The method I suggest is to go to the market and head to the central tower in Area 7. From there, you can access the connecting gate to other countries through the tower once again. Black Cat continues. If we use that method, there won't be any issues for the special class students using it. We will take the secret passage to enter and exit the tower. Ensure regular market users do not feel uneasy seeing the school uniforms. Zu-Heek replies. Got it. Black Cat reminds you. If you want to come back here, you can do it directly from the tower. Chairman Black Cat. You said. Last time you connected the tower and Anhala. Right. So I understand now. In the warehouse, Zu-Heek notices something. He points at the door and tells Choi Arin. This way. She exclaims in surprise. Oh my. The door gradually opens as Zu-Heek shines the light on Choi Arin's face. As Zu-Heek and she step out of the door, They find themselves in a strange city at that moment. In some building. The iron door is tightly shut. Zoo-haek opens the door and steps. Followed by Koyarin, he turns back and says to her, "You did really well today. Go ahead. I will report on the special class activities to the director." Koyarin replies, "Got it." She smiles shyly and says to him, "You have worked hard too." Zoo-haek, see you tomorrow. Zoo-haek smiles happily as he watches her leave. He glances at his pants pocket and pulls out a ring, holding the ring in his hand. He quietly thinks, "With this is the third time, including the owner of Mekong first as well. Things at that level feel significantly stronger every time I absorb them. So I am looking forward to it a bit." He puts the ring back in his pocket, thinking, "Well, I will check it later. For now, I should go meet Break Cat since I said I would wait for the report without sleeping." The door to Break Cat's room is tightly closed. Zoo-haek steps up, pushes the door open, and calls out, "Break Cat." Break Cat looks at him happily and says, "You." Zoo-haek, "Welcome. Thank you for working hard." Adelia Vanchik bows at a 90-degree angle to greet him. Zoo-haek looks at this scene in surprise and clears his throat. When he recognizes her, he asks in astonishment, "Is not that Adelia Vanchik? What are you doing here?" Adelia Vanchik replies, "Just call me Adelia. I am going to ask you for a favor." Zoo-haek, bit confused, says to Adelia Vanchik, "First, just lift your head up. What is your request?" She replies, "It is like this." Adelia Vanchik smiles and states her request to him. "Could I ask you for guidance?" Zoo-haek is very surprised to hear her say that. He asks Adelia Vanchik, Suddenly, "What makes you want that?" Adelia Vanchik explains, "Actually, we have been following Zoo-haek's achievements." And upon hearing that, he replies, "Are you saying that you have been watching me? That is a bit disturbing." Zoo-haek angrily exclaims, "Is this your idea again?" Break Cat hurriedly explained, "Oh no. Last time we saw it was a constellation." Break Cat recalled what he had seen on the computer screen. The screen showed that the master of the underworld would get angry and kill you, without leaving a trace, if you talked about it. Zoo-haek stopped, puzzled, and asked Break Cat, "What is it?" Adelia Vanchik signaled him to shut up, and Break Cat replied, "It is nothing." Adelia Vanchik spoke up, "Anyway, I saw Zoo-haek using the poison skill of the constellation to catch monsters. And I was really impressed." She bowed her head respectfully and asked him, "Can you teach me again?" Zoo-haek scratched his head, confused, and said, "Last time it was Break Cat. Now it is you. Can you learn from Luminous and Ban Wang? Teaching you would not be any different." Both Break Cat and Adelia Vanchik stood still listening to him. Both she and Break Cat had already learned how to use their powers when contracting with the constellation. "The way to harness energy is the same as mine," Zoo-haek continued to explain. "The only difference is that I do not rely too much on borrowed mana. I enhance my abilities by adding my own magic when activating them." He continued, "But these days, kids only focus on increasing their own mana, so their control over mana is very poor. Therefore, even if I teach you any method, your low mana will only make you more tired." Adelia Vanchik thought to herself, "Kids these days," and she asked, "If that is the case, even with low mana, you will still teach me, right?" Break Cat added, "I would also like your help." Zoo-haek scratched his head and replied, "Yeah. I have been busy lately and can take care of the kids I am teaching. Since you two have contracted with my disciple, I should consider helping out a bit." He continued, "First and foremost, the most urgent thing is to train physically. So if you two have time, come to the gym tomorrow." Upon hearing this, they both said in unison, "Thank you." Zoo-haek pointed at Break Cat and said, "Break Cat, let us discuss the approach to the constellation again after today." He responded, "All right." Beichi asked Zoo-haek if it was due the familiar mana he felt from the building he had mentioned. Zoo-haek suddenly remembered. "Right. This time everything was chaotic because of the fire truck. So I just caught that guy and left. I did not even get a chance to go into the school building." He frowned and smirked, thinking, "Next time I will definitely find out, by any means necessary." Darkness enveloped the space, with only the bright moonlight illuminating the way. At this time, nighttime in the U.S. The tall building still had many floors lit up. This is the Guild of Covenant Practitioners. A figure stood on the nearly highest floor of the building. This person was Rogan, and he was looking at a tablet. Rogan looked at the tablet, deep in thought. On the tablet was Zoo-haek's profile. He frowned and thought to himself, "Zoo-haek. Just who is that guy?" He sat at the table with his arms crossed over his chest, speaking to someone on the computer. "Star-Lord. Do you know the Master of the Underworld? Because it seems that the Master of the Underworld knows that person." Star-Lord, the screen displayed. The destroyer of all. The one who sees through everything. answered yes. The screen displayed again. The destroyer of all. The one who sees through everything. Warning to be careful of the lunar eclipse and its followers. Rogan exclaimed in disbelief. Lunar eclipse and its followers. Rogan looked at the tablet in his hand, frowning in thought. Then decided to search for information about the lunar eclipse and its followers, just like I did with Zhu Heek. But I could not find any information at all. He stood there in deep thought. The more he investigated Zhu Heek, the more he felt like he was falling into a maze. Who is that guy really? If he is not related to the blood hunters, then there is truly nothing more I can find. Bachui radiated a dark purple aura, floating in the sky. Rogan shouted, "Who are you? Why is a disgusting creature like you stalking me?" He looked at Rogan and laughed. "Are not you surprised?" He tightened his grip on the stick in his hand and said, "You really are." Bachui swung the stick, covered in sharp nails, attacking Rogan, yelling at him, "You are just a fake monkey, are not you?" Rogan, expressionless, easily blocked his attack. Bachui swung the stick hard, sending Rogan flying away. Glass shards flew everywhere as Rogan reached out to grab the ground to avoid being thrown too far. He looked at Bachui, quietly evaluating him. This monster has quite a high intelligence. Could he be the same type as the monster that attacked the Hero Academy by himself last time? Rogan clenched his fist tightly. And at that moment, a mystical golden aura radiated from his hand. Rogan frowned, thinking to himself, I can underestimate him. Bachui looked at Rogan and sneered. Are you focused? Or what? He charged at Rogan, shouting loudly. Then brace yourself for this. He swung his mace to attack. But Rogan was not at a disadvantage either. He gritted his teeth and countered with a punch. The mace and the dark purple aura collided with Rogan's fist. There was a loud explosion, and Bachui was knocked back. He only had time to let out a painful cry. Bachui stood up from the rubble, laughing loudly, saying, You are pretty strong too. Rogan looked at him and said flatly, I do not want compliments from a monster like you. He continued to throw punches at Bachui. There was a loud explosion, and the ground shattered into pieces. The outside of the building was also affected by Rogan's punch. At that moment, in the office of the Contract Makers Association, Lenya felt a violent tremor. She exclaimed in shock. What was that? What caused the tremor just now? She looked around, thinking it was an earthquake. But no, that tremor came from upstairs. Lenya looked up at the floor above, frowning in surprise, thinking, Do not tell me something is happening in Rogan's room. The dust from the tremor gradually dispersed, and Rogan took a defensive stance. He looked at his fist in disbelief, thinking to himself, I clearly hit him very hard. He looked at the pile of rubble at his feet, wondering, but where did he disappear to? Suddenly, the mace unexpectedly appeared above Rogan's head, although Bachui ambushed him. Rogan was fortunate to have raised his hand in time to block. He swung the mace again, continuing to attack him, and with a loud bang, Rogan was knocked hard backward. Rogan coughed angrily, cursing. Damn it. He thought, he is too strong. Rogan looked at Bachui and assessed. At least now I know he is not an ordinary monster. If he were a low-level monster, I could have dealt with him already. Even if he is an incarnation of a constellation. Bachui looked at Rogan, sneering contemptuously. What is this? Is this all a top contract maker can do? He frowned in anger, grinding his teeth, thinking, Shut up. I have not even used half of my power yet. Bachui looked at Rogan with a smirk, thinking, I need to make direct contact with him to activate it. I can't even touch him. Suddenly, a voice came through, capturing Rogan's attention. Rogan, what is going on? Lenya walked over, worried, asking him, Are you okay? I heard a loud noise, so I brought the association's security here. Rogan exclaimed in surprise. Lenya looked ahead, frowning as she said, Maybe because it was early morning. I am the only member of the association still in this building. That is why I ran over here by myself. She gasped in shock when she saw Bachui. What the hell is that? He seemed to be thoroughly amused by her expression. Bachui said, I originally wanted to play around slowly with him, but now there are pests crawling everywhere. Well, it is. Suddenly, he rushed into attack, catching Lenya's group completely off guard. Big Wee continued, I just need one move and I can take you all down. Lenya shouted loudly, You guys are no match for him. Back off. Everyone replied in unison. Bachui swung his club, preparing to attack her. Lenya also got ready to counter. She heroically threw a punch radiating golden light at Bachui. Even though he was surrounded by golden powers, Bachui still wore a bright smile. Lenya raised her eyebrows in astonishment, thinking, Can he avoid my violent strikes? I aimed directly at his path. She clenched her fist tightly, thinking, Well then, now neither of us has a way out. Lenya gritted her teeth and charged toward Bachui. His face took the brunt of her punch. Lenya thought, I got. In front of Lenya now was only a cloud of dust. She stared in shock, wondering, what is this? How is this possible? Batchui unexpectedly ambushed her again. He raised his club, preparing to attack her. Just as Lenya thought to brace for his attack, Rogan suddenly rushed in to take it for her. Lenya exclaimed in surprise. Rogan. Rogan clenched his fists to remind Lenya. That guy just dodged your strike. He was enduring Batchui's attack while continuing. He has created an illusion and only reveals himself when he attacks. He sneered. Thinking. Has he seen through my transformation eye? Batchui backed away. Thinking. If that is the case, then I will retreat and use illusions to hide my body. Then I will just aim and strike them again. Suddenly, Batchui thought. His eyes filled with astonishment. One of his feet was stomped on. Rogan smirked. A mystical golden light radiated around him. Rogan said. After this, you can't hide anymore. His foot struggled to escape from Rogan's grip. Rogan looked at him with a fierce gaze and said, just try to endure one hit from me. Then he raised his hand, tightly clenched into a fist. Rogan punched Batchui, shouting loudly, here's my punch. He was punched by Rogan but showed no reaction at all. Rogan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered, what is this? My body suddenly stopped moving. At that moment, Hookwi suddenly appeared behind Batchui, saying, no matter how useless you are, this time you have been too reckless. Batchui. Batchui suddenly called out to Hookwi. Hookwi's whole body radiated a hazy purple aura, and he smirked wickedly, saying, if you had not underestimated my firestone eyes, your stomach would already be punctured. Batchui laughed loudly, saying, it is not going to be that easy to kill me. Hookwi also expressed regret in a contemptuous tone. Just try taking a hit from him and see what happens. Lenya went up to Rogan. Astonished, she said, there is another huge monster just like him. Rogan replied. He was hiding nearby from the very beginning. Hookwi asked. So who should I kill first? Batchui quickly replied. Just to be safe. I have made the woman next to him immobile, so you can kill whoever you want. Hearing this, Lenya was extremely angry, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. She shouted. Since when? Batchui sneered, rubbing his chin. Really? Then, he continued. I will make the first move then. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk appeared out of nowhere, his eyes filled with fierce energy. He stabbed the knife, splitting Hookwi in two, and said with disdain. Nice idea. Ju Hyuk forcefully drove the knife down, and Hookwi's head burst forth with a stream of black blood. Both Lenya and Rogan were extremely surprised by Ju Hyuk's appearance. Batchui was furious to see his companion killed by Ju Hyuk. He exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Rogan, who was ready to attack, yelled in surprise. At this moment, his hand moved slightly. Lenya rubbed her shoulder and softly said to Rogan, Rogan, try moving. He let out a soft grunt. Suddenly, Ju Hyuk up, grabbing everyone's attention. Back then, you bastards always caused trouble together. Hookwi always had the eyes of a killer, while you used a club to hit me. He turned back to Batchui, sneering. So I killed Hookwi first back then. You remember? Batchui, hearing what Ju Hyuk said, was left dumbfounded and speechless. Batchui looked at him and questioned. What nonsense are you talking about? Wait, how do you know my name? And that you killed us? Rogan stepped closer from behind and said, are you Ju Hyuk? I do not know how you got here, but thank you. Ju Hyuk then remembered Breakcat's warning. Recently someone is looking for you. It is the top rank of the association gently warned. You might meet him if you storm into the attack building. So remember to pay attention. He looked at Rogan, frowning, thinking, so this is the person looking for me. I hope I did not offend him in any way. Batchui angrily swung his club, saying, who you are does not matter. How dare you speak to me like that? He swung the club hard at where Ju Hyuk and Rogan were standing. Luckily they both reacted quickly and avoided Batchui's attack. He shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense. Rogan turned to him and asked, based on what you said, do you know these two monsters? Do you have a strategy to take them down? Ju Hyuk thought to himself. I spoke without thinking again. Did I say that to Rogan? What strategy? He looked at Batchui and thought. I remember that if I want to defeat him, I need to react immediately when he attacks and eliminate him before he becomes an illusion. If I am not mistaken, it is when he charges to kill. Over there. Batchui glared at him, angrily cursing. You bastard. Really? Suddenly, he turned and walked away. Everyone was shocked and thought, he is running away. Lenya exclaimed in astonishment. What the heck? Is he running away? Rogan also asked in surprise. Why is he fleeing when he was already overpowering us alone? Should not we chase him? Ju Hyuk watched Batchui's shadow leaving and said, what is running away is just an illusion. His real body must be nearby this illusion. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a mysterious golden light. He thought to himself, as long as I release the light, I can make that illusion disappear. But right now I can't use my innate ability. I just want to fight using the power absorbed by the ring. So I won't set up a temporary pact either. Ju Hyuk frowned and thought, well, there is no other choice. It will be a bit troublesome. But I am going to slice through this building, Rogan exclaimed in shock. Constellation. What is happening all of a sudden? His words caught Ju Hyuk's attention. Rogan said in astonishment. Martial God. Who is that? The screen displayed. The constellation of destruction, exclaimed Martial God. Ju Hyuk sighed and laughed. I was wondering why I sensed that familiar magic power coming from you. But now I understand. Rogan called out in surprise. Ju Hyuk replied. Long time no see. You are here too. I am in a hurry. So let us set up a temporary pact. Does your fake pact have a holy artifact? The screen displayed. The constellation of destruction urged to quickly bring out the holy artifact. Linnea shouted. Hurry up. Rogan said. It must be in here. Linnea frowned and shouted loudly. Hurry up. It must be in here. Bagui flew out of the building. Linnea continued. That bastard escaped through the window. Ju Hyuk reached out and said. Where's the holy artifact? Hurry up. Rogan hurriedly placed a string of beads into his hand. Ju Hyuk put the bracelet on and smirked. All right. Bagui hurriedly fled. He thought to himself. Damn it. Damn it. Now I know why Watcher and Honghai died so quickly. He frowned and thought further. The martial god has returned. Ju seems to have been reborn as a kid. But that magic power. It definitely belongs to the martial god, Bagui thought while escaping. Since I can't transmit messages continuously like Watcha, I need to hurry and inform them about the resurrection of the martial god. Ju Hyuk chased closely behind Big Wee, his arm radiating a mystical golden aura. He threw a punch at him. The golden light was blinding to Bagui, and he let out a surprised grunt. With a loud explosion, he was blasted away. His body was covered in wounds, and Bagui cried out in pain. Ju Hyuk looked at him lying on the ground and smiled with great satisfaction. Inside the building, both Linnea and Rogan were very surprised to witness this scene. Linnea spoke up. Rogan, is this your star power? He replied. You mean my star power is as destructive as the Great North, making everything in its path vanish? No way. Rogan frowned and continued. But that attack really carries the strength of a star. Is there someone who just formed a contract and can use their power to this extent? He observed Ju Hyuk and said. See. He always surprises and intrigues me. The sun gradually rose in the east, and many ambulances and police cars appeared at the foot of the building. Linnea was being taken for questioning, while Rogan was being bandaged by medical staff. Juicy spoke. Well, I am leaving now. And Rogan turned to look at the source of the sound. He asked in surprise. You are going back to Loon He? Jujuev replied. Yep. I have achieved my goal here, and I want to avoid media attention. Rogan asked him in astonishment. Achieve your goal? Stopping the monsters was your goal. Juazarsi scratched his head and replied. You are not wrong to say that. He sighed. It is really complicated. Juazarsi looked at Rogan, thinking, if I ignore him, will he come to ask about Vala again? But I also want to wrap this up quickly and leave. Juhajoidosi's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he thought to himself. Slow down. According to Backcat, is not he the top contract holder of the association? If I pull him in, it will definitely be useful later. Juicy spoke. I am tired today. So let us talk another time. Rogan replied. Okay. Sorry about that. Juhetri said to him. When the time comes, I will come to the Academy of Heroes to clarify your questions. Rogan was surprised and said. He is not using honorifics. Juazarsi smiled and continued. I will give you a specific time since you are a contract holder of Sang. You should be grateful. Well, I am off, he said as he turned to leave. Rogan raised his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. The screen suddenly lit up, displaying the star of destruction saying to let the person go. He wondered. A star. The screen displayed again. The star said that the person should also use honorifics with him. Rogan stuttered loudly. Honorifics? Yep. Lenya called out from behind. Rogan, she said. I was about to hand this case over to the police, but I can't find the bodies of the monsters. Do you know where they are? Rogan replied. Didn't you see? They turned to mist a while ago. Lenya crossed her arms in frustration and sighed. Damn it. So many different monsters. This will be hard to prove to the insurance company. I need to find the Shafiv. She turned to question Rogan. Is Zuhuk gone? Who is he really? The monsters we face today are not ordinary. They are too strong compared to the powers of a regular contract holder. Rogan, with a pensive expression, said. Is he? We will find out soon enough. He quietly watched Zuhuk's silhouette and then left. The next evening, in a fort, Zuhuk wandered alone, calling out loudly, Dad. Zuhuk glanced at him and questioned. Do you think the magic I feel from Sang is the same as what you feel from the heroes? He replied. It is different, Zuhuk happily said. Really? Thank goodness. I was worried I would have to go meet that Rogan guy. But it seems it won't be in vain, his father replied.
Yep.
Zuik thought to himself. Still a bit disappointed. The Sang I met today was someone I had taught, not a disciple of mine. Suddenly, Zuik asked, I wonder where Sozimi is. Suddenly, the former guard approached and bowed to Zuik. Zuik saw him and asked in surprise. Who the hell is that? He replied. He is from the Yuyo clan. I am honored to meet the clan leader. Zuik asked in shock. What? Are you sure you are not confusing me with someone else? The former guard confidently said. Definitely not, he explained. Our esteemed constellation, Tugi, has issued a directive that if the day Zuhyuk is mentioned arrives, I must reveal myself as planned. Zuik said in astonishment. Do not tell me. At another place, a masked girl said. When that person says one, a distinctive phrase, then you should reveal yourself and disclose your identity. 4 people sat at the table among them. There was a mystical purple flame. One person spoke up. It is from Zia. The cold masked figure said. Sozimi. Zuik took off his hat and scoffed. At that moment, 3 more people appeared next to the former guard. They looked at him and bowed. In unison they shouted. We are honored to meet the clan leader. Zuik asked. Do you have that item with you? The former guard replied. Of course, Zuik said. Give it to me. He then respectfully lifted it with both hands. Here it is. Zuik held the item and smiled lightly. As the night gradually enveloped the space, Zuik observed his surroundings. In front were abandoned houses with rubble. Everything here looked so desolate and ruined. In front of the house hung a sign that read Divine Martial Arts. Zuik scoffed and said, Divine Martial Arts. I have not seen this sign in ages. He continued. It has been a long time since I have seen Xtixdam. Zuik called out loudly. Skykesam, are you here? Don't hide anymore. Come out. Xnum was still shyly hiding behind the door. She shyly stepped out. Xkiksum knelt and bowed to him. Zuhyuk moved closer to help her up and said, You still can't change at all. Get up. Skexdam politely replied.
Yep.
Zuhyuk sighed. Even your mindset is just like our martial arts school from 300 years ago. His words made Xtums feel extremely embarrassed, she said. For us, Divine Martial Arts is not just a martial arts school. It is also our home. Zuhyuk scratched his head and laughed. I did not know you valued it that much. Zuhyuk thought to himself. Compared to the current world, the world 300 years ago. Zuhyuk recalled memories from 300 years ago. He stood proudly on the cliff looking down. He sighed. It was a chaotic place. Below the cliff were 2 groups preparing to clash. On one side are people with sharp weapons. On the other side is a bunch of hideous monsters. A man is so scared he is about to cry. But he still grits his teeth and rushes into battle. Zuhyk's group immediately jumped down to help the other group. The corpses of the monsters are scattered everywhere. Zuhyk and his 2 apprentices easily take down the monsters. In such a chaotic world, someone like me, who only knows how to hunt monsters, can still survive. The villagers are very happy and even give him gold to thank him by protecting the trading caravans. In return, they will pay him or assign him tasks to hunt monsters or destroy mazes. The 3 of them enter a market. The world back then was filled with suffering. But I lived in that world without being troubled at all. He looks at his 2 apprentices happily eating skewers of meat and smiles. Although he saw something. A poor family was trying to sell their child to someone else. During that time, people bought and sold other people as slaves. The father happily hands over his daughter. The buyer seems very pleased with her. He reaches out to push her hair back. And at that moment, her eyes are brimming with tears. Although this is becoming increasingly rare, human trafficking still occasionally happens. He looks very satisfied. He immediately hands the girl's parents a large bag of money. And they are overjoyed. The father coldly pushes his daughter away, and sometimes, poor parents sell their daughters hoping to receive a large sum of money. They eagerly look at the big bag of money in hand. Duhik looks at this scene and sighs. He truly hates that act, because when I was small, I suffered as a slave. Whether I wanted to or not. He looks at them with a fierce gaze. The buyer sees this and threatens him with a knife. That action only angers Duhik more. He grits his teeth and clenches his fists. He rushes in and gives him a punch to the face. So I do not just attack slave traders with my apprentices. If I come across them, I will kill them too. His actions attract the attention of many people. Duhyuk turns to look at the father, who willingly sells his own daughter. His eyes filled with fury, and the man fearfully waves his hands. Backing away, the girl's parents quickly turn and run away. Duhyuk angrily furrows his brow, watching them leave. Suddenly, his gaze shifts to the girl beside him. The girl is crying and looks very pitiful. She reaches out to grab the hem of his shirt, and during that time, I took in a few homeless children as my apprentices. Duhyuk bends down and smiles at the girl. That is also when a small problem starts to arise in the life I had planned. He stands with his arms crossed, eyes closed, thinking. At first, I planned to work hard as a hunter while I was still young, save enough money, and then retire, and to train just a few disciples to continue the fight against slave traders. Basically to establish an automatic hunting system. However, even though hunting was enough to support me, and his 3 disciples trained diligently, I could hardly save a penny since taking them on, and since I had taken on enough disciples, I decided to give them a chance to shine. He gently stroked his chin and smiled. At that time, many noble families and martial arts schools were competing for power. Clans like Jayajin and Mushiman were clashing with each other. The abandoned girl said loudly, "Divine Martial Gate." After discussing with her disciples, we decided to name our martial arts school, and thus we founded the Divine Martial Gate. Although he who carefully hung the signboard up, his disciples were all extremely delighted to see it. He looked up at the sign and sighed. And thus we founded the Divine Martial Gate. He looked at the signboard and smiled to himself. We established the Divine Martial Gate to systematically nurture and train my disciples, and because I wanted to profit from my disciples. His disciples were very happy when the signboard was hung up. Although I am very strong, I began my journey and learned skills that did not suit me, and I also did not have any innate talent, so very quickly, I reached my limits. But my disciples were different. Under my guidance, they were able to learn skills that suited them, and they were all exceptionally talented. He looked at the girl he had just taken in. So I decided to train my disciples to the point where they would not need me to teach them anymore. So when they grow up and spread their school, they can take on new disciples. Du Hyuk thought about the money he would earn and felt pleased, and I would take a reasonable portion of the donations and profits generated from all those contributions. At that time, I thought I could just sit back and relax, enjoying my old age. Du Hyuk looked up in frustration. But no. Just as my disciples were growing up and about to expand their influence, the Tower of Destruction appeared. In front of him was a massive tower, with constant thunder and lightning outside. The Tower of Destruction was surrounded by flashes of lightning. Du Hyuk looked at the tower, angrily frowning. His memories stopped there, pulling him back to reality. Du Hyuk and Suksimi both silently looked up at the old sign. Suddenly Du Hyuk spoke up. "I am sorry for standing here like this. It reminds me of the past." Suksimi replied. "It is, Master," he asked her, after becoming a constellation. "What did you do? And how did you find me?" Suksimi replied. "I know that the Master will be reincarnated," she continued. "After I became a star for a short time, a notification appeared, and he thought to himself, just as I guessed. Even so," Simi said. "That is why I chose a person who could become my right hand as the first contract holder. And then I formed a family, Yu-Gi-Oh!, and continued operating with 4 members. I named the organization Yu-Gi-Oh! To show that the Master is the one I recognize as the leader." Du Hyuk exclaimed in shock. "What?" Simi continued. "That is why I killed all those who claimed to be the strongest, except for the Master." Du Hyuk asked her in astonishment. "You killed all of them?" Simi softly replied. "Yep." She immediately explained. "Of course. I did not kill people randomly. It was when someone received the title. The strongest ones, we would observe them very closely. And as soon as they revealed that title, we would kill them." Du Hyuk asked Simi in confusion. "So how did you find me?" She replied. "We used a similar method." Du Hyuk rubbed his chin, secretly pleased. "I just need to say one wrong word, and I might have been killed by my own disciple." "How lucky." Simi explained to him. "So we killed those who claimed to be the strongest swordsmen, like Junsin and a new wicked organization, Blood Hunters, only targeting powerful contract holders." Du Hyuk exclaimed in amazement. "You have really killed a lot of people." She spoke up. "I believe that thanks to this method, I was able to meet the Master again after reincarnation." Du Hyuk asked in shock. "What?" She shyly expressed her reason. "Among us, the Master is definitely the strongest, but he is also very humble because he never boasts about his power." Du, feeling shy, rubbed his head and said, "Well, I am not that humble either. I just do not want to talk much because the truth will always prevail. Anyway," he continued, "now we have you, Mojo, and Luminous." Simi happily said. "You have met the other sisters already." Du Hyuk exclaimed in surprise. "You did not know? I thought you already knew since you put in so much effort to find me." She replied. "I know that all 4 sisters became stars, but we can only see through the eyes of contract holders." Simi continued. "So I knew that the Master had met the members of the Fanchik clan and the black market, but I did not know they were the contract holders of the other sisters." He replied. "That is right." He smiled and said, "But you arrived at just the right time. Simi, maybe soon I will need your help." She was very happy to hear that and smiled. Du Hyuk said to Simi, "Let us wrap up our conversation for today. I will invite your contract holder to meet with the others, so we will talk later." Saying that, he waved goodbye and turned to leave. She watched his back as he left, blushing and shyly smiled. A few days later, at the Hero Academy, A large building right in the middle of the city. In the meeting room, Rogan was speechless with shock, and Duap smiled, saying, "You are here." Rogan stuttered. "I just arrived," while thinking to himself, "What is up with those people?" Rogan looked at Break Cat and immediately recognized him. The master of the black market and the director of Van Halla. Break Cat, whom he had met last time. He glanced over at Adelia Ventric. That person must be the head of the Ventric family. Adelia Ventric. Next was the former bodyguard, and Rogan quickly recognized him too. And that mask? Do not tell me, he thought in shock. It is Love Demon. Duhaidosi turned to the former bodyguard and said, "Aren't you going to sit down?" He replied, "No need. I will stand in the back." Duhaidosi then spoke up. "So where should I start?" He looked at everyone and asked, "Actually, even you all do not know what I am doing, right?" Adelia Ventric and Break Cat were a bit surprised by his question. Adelia Ventric asked in disbelief, "Aren't you the master of the constellations we serve?" Rogan thought in shock. "Master?" Duhaidli softly replied, "That is right." He rested his chin on his hand and glanced at Rogan's expression, saying, "Recently, I have learned what happened after I died. To sum it up, my story outside. It was late, and both Adelia Ventric and Break Cat were extremely surprised. Rogan was the same. The former bodyguard thought, just like what the constellation said. Break Cat questioned him in disbelief. "You mean you destroyed the Tower of Destruction and saved the world 300 years ago?" Duhaiofi replied awkwardly. "Saying it like that makes me feel a bit embarrassed. But it is true." Adelia Ventric exclaimed in astonishment. "The Age of Destruction did exist. And that is when the tower appeared and caused the world to decline." Break Cat continued. "The records only say the tower collapsed after releasing monsters into the world. So we did not know you were the one who destroyed it." Duhaisi was surprised and said, "Didn't Modu and Luminous say anything about this?" Adelia Ventric replied, "Actually, aside from being with you, the constellations never communicate with anyone else." Break Cat said. "As for the ruler of the world," he recalled Luminous saying with an expressionless face, "the Tower of Destruction. I only remember going in there with my master." Break Cat added, "That is what was said back then." Duhaide asked in surprise. "Really?" He rubbed his chin, thinking, why can't even his disciple remember anything before becoming a constellation? Oh well. Since they have met me, they will gradually recover their memories. Duhaide continued. And now, everyone who was somewhat famous back then has become a constellation. Which is why the constellations started appearing after the Age of Destruction. Adelia Ventric, surprised, asked, "So that means all the constellations died around that time?" Duhaide replied, "Maybe not all of them did, but most of them did." Break Cat then said, "I get it now. That is why the constellations reacted so strongly to those artifacts from the Destruction era." Duhaide continued, "And I mentioned this last time too. But the creator of the Destruction Tower is causing countless disasters and sending the constellations here. And Rogan has been silent the whole time, with a determined expression, said, so the Destruction Tower will definitely reappear." Rogan, eyes wide with shock, asked, "It will reappear?" He replied, "Yep. But we probably still have 4.5 years." Duhaide then shared his plan. "I am gathering my disciples to prevent that, and also strengthening myself by dealing with the invading constellations that come here." He clenched his fist with resolve. "This time I will definitely eliminate the Destruction Tower and minimize the damage, so that the name, the Destruction Era, will never be mentioned again." Rogan spoke up. "Actually, I find that hard to believe." And Duhaide turned to reassure him. "I can understand that," said. "My constellation also told me that 300 years ago, Duhaitozi was known as the war god." Rogan continued. "You even saved the constellations and passed on the first authority." Duhaide scratched his head, feeling shy, and replied, "Is that? I do not remember the details very well." Hearing this, Rogan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said. He slightly cleared his throat. Rogan stood up, eyes full of determination, and asked him, "If you really are the war god from 300 years ago, can you fight me?" Duhaifai smiled calmly and replied, "Of course. The sky outside is getting bright." At this moment, Rogan and Duhaiyose were standing facing each other. Adelia Vanchik spoke up. "I do not quite understand what the situation is right now." Break replied. "Rogan must think this is all very unreasonable, suddenly discovering that a high school student is actually a hero from 300 years ago and the master of his constellation. If there were solid evidence about the logic, it would be understandable. But emotionally, it is very hard to accept." Rogan has taken a stance to prepare for an attack, surrounded by a golden aura of power. Adelia Vanchik asked further. "So he wants to confront directly. And Duhaiosi has also agreed to attack, surrounded by a red mystical aura." Break exclaimed. "Let us see if Duhaiderosi is really not just a strong high school student, but someone from that era." Rogan clenched his fist. His eyes filled with determination. He charged at Du-hei's, throwing his steel fist, and Du-hei's eagerly countered, causing a huge explosion when their attacks collided. Rogan gritted his teeth in anger, while Du-hei's clenched his hand, smirking at him as their fists met. Debris flew everywhere, causing Adelia Vanchik and Break to hurriedly shield their eyes, while the former Guardian remained silently observing the Hero Academy's president's office. The president of the Hero Academy, Bactrit, was wide-eyed in astonishment. He thought to himself, that sound came from the stadium outside. Surely we are not under attack. Right. Bactrit suddenly remembered something. Wait. He recalled what Rogan had told him. Today I will bring guests to the Hero Academy. Bactrit asked again. Guests? Who are they? Rogan replied. That is still a secret, he advised. And if you hear a loud noise, it is probably me. Bactrit looked towards the stadium, thinking, Rogan, I believe in you. But who are you bringing? As a terrifying aura radiated from the stadium, Ju-heek stood in a fighting stance, smirking. Their fists clashed repeatedly. Rogan was straining to resist, thinking to himself, damn it. Looking at Ju-heek now seemed incredibly effortless. Rogan lamented. I am being pushed back. This can be the strength of a high school student. Rogan gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, he is not just borrowing the power of the constellations to fight the monsters, is he? Rogan was quickly pushed back by Ju-heek. Rogan said to him, hey Ju-it. Ju-heek let out a hum. He continued, can I use magic? At this moment, a golden light radiated around Rogan like a large flame. Ju-heek thought, he has been fighting without using magic all this time. He smiled and said, go ahead. Feel free. He continued, but I will still fight without using magic. Rogan then responded. The golden light surrounding him crackled like lightning. Rogan slammed his fist down onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter into pieces. He raised his elbow high, and at that moment, Rogan's elbow was glowing. He then used his elbow to push him back. Ju-heek quickly braced himself with both hands, smirking. Even more, he thought to himself, did I accidentally go too far by not using magic? Actually, I am feeling a bit pressured now, he continued to think. If I use magic, I can be stronger by absorbing the constellations. But my physical strength is still lacking, because it develops along with my body. There is nothing I can do. Ju-heek smirked at Rogan, who was charging at him with all his might. He thought, but I am fighting a top-tier J-anchor using the power of a constellation. So that is pretty good, Ju-heek said to Rogan. Let us end this pure strength battle here. Rogan stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to crack. He swung his arms in a fighting stance, continuing to attack him. Ju-heek quickly dodged Rogan's attack, surprising him. He looked at him in disbelief. Did the dojo really teach you this? No way, Ju-heek reminded Rogan. But you need to put in more strength, he continued, because it was created to finish off an opponent in one blow. Then Ju-heek turned his back to launch Rogan far away. Rogan's eyes widened in shock. He could only let out a painful scream. Ju-heek laughed as he watched him fall to the ground. Each evening the next day, Rogan lay in bed showing signs of waking up. He let out a few soft sounds. Suddenly, Rogan's eyes flew open wide. He jumped up, startling everyone. Ju-heek, sitting beside him, gently asked, you are awake? He continued. I thought you passed out, so I brought you here. But I did think long and hard about whether to take you to the infirmary. Rogan rubbed his stomach and replied, get it? Thank you. Suddenly, Rogan fell silent, deep in thought. He struggled to speak. You really are a valuable friend, Ju-heek, surprised, said. What? Didn't I already say that? Rogan, still holding his stomach, said to him. Sorry, you did say that, but... Ju-heek quickly reassured him. I understand, he continued. I know many people have to experience it themselves to believe it. Ju-heek praised. Your assistant is really kind, Rogan asked him. You said you were looking for a disciple to stop the destruction tower. Right, Ju-heek replied softly. Yeah, Rogan then said. Then I will withdraw from your target. Ju-heek, hearing this, he was very happy and said. Really? Thank you, the former guardian thought to himself. I know I have no right to speak, but this is quite an interesting combination. He looked over at Adelia Vanchik, a member of the Venatic family. Adelia Vanchik. He looked over at Black Cat, the black market boss. At Chi Miyu. Next is Rogan, a top-ranked member of the association. Rogan, following that is Ju-heek, and everyone from Yu-ga-yu. Suddenly, Ju-heek spoke up, saying he had a question, to which Rogan replied. Sure. He continued. Have you seen anyone here resembling my disciple? Rogan said in surprise. Someone resembling your disciple? What do you mean? Ju-heek replied. Like some kind of artifact or something, he went on. The reason I wanted to meet today is that last time I sensed a familiar wave of magic, but now that I am here, There is so much magic that it is hard for me to pinpoint the location, he continued. Since this is a school that produces a lot of hunters, there are many artifacts here, making it difficult to identify. Rogan fell into deep thought. A voice came through. Please find my master. Rogan's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately said, there is one. Rogan added, there is an artifact that asked me to find its master. Bit exclaimed in shock. Rogan. He looked at Rogan and asked, has your guest left? Rogan replied, not yet. We are still in a meeting. Bit asked anxiously. So who is that guest? Rogan replied, it is Bit continued. There is a loud explosion outside. What are you guys discussing? Rogan responded, but I can share details right now. You can ask them later. Rogan made a suggestion to Bite. Can you give me the shining sword I entrusted to you before? Bit scratched his head and said, the clamp. He continued, honestly, it has been giving me a headache. Rogan asked in surprise. It is giving you a headache. Bit pressed a control button. The cabinet moved and opened, revealing a display case. Rogan and Bit entered inside with a serious expression. Bit said, the shining sword can't be left here. Inside was a sword radiating a terrifying red aura. The wall showed signs of being damaged by something very horrible. A sword appeared, surrounded by a menacing energy, and he looked at it in astonishment. What the hell? Did this sword cause all this? Bit, equally shocked, replied, it seems so. The two began to argue, but both wore worried expressions. Rogan asked, sweating, didn't you say it would be stored with the other artifacts? That place should be safe enough to contain magical power, Bede explained. Of course. I intended to store it there. But he recounted that when he went to store the sword in the dark hallway. He reached a locked room. He pressed the fingerprint check button to store the sword. But when he opened it, what appeared surprised him. He said, I can't. Rogan asked, what is wrong? Bet replied, the Guardian has released magic to block the entrance. A lot of magic appeared in that room, a source of immense power blocking his steps. He showed a terrifying magical aura and continued, and the sword began to emit magic. As if reacting to that magical power, he continued to explain, his face showing a reluctant expression. So I had to bring it here. His eyes gradually became serious, and a look of fear appeared as he continued. But even this place can't withstand the sword's magical power. Or rather, the dark energy hanging on the sword. In front, Bet's words painted a more sinister picture. Dark currents were increasingly gathering around that sword. The energy emanating from the sword was even causing the storage room to slowly collapse. Despite being wrapped in a sealing spell circle, he continued to explain. So I wanted to discuss with you how to deal with it, just as you arrived. Meanwhile, Rogan fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering something. He suddenly turned around and asked, have you ever heard the phrase, find my master, that I mentioned before? Bet, confused, said, I have not heard anything like that since the sword became like this. Rogan furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, is that with his hands pointed toward the sword? Bet raised his hand to stop Rogan's action. Yep. Rogan, the sword seems to sense someone wants to take it. It is showing terrifying dark energy. Rogan's hand touched the sword's hilt, and a tremendous power surrounded that hand. He picked up the sword, feeling the immense magical energy of the sword. The blade was blood red, and the surrounding power was diminishing. Bet was amazed at the sight, his pupils shrinking. The magic of the sword was running low, he thought. Then asked, what is this? Rogan, holding the sword, which was nearly devoid of power. Rogan pondered something before saying, I do not know either. The sword belongs to the master. He turned to speak to Bet. So let me take it back. He wondered. Now. I thought you had a meeting, Rogan said seriously. That is right. I will bring it to the meeting. Bet was taken aback by those words. What? He asked with a firm tone. What are you learning? He smiled thoughtfully, pushing the door and stepping out of the dilapidated room. Rogan's face no longer showed fear. Instead, it wore a calm expression as he said, sorry, Bet. You will understand everything soon. Behind him, Bet's face remained frozen, still unsettled. Despite not understanding what was happening, he smiled gently and said, he is still going solo as always. But I believe in you. Rogan, turning to this side, he handed the sword to Ju-Hak and said, I brought it. He took the sword with both hands, feeling the power within it. His face was very serious as he said, there is something very strange. He held the sword and spoke in front of the meeting room. Can't sense any magic from the sword, he explained. When I held it, it became like that. Rogan continued. In fact, when I brought it back to the academy, it was the same. He recalled. You asked me again. Really? He put on a thoughtful expression, resting his hand on his chin and said, that is right. But, Rogan went on, I often hear a voice coming out looking for a master for me. He pondered, looking back at the sword in his hand. His eyes closed tightly as he tried to focus. Gripping the sword firmly, his eyes opened wide, tightening his grip. Thinking, What the heck? Then he spoke up. I can't enter the illusion realm, Adelia said in surprise. What? He asked. Puzzled. I do not really understand this. Is this normal? She hesitantly replied. That is right. Entering the illusion realm requires agreement from the constellations, she continued. So if the constellations refuse, you won't be able to enter. He stared intently at the sword, deep in thought. Refuse. He connected with his sword mentally, asking, do you sense the magical power you mentioned in the sword? The sword replied. It feels a bit faint, but I am sure you can sense it. He asked again. So there is no other way to handle this. The sword stroked its chin thoughtfully, and Tung actually said, Hanokim, do you remember what I mentioned last time? He was confused by his words, asking, what do you mean? The sword crossed its arms and continued. A door once appeared in the illusion realm. He suddenly remembered. You mean that? The image of you standing in front of a large door with intricate patterns. He asked again. You are saying that behind the door is where the constellations gather. Right. The sword recalled when it opened that door. It replied. That is right, remembering the image he encountered. He continued. Now that I think about it, there was not just one door in there, surrounded by different doors and various people he saw. He described with regret what he had seen. Behind the constellations were many doors leading to the illusion realm where they lived. And he saw each source of power glowing within the people appearing behind those doors. The sword expressed its speculation. If I am not mistaken, when you step through the door to enter there, you might also be able to access the illusion realm of other constellations using their doors. Although Hake said it makes sense. Suddenly he thought of something. But there is a question. She asked back. What is the question? He focused intently on the two people in front of him, sharing what he knew with him. After learning about the door, I tried to gather information from those people. But the two people in the meeting room seemed to look back at him in confusion. He continued. They do not know anything at all. Hearing this, thoughtfully said, it is understandable. It makes sense because that happened a long time ago. A short time frame means some constellations might not know about it. Plus no one today has experienced this. He looked closely at Than Kim in his hand and asked, so is there anyone who might know about this? Doohik's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, there is someone. In front of everyone. Doohik smiled and said, since there is nothing to do today, let us head back. All three people in the meeting room said in unison. All right. Doohik pointed at a person wearing a skull mask and a long black cloak. What is your name? Kid. The person in the black cloak replied. We are just nameless guards. The master can call me whatever he wants. He suddenly remembered and stroked his chin. Wait. An image flashed in his mind of 4 people in black cloaks with 4 arrows pointing in different directions. Saying together, we greet the master. Doohik pointed at him and said, then from now on, you are the former guard. He straightened up and replied. I understand. Doohik laughed and said, today you should go back and talk to Adelia and Hekshimayu. I am sure Sozimi wants to chat with the other sisters too. Adelia and Hekshimayu turned to the masked person, and he replied, yep. Outside the sunset was just shining through the glass of the building. Doohik echoed. Then let us go home. Everyone said in unison. All right. A few days later, in a simple house in the dense forest, the guide was smiling and said, long time no see. How have you been lately? Doohik talked with her under the flickering candlelight. He said, forget that. I know the second-rate constellations have already set things up, so I am a bit worried. I am trying to gather everything I can find. Doohik continued to smile, looking intently at the small object in his hand. But because of that, I have become stronger. And I really appreciate it. Doohik calmly said. We met at just the right time. She was surprised and said, his gaze was steady as he looked into the guide's eyes. With a smile on his lips he asked, do you know about the door where the constellations gather? For a moment the candlelight flickered. The guide rested her chin on her hands and smiled. You mean the arena? He wondered. The arena, the guide confidently explained. Right after creating the constellations, the Maze Lord created a special space. The guide continued to elaborate. It can be accessed through the doors that appear in the illusions of those constellations. That is the arena. His hands rested on the table, slightly furrowing his brows. Why create a space like that? She explains that it was created for the constellations to battle each other. Even though it has lost its original name, the terms are still assigned to the constellations. He asks, like the Lord of Hell or something. Right. The guide replies. Exactly. That is the kind of term it is. Her voice seems to merge into the air in the room, continuing to share what she knows. They ultimately become part of their names, which depend on the constellation's power and the Labyrinth Lord opening the arena to amplify the powers within those terms. Although Hiya continues to ask, it seems the arena quickly disappeared. Right. Rubbing her chin, the guide recalls and says, yep. It seems the arena did not occur as the Labyrinth Lord intended, But I still do not know the exact reason. He crosses his arms and furrows his brow, asking, if the Labyrinth Lord created the arena and then closed it himself, that is a problem. I was going to ask if there is a way to reopen the arena, but it seems that doing so would mean having to deal with the Labyrinth Lord. Right, the guide smiles, raises a finger, and says, that is not a problem. Because the arena is opened by a constellation following the Labyrinth Lord's orders, using that person's power. Hyuk exclaims in shock. What? The guide continues, her presence radiating authority. And the reason I called you here today is that I have found that constellation along with all the other second-rate constellations. Hyuk excitedly says, it really is perfect timing for everything today. I want to hear all about it. Transitioning. A dilapidated school appears in the darkness. A boy appears with teeth like a saw and a large lock on his chest, shouting, you stupid, worthless bunch. Known as the constellation of the Key Keeper, with a small frame and a gigantic key on his back, he clenches his fists on his thighs, saying, why are you all just standing there and not doing anything? If this keeps up, we are all going to lose everything, so is it okay? He recalls the monsters that have appeared. Continuing, it is because sometimes they will come down here. The more he thinks, the more scared he gets. He shivers and bites his nails, whispering, if it is just my name left and I have to wander for hundreds of years, that would be terrible. Do not they know, long ago, in the pitch-black sky, there were only twinkling lights in the trees. He reminisces, because we do not have a body, we can feel anything except for the despair of floating around, having to circle around some tree while only our minds remain aware, and sometimes, for some reason, we see it. A dangling fruit suddenly becomes a star fruit. This process repeats itself every day. Memories flood back, and he furrows his brow in discomfort. During that time, I was not a fruit, and right after becoming a star fruit, my body was taken away, leaving me floating around. After appearing, I could finally come down here. But would I have to disappear? The Keykeeper grumbles. If those two, Patchwee and Hookwee, had succeeded, then none of this would have happened. It got dark, and then a few days later, on an isolated island, a group of monsters gathered together. Holgrub hesitantly said, things are about to get complicated. Then he continued, Patchwee and Hookwee are dead. Cash and Macadon gasped. What? Cash whispered. Those two are dead. That is surprising. But they were not weak at all. Holgrub, with a serious expression, crossed his arms and said, it seems that in this modern age, there are still people who can defeat us. Plus, the fact that those two are dead makes things even harder. Macadon wondered, why is that? Holgrub seriously asked them, do you know how we survived? Cash fell silent. Macadon replied, isn't it thanks to the name we received that allows us to take form? He responded, that is true. But I want to ask how we maintain our presence. Cash calmly said, by using magic to fill our fragile and brittle bodies. Of course. Holgrub agreed. Exactly. Holgrub continued, if we were alone and did nothing, we could maintain our existence through the magic we absorb. But since we have gathered here for our plan, we can't maintain enough magic anymore. Which is why the Lord told us to regroup on this island. Then he seriously stated the reason. Because there is a large floating magic stone hidden here. Hearing that, they were astonished. The Green Hat Demon said, no wonder I can sense a huge amount of magic. The companion next to him added, so that is the reason. The guy behind that demon is the key holder. He looked at them in surprise. Another monster repeated, a large floating magic stone, frowned and asked, but what is the problem with that? Hookrock answered, the problem is that magic stone. Kashi exclaimed, what? Hookrock calmly explained, those 4 magic stones will drain our magic in at most 2 months. If we channel magic into it or just leave it as it is, it will absorb magic from nature, and the amount it has will increase. If we only follow the orders the Lord gave us, then 2 months is an extremely short time. Hookrock continued, so our plan is to get another magic stone and place both on this island to help circulate the magic. And Beachwee and Hookwee will take on that role. Remembering the excited faces of those 2 monsters, Hookrock muttered, do they really deserve that responsibility? The crowd replied, that is right. I have used my magic to find out. The crowd asked back, do you know where they went? Speaking slowly, he said, following human information is not an easy task lately. Pausing for a moment, he continued, a company supposedly collaborating with the association has discovered a large floating magic stone, causing a stir in the media. Then Hookrock continued, so they came to kill the member associations there and steal the magic stone. But they failed. Hearing that the key holder was stunned and widened his eyes. Through the gap, he saw the fish and asked, So what should we do now? Hookrock replied. For now, we will have to halt all activities until we find out where the magic stone is. Hearing this, the key holder grumbled, suddenly turning around. The key holder rushed out. Hookrock looked back in shock. While running, he yelled, "You idiots. All of you are a bunch of fools." Not knowing how long he had been running, the sky seemed to be getting brighter. Sitting down in an empty room, the key holder mumbled, "The magic stone is one thing. The problem here is what happened to Petrowi and Hookwi. They were that strong yet still got killed. So how can we not be in danger?" The key holder furrowed his brow in thought, his hand still gripping tightly as he continued to mumble. "If we just stay put, we will run out of magic and disappear. Luckily I left that place." Suddenly, a strong source of magic appeared right next to him. The key holder looked over with a wary gaze. It was none other than Ju-Heek with a smirk and a sword in hand. A powerful aura radiated around him. Ju-Heek's eyes excitedly looked towards the key holder. Facing him, the key holder bared his teeth and looked back cautiously. Stammering, "What is this? Who are you?" Ju-Heek calmly asked. "You are the key holder." "Right." He jerked his face away in shock. The key holder was sure he had to turn and run away quickly. Ju-Heek stood still with his hands in his pockets, the corner of his mouth curling up as if he were looking at a weak rat. The key holder panicked, thinking, "It is that bastard. He is the one who defeated Betwi and Hookwi. Otherwise, how could he find me?" Thinking of that made him want to cry. Determined, "I must." A voice came right next to his ear. "Hey," Ju-Heek said quietly. "I have only said one thing. Why do you want to run already?" Hands blocking in front of the key holder, he panicked and shouted, "Spare me. Since becoming a husband, I have not killed anyone." The sword flashed right next to the key holder's ear. His eyes shut tightly, waiting for death. Ju-Heek calmly looked at the key holder, thinking, "What is this? He is even more boring than I thought. I just scared him a little. I have not even tried to see what kind of husband he is." Ju-Heek thought. He had only placed the sword behind the key holder's neck. Tears streaming down his face, Ju-Heek lost interest, thinking, "But at this rate, maybe I do not need to absorb him." Ju-Heek put away the sword and asked, "You say you have never killed anyone?" Not feeling the cold object against his neck, the key holder slowly opened his eyes and stammered. Then continued, "Since becoming a husband, I have only used my power to open the door to the spiritual realm once." He was taken aback. Ju-Heek gently said, "All right, I won't kill anyone. So please help me with one thing. Wipe the corner of your eye." The key holder asked, "What is it?" Ju-Heek directly said, "The door you created led to the arena." "Right." The key holder stared in shock. Ju-Heek smiled and asked in a threatening tone, "Can you open again?" Dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Under the ruins, the two were discussing, and Ju-Heek concluded, "So in summary, you can't open it yourself. Can you?" The key holder hesitated and replied, "Yep." Then gently said, "You probably realize this too. But right now I do not have enough magic power." He replied, "Yeah, it seems that way." He stared at the ground beneath his feet and said, "With my little magic power, I can't open the spiritual space door of all the constellations and connect the virtual spaces together." The key holder continued to explain, "Thanks to the artifact, I have enough magic power to expand my capabilities and complete it." Ju-Heek repeated, "Artifact?" he asked. "So that means you can't do it now?" "Right." The key holder replied. "Aha." Ju-Heek scratched his head and frowned. "Damn it. If that is the case, then even if I absorb him and use his power along with the ring, I still can't do it because the ring can only help me use the inherent power of the constellation." The key holder bit his hand and frowned in thought. His eyes suddenly lit up with realization. Line directly asked, "We have never met, so I do not know much about you. But you must be very strong." "Right." Ju-Heek turned to reply. "Yeah." The key holder laughed and continued, "Then help me get something. Once everything is ready, I can open the arena door." Ju-Heek immediately asked, "Get what?" He laughed and said, "The artifact fell here with me." Shifting the scene to China. On a mountain peak, at an old mansion, a sigh was heard. Yan-Lan rubbed her arm and said with a smile, "It has been a while since I have moved my hands and feet like this." Facing her were the dry soldiers, holding shields and shovels. Yan-Lan smiled with a fierce expression. Her fists full of strength, she punched straight into the head of the dry soldier in front of her, instantly shattering his face. After that, his whole body exploded, taking the others along with him. Standing on the shards of bone, Yan-Lan smiled and thought, "What is this?" With excitement in her eyes, she looked at her fists and thought, "So forming a contract with the constellations gives so much power." Looking back at the dry soldiers on the ground, Yan-Lan exclaimed, "I only used a bit of strength and they shattered. It is really unbelievable." She smiled and said, "Just like what Ju-Heek said." Suddenly her face flushed. "It would be great if he were here." The sun slowly revealed itself behind the leaves. Vanna Hall training room. Surrounded by Baofu forest. In the training room, Yan-Lan cheerfully shouted, "I." The voices just stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. With Ju-Heek Koi Arin, Jo Soyeon, and Osi Hyuk on one side. On the other side were Adelia, Hak Miu, and Rogan. Yanlan was surprised. She looked at Ju Hyu and asked, "What is going on? Why are there so many people here? And what is with this weird atmosphere? Did I come at the wrong time?" He chuckled softly and said, "You came at just the right time. But why did it take you so long?" Yanlan awkwardly replied. "I had a bit of family stuff to deal with," Ju Hyu casually said. "I remember. You became the head of the family." "Right." Yanlan was surprised. "How did you know?" He slowly replied. "I have never missed any important information." She smiled shyly, scratching her head, and said, "It is a long story." Yanlan explained. "Well, I said I should become the head of the family," and Ju Hyu asked, with a confused expression. "The leader of the White Lotus Association," she replied. "That is right." He asked again, "But I am curious. I thought you said you were not interested in being the head of the family," Yanlan nervously said. "Well, people change. It is normal." Suddenly, Yanlan's gaze turned sharp. She turned and stared intently at Choi Arin, who looked back with a cold expression. Yarin said, "What is this?" A smirk at the corner of her mouth. "Are you looking for a fight?" Yanlan thought to herself. "Honestly, part of the reason I became the head of the family is because of her. I did not think signing a contract with the family constellation would make me this strong." Yanlan radiated powerful magical energy, her eyes shining brightly. "Even if I can't use the power of the constellation yet, I believe I can still beat her." Clenching her fist, she retorted, "Looks like you are just itching for a fight." Ju Hyu interjected, "Both of you, stop it right now. This is not the time to fight." Yanlan stammered, "Sorry." And Koi Arin replied, "Fine." Ju Hyu looked at Yanlan and asked, "Are not you busy with something?" Yanlan said, "Not," she continued. "Since I just became the head of the family, I have to handle everything myself. Usually, I focus on hunting monsters to enhance the family's reputation." Ju Hyu chuckled lightly, hands in his pockets, and said, "I see." While Yanlan added, resting her chin on her hand, "And about those documents and records, she will manage those for me too." He gently said, "She is really nice." Suddenly, Yanlan turned to Choi Arin and asked, "Hey, are you worried about something?" Arin turned her head away and said, "Nothing at all." He looked at Yanlan intently and said, "Luckily you are here. We need your help with a little something." Yanlan repeated, her ears turning red. "Luckily I am here," Ju Hyu said seriously. "We are planning to go punish the mazes." With one hand in his pocket, he asked, "Have you tried using your skills after signing the contract with the constellation?" Yanlan, her hands hanging loosely, replied seriously, "Not yet." Ju Hyu gently stroked his chin and said, "My plan is to divide into groups of 2, because there are too many mazes to handle. But with your current power, you could probably handle a maze on your own." He looked at the source of power radiating around Yanlan and said, "After signing the contract with the constellation, her magical power has increased significantly." Yanlan wondered. "My magical power has increased." Focusing on her hands, she said, "I did not pay much attention, so I do not know." He added, "The weakness of the monsters inside the maze is attacks infused with magical power. And that is your strength. Besides, I am struggling with the mazes in China. That is the place that suits you best." Ju Hyu pointed at Yanlan and said, "Just use a lot of magical power while fighting to get used to it." She immediately replied, "Okay." Crossing her arms, Ju Hyu said seriously, "There won't be any normal monsters in the maze. Only maze crystals. And there might be artifacts in there." Yanlan asked, "Artifacts?" He smiled and said, "That is right. Just get that artifact and bring it back here." Her eyes filled with determination as she gazed at her hands. Deep in thought, a random thought crossed her mind. If it is a group of 2, who will Ju Hyu partner with? Her face flushed with the thought. Images of Koi Ren, Jo Soyeon, and Adelia flashed through her mind. Yanlan felt embarrassed and thought, "What the heck am I thinking?" The surge of power made her fists clench tightly. Yanlan quickly dashed at the nearest skull. Her punch hit its face, shattering it, and a wave of power sent other skulls flying back. With an excited expression, Yanlan gasped for breath and said to Junjai, "All right," she continued. "Today I am going to wipe all of you out." And the dry fog panicked. Then there were deafening noises ringing out. In the United States, on a rocky cliff, Ju Hook walked casually with a serious expression. Alongside him, Haik was panting, and Rogan, taking off his sunglasses, was looking at an old yellowed piece of paper. Ju Hook asked Rogan, "Are we there yet?" Rogan replied, "Not yet." Ju Hook calmly said, "Even though we have the coordinates, satellite images, and maps, it is still not as effective as light-based abilities." "Right," Rogan wondered. "Are you referring to the Master's ability down there?" He continued, "Only a few special organizations know exactly where it is, so detailed locations are not recorded." Rogan looked at him and said, Right now the public believes that the association is the only force that knows where that giant mana stone is. So this place is definitely a secret location. Juhook smiled and said, I feel sorry for them. They just let it go and pushed this difficult task onto me, Rogan countered. They are not sorry at all. It is just a source of stored magical power. With today's technology they can create it themselves. Hike listened quietly to what they were saying. Juhook just smiled faintly and replied, I understand. Thank you for explaining. He recalled what the keykeeper said. Please find the artifacts that fell with me at that time. Juhook asked, Where is it now? The keykeeper replied, It is probably scattered throughout the mazes. The keykeeper continued, Unlike me, the artifacts emit a very strong magical scent, so you can easily find them. Juhook agreed. Got it. The keykeeper frowned hesitantly. There is one more thing. Please help me find the giant magic stone too, he asked. Isn't that just a larger version of a normal magic stone? When it is filled with magic, it will float in the air and explode if not handled properly. The keykeeper lightly replied. You are right. The keykeeper chuckled and said, To create a door in the illusion realm requires a large amount of magic. He paused briefly and then continued. So large that it could make me disappear if I tried to do that. The keykeeper said sadly, I am really scared. Juhook pondered. He forced a smile and said, Don't he worry. Juhook remembered saying back then, I will find both for you. The keykeeper looked back at him in surprise, stammering, Really? Now that I think about it, it is confusing. Why did I say that? Finding one is already so hard. Rogan stopped and said, We are here. Juhook woke up and looked ahead. Rogan hesitated and said, We have arrived. The three of them were astonished. Looking forward, Rogan exclaimed, What the hell is that? In front of them was a giant moving stone creature. The giant monster's red eyes glanced back. The three men stood frozen. Also looking at it, the stone monster slowly stood up, fine dust falling from its body, scattering everywhere. Rogan could not help but exclaim, What is that? A golem. Oak. Huck suspiciously asked the other two. But this golem seems bigger than usual. Does not it? And why is it here? Just as the words seemed to remain unanswered, the creature called a golem began to swing its fist. The powerful punch hit the ground, and all three quickly jumped to avoid it. They jumped to a nearby safe spot. Looking worried, Osaik widened his eyes in surprise. The golem missed its punch, and was pulling its hand out of the ground. Ground that had just taken its punch was now deeply dented. Oak, I softly said. It seems that size is not the only thing that golem has. Rogan next to him, while putting his glasses away, nodded. With that look, it definitely is. The golem retracted its arms, contemplating its fists for a moment. The next punch was thrown, this time aimed at the person standing closest to it. Rogan, facing it. Rogan glowed with a strong yellow light, furrowing his brow and muttering, This stupid monster. He charged at the golem, shouting a very childish line. Do you know who I am? A punch from a human collided with the golem's fist, creating a cloud of dust. Juhook raised his hand to shield his face from the dust, thinking to himself, What was that one punch? The stone hand met Rogan's tiny fist, showing signs of cracking. The next moment, the golem's left arm began to explode into small pieces, with its right arm destroyed. The massive creature fell back in shock, leaving the other two stunned. Hike was surprised and thought to himself, That is insane. The stone monster lay motionless before him, making the young man think. He punched the golem once, and its left arm shattered into pieces. Is this the power of destruction? Looking at the middle-aged man across from him, Wapsiak thought, just as expected of Rogan, the top-ranked member. He subtly turned his head to reassure himself. At least he is on my side. But what surprised him more was that even Rogan spoke of Juhook with great respect. What exactly is their relationship? Obasihak pondered as he glanced over at Juhook. He remembered the time they were divided into groups to enter the maze, sweat dripping down his face. Wapsiak thought, I thought I was sent to America, but I ended up succeeding. Thanks to that, I finally get to witness the power of these living legends. Obasihak could not help but feel amazed. Rogan suddenly spoke up. Something felt a bit off. The golem lay still before him, making him doubt. With the shock from that hit, I should have knocked it out. But it still looks fine. Juhook spoke up to reassure him. Maybe it is just too big. So the force and shock from that hit were not enough to break its focus. Rogan replied, Yeah, that is likely it. At that moment, Juhook suddenly crouched down into position. He sprang up and swung his sword straight for the golem's torso. With a loud clang, the sword struck hard against the golem's chest. This surprised Juhook greatly. Looking at the sword stuck in front of him, he wondered. Not even a light shot can pierce through. The golem, which had been unconscious, suddenly opened its eyes wide. It propped its head up, staring intently at the one causing trouble on its body. Juhook gasped in surprise. The spot on its right side started to slide up with streaks of yellow light. The shattered pieces of stone from earlier are now coming back together. The scene made Juhook widen his eyes. He stood watching the giant punch swing out again, But this time the target was himself. Ju-hook quickly raised the light-shot sword to block in front of him. When it finally stopped, he said, "I get it now." He looked at the golem emitting a strong burst of light. Ju-hook analyzed the situation and figured that the walking stone must have absorbed that huge floating magic stone. The other two, hearing this, looked at each other confused. "What?" Ju-hook stood in front of the two and asked, "You need to cast a magic resistance spell to block that stone's existence." "Right," Rogan replied. "Yeah. We have a mage who can cast a spell on it," Ju-hook continued. "But honestly, it will be incredibly difficult to completely block the existence of that magic stone. The amount of magic it has makes that nearly impossible." Rogan, hearing this, responded skeptically. "But I do not sense any magical power at all," Ju-hook replied. "That is because the contract mages have done their best to keep humans from detecting it." Which left Rogan speechless. He continued, "But it is different from the creatures made of magic." Looking at the aggressive monster in front of him, Ju-hook confirmed, "It can come here because it senses Ju as the most fragile remnant of magic." Ju-hook awkwardly glanced at the golem and said, "So when I noticed it stirring the ground before," Ju-hook continued, "it was actually trying to absorb the excess magic and redirect it to the magic stone. That is why the number of other monsters around here has decreased significantly. It must have killed them all." After saying that, Ju-hook thought to himself, "Still, it is surprising. It got this big just by absorbing excess fragile magic. Then that giant floating magic stone must be containing an immense amount of magical energy." Next, the young man looked at the golem with annoyance. "If I had known I would end up in a situation like this, I would have brought my disciple's skills along. It is really annoying." Right after that, he turned to Rogan and asked, "Rogan, can I borrow your weapon for a bit?" The man quickly searched his jacket to hand it to him. Ju-hook smirked and said, "I am going to show you a real on-pan move." In the maze of Germany at this moment, a large stone cave was emitting a dim light from inside. A tired breath sounded, and Brake asked him with concern, "Are you okay?" The light-haired girl hesitated to reply, panting, "Yeah. It has just been a while since I used all my strength like this." That blonde girl is Adelia Ventric. She is pressing her hands on her knees, trying to catch her breath to continue speaking. "Usually, the servants in the family handle monsters like this, so I am a bit nervous." Brake responded, "Get it? Considering your husband is also the head of a big family." He raised his hand to touch the black cat mask and said, "I am sweating a bit too since it has been a while since I fought a monster. Excuse me." After saying that, the black cat mask was removed from Brake's face. His handsome face was revealed when the pitch black mask was taken off. This action directly made Adelia Ventric stunned and blush. Brake sighed in relief after taking off the mask. Just as he was about to relax a bit, a commotion nearby made him curious to look over. The blank, speechless face of Adelia Ventric made Brake suspicious, thinking she was uncomfortable with him taking off the mask. He proactively spoke up, "Sorry, I am a bit hot. I will put the mask back on." But she immediately stopped him. "Wait," she asked, blushing. "Is it okay to take off the mask?" Brake, though still feeling confused, replied, "It is. I have the responsibility to hide my face as the head of the black market. But today I am not the boss here." Tightened his grip on his magic staff and continued, "Besides, we are also schoolmates, right? I think being classmates means it is okay." Adelia Ventric stammered back. "Get it?" She recalled when Ju-hook assigned her the job and thought to herself, "Actually, I felt conflicted when Ju-hook told me to go into the maze, saying it was an extension of hands-on training. But this moment erased all of that." Thinking about that, she shyly touched her face and said to Brake Cat, "Then from now on, can you let the face mask be a bit more breathable?" The hand that was about to put the mask back on froze upon hearing that. With slightly flushed cheeks, Brake Cat replied, "All right. I will keep that in mind." At this moment, a yellow control panel appeared, saying, "Can you two hurry up a bit?" Another dark blue control panel chimed in. "Since the underworld's orders say we should follow the master's commands first, instead of flirting with each other." Adelia Ventric looked at the content on the yellow screen, and her heart skipped a beat. Brake Cat also saw the message sent to him and hesitated to retort. "When did I do that?" "Fine." He shyly turned to speak to his teammate. "It seems we have taken a break for a bit too long." Adelia Ventric blushed and responded, "That is right." He put the mask back on and said, "Then let us go." Adelia Ventric agreed, and the two of them continued to rush forward. On the side of the giant monster, the golem bent its arm, its whole body exuding a menacing aura. Another punch slammed down to the ground, which Ju-hook managed to jump up and dodge just in time. He jumped towards his two teammates with a serious expression. "Listen up, Rogan." Ju-hook's call made him lift his spirits and look over. With a pair of pearl earrings in his ears, Ju-hook said, This is how you use that technique. Golem's powerful punches slowed down a bit as it sensed movement over here. The rock monster made you turn around to look at them. It swung its arms to punch at Ju Hyuk really quickly. A loud sound rang out. Off Hyuk was stunned. And Rogan was not much calmer than him. Ju Hyuk's swing sent the stone monster flying and created a dent in the space behind it. He could not help but marvel at the astonishment of the man behind him. As expected, the power of this magic was indeed overwhelming. It had been a long time since I threw real punches. Rogan was astonished by this result. He could not help but think, is that really the best punch? He completely destroyed the golem, and even the mountain behind it. So this is the true power of destruction. Ju Hyuk did not let Rogan think too much and placed the orb in his hand, saying, "Here. It is quite useful." Rogan quickly accepted it and said, "My pleasure." Looking at the beads in his hand, Rogan fell into deep thought. Could it be that I have not fully utilized my inherent power? He quickly called the boy younger than himself. Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk responded with a grunt. Rogan stood up straight and said seriously, "If you plan to go back, could you teach me that punch?" Ju Hyuk stared at him for a moment, as if he found someone on the same wavelength. He smiled and promised, "No problem. If we find another giant magical stone, I will teach you," Juk said. Pointing forward, Rogan stroked his chin and thought, "Another one. Of course. The union on the association side has one, so we just need to get that one." Ju Hyuk quickly replied, "Great. If everything goes well, I will return one." Rogan hesitated and repeated, "If everything goes well," not pausing too long. Rogan continued, "I understand now. As I mentioned before, I think we can replace it with an artificial storage system." Ju Hyuk smiled and pointed behind him, saying, "All right. Let us continue digging the hole that the golem dug earlier, and look for the magical stone. I had a feeling this would happen, so I brought along people who can sweat it out." Rogan and Ok Hyuk replied in turn, "Got it. Okay." A few days later, at a dilapidated house that was continuously emitting purple lights, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait." The keykeeper can't help but gape at the scene before him. In front of him were 3 magical stones along with Ju Hyuk, who was grinning, saying, "I brought treasures and a giant floating magical stone." The keykeeper could not help but ask again, "Did you really bring all of them? And all 3 stones too?" Ju Hyuk casually replied, "I brought 3 just in case." Remembering the scene where the former guardian handed him the stones, Ju Hyuk thought to himself, "Yeah, 2 stones belong to Rogan, and 1 is thanks to Sozimi. They said that stone was used to receive orders from Sosimi or something." The next moment, he spoke and handed the bag he had been carrying on his shoulder to the kid in front of him. "Here. These treasures." The keykeeper hesitated and replied, "Right." Opening the bag to take a look, he could not help but comment that everything was here. "I really did not expect you to gather everything so quickly." "All right. This is enough to open the arena." Ju Hyuk happily asked the kid back. "Really?" The key holder Kam Sao tightly held the scale bag in his hand and continued, "To be exact, the term arena was coined by the Labyrinth Lord. Actually, it is just a big tomb. I will prepare to open the door connecting the illusion realms." Looking over at the 3 magical stones, the kid felt a bit speechless and thanked him for bringing the spare stones along, but looking at the amount of magic power each stone contains, "I think 1 session is enough." However, Ju Hyuk refuted his words. "Do not worry about them. They have their own uses." The key holder muttered in doubt. Suddenly he turned to ask another question. Are there other Chomsao that have come down to conquer under the Lord's command already?" "Right." That question made the key holder jump. He quietly bowed his head without answering. Seeing that, Ju Hyuk casually continued, "If you are silent to show loyalty or something, then do not worry about it. Do you think all I know is your location?" The key holder's whole body began to tremble. He hesitated. "Oh well." Ju Hyuk cut him off. "I will use that to deal with them." Looking at the magical stone continuously emitting purple light, the keyholder Kamsa quietly said, "The giant floating magical stone." "Next," Ju Hyuk ordered. "Then hurry up and connect the arena with the illusion realm." The keyholder immediately complied. "All right." Hearing the response, Ju Hyuk turned to call his people. The original protector, the former bodyguard in a black robe, immediately spoke up.
Yep.
Ju Hyuk began assigning tasks. "Order the other guardian to hold him until the door is opened. And prepare some simi for me to make a preliminary pact." The former bodyguard listened silently and then replied, "Understood." Ju Hyuk continued, but with a harsher tone. "If there are signs he is contacting other constellations, then deal with him immediately." The former bodyguard continued to reply to him. "Understood." The sky shifted to another dark area. A hand slammed down on the table angrily, saying, "Damn it." The owner of that hand was a catfish. The table he slammed broke in half, startling those around him. The catfish loudly questioned, "When are we getting out of here?" If this keeps up, we will die without achieving anything. He then turned to ask Hukrok. No news from the Mekong Lord. Hukrok crossed his arms over his chest and replied. Since we came down here there has been no news at all. The catfish was so angry that a few veins on his head were popping. He continued. All the others have died in vain. We can't let that happen to us. At this moment, Makadong spoke up. I agree with him. We can't just stand here and wait to die. Right, receiving agreement. Sieching continued. I think we should go out and kill a bunch of them right now. What do you think? A strange voice suddenly came up. I think your idea is really stupid. Chie turned around in shock, and Makadong also looked back in surprise. Standing next to them was a boy who appeared out of nowhere. Juhek rested his stick on his shoulder and watched them all in confusion. He lowered his eyes and said, I have been standing here for 10 minutes. But you guys did not notice and kept chatting. Juhek raised his eyes and said in a low voice, Don't worry about disappearing suddenly. Because I will make you disappear quickly myself. Che frowned at the newcomer and asked irritably, Who are you? Where did you come from? Makadong next to him also questioned. I have not sensed any magic power until now. Is that why we did not notice you? Seeing the person in front still unfazed, Makadong continued to interrogate. Who are you to speak so ambiguously? Do you want to die before we handle you? At this moment, Juhek suddenly said something out of the blue. So Zimi's ability is excellent but there is a problem. Light began to appear around him. And Juhek arrogantly said, When I conceal my presence, you can't sense any magic power. So you talk nonsense without knowing who you are dealing with. The sword slung over his shoulder was now poised to strike. And Juhek said, You will know when you are taken down, you lowly scum. This statement caught all three creatures. Sivechi, Makadong, and Hukrok. Off guard for a moment. Suddenly, Hukrok shouted in panic. Bent down. And a blinding surge of power shot out. Force came from Juhek's blade. And with one swing, he decapitated a few guys standing nearby. The Che also stood nearby but had bent down in time. So he was not killed. After witnessing the brutal power of that person, Hukrok panted and asserted. This person. Even though their appearance has changed, I still recognize. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. And without hesitation, he continued. This is the martial god. The space suddenly became quiet. And everyone jumped as they looked around together. And the whole group, confused, said, Where did he go? I can't sense him anymore. To which Hukrok immediately replied. That martial god said he has concealed himself. Then he must be somewhere in this building. After erasing my presence. This statement makes the other creatures die like humans. Suddenly, a gust of wind cuts a deep line across the neck of the unfortunate person. The light from the sword swiftly moves, threatening the heads of a few more people. Fear spreads. Hukrok can't hold back anymore. His body begins to emanate magical energy. He says, Damn it. That bastard is waiting to chase us. Hukrok slams his hand down on the ground, creating a purple magic circle. Then, a diamond-shaped box is formed. The shocked fish asks, Where did he just go? You lower your head and reply to him. I use my power to create a shield around this house. The whole group immediately responds. What good is a shield against a martial god? Doing that is no different from locking ourselves in. Hukrok waves his wrist, saying, It will have an effect. Looking over at the two lifeless bodies lying helplessly on the other side, you casually say, Do not you understand why these two lost their lives? It was the martial god who killed them. Hukrok continues rambling. Of course, even if we die, it is fine because only our physical bodies will die. But we will still be reborn. However, I won't be able to carry out my plan anymore. In the next moment, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, pointing straight at Hukrok's face. And a quick arm swung out, breaking the blade while he was still in shock. The crowd then asked him, Are you okay? Hukrok. He jumped to safety and replied, It seems he has not gone anywhere. Just in an invisible form. Hukrok continued to share his thoughts with a slight smile, saying, So even if he is hiding, the shield will still work. Everyone can feel that. Right, without his original form but in a new body. He has been reborn or something. But he has not regained all his strength yet. And the crowd added, If he were still as strong as before, we would not have a chance to talk like this. He would have taken our heads by now. While the crowd was talking, a shadowy figure silently lunged forward, and the sharp blade struck down on the crowd, blood splattering everywhere. Following the momentum of the downward strike, the shadowy figure of Duhai slipped away. The sword swung with all its force, and a stream of dark red liquid sprayed everywhere. Then the crowd, who had just been slashed, seemingly on the verge of death, angrily said, You showed up again because of my clone, god of martial art. The creatures lurking in the depths have been hovering above Duhai. Laughing victoriously, Hukrok raised his hand, calling for his allies. It is, Quickly channel all our power into the clone for an explosion. The group focused their power in one direction, believing in Hukrok's words. He has weakened. So we can stop him. A huge explosion erupted. And Hukrok reassured everyone. I created the shield. So let us make the ground explode. The flames gradually faded, and smoke rose, swirling endlessly. The wreckage before Hukrok made him feel relieved as he lowered his hands, gasping for breath. Well said. Horned one. A voice echoed like a messenger from hell, leaving Hukrok stunned. One of his horns was grabbed by Ju-Huk, who jumped up from behind. This time he did not rush to defeat him but cheerfully asked, "You said to stop, not to kill?" "Right. I am really impressed with your little brains. You still think you can kill me, even when I am weakened." The horn on his head was gripped tightly, making Hukrok extremely uncomfortable, and he let out an angry sound. At this point, Ju-Huk was no longer joking. He began to raise his sword high and said, "As a reward, I will set you free." The blade thrust forward violently, painting a brutal scene with a shadowy figure. Hukrok's scream got caught in his throat as the powerful force came crashing down, shattering the solid ground. Hukrok's allies hovered in the air, stunned by the scene before them. A little later, Kachi hesitated and spoke up. "Hukrok is dead," but the whole line of doubt said, "He clearly has gotten weaker. Or is it just an illusion?" Ju-Huk drew his sword and stood up straight, exhaling deeply before saying, "Actually, I have gotten weaker. In the past, I could take down all 4 of you with one strike." Sensing danger approaching, none of the others dared to speak. Ju-Huk jokingly held his sword and said casually, "Besides, dealing with each one individually is quite complicated." He snapped his fingers sharply. "I have prepared something for you." As soon as the words left my mouth, a stream of liquid suddenly appeared from the ceiling. Vague Vampire turned around to check. He dared not say, "What the hell is that? Why is it suddenly glowing up there?" And when he saw what that light was, the vampire's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 magical stones slowly moved down from the narrow gap. Ju-Huk stood below and shouted up to the creatures, "Is not this great? A giant floating magical stone." He continued while the 2 magical stones slowly radiated swirling magical energy. It was very popular back in the day because it could easily transmit mana, but I heard it is not used anymore these days. Which makes sense, seeing the group above frozen in place. Ju-Huk teased, "When it gathers enough magical energy, and the internal flaws are triggered, it will explode." The others could not help but ask, "Martial God, could it be you?" Ju-Huk did not directly answer that question but said, "It has been a while since I have seen you guys. It is truly complicated. No see you again." Finishing his words, he clenched his fist tightly into a fist. The magical stone seemed to receive the command and began to rush down quickly. As it approached where the group was standing, it directly bypassed them and continued to descend. The magical stone hit the ground hard. In the next moment, the area erupted in a huge explosion, shaking the entire space. Transitioning to another scene. A massive ancient tree, perhaps over 1,000 years old, had a wooden door at the base. Inside was a globe radiating bright red light. A figure was peeking stealthily behind the door frame. That person was the red-haired guide, hesitantly observing the scene inside. The light slowly fading from a reddish hue to pure black reminded her of the wooden house in the forest. The hesitant voice of the guide and Du-Hyu echoed, "So in conclusion, yep. Except for the key holder, all the others are on the island." Finally the guide concluded, "From what I know, that is indeed the case." She rested her hands on the table and said thoughtfully, "I can't assess the situation down there in real time, but the location should not be vastly different." Hearing that, Du-Hyu stood up and said, "All right, I'm going." Just as Du-Hyu turned around, the guide reached out to call him back. "Wait," she asked. "Can I borrow the names you absorbed? It's hard to understand. Can you lend me the names you have absorbed? I absorbed them right away to become stronger, so I am not sure if there are any left. I was just talking while looking for the ring. Here." Du handed the ring to the guide, who opened her hand to receive it and said, "Thank you. I believe there are still some left." Du replied, then asked, "Okay, but what do you plan to do?" All he saw was the girl across from him holding the ring he had just given her, her entire body radiating a faint blue light. The light disappeared, and the guide opened her eyes and said to Du-Hyu, "You are planning to face all the constellations?" "Right," Du confirmed, and the guide continued, "It would be very strange if too many constellations suddenly disappeared." She dropped the ring back into Du-Hyu's hand, one slender finger raised to her lips, and the guide explained with a faint smile, "I will use the names I have absorbed to obscure the Lord of the Maze." Time shifted again, returning to the bright red globe in the present. The guide gently took steps closer to the red globe, then she raised her hand and blew. A stream of thick black air flew forward. The black air from the guide kept increasing. Eventually, those streams of air swirled around, enveloping the red globe. The guide looked at the result and whispered a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Good. With this, we can avoid being monitored for a while. Although there will be signs after the constellation is captured." Suddenly, someone shouted, startling the guide. "Who are you?" Each sharp spear of the newcomer stabbed straight into her throat. This boy was a subordinate of the Lord of the Maze, He kept his spear position and began to question her. I have never met you. What are you doing? The guide froze. Worried. Thinking. No way. I did not expect to be caught. However, being somewhat experienced, the guide raised her hands to show surrender and said, Calm down. I am not doing anything. Look, nothing has changed. Her seemingly weak voice made him hesitate. The subordinate still did not lower his spear, but began to soften his tone with the guide. I do not know how you got here, but this is not a place anyone can enter. First, I will take you to the Lord of the Maze. The hand holding the weapon slightly trembled as he continued. Go explain your identity and purpose to him. The Lord will decide your fate. If the guide moved her hand to the spear's point, she thought with anxiety. This is bad. My actions will be restricted if I go to meet the Lord now. She lightly slid towards the boy on the other side and decided she had to escape this situation. The guide turned to look directly at him and began pleading. Can't you pretend you have never seen me? I am just an unnamed constellation that accidentally wandered in here. However, no matter how many words he said, the young man still held on to his initial opinion. My job is to guard this place and report any unusual happenings. Just pretend and follow me. The guide smiled lightly in a friendly manner and negotiated. All right. Your loyalty is admirable. So why do not you put down that spear first? Hearing those words, the master's labyrinth subordinate suddenly frowned. He asked back irritably. Loyalty. I do not have that, he said angrily. Then slammed the butt of the spear hard against the ground, tightening his grip on the weapon. He furrowed his brows and said to the guide, Do not make assumptions about me. I am not doing this willingly. This has been my duty ever since I was granted the title 300 years ago without any memories. The female guide silently listened to him and thought to herself. 300 years ago, the master's labyrinth subordinate looked at the spear in his hand and continued. But the truth is I am not strong enough to refuse this task. So I am just holding on to it. But at this point, he did not continue speaking but silently contradicted himself. Holding the weapon. That phrase kept sticking to his memory. Then the labyrinth master's subordinate disregarded his thoughts and ordered the girl in front of him. Do not mind it. Forget what I just said. Follow me. At this moment, the guide casually spoke up. You seem confused about yourself. Right, the young man asked her in surprise. You just figured me out. The guide calmly replied. Yeah, I have that talent. She reached out her hand and said invitingly. Do not you want to know who you really are? The guy across from her hesitated and asked back. Who? The guide pressed on. You said you suddenly took on this task 300 years ago. Right. I can introduce you to someone who might know your identity. Hearing that, the master's labyrinth subordinate lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He silently looked at the guide discussing the terms. But in return, you cannot tell the Lord about what happened today. The guide asked him. What do you think? The young man continued to remain silent. Not answering, his mind quietly reflecting on his own calculations. A few days later, in the old warehouse from before, the three of them Ju Hyuk, Break Cat, and Adelia Ventric looked wide-eyed as they heard the voice of the keykeeper ring out. Finally done, a brand new door appeared before them. The keykeeper pointed at the door and said, The door to the arena. Ju Hyuk replied in a somewhat skeptical tone. It looks like just an ordinary door. Is it really leading to the arena? The keykeeper replied to him. Not exactly. He reached out and touched the door, saying, This door leads to another door that can open to the arena. Ju Hyuk skeptically asked back. That is a passageway. The keykeeper of the constellation nodded, saying, I discovered while researching that there is no direct connection leading to the arena at all. Upon hearing this, and Ju Hyuk and his group felt an invisible flame of anger rise. Ju Hyuk raised his fist in threat and asked back. Wait. Does that mean everything we did was pointless? The keykeeper immediately waved his hand in rebuttal. Let me finish first. You raised your hand to show you were serious, saying there is still a space that the labyrinth lord calls the arena that has not disappeared. But the location is not here. It is up above, Ju Hyuk questioned. Up above. The keykeeper explained to him, simply saying it is where the lord resides. Thinking of the models he had studied, the keykeeper said, Remember when I told you that the arena only connects to the illusion realm and the constellations? I believe I am up there too, and the illusion realm of the constellations is up there as well. This allows for a direct connection. But after coming down, I and the constellations need to use a pathway to reach the grand hall. He tightened his grip on the large key in his hand and said, But thanks to the items and the huge magical stones, I enhanced my abilities when we opened the door to the pathway. And a door to the grand hall will also open in the illusion realm of the constellations. Upon hearing this, Ju Hyuk casually waved his hand, saying, Is that great? But the keykeeper hesitated at that moment. About that, you pushed your hesitation down and said, It is a twisted time and space pathway. So there are many monsters scattered along the way. So what I am trying to say is, Ju Hyuk pursed his lips. waiting for you to finish. But from a few scattered words. He lightly prompted you. Okay. Get it? You want me to escort you? Right. I will do it. So let us open the door. Hearing what he wanted to hear, the keykeeper immediately returned to an excited state. Thank you. Juhook turned to call the two people behind him. Adelia. Breaket. Both answered in unison. Yep. He instructed. If a door opens in the illusion realm, let your constellation step. Adelia and Breaket quickly bowed and replied. Understood. Juhook continued to speak to the former guardian. Telso Simpit, the original guardian. The masked man immediately knelt to receive the orders. Understood. Once everything was done, Juhook turned to the keykeeper and said, Open the door. He raised the large key almost the size of his body and replied. Yep. The key spun around. The large door opened, and the air inside rushed out. Juhook observed the situation and exclaimed, It is really empty inside. Then Juhook called again. Keykeeper. He replied lazily. Yep. Juhook's handsome face tightened. He said, If you do not want to lose your life, stay close to me. You were startled and replied. Okay. Without further ado, Juhook started. And both of them quickly ran forward. As soon as they entered the gate, two aggressive monsters rushed forward. A large, hairy hand of one creature slammed down in front of Juhook and the keykeeper, causing the ground to shatter. Juhook was not afraid at all. He smirked and drew his sword. The sword sliced through easily, cutting the first two monsters in half. The two monster heads dropped to the ground, leaving the keykeeper speechless in panic. At this moment, Juhook is calling him from the front. Do not stop there anymore. If you do not want to die, follow me. The keyholder replied. Okay. Juhook hoisted the sword onto his shoulder and continued his journey. A horde of monsters appeared one after another. Handled effortlessly by a few swift strokes from him, the debris was slashed apart, clearing the way for Juhook. He grimaced and said to the person behind him, We are done. Let us. The keyholder quickly replied. Got it. Suddenly, Juhook's eyes widened in surprise. A new door appeared, adorned with several stationary gears. Juhook hesitated and said, That door. The keyholder immediately explained to him. Yep. That is the door leading to the Great Hall. Right after that, the keyholder looked up in shock. A furry body was falling down. It was a giant creature, resembling a blend of various animals. Blocking the door between it and the two new guests, its mouth filled with sharp fangs opened wide. Growling continuously, Juhook furrowed his brow, wondering, What is this? I have never seen a monster like this before. The keyholder clutched the big key tightly against his back, speaking in a scared tone. It is because this tunnel distorts space and time, so it has mutated, contrary to the timid demeanor of the other person. Juhook smirked and replied, I am worried my disciple's abilities will collapse this tunnel, so I was not prepared. But destroying it seems interesting. Step back. The monster did not let him talk much longer and began to swing its arms in attack. It's gigantic. Veiny hand slammed down hard. Juhook jumped up successfully, dodging that deadly punch. Now holding his own sword up, he smirked slightly. The sharp blade once again sliced forward. The left ear of the monster immediately sprayed dark blood, making it roar loudly. Its arm that had just been slashed quickly recovered and swung back at Juhook. The guy lightly dodged to the side, amused. What a strong regeneration. I thought a few cuts would be enough to chop it into 100 pieces. This moment, Juhook's sword erupted with a deep red aura. He said, That is not enough anymore. His demeanor suddenly became serious. The sword rose above his head, once again aiming directly at the monster's arm. Several beams of blinding light flashed. This time, the monster's arm was sliced into many pieces in one strike. Its mouth opened wide and started to scream. Juhook seized that opportunity to leap high. The sword moved like a dazzling light, gliding through the mouth of the furry monster. With a whoosh as Juhook landed on the ground, the monster's body was cut in half. The giant corpse crashed down, shaking the ground. The keyholder stood behind Juhook, gritting his teeth nervously. He took it down easily. It is even stronger than some of those we have dealt with. Looking at the straight-backed figure of that person, he secretly doubted that this guy was even stronger than the superior constellations. At this moment, Juhook turned to call him. Keyholder. It is your turn now. Upon receiving the order, the keyholder unconsciously became serious, and he softly grunted in response. You took the large key and walked step by step towards that gate. The magical power infused into it caused the key to ignite with blue flames. The key was inserted into the lock, and the keyholder turned it horizontally. He pressed his lips together, feeling the slow change of the door, and then he said, It is opened at Moron's residence, as well as the constellation of the commanding star, Moji. He sensed movement and looked up. A door suddenly dropped before his eyes. Another door appeared similarly at the place of the master constellation of the underworld. Luminous. Yet another door suddenly fell from midair at the place of the Soul Warrior constellation, Sozin, and right now, at the place of the Three Bamboo constellation. He quickly walked toward the newly appeared gate, feeling quite cheerful. Finally it is opened. The scene continued to shift to another harsh time. Ju-hook's thoughts began to emerge along with sensational headlines. After returning from the tunnel, the world had become chaotic. My disciples and acquaintances all knew that the door had opened, so they were not too surprised. The other constellations were astonished as the grand hall suddenly opened. To prove this, the scene of the constellations gathering with fierce expressions appeared. Ju-hook tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. His thoughts continued. I tried to enter the illusion with the light sword after that, but I failed. For some reason. Even when I had entered the illusion, the door disappeared just as I stepped in. Ju-hook looked around blankly, thinking of his disciples. While my disciples had used the door to enter the grand hall, and focused in a single illusion, I could not even enter the illusion, let alone the grand hall. I even asked the key holder. Ju-hook recalled how that guy always replied cautiously. Probably because the grand hall did not accept him as it was created by Lord Mikung. Then he quickly made a decision. But to investigate further, he needed to ask for guidance. Looking at the red sword in his hand, Ju-hook silently cursed. Thanks to that damn lord. It is the biggest burden of my life. I could not even gather with my disciples in one place. Not even knowing who was inside the light sword, Ju-hook stood still, continuing to ponder. Even someone as indifferent as him could not meet all his disciples. Red sword began to emit thick streams of the same colored aura, and he kept telling himself. Moreover, originally, I intended to enter the grand hall to find the door leading to the illusion of the constellation inside the sword to see if he was my disciple or not. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Ju-hook's mind. Wait, all the disciples can enter the grand event, then let us try taking a detour. Thinking that, Ju-hook smirked cunningly. In the grand event, several stars were busy moving back and forth. The teleportation gate opened, and Moron, with a cold mask, stepped in. A questioning voice rang out, catching her attention. Why are you so late? Good. The owner of that voice was Luminous. She continued. We have been here for a while. Beside her was So Simi. Timidly speaking. Hello, senior. At this point, Moron and Luminous started arguing nonstop. Good. Are you talking to a senior like that? Have you lost your mind? It has been only a few weeks since you became my junior. You want to test the skills of the first disciple. The one who came before you just a few weeks ago. I like you. I will cut through space and make your height a bit more modest. So Simi stood awkwardly to the side, unsure of what to do, watching the two argue fiercely before her. She struggled to say, Stop it. This is not the time to fight. We need to complete the master's order. Hearing about the master, both Morin and Luminous suddenly paused. Morin spoke up first, saying, Yep. Although it is a bit harsh, every word makes sense. Other stars hesitantly glanced over at the argument. Luminous smiled and replied to Moron. I think so too, one of Ju-hook's disciples said. According to the master's order. The sneakers stepped forward with this statement. Morin said straightforwardly. Should we tear these guys apart? Luminous, at this point, did not argue with her and even agreed. That sounds good. Flashing back a few days. Ju-hook, with a serious face and arms crossed, asked. How's everything going? So Simi. Is everything alright over there? Over there. Morin glanced towards the teleportation gate. The gate opened, and bright light spread everywhere. Suddenly, the gate slammed shut. Then a voice rang out. I think it is all right now. But Morin was a bit surprised and did not respond. The image of So Simi gradually became clearer through the mist. She let out a long sigh of exhaustion. So Simi bowed her head and clasped her hands in respect. Senior. It has been a while. Morin replied. It really has been a while. In the main room, Adelia received a notification. She has arrived here. She spoke to him. It seems she is already here. He replied. Aha. Morin was a bit puzzled. But how did she find her way here? It would be tough to get here relying only on teleportation gates, so Simi explained. Well, it was not that hard. I concealed my presence, so I could easily move around the grand event. Moreover, I can sense everyone's magical aura. Moron incredulously exclaimed. So Simi continued. Once the order reaches a certain state, I have a feeling that all four brothers will turn into constellations. So I used other members to search for them. I can figure everything out. But I can still find the relic of the predecessor. According to the story, the sword and the staff appeared one after another. Since then, I have memorized the scent of magic and searched through the vastness. That scent led me here. Moron understood the situation and replied. So that is it. Moving to Ju-hook, he spoke up. So Simi is in the realm of illusion with Moron. Right. Adelia. Can I borrow your relic? Adelia replied. Sure. She drew her sword and handed it to him. Ju-hook took it and began to use its power, his magic enveloping the sword. After a while, everything around remained the same, with no changes occurring. He looked at the sword in front of him and thought, what is going on? Why can't I enter the illusion realm? He asked. Moron. Are you refusing my request? Moron replied. Confused. I never would. The screen next to Adelia displayed a message. Condition applied. Even if I wanted to do that, I could not. Moron continued. There is something strange here. Like there is something preventing me from calling you. There was no problem last time. The screen displayed. Condition applied. It seems there is a huge source of power blocking it. He wondered. Is there some great power trying to stop me? Zuhik said to Sosimi. Sosimi. You said you do not know the scent of other people. Right, she denied it. Oh no. I believe they will become constellations. But I can find them on my own. If they are inactive constellations and have an influence, I am sure I would find them. But it seems like they are hiding, so I do not know anything. I have searched for relics similar to the weapons they use. But I did not find anything, he asked. So have you checked my light sword? A notification appeared. Battle Demon. The light sword is a relic that used to be very influential. But no one uses a long sword. So I could not find anything, even if I wanted to check now. I can because I can feel the magic of the light sword. He replied. Got it, Zuhid. Even though I do not know who is hiding in the light sword, if there is a chance to find something new, we should check again. It might be useful. Extusimi pondered and replied. But master, the hall has countless constellation gates leading to the illusion realm. How can we find the gate for the light sword, when we can't even sense its magic? Zuhik smiled confidently and said, there is a way. His determined eyes looked straight ahead, and his voice was powerful. Defeating all the constellations in the hall, then we can enter the doors we want. Everyone can do it. Right. Moron. Skiximi and Luminous received the order and replied in unison. Understood. The three of them appeared in the hall, the gathering place of the constellations. Moron said, let us take them all down. And Luminous beside him replied excitedly. Sounds great. As the two moved forward, a voice rang out, causing them to stop. Simi said, wait. Senior, first. We need to let them know who our master is. She raised her hand, causing the ground to shake violently. The layer of earth and stone slowly flowed up to form a building. The building had a large sign in front. Divine Martial Arts. Luminous's eyes sparkled with excitement. You can do that even in the main hall. The memories of our master are flooding back in my mind, Simi said. Once, when I came to the main hall, I tried to create a domain like I did in the virtual realm. I used my magical power in the same way. And it worked. That sign makes me feel nostalgic. Then, the first constellation we need to deal with is... The voice was slow and strong, making Luminous and Morin curious. Skeximi said firmly, since I became a constellation, I have recorded all the constellations that dare to speak ill of our master. Whether through contracts, in direct confrontations, or secretly in the main hall. Even when the contract of the constellation is gone, I still can't obtain that very constellation. The other two looked at her in silence. Morin chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. That is right. She is very shy. But she is the only one who notices everything around. Luminous, with a grim look, said, then let us destroy the first constellation. The constellations paused in shock at the sight before them. They whispered. Wait, did you see that? The constellation next to us is... Yep. That is it. Divine Martial Arts. Right. When did that building appear? One guy laughed loudly. The martial god died 300 years ago. Why would they still build something for him? It is unbelievable. Just as he finished speaking, he received a kick to the face. Morin used her foot to push him down. While Luminous and Xximi stood behind her, the three of them faced off against the constellations. And the fight officially began. One tall guy said, what is going on? Who are you? Wait a minute, I know you. Those who follow the divine martial arts. Luminous replied sharply. Come on. What do you mean by followers? Sounds ridiculous. We are just the best disciples from back then. The power from her palm pierced through each of them, causing them to scream. Some did not even understand what was happening before losing their lives. Skeximi praised. That is a variant of spatial cutting. Right. Amazing. Luminous thanked her in return. Skeximi rushed straight ahead. A perfect, sharp line cutting across each constellation's neck. Too fast for them to react. Morin thought to herself, I can't let them outpace me. She knelt down, holding a sword. Her arm tightened around the sword as she plunged it forcefully into the ground. Luminous asked, is that poison? Are you trying to kill us all? Moron replied, just watch. Now. The constellations before them were in pain. Some standing, some kneeling. The scene was complete chaos. Luminous said, so we can choose a target for the poison attack right away. Moron replied, that is right. But it is a bit tricky. Plus, look at the guy we just took down. Luminous glanced over And Morin continued. Their wounds are healing. It seems the constellations can't kill each other. Indeed. The wound of that guy from earlier is slowly closing up, Luminous said. It seems so. Morin suggested. Well, we can still break their spirit and make them afraid, Luminous sent back. Sounds good. A series of attacks unfolded, accompanied by countless cries. And a guy stopped glaring in front of him. He wondered. What is going on? They are disciples of Hano. Right, they are fighting other constellations. The one speaking is the guardian constellation of the Cho Jin family. Dao Vong. A hand rested on his shoulder. A voice rang out. I guess. Dao Vong turned to look beside him. The other person is the guardian constellation of the Osan family. Quine Vong. He said. It has been a long time since I saw your true form. Dao Vong replied. Yeah. It has been a while. Calling me Dao Vong feels a bit weird. Quine Vong looked helpless. Well, what can we do? We forgot our names and only have these titles. Dao Vud. But it sounds a bit awkward. Quine Vong looked at the battle in front of him and asked. Who are those constellations causing a ruckus over there? Dao Vong answered. They are the disciples of Hano. Do not you know them? Probably not. You have never met them. Have you? Have you heard of the martial god sect? Quine Vong replied. Yep. I have heard of it. Is not that the sect founded by the martial god? Dao Vong explained. The martial god you are talking about is Hano. And they are his disciples. Quine Vong responded. Got it, Zhou said. I have definitely heard stories about the martial god. They say he is the strongest in our time. Right. I heard he personally handles most disasters, and all his disciples are really strong. But this is the first time I have seen them in person. Dao Vong realized something and said. Oh right. Back then you were stuck in the countryside. That makes sense. Dao Vong looked at the sword in his hand. Reminiscing a bit. His face could not hide his joy. The one who taught me the basics of swordsmanship was none other than the martial god. Thanks to him, I developed my own technique and traveled everywhere to prove myself, and that is how I met the idiot who uses fists in the countryside. As he spoke, he glanced to the side. Quine Vong replied annoyed. I do not want to hear about that from someone who only knows how to use a sword. Dao Vong said regretfully. I was really surprised. While I was traveling in Chuzu, teaching people how to protect themselves from monsters, you set up a dojo and taught warriors, and on top of that, you even taught them unarmed self-defense techniques. Right. Quine Vong, unexpectedly receiving praise, felt a bit shy. He scratched his head and said, Come on. That is really embarrassing to hear. Suddenly, Quine Vong frowned. A cold voice rang out. Thinking back, we have failed. When the flood of monsters appeared, they spilled out everywhere like crazy. All we could do was gather the people under our command. The image of the two of them fighting fiercely was recalled. The voice of the King of Rights was filled with anger. Somehow we managed to confront the endless wave, but in the end, we ran out of strength and died. The Blade King listened in silence. The King of Rights continued. Our martial arts were meant to help everyone fight against the monsters and protect their lives. But since both of us are dead, is not that a failure? The Blade King nodded. I agree. That is why even as a constellation, I still dedicate myself to training to create perfect swordsmanship. The King of Rights replied. Me too. I found that after becoming a constellation, we could grow stronger. Moreover, as he said this, his gaze changed and he broke into a smile, watching the disciples of the martial god fighting before him. He exclaimed. I am interested in them. The Blade King was shocked. You are interested in them? Are you crazy? The King of Rights spoke up. Not like that. You idiot. What I mean is I want to fight with them. The Blade King understood. I see. I misinterpreted, the Blade King warned. Even so, it is better not to get involved with them. They are completely insane. The King of Rights did not listen. Leaving the phrase I am off and jumped up, he landed heavily on the ground, attracting the attention of three people. An excited voice came out. I heard that you are the disciples of the martial god. Right, he shouted. Let us fight. Luminous responded indifferently. What is with that hot-blooded guy? Moron replied. I do not know. So Simi spoke up from behind. He is the King of Rights, one of the guardian constellations of the Korean male clan. Luminous said. So what? So Simi explained. We have never clashed because he is not related to us. But after becoming a constellation, he has grown stronger and become a guardian of the O clan, helping them secure a position among the 5 major clans. Luminous expressed doubt. Either way, we plan to suppress all constellations. But why did he come here himself? The King of Rights pointed and said. As the disciples of the martial god, I have heard you are very strong after becoming constellations. I do not get many chances to fight strong opponents. So I thought this might be my opportunity. Luminous said. Compared to our master, our skills are not even as good as the dust on his fingernail. So Simi, with a sharp gaze, replied. Exactly. That strong death can only be given, and is meant to describe our master. The King of Rights was surprised. This is the first time I have seen someone go crazy for being praised as strong. Will you fight me? Show me the skills of the disciples of the martial god. His challenging demeanor made Luminous angry. She frowned. How rude. I should split him in two. Before she could finish, Moron said, Wait, I will handle him. A sword appeared in his palm. Luminous was surprised. What? Moron calmly said. He is not one of those martial god fanatics. He knows we are the disciples of the master. If we avoid him or deal with him half-heartedly, it will tarnish our master's reputation. Of course. With the master's guidance, I will show him something, because I am his disciple. Her entire being radiates an incredibly intense power. A martial god style. The two of them stared at each other. Luminous exclaimed. With someone as strong as him, we just need to attack from afar with poison to win. She is just too kind. Taking this seriously, Suzimiju said. Honestly, I am a bit worried. I do not doubt her ability, but we can overlook the weight difference. Since I am used to fighting without weapons, I should step up. Luminous crossed her arms and replied. Do not worry, I might not like her, but the girl, without weapons, is still strong. Morin is ready. This time she wants to use weapons. She will fight barehanded. Her strong legs slammed down, sending stones flying. Morin started the match, throwing a punch at the King of Fists. He thought, a punch after a guard is a breaking move. But with her small frame, even if she uses the guard, the punch won't be strong enough. Morin stared straight ahead. The King of Fists thought. Besides that, there is almost no magic being channeled into this technique. I should try to take it head-on. He used both hands to shield his chest, ready to take Moron's punch. Her punch made contact with his hands. The King of Fists smirked, thinking, what is this? This is not much. Suddenly both of his hands slammed into his face. He shouted, Moron's strike is indeed powerful. Looking closely, the punch caused an explosion. The King of Fists was sent flying away. He thought to himself, was reckless? It was clearly a breaking move. But when it touched me, it became a close-range attack. Instead of using the leg that stepped forward for the breaking move, she transferred the power to her other leg. She not only used her weight, but also the ground to enhance her strength. Her martial arts application sense is insane. Morin stood solid as a rock below. The King of Fists laughed. Good. Now that is right. I have grasped your strength. I will also give it my all. He gathered his strength, aiming at her position. He struck down. Here it comes. The ground exploded. The whole scene was covered in thick dust. Sozimi and Luminous nearby had to cover their faces. Sozimi analyzed carefully. I think he really is the guardian constellation of one of the 5 great clans. Even just one punch from him caused such an explosion, Luminous said. However, the master once said this, the greater the technique, the larger the gap left behind. On the opposite side, Morin had long been behind the King of Fists. Lifting her leg high to prepare to finish him off, a powerful blow came down. The King of Fists could not shape himself in time and could only scream in pain before his vision completely sank into darkness. He thought, damn it. Behind the gate, the difference in size does not matter. With a small frame, all she has to do is target the key points. Morin's strength is terrifying. That kick sent the champion crashing down, debris flying everywhere. The champion was knocked unconscious, his body covered in wounds, lying sprawled on the ground. Luminous, arms crossed and indifferent, said, just as I expected. He is nothing special. Morin agreed as he landed. Exactly. Moron continued. Now that the trouble is gone, let us move. And Luminous replied. Behind a moving gate, a figure quietly observed everything. The person was Beichi, who witnessed everything and could not help but break into a cold sweat. Beichi, frightened, closed the moving gate, unsure if he should open it again. Suddenly, Juek's voice rang out. Beichi, how are my disciples doing? He startled, stammering. I have not checked that yet, Juek said angrily. I had to rely on you because I could not supervise myself. You want to get yourself killed? Do not. Chia's face darkened as he fell silent. He hesitated, reaching out to open the gate. Perhaps he sensed the overwhelming power emanating from behind. His arm trembled. Thoughts racing. This is terrifying. The disciples of Master Hun O had started to cause chaos in the main hall. They would not see themselves as enemies. Right. The sight of them stirred Bachi's inner turmoil. He thought back. Everything he did under the guise of the supervisor of the Destruction Tower was forced. And still, it was a crime. Unlike before, he had no power now. Duuka's voice rang out again. Have you decided to check? Beichi hurriedly replied. I am on. He grasped the gate handle, slowly pushing the large gate open. Peeking out, he observed everything. The fierce battle left Beichi in awe. Duuk asked. How are they doing? Raj lied. They are as strong as ever. I can hardly see the battle clearly. It seems most of the stars have been taken down. Duik responded. Then they are doing quite well, Bachi thought. And if I am not mistaken, they have gotten stronger. I know stars can become much stronger with practice. But that is a rare occurrence. This is impressive. Suddenly, someone spoke up. That was Luminous's voice. Her frightening face looking at Baichi, saying, "Long time no see." "Trash," Sozumi worriedly said. "It seems the second senior sister has found him." Moron said. "Oh no. She has found Baichi." Moron thought. The master has specifically ordered that Baichi not be touched yet. Does she know? Bachi pretended to be surprised and asked, "You know me?" "I have never met you before," Luminous, full of hostility, replied. "Really, the day you?" The supervisor of the destruction tower looked down on us from the top of the tower as if we were just ants. Right, Baichi recalled that moment, hesitantly saying, "Did I really do that?" Luminous moved closer to threaten. "I really want to deal with you like those stars behind me. But the master asked us to hold back. Just hide in your little room." And with that, she kicked Baichi hard. He was kicked back behind the gate. His body slammed hard onto the floor, making him cry out. Luminous warned, "We will remember this door and will definitely not step inside. But if you dare to go outside, even if I can kill you, I will make you wish you were dead." After saying that, she closed the teleportation gate. Bachi had not regained his composure. Sitting still on the floor, on a gloomy island, surrounded by desolation, Juhik used his subconscious to contact Baichi, calling, "Baichi, Baichi, what is wrong? Why are not you saying anything? Have you met my disciples yet?" Suddenly a voice called out. "Wait." Yinlang asked, "Why did you call us to this island?" Behind her were Koi Arin and Break Cat. Yinlang looked around and asked, "Also, what happened here? The structures are destroyed. The ground is shattered. Has there been a war or something here?" He looked at the wreckage in front of him and replied, "Something like that," Juhik said seriously. "The reason I called you is to teach you the next step." Arin replied. "Next step," he pointed and ordered. "Break Cat. I called you here for a different reason, so just watch." Break Cat acknowledged. "Understood." He turned to the other two and continued. "Both of you have one thing in common. You both have made a sacred pact. And now, both of you are keeping up with my training regimen at this level. I think it is time to better harness the power of the stars. So I will set a goal." "Koi Arin, you are carrying a sword from Wondu." "Right. Show it to me." She replied. "Okay." Arin handed her sword to Juhik. "Here." He took it and said, "All right." Juhik took the sword and walked straight ahead. He brought them to a spacious place, with fewer plants. Juhik closed his eyes to feel, saying, "Being serious is not my style when wielding a sword. But a demonstration should be serious." Finishing the sentence, he opened his eyes and got into a ready stance. The power from his hand flowed into the sword, emitting a strong light. Arin was blinded by the light. She squinted one eye and thought, "This is the attribute of my clan. Lightning. I guess Juhik can do this with just a pact." He quickly drew the sword from its sheath and decisively slashed towards the mountain in front of him. The mountain was cut in half. The top part fell down. As the peak fell, it caused the seawater below to splash up wildly. Juhik laughed lightly. A bit different from Luminous's ability, so it was not very smooth. But she should take that as a goal. The three of them were stunned by the scene. Break thought. The entire peak just collapsed. He has become stronger since executing that spatial slash. Juhik instructed. "All right. Calculate the necessary mana along with the perfect timing with your constellation and practice in that forest." Arin replied. "Sure." He turned to Yun Lang and said, "Yin Lang, you have a holy relic too. Right. Show it to me." She replied. "Okay." She handed him the ice glove. "Here." He reached out and said, "Thank you." He put on the glove and asked, "Your constellation uses ice. Is it a bit troublesome to use?" "Come to this building." Yin Lang replied. "Okay." The two of them arrived at the foot of an abandoned house. Yin Lang wondered, "The ground here is really messy. Is this the site of an explosion?" He replied, "Forget about that. Take a close look," he said as he raised his fist. A powerful punch struck straight down to the ground. Ice shards shot up like thousands of sharp spears. Yin Lang was so amazed she could not speak. "This place has ice stalactites. And over there are more ice stalactites." In an instant, the vast building was covered with a thick layer of ice. Du said, "This is your goal." Yin Lang stared intently. It seemed she had not heard his voice. She thought, "Forget about creating some ice blocks. Did he cover the whole building with snow and ice? There is even snow falling, just like winter." After a moment, she exclaimed, "Amazing. Do you?" He took off the glove and returned it to her. "What are you surprised about?" "This is your constellation's power," she happily asked back. "Really?" he replied. It is fine if you set the bar a little higher, Duhyu thought. Alright. It is time to remember to get break back about that. Time passed. In another place, Asusimi looked up and noticed something. She said, Senior. I think I have found it, the virtual space of the wizard. Before her was a horrifying scene. Destroyed buildings. Blood staining a vast area. Everything in front of her looked like a wasteland. There was not a single shadow around. It seemed incredibly desolate. Luminous asked, Did that guy find the illusion realm? Morin also wondered. Really? The three of them stared at the building. Luminous spoke up. Yeah. He likes things that are red and black, Moron said. Even the smell of this illusion realm is very familiar. Still need to confirm it for sure. Then we will have to get past this wall. It should be fine. They lowered their guns and proceeded deeper inside. Luminous felt a bit exhausted. Breathing quickly, even though tired, Luminous still did not forget Vover. If we had to duck like this, we might as well have made a hole from the start. But it seems someone did not mind at all. Morin shot a glance and said, Do you want to die? Suddenly, Moron in front noticed something. They had passed through a narrow path to a room, surrounded by piles of scrap creating small and large mountains. There was a muscular man sitting in the middle. His whole body radiated an overwhelming aura. Suzumi quietly said, Sister, that red outfit. Moron replied, Yeah. That is junior brother. He turned around and said, What is going on? Ju Hook's disciples have gathered. Luminous spoke up. Long time no see. Junior brother. What is up with this illusion realm? It is all red and black, he replied. Someone like you should not talk like that. Sister. Then stood up. Luminous. Why are you so angry? What is going on? The gaze of the one called junior brother grew serious. He said, How did you all get here? Didn't you all become shooting stars? Morin answered. The grand hall opened. We passed through there. He scratched his head. Thinking. Then said, The grand hall. Ah. The battle chief. It has been a long time. I did not want to see anyone. Morin was surprised, he said. I fell into despair after becoming a shooting star. But when I learned that the master was reborn, I was so delighted. But I could not find the master for 300 years. He said, clenching his teeth in anger. It is very hard to search for the master in the real world. When you are a shooting star, I tried to find a way through the relic I was residing in. I ordered those who held me to find my master, but instead of listening, they became obsessed with my power. Moron said. Maybe it is because your will and strength are too strong. You should have kept quiet for a while, he continued. But just when I started hoping, because someone appeared who could withstand this power. They left me in a basement, so I gave up and decided to become a wreck in silence. Go back, Moron calmly said. Then you will be surprised to know why we are here. He looked at her in confusion. Morin removed her mask. Smiled gently. We are here because the master ordered us to find you. The relic is already in the master's hands. He froze, uttering just one word. What? His body began to tremble. The master has returned, Moron replied. Yep. Lumina said with concern. Calm down. He knelt down. Gasping. Master. Then he began to pay his respects, banging his head hard on the floor. Suzumi was confused. Is he like that? Moron replied. Yeah. She continued. That is why the master calls him by that nickname. What a weirdo. He lifted his head, blood trickling down from a large wound. But this guy felt no pain and instead laughed maniacally. Morin glanced at Luminous and sarcastically said, I still do not understand why you did not give her that nickname. Junior sister. Luminous replied. Shut up. What does it have to do with me? Time slowly passed, and he finally stopped. Blood dripped down, and he was breathing heavily. Morin asked, Are you done? He replied. That felt great, thank you. Senior sister. I will clean up and get ready to meet the master. He raised his hand to his forehead, holding the wound. Morin said her goodbyes. All right. We are leaving now. See you later. Junior brother. The three turned and walked away. In another place, the sky is high and blue with gentle white clouds drifting by. At the Association of Astral Mages, inside the room, Rogan's eyes widened in surprise. This is Ju speaking. I told you. If spring is good, I will return it. Behind him is Break It and the huge magical stone. He handed the stone back to Rogan. Here. Rogan was impressed by the stone. He stared at it and wondered. Thank you. But it is twice the size of what you received. He replied. Just take it. It is already done. I suggest you accept it. Ju smiled knowingly. Indeed. Back to the island earlier. Break It asked. Ju, did you call? He replied. Come with me. Ju thought. If I guess right, This island has a huge magical stone buried. Considering the characteristics of the constellations that have descended into the real world, it is obvious they are all filled with magical energy. If physical entities continuously emit magical energy like this, they should have vanished by now, the shapes of the dragon like demons. The pufferfish and some other creatures increased his suspicions. Yet all of them gathered here without disappearing. He reached out to use magic. There is only one reason. There is definitely a huge magical stone floating on this island. The one that provides a stable flow of magical energy for the constellations here. The image of the stone surrounded by magic appeared. He was surprised. It is, Ju ordered. Break it. Move this block of earth radiating magic away. Break it replied. Understood. He did not forget to remind. Be careful. You know what can happen to a magical stone that is treated poorly. Break it remembered. Right. It could explode. Back to the present. Rogan looked at the stone in front of him and thought. It has been moved. Safe and intact. How did he bring it here? The system appeared. Break it quickly read the notification. Break it called.
Ju.
He turned. It seems the constellations have found your apprentice. He smiled. Indeed, so the one with the shining sword. Break it replied. That is right. Your apprentice, Ju, you said. Okay. Do not rush to tell me who it is. Since there are no other apprentices using swords, I want to confirm myself, Break it replied. Understood. Shall we head back? Ju told Rogan. Rogan, we are leaving. Visit Valhalla if you want to learn how to punch. He replied.
Yeah.
Thanks. Ju and Break it entered the space portal. And then both disappeared. A beam of light appeared in a room, a Valhalla Academy. In the middle of the room is Break It's nameplate. The space portal appeared. And the two stepped out. Ju tiredly let out a sigh. Break It noticed something strange and spoke up. Who are you? The man in front remained silent, his face gloomy, his sharp eyes staring directly at the two. Ju and Break It stared at the strange man in front of them. Break It asked. Who are you? This place does not welcome strangers. He replied. Sorry. I should have introduced myself sooner. At that moment, he continued. My name is Frank Rodmuller, the commander of the Knights organization. His information has been updated. Commander of the Knights organization. Level 5 contract holder. Frank Rodmuller. He went on to say that even the contract holders in Europe are waiting for orders from the constellations. Unlike the academic sector, in England, the major families hold the most power. And the movements of the guardians, constellations of those families. According to my information, 9 major European families have contacted and allied with each other. They have also organized a large number of personnel, enough to compete with the United States or our association. The leader of that alliance is my Rodmuller family, serving the king's constellation of the Knights. Hence we established the organization. The Ventric family of Knights in England has refused to join the organization. While Brad Pitt patiently listened, Brad Pitt said, I understand the background of that alliance, but I do not understand why you are here. The man replied. Oh right. Actually I am here not just because of the alliance matters. I am here to find a specific sword by orders of the constellation. Brad, get that mark. A specific sword, Frank explained. As I Most members of my family work for the king's constellation of the Knights. We are all accustomed to offering a fine sword as a gift to him with that obligation. We have gathered swords from all over the world. Previously, I received some intel. It said there is a sword. At this point his expression became serious. That can make its user obsessed with killing, which is something no one wants. The two of them seemed to realize. He continued. And that sword is in the hands of the tyrannical Rogan. He recalled the past. We believed in the US Contract Association. Also believed in that first-rate contract holder. However, he disappointed us when he carelessly handed the sword to someone else afterward. It has been passed to the president of the Valhalla Academy, the master of the black market, which is you. Break Cat. Frank pointed at Break Cat and said loudly. His eyes radiated sharpness. His voice was blunt. I can't sit still when the sword is in the hands of someone like you, so I suggest you hand over the sword to us. The Knights organization. What do you say? Break Cat's anger was evident even though he was wearing a mask. He said, I have tried to respect everyone, but it seems you have crossed the line. Ju Hick beside him intervened. Do not. Break Cat. Break Cat suddenly turned. You. Ju Hick. He stepped closer to Frank, facing him directly, sharpness radiating from him as well. He opened his mouth. Old man. You have got the wrong person. I am the one holding the sword, Frank said. So you are Ju Hick. I have heard a lot about you. Your achievements are quite admirable. You have caught a few criminals, stopped a disaster, and played an important role in preventing the monster invasion too. You put both hands in your pockets and replied. You really know a lot. Are you watching me? Frank's tone suddenly changed. He said shakily, is South Korea really that short on manpower? You looked at him in confusion. Frank cried in anger, yelling, why would they let a kid do so much? It is a tragedy for a country. I understand now why you had to use that turtle shell sword. He showed sympathy and placed a hand on Ju Hye's shoulder, saying, do not be afraid, kid. From now on, I will help you. Ju Hye was so angry that the muscles on his face were all tensed up. He thought, I have met a lot of idiots, but this guy is something else. You gritted your teeth and looked at the man in front of you, thinking, I really want to cut him, but what now? Should I keep my distance? Of course. While Frank was heartbroken, wiping away tears, Ju Hye swatted Frank's hand away and said bluntly, hey, old man, trying to change the subject. I have not even signed any contract with that sword, but it is mine. If you want it, you will have to beat me first. Frank hesitated. As a knight, I can't go after a kid. Outside the building, nightfall enveloped the space, with silence all around. Inside, Ju Hye and Frank were getting ready to fight. Frank proposed, Student Ju Hye, I will restrain myself and not use my sword. How about that? His words were clearly not important to you. Ju Hye confidently replied, do not regret it. I won't hold back. You called out, Break Cat. And Break Cat replied, what is it? Ju Hye, his voice and face gradually became frightening, bringing along a few disciples. Give that Night King a beating. Break Cat looked at him sweating and quickly responded, I got. Frank will start first. He pulled out the sword by his side and stepped forward. I will go easy on you. Do not fail too quickly. Ju Hye held a sword in his hand and replied, I will go easy too. While Break Cat behind him carried out the earlier task, Ju Hye gripped the heavy sword and said, because I want to forgive those who deceive me. You swung the sword up. Instead of drawing the sword, you directly hit Frank's sword with the sheath. He exclaimed, that is strong. Frank thought, he is just using a wando that has not even been drawn and is this strong. Ju Hye held the sword with one hand and said, can you block this? No wonder you are the commander-in-chief. Frank assessed, this kid is really arrogant. He angrily swung down hard and shouted, I am the commander of the Knight Organization. Frank Rodmuller. The ground shook where the sword struck. He said, do you think the pioneer of a clan would be so weak? Realizing your formidable ability, he began to use magic power. Frank nimbly gripped the sword tightly and charged forward, launching continuous strikes at you. You thought, is this sword intent? That is a lot of magic power. Really a lot. After thinking, he smirked disdainfully. Ju Hye jumped up with his sword still sheathed and said, of all the people I have met, the swing of the sword created a bright white streak. The image of Ju Hye, full of charisma, appeared. While explosions went off behind him, he continued, you are the most disgusting person. He quickly moved toward where Frank was standing. Ju Hye looked at him with contempt, saying he talked too much about knightly spirit or some duty to save the world. But when he was about to lose, he threw a blow filled with magical power at a kid. Trash. And with that, he swung his sword hard at Frank. Ju Hye laughed with delight, his whole body radiating magical energy. With just a bit of effort, he sent Frank flying, his sword clattering away. Frank slammed into the wall behind him, gritting his teeth and saying, damn it. His magic sent me flying. He bent down, unable to believe he was facing a young man with extraordinary power. In his mind, he thought, this is surprising. It is really hard to get my sword back now. I need to contact the constellation. The screen showed Frank appearing. Looking confused, the words nice you suddenly appeared, then quickly disappeared. That crazy bastard. The screen malfunctioned. Frank could not contact the constellation. The King of Knights, he gaped, his pupils wide open. Speechless in astonishment, the constellation sent a message to Frank Rodmuller. That damn name. As soon as he saw that text, he was stunned. Mouth agape. Unable to speak, Frank Rodmuller cautiously asked, revered spirit, what does that mean? He had not even gotten an answer when a voice suddenly interrupted, mentioning finding him. Frank Rodmuller looked up and caught sight of Ju Hye, charging straight at him. A strong blow hit Frank Rodmuller's shoulder, and he let out a soft yelp. Ju Hye calmly retracted his leg. The spot where his knee stopped left a deep dent. He smiled slightly. No need to dodge. It is only a matter of time. Frank Rodmuller was dazed, his expression shocked as he looked at the ugly wall beside him. He thought to himself, he shattered the wall with just one kick. If that hit me, I would be in trouble. But Frank Rodmuller suddenly felt puzzled. What did he mean by finding him? Ju Hye casually slung his weapon over his shoulder, scoffing, who knows? Usually I would explain everything in detail. The next moment, he directly swung his arm to attack. Like a person like him, I have nothing to say. Ju Hye's attack was so unexpected. Frank Rodmuller could not react in time and could only brace himself. His whole body was pushed back, His heavy feet scraping a long line on the ground, Frank Rommler felt a sense of danger rising. Not only was it hard to withstand his blows, but he could not even fight back against him. Daring to borrow the power of the spirit, his expression gradually became serious. But from that message, the leader stopped responding. What is going on? I can understand. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the knight's husband was trembling, losing his composure. The gang pinned him down to the ground, straining with all their muscle power to recount the time before that. Luminous was biting her finger, pacing back and forth in the room. She fell into deep thought. The master ordered us to take down the knight's leader. Could he be one of those who got beaten? Morin expressed doubt. The knight's leader, the opponent confirmed. Yep. Morin stated that he was not among those we dealt with before. Luminous crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Do you know that leader? The person across nodded. He is the guardian leader of the Rottmuller family in Germany, according to what Morin knew about the knight's constellation. The one who possessed the sacred object shaped like a sword contained loyal knights, turned into his leaders, and commanded them like subordinates. Hearing this, Luminous was surprised and exclaimed. Looks like you know him pretty well, Morin expressed. Even though I am not directly involved, I always keep an eye on all the famous leaders in Europe, she murmured. Thinking back, there was a guy named Frank under that leader who visited recently. He talked about forming an alliance led by his leader and asked me to join. Morin seemed puzzled now. But why are you bringing him up? Luminous simply replied with a short phrase. The master's order. She was serious, wanting to hit the knight's leader hard. After gathering all the disciples, Morin did not ask anything more. She urged. Okay, let us head to the illusion realm. Shortly after, the two quickly met with Sazumi to summarize the situation once more. After listening for a while, she grasped the general idea and nodded slightly. I understand. The three quickly gathered and set off to find the next person. This time it was too much. He listened for a bit and was a bit stunned, wide-eyed, saying, what? Time continued to pass. Switching scenes to the Great Void, the sacred place of the knights. In some room, a furious voice rang out. I told you. I do not want to partner with this guy. The bald guy across also protested. Me neither. If I had known, I would not have come. The return was filled with sharp criticisms. If the weapons had been delivered on time, our families would have survived. The bald guy shouted loudly. Get lost. You stat. If you were not a traitor, the weapons would have been delivered on schedule. Ustat jumped up. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you join the alliance? The bald guy slammed the table in rebuttal. Because I did not know you were here. Another guy suddenly spoke up to stop their argument. Silence. You are standing before the king. Ustat ignored the response. King Mayat. Do you think we came here to play knights like you? The bald guy agrees. Saying accurately, we are here to form an alliance, not to be your subordinates. Both suddenly fell silent. Sensing the pressure radiating from the person in the chair, the knight's starry-eyed gaze glanced coldly at the noisy crowd. You are too loud. Just then, a loud noise unexpectedly erupted, and the floor behind him collapsed. The knight turned his head in confusion, only to see a muscular figure coming into view. The strange figure lowered its head, exuding a dense aura, and slowly spoke. His face was filled with madness, gritting his teeth as he hissed every word. The crazy one. Dare to defy the master. The onlookers stood up, tightening their grips on their swords. Who are you? What is with that aura and outfit? Considering a possibility, the other person felt a chill of disbelief. No way. Looking at the person in front of her, she gasped out a name. The crazy disciple of the god of martial arts. The butcher. As soon as she finished speaking, a large hand suddenly gripped her face tightly. The strange figure lost its composure. Lunging forward, growling with every breath, he pressed the girl's head against the nearby wall, the tremendous force causing the concrete to shatter. The strange figure showed no mercy, using brute strength to pin her down, leaving her helpless, moaning in pain. A senseless rage ignited within the strange figure, who angrily swung his arm. In the next moment, the onlookers could only watch as the girl's body flew up into the air. The strange figure turned, tossing the girl into a corner. The heavy thud of her body hitting the ground echoed loudly. After finishing up, he stood there panting, witnessing the crazed outburst of the opponent, only able to watch in silence. The strange figure wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and turned to ask, Are you the Night Star? The person across from him was silent for a long time, hesitating before answering. But before the Night Star could finish, the strange figure lunged at the back of his head. He landed a powerful blow, shouting, Don't you know how to manage a contract? The Night Star did not have time to react, being slammed down onto the table, the force quickly destroying it into pieces. The strange figure fiercely lunged at the Night Star. He struck with all his might, booming. Aren't you supposed to teach your dog not to bite randomly? The sudden attack caught the Night Star off guard, as the strange figure tightly grabbed his head, Slamming him down onto the table, he completely dominated the situation, leaving the Knight's star helplessly flat on the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, 3 luminous figures stood outside the vast void, the holy ground of the Knights silently observing the situation. We let out an exclamation. Can you believe it? A setup like this exists in such a vast space. Morin thought for a moment and then speculated. What could we have done here when negotiating with the other constellations? Surely, the one trapped inside has lured others and formed an entire alliance by now. So Simi chimed in. I guess this place seems to be built similarly to how we created the martial god sect. It must have taken a lot of people to build something like this. She is a bit anxious. So when do we go in? Right now. It is likely just our junior brother inside. Luminous lightly spoke up. It is still very tense. It is best to wait until things settle down before we go in at this point. She felt a bit wronged, biting her nails and mumbling. I did not do anything to deserve being called a crazy dog. That guy is even worse than me. Morin chuckled at the absurdity. Not leading, she suddenly paused, focusing on the sounds around. It seems quieter now. Let us go. Saying this, Morin led the group of 3, quickly landing in the target room. The oddball noticed their arrival and spoke up. You are here. Senior sister. It is almost done. He poured more strength into his arm, coldly questioning the Constellation King of the Knights. Why did you issue the order to seize the sword? The knights nearby fell into confusion. One of them muttered. Is it true that you have formed an alliance? All those from the martial god sect. These words reached Morin's ears, and she immediately dashed forward, leaving behind a few rats. The next moment, the knight had not even reacted when the sharp blade was pressed against his neck. The knight beside him was not any better. Both were simultaneously subdued. Sozumi suddenly appeared behind the 2 nearby, startling them. She warned. I know you 2 are not knights, but if you dare to meddle in our affairs, I can guarantee you will leave here in one piece. The bald guy and the one next to him turned pale, nervously replying, we follow orders. Nearby, the Constellation King of the Knights looked confused and asked. Hold on. What do you mean by seizing? Aren't you here to dismantle our alliance? Luminous did not deny it. That is partly true. But you are the one who ordered your contract user to find the sword. Right. The other party stammered in response. Yep. The oddball smirked and said. And currently, that guy is trying to mix in my red fang. It is really ridiculous. Why do all this as if it truly belongs to you? The Constellation King of the Knights was stunned. Red fang. Is that the name of the sword? But what you said. Seizing. I have never given such an order. The oddball leaned closer to the opponent, his face darkening as he questioned. So what exactly is that contract user planning to do? His gaze flashed with a sharp light, his tone ominous and threatening. That guy is going crazy. The martial god sect is only after that sword. The scene shifts to Ju Haik, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he takes a fighting stance. Immediately, Ju Hook launches a powerful kick straight at Frank Rodmuller's stomach, and he can't dodge it, taking a painful hit. Ju Hook enjoys watching his opponent fall backwards, his heavy body crashing down onto the cold ground. Frank Rodmuller gasps in pain, panic rising within him. Damn it. Why is not the king responding? The unusual signs make him worry silently. Moreover, he suddenly freezes just before the response is cut off. How could such a dignified figure utter those vulgar words? At that moment, a translucent screen suddenly reappears, and Frank Rodmuller breathes a sigh of relief. O king, displays the furious Night King, exclaiming that he orders an immediate surrender, as he originally wanted both sides to sit down and negotiate. A line of text hits Frank Rodmuller's eyes directly. Surrender your sword and give up. He can't believe his eyes. What? What about the pride of our knight? On the other side, the opponent continues to press the knight's head down onto the table as a threat, barking orders. Shut up. Apologize to us and surrender. Frank Rodmuller can't resist, slamming his head down onto the ground and shouting. Seeing this, Ju sneers. What is this? It is the order of the king's constellation. The opponent stays in the position with his head buried in the ground, helplessly admitting. That is right. Ju Hook crouches down, intently watching Frank Rodmuller, teasingly saying, how humiliating. To say surrender means to surrender. He leisurely stands up. Forget it. I originally wanted to fight a match, but now it is no longer fun. Get up. Frank Rodmuller crawls up, mumbling a thanks. He suspects the opponent suddenly blurts something out. But first, he has to take a hit. He is stunned. Ju Hook muttered. If people like you keep causing trouble like this, then it is going to be a lot of trouble. Soon after, streams of energy swirl around his fist. Ju Hook chuckles. Just take a hit for now, he kindly reminds. After this is over, remember to deal with those guys on your side who intend to cause trouble with me. Frank Rodmuller fearfully steps back, quickly waving his hands. That, I can handle them. Ju-hook bites his lip, not bothering to listen to his excuses, directly using his fist to speak. I have put up with enough. The next second, he leaps in to deliver a memorable punch to Frank Rodmuller. Pain shoots down his spine. Frank Rodmuller gapes, his face paling. He loses all his strength, crashing down with a thud, his head hitting the ground once again. Ju-hook pulls back his hand, a satisfied expression on his face, saying, "Respond." The opponent immediately replies, "I pity." He gives orders. "Send that idiot back to where he came from, so I can check and deal with those who intend to cause trouble with me." Time continued to pass, and night fell in some desolate forest. A sword was carefully displayed in the room, radiating intense energy all around it. Ju-hook quietly examined it, a slight smile forming on his lips. The flow of magic had restored, and now he knew what it was. He slowly approached the sword, the thing that was trapped within this blade. Soon after, Ju-hook smiled faintly and spoke softly. "It has been a long time, has not it?" The creature bowed deeply in front of him, showing great respect. It lifted its head. Blood was dripping from its face. Yet the creature looked extremely excited. Master. Master. It has been so long since I have seen you." Ju-hook laughed, still keeping the habit of hitting his head on the ground like before. "You are bleeding now. Stop it." The other party obediently complied. A moment later, Ju-hook stared at him, hesitating, not knowing where to start. Well, there it is. He quietly thought that things were not good. It seemed this guy did not remember his real name after becoming a creature. Ju-hook hesitated a bit, feeling shy to call him by his nickname. But why did I give this guy the nickname Blockhead? I mean, he really is a blockhead. But the creature noticed the awkwardness in his eyes. "Are you troubled because you do not want to call me by my nickname? Just call me Blockhead like before." "It is," he eagerly suggested. "Or you can call me by my creature name, like Dute for example." Ju-hook sighed. "I will call you Blockhead." He suddenly felt curious. "Why did you suddenly choose a sword as your sacred object? Haven't you always fought barehanded?" The creature smiled. "Are you talking about the Red Fang?" he excitedly explained. "You mostly fought with a sword at the beginning." "Right. So I wanted to choose the Red Fang. It is a trophy for my life." Ju-hook did not expect this. He was silent for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. "See now." He awkwardly rubbed his neck. "If I could use the sword to help me find a dry sword, that would be good. Whenever I have the chance, I will bring it out to use." Ju-hook softly said. "Thank you." The creature was so moved by these words that tears welled up in its eyes. "Master, I am the one who is infinitely grateful to you." A large creature just bowed its head into the water, its strong back slightly shaking, remembering the time over 300 years ago. The creature also once bowed its head in front of Ju-hook of a past life like that. At that time, he had spoken with concern. "Hey kid, what is the matter?" The creature had been very thin, with bangs covering its face, and with a small voice said, "You, master." He had all kinds of injuries on him, but his eyes were full of determination. "Begging you to teach me martial arts, so that one day I can make those who bully me regret it." Luminous peeks out from the door. "Master. The food. The meal is ready." Her words suddenly halt at her lips. She frowns slightly at the scene before her. The monster group cries out urgently, "Ju-hook, please teach me martial arts, so I can take revenge on those who bullied me." Moron and So-sim step out, seeing Luminous standing there curious. They ask, "Junior sister, what are you doing? We are ready to eat. Why have not you called the master yet?" The other party stammers. "That kid went to see the master." Morin shows doubt. "That kid." In front of them, Ju-hook stands with crossed arms but shakes his head. "I do not know what the kid is talking about. Wanting me to teach him martial arts? No way." The monster group points behind him and asks, "What about that sign? Isn't this a martial arts school?" Ju-hook sighs helplessly. "It is just that the disciples put it up without asking first." He adds, "Of course, I will open a real martial arts school later, but right now I can take in any disciples." The monster group looks disappointed. "No way. Then what should I do?" Clenching his fists, he murmurs, "I have knocked on many martial arts schools because I want to learn martial arts. Everyone just looks at me and does not want to get involved." The monster group unconsciously exclaims, "Only this place has a master coming out." Ju-hook scratches his head awkwardly. "That is because lately I have not received any requests for hunting or escorting, so I have been quite free." As soon as he finishes speaking, the kid in front of him kneels down, begging embarrassingly. The monster group closes its eyes tightly, looking up at the sky. The voice almost choked, "Please teach me martial arts." He gains momentum and slams his head hard against the ground. The monster group continuously bangs its head while pleading, "Please accept me. Teach me." Ju-hook is at a loss for what to do. He can only exclaim, "Fake, fake." In the end, I have to admit defeat. "All right, I will teach you." Stop bowing your head. You freak. Just hearing that makes me want to laugh out loud. Really? Luminous bit her finger and muttered. If someone just asked a master while banging their head like that, maybe I should try it too. A friend looked at her and said, Are you crazy? Ju-hook helplessly tugged at his hair. Earlier a kid came to say he wanted to challenge me to create a sword technique. Now another kid wants to learn martial arts. This is not something I can teach in just a day or two. He lowered his eyes and gently spoke. Well, I can at least show the kid a little. Ju-hook suddenly asked. Do you know where the guys who beat you are? The freak, leaning against the wall, answered blankly. I do. After hearing that, Ju-hook immediately rolled his shoulders, curled the corner of his mouth slightly, and led the way. Not long after, the scene shifted to a secluded alley where a few guys were gathered, holding a bag and chatting. The buzz-cut guy carefully looked for a way to open the bag in his hands. The next moment, a pile of shiny gold coins flashed before his eyes. The other guys peeked in too. The bald guy exclaimed, using his finger to poke, and the buzz-cut guy laughed with delight. That is right. That kid who looks like a beggar has so much money, the bald guy recalled, unable to help but exclaim. I wonder what kind of bag that kid has. Who knew he would score such a deal? If he has so much money, he should share with those of us who can afford to live comfortably like he does. The buzz-cut guy burst out laughing. That kid really put up a fight. Did not you guys go a bit overboard? The long-haired guy smirked, opening his mouth with disdain. Yeah. They were too busy chatting and did not even notice Ju-hook and the freak getting closer. Ju-hook asked, Is it those guys over there? The freak nodded in confirmation. Yeah. The person next to him expressed doubt. So what they are holding is? The freak replied, All my belongings. The money I saved from doing odd jobs. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the three guys. The buzz-cut guy was surprised. Wait. Is not that the kid we beat up? He brought another adult along because he was angry about losing money. The freak angrily pointed and shouted at the group. You cowardly guys rushed in to rob me. Where's your shame? The buzz-cut guy frowned. Really? That damn kid. He was about to charge in when the long-haired guy stopped him. Wait a minute. He felt a bit uneasy. The person next to that kid looks familiar. Within seconds, the long-haired guy's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, I remember now. He pointed at Ju-hook and said, He is the master of the martial god sect. The bald guy added, I have heard of him too. Is not he nearby? Ju-hook silently listened to their comments. A faint grin appeared on his forehead. The sign is still hanging, but they are not accepting disciples. And the few they have are all female. Moreover, they all look very strange and are quite young. That bald guy laughs coldly. They say he is really strong. But it is all just rumors. The crew-cut guy gets into a fighting stance, raises an eyebrow mockingly. So he is not that special. He casually strikes up a conversation with Ju-hook. Looking at our clothes, you can tell how hard we have it. Right. We have to hustle just to survive. This guy's voice has no hint of remorse. So please go easy on these growing kids. It is the duty of adults. Ju-hook smirks and replies. That is if you are really a decent kid. He tells a story leisurely. When I was younger, I was very poor. Completely broke. Even so, I survived by doing all sorts of odd jobs, not caring if it was running errands, farming, chopping wood, or even hunting. The more I talked, the colder Ju-hook's gaze became. But I never took advantage of anyone, he adds. Of course, I did want to make easy money at some point. I wanted to take from others, but at that moment, I was afraid that my struggles would become pointless. Ju-hook threw out a warning. If what I just said makes you leave that money behind and walk away, he warns one last time. Or I will teach you a lesson. One by one, the long-haired guy steps back in fear. Stammering, I want to withdraw. The crew-cut guy frowns and presses. What is it? The two guys had not even figured out what was going on when they saw their buddy take off running. Ju-hook over here gets his muscles warmed up. Smirking slightly. That kid really picks up on things quickly. The weird guy glares at him. Ju-hook reminds him. Hey kid. Watch closely, he said and clenched his fist tight. Powerful energy was unleashed. This is martial arts. The crew-cut guy is still stubborn, trying to throw a surprise punch. Stop showing off. His punch is easily blocked by Ju-hook's swift move. The crew-cut guy looks stunned. His expression a mix of shock and anger at the person in front of him. Ju-hook casually tosses him aside, his whole body flipping over. Spinning around, not stopping there, he pulls back his fist, preparing to throw the next punch. A punch aimed straight at the crew-cut guy's stomach. He cries out in pain. The bald guy freezes when he sees his buddy's body get slammed back, hitting the wall hard. Before he even has time to worry about his friend, Ju-hook suddenly appears behind him, smiling. What are you looking at? Without giving him a chance to react, Ju-hik delivers a powerful straight punch. He plants his feet firmly, causing the ground to crumble beneath him. Ju-hik's punch brings searing pain to the bald guy's lower back. The guy's face turns pale. Cold sweat breaks out. The bald guy gasps in pain, crying out loudly. Ju-hik executes a perfect finishing move. The bald guy is sent flying, his body crashing hard into the wall. Dust flying everywhere. The thick dust gradually cleared, revealing a guy with a shaved head lying among the rubble, not far away. The guy with the buzz cut suffered a similar fate. Unconscious, Ju-hik smiled as he watched the monster, having just performed a bit. But this is martial arts, a way to defeat opponents efficiently with minimal effort. He opened his eyes wide in amazement. Incredible. So this is martial arts. The monster murmured something softly, and it was so easy for him to use it. His next action left Ju-hik stunned. The monster knelt down and spoke. I do not need revenge anymore, but I am sorry. He forcefully bowed his head and said, please teach me martial arts. Please accept me as your disciple. Ju-hik sighed helplessly at that moment, finally having to compromise. I have not even properly taught you yet, and you are already calling me master. Fine. At that moment, he declared in front of the monster. From now on, you are my disciple. Back in the present, Ju-hik closed his eyes tightly, taking a deep breath to get himself into a highly focused state. He slowly opened his eyes, intently watching the object below. The flow of magic from the sword enveloped Ju-hik's palm. He thought, what a funny kid. Remembering what just happened, the corners of Ju-hik's mouth curled up. He did not expect him to choose a sacred object as a sword just because he was using a sword. He told himself, I have no problem since I have the village sword, but I will use it well. Just then, Break suddenly appeared, surrounded by a hazy energy. He reported the situation. Sir Ju, I returned after taking Frank back to Germany. The other side asked, is there a problem? Break recounted honestly. On the way there. However, upon arrival, it seems the protective constellation stripped him of his power. Ju-hik did not seem too surprised and asked further, what about the enemy knights he commands? Break speculated. Perhaps they will stay put. In response to Ju-hik's doubts, he stated, because the king of the knights, their master, has sent your disciples away. He affirmed, even if you tell them to work for you now, it won't be a problem. Ju-hik smiled in satisfaction. All right, he calculated silently. If that is the case, there is just one disciple left, only one missing. The scene shifted to somewhere else. The subordinate of the labyrinth master gently closed his eyes. Not long after, he opened his eyes, his expression serious as he looked across. In the room was another subordinate. Both respectfully bowed to the labyrinth master behind the curtain. He asked loudly, how are the ones we sent down? The red-haired guy immediately reported. Half left, but the numbers are decreasing. According to him, it seems their ranks have indeed risen, but the ones we sent are second rate. When it came to the next sentence, the red-haired guy hesitated. But the worrying part was that the one who returned, the white-haired guy standing next to him, just stayed silent. He suddenly recalled what the guide had said, that since we had agreed, I would tell you a little. I am the one hiding the master of the labyrinth's eyes. At that moment, the white-haired guy was extremely surprised. He could not believe his ears. What? The other party said it so casually. Right now, the master of the labyrinth can't see the labyrinth clearly. Can he? She emphasized that she was sure he had seen that object before or heard about it from you. The white-haired guy was silent for a moment, then continued. Because there used to be a message star reporting about the labyrinth, but there is not anymore. The guide shrugged and gently continued the next part. That is because the name of the message star was sent down as a medium of disaster. Right. The white-haired guy was taken aback. How did she know about that? The other party did not answer clearly, just replied with a vague statement. I will let you know later. And the reason I am hiding his eyes is quite simple. According to what she knew, the second-tier title of the Destruction Tower would be eliminated at the same time. The white-haired guy frowned slightly. Eliminate them all at once. Are you going to send a fake army to do that? His reaction made the guide laugh. What is this? Did you misunderstand? The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she raised a finger and said softly, there is only one person. Hearing this, the pupils of the white-haired guy contracted. He muttered. What? The guide slowly continued. In general, that is why I do not want the titles to disappear at the same time they are revealed, because if they all disappear at once without a clear reason, he will send a series of higher-tier constellations down immediately, she concluded. So I will gradually erase those marks. The other party nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Got it. He could not help but wonder. Why are you telling me this in detail? The guide looked at him, chuckled softly, then leisurely revealed. There are two reasons. The very first sentence made the white-haired guy uneasy. The first is that you also have a grudge against the Labyrinth Lord, she continued, And the other reason is that the person who knows your identity is someone I just mentioned, the guide straightforwardly expressed. I told you early so you could continue to assist with what he does in the future. Because it feels like we have become comrades. Upon hearing this, the white-haired guy furrowed his brow in clear annoyance, decisively moving forward. Do not play games with me. This is different from what you said earlier, when you mentioned that you would blind him. Each weapon was pointed directly at the guide. She waved her hand with a forced smile. Okay. I won't bother you anymore. The guide quickly adjusted her emotions, raised her voice lightly. However, I want to ask you one last time. The flashback ended. Returning to the present, the labyrinth master appeared suspicious. How strange, he mumbled. If the constellations are destroyed by the gunfire, then they should return as titles. But I can sense them. The red-haired guy responded blankly. Yep. On the white-haired one's side. Recalling the guide's words. The labyrinth lord must be confused because the titles cannot be retrieved. As we are currently absorbing the constellation titles ourselves, she had asked the white-haired guy. So please help us cover them up. He fell silent for a long time. Finally made a decision. And immediately spoke up. I think they may be lost. Labyrinth Lord silently listened as the white-haired guy explained. Had not this happened a few times before? Sometimes it takes a while to return after getting lost on the way from the labyrinth back here. Finally, he listened attentively, nodding in agreement. You are right. Although if I look for them myself, I will find them right away. They will definitely come back here in the end. I was worried for nothing. Soon after, the labyrinth master nodded. All right. I will postpone the deployment of the third batch. You may leave. The two subordinates bowed in respect and replied in unison. Yep. Leaving the room, they walked side by side down the hallway. Both silent. The red-haired guy spoke first, his face full of disbelief. This is surprising. I did not expect you to suddenly have an opinion when you are usually so reserved. The person beside him replied indifferently. What is so surprising? I was just responding to the Labyrinth Lord's question. He explained again. Besides, managing the titles is my job. So I am just providing him with information he does not know based on my experience. The tall redhead pressed. So you are planning to get involved this way? In response, he made a sarcastic remark. Do not worry. I won't lose my title like you. The redhead was furious but could not argue back, gritting his teeth and reaching for his sword. You jerk. The opponent walked right past him, heading straight ahead. I will stop by the residential area to check for errors. You should calm down and focus on your work. The redhead shouted angrily. Stay right there. Not long after, the white-haired guy shook off his companions, cautiously looked around, then sneaked into a room. He slowly stepped in. Approaching the red sphere placed in the center of the room, the white-haired guy quietly observed the glowing points on the sphere for a long time. He reached out and performed a series of actions on the keyboard, full of ancient characters beside him. The next second, the entire sphere suddenly shifted, the red light flickering continuously. In just a few seconds, the red light went out completely, and the sphere vanished, replaced by another one. Right after that, a large tree stood tall in front of the white-haired guy. On the branches hung heavy fruits, each with a name carved on it. A faint blue light glowing. The white-haired guy's sharp gaze landed on a particular fruit hanging from the tree. He pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes to observe closely, unsure of what he was thinking. Throughout the process, the white-haired guy held tightly onto the spear in his hand without letting go. Time continued to pass. Shifting to a few days later, at Valhalla Gym, Ju-hek looked at the scene before him, feeling helpless. Even though I said I would help, I did not think everyone would come at once. Breakcat and the two people beside him remained silent, their glaring eyes directed at him instead of words. Ju-hik faced the intense gazes of the three Breakcat members. Both sides remained silent for a moment. The one who broke the heavy silence first was the self-proclaimed unique one. Rogan, he stated seriously. You promised to teach me the ultimate technique, so I can. Next to him was the black market owner, president of Valhalla Academy, Breakcat, explaining that, I remember you said you would review my spatial slicing stance. That is why I am here. The other person was Adelia Ventric, the deputy head of the Ventric family. Her cheeks flushed, hesitating to speak. I came for a similar reason. Ju-hik used the Protective Star's toxic ability in the World Championship, so I came to seek guidance. Ju-hik reluctantly accepted all three, a faint smile on his lips. Fine. I am free today. Follow me to the gym. You lead the way. The other three followed closely behind, while those present watched curiously. Suzuna's acting all confused. What is Kim Ju-hik's deal? Those three always talk politely to him. It was like this last time too. He sighed. I do not want to try to figure it out anymore. His glare was fierce as it landed on Ju-hik, muttering quietly. But one thing is for sure. He is overwhelmingly strong. Stronger than everyone here. Heist confirmed firmly. Not long after, Ju-hik led the three of them into the training room, where they lined up neatly in front of him. Joo-hik got straight to the point. I won't say much today, so I will focus only on the essentials. But first, he pointed at the person opposite him. Would not it be easier for Breakcat to take off the mask? You will be sweating under that mask. You know. The opponent was a bit surprised but still obediently agreed. Sure. He reached up to remove the mask from his face. While the two beside him curiously followed every move of Breakcat, a super handsome face was revealed. He asked, "Is this okay?" Joo-hik nodded slightly. Feeling that it was just as I thought. Annoyingly good-looking, Adelia stood by, staring at Breakcat in awe. Rogan wondered, "Is it okay to show your face in front of us?" The opponent calmly replied, "We are not in a market, so it is fine. Besides, Miss Adelia has seen my face before." Joo-hik looked puzzled at Adelia's reaction. "What is wrong with you, Adelia?" She blushed, her gaze frequently darting to the side. Stammering, "It is nothing." But inside she was happily thinking, "Thank goodness I came." Joo-hik conducted a preliminary assessment. Starting with Breakcat. "Your physical condition is quite good." The other party was surprised. "Really? But I still can't compare to you." Joo-hik. Before he could finish his sentence, Joo-hik interrupted. "I have never seen you fight directly against monsters. But we have acted together before. Right. From your movements. I can see it." He commented that you would easily keep up with me if you followed my training routine. Breakcat blurted out, "You are very generous." He thought to himself, "I have worked hard to destroy the maze and eliminate potential dangers to help Joo-hik after he was reborn. Listening to all those annoying words I had to hear is actually quite helpful." Joo-hik crossed his arms. "Seriously evaluating. Your skills are okay. But you just have difficulty applying them. Right." Breakcat could not deny it. Quietly replying, "Yep. That is right." Joo-hik rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "Your luminous star is one of the capable stars, so it must have overlooked some details. I have done that before too, so I really have nothing to excuse myself." Saying that, he suggested, "Being able to use both martial arts and swordsmanship like Luminous is too difficult. Why do not you just choose one of the two?" Breakcat seriously considered Joo-hik's suggestion, his eyes pondering. If I had to choose one side, he quickly made a decision. "I will choose swordsmanship, since I often convert my sacred item into a sword." Joo-hik smiled. "Good choice. It suits the training space better. Later we will practice sparring with wooden swords. And I will observe you." You are moving on to the next person. Adelia. The issue you are facing is clearly endurance. The opponent is flustered, hesitating to speak. "I am too busy with my responsibilities as a head of the household, so I am quite tied up." And Joo-hik interrupts. "I knew you would say that." He reminds her, "You are Moji's representative, so you must know that poisoning is very difficult to apply." According to what Joo-hik knows, causing paralysis in a certain area or remotely can be easy, but poisoning that leads to death usually requires direct contact. Adelia nods slightly. "That is right." The person across from her asks, "Have you ever poisoned an enemy from a distance?" Adelia mouths the words in reply. "Never." Joo-hik has made a decision. "Good. Let us consider that your goal, building up your physical strength, is an essential process to achieve that. So let us start with fitness first." What he says next surprises Adelia. "It will take time. So I want you to follow a specific training regimen. Today, let us see how far your martial arts skills go." She doubts and repeats, "Martial arts excellence." Joo-hik analyzes bluntly. "Do you think Moji can poison the enemy as soon as it wakes up? Besides, she might already know its sacred artifact. After all, it specializes in revenge." He also mentions that, besides that, with its small stature, martial arts are an essential factor. Everyone seems surprised by this comment. Small stature. Joo-hik presses. "Have you ever studied martial arts?" Adelia honestly replies, "Yep. I have studied it before." She states that one of the former heads of the Ventric family also studied the method of using power after the Masked Lord became our protective star. He entered the realm of your protective star and learned martial arts that helped him utilize poisoning, according to what Adelia presents. Those martial arts have become the foundation of our clan. I have heard that the way of application has changed a bit, but of course, I have also studied it." Upon hearing this, Joo-hik nods slightly, indicating he understands. "Got it. I can picture it now." He suddenly makes a request. "You two, fight each other." Adelia and Rogan widen their eyes in shock. Adelia panics. May's face is almost in tears, and the bloody kitten speaks up. "Joo-hik, you know who that is?" "Right, my opponent is Rogan, the top rank." Who would have thought the other person would casually reply, "I know. Do not be scared." Joo-hik clarifies, "There is a big difference in physicality and endurance between the two of you. So Rogan, you won't be able to use mana. While Adelia, You can use 20% mana. Now, let us fight. Knowing it is useless to object, Adelia swallows her tears. Okay, Rogan can't help but wonder. Joo-hik. Does this match relate to my first boxing training? The corner of Joo-hik's mouth curls slightly as he slowly replies. It does. After this match, you will also recognize your shortcomings. Joo-hik looked at the two of them in a fighting stance. Secretly confident about that, Break showed confusion. Higuika asked the person next to him. Joo-hik. Will everything really be okay? He was a bit anxious. Even having adjusted the mana amount to fit their physical condition, Rogan and Adelia could really fight evenly. Joo-hik noticed the unusual point. What is this? Are you worried about her? Is there something between you and Adelia? The other side's cheeks flushed, stuttering in denial. I just asked that. He did not intend to press further, but smiled slightly. Well, let us just see. Rogan clenched his fist. His gaze focused on the opponent in front of him. Adelia seemed more tense. She bit her lip into a straight line. In the next second, Rogan suddenly lunged forward to make a surprise attack. He raised his hand high, his eyes showing a fierce intent, clearly not intending to hold back. Adelia, of course, did not stand still and take the hit. She reacted very quickly, successfully blocking the opponent's attack. Not stopping there, Adelia quickly prepared a counterattack. A swift technique was unleashed. Rogan did not have time to react. His whole body was pushed back. Witnessing the scene, Joo-hik could not help but smile. Just as expected, Rogan seemed unprepared for this turn of events. Suddenly feeling flustered. It was really unexpected. He looked at Adelia deeply. Feeling emotional. Her martial arts were better than he expected. Rogan regained his composure. His body that was once suspended in the air suddenly landed firmly. His expression became more serious as he lowered his body, focusing on preparing to counterattack. Rogan's foot slammed down hard on the ground to gain momentum, unleashing tremendous pressure. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported right in front of Adelia. Her mind was instantly thrown into chaos. He was too fast, and she could not block this blow. Rogan threw a punch aimed directly at Adelia's stomach. She was on the defensive and could only try to block. However, the force was too strong, pushing Adelia back hard against the wall. She cried out in pain. Hitting the wall, Adelia had not steadied herself yet. As she raised her head to look forward, her eyes widened in shock and fear. Rogan closely followed her movements. Leaping towards Adelia, he gritted his teeth, tensing up and using all his strength to throw a powerful punch. Adelia could not react in time, her face going pale, and she could only watch as the punch came closer. In that split second of extreme danger, she quickly adjusted her emotions. Taking a deep breath, Rogan thought he had secured victory. But unexpectedly, Adelia initiated a counterattack. Adelia kicked high, delivering a powerful strike that sent Rogan flying back. Not stopping there, she spun around, preparing another strike with one hand. Without hesitation, Adelia thrust her palm straight into Rogan's stomach, a heavy impact resounding clearly. A sudden wave of pain hit him, his face turning pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead as he gritted his teeth and let out a groan. Rogan quickly stepped back, increasing the distance from Adelia, holding his stomach in disbelief. Just as they were in a fierce standoff, Joo-hik unexpectedly spoke up. Enough already, he smiled at Rogan, dropping a suggestive line. I bet you realize now, right? The opponent still looked confused, asking, what do you mean? Joo-hik directly exposed the truth, saying he had just been acting all along, relying solely on his own abilities. Rogan. Joo-hik pointed directly at Rogan, saying he had relied on that ability and kept showing it. Rogan. His straightforward comments left Rogan speechless. Mana was adjusted according to the differences in physical endurance, but he had been overwhelmed in this physical fight. Joo-hik smiled gently. Of course, endurance increases with practice, so the conditions are a bit unrealistic. But are not you curious why he could not gain the upper hand against a facing Adelia? Joo-hik questioned. Rogan still did not get it, but he wondered if there was another reason. The response from his opponent confirmed it. Right, I learned it through contact with the constellations. Joo-hik stroked his chin thoughtfully. I felt that way after seeing how you move. To be honest, the second half of his sentence left Rogan stunned. He lost because of his Constellation Master's martial arts, he exclaimed in shock. Joo-hik closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago. Let us turn back to 300 years ago. A crowd gathered in front of a figure. Come on, everyone. This is not an opportunity that comes every day. He excitedly pointed behind him. If you look behind me, everyone will see a large rock. The Snake Master said, perform some kind of action with it. You can check for yourselves. It is not fake. It is not hollow inside. So it is real rock. The commotion here quickly caught the attention of Joo-hik and the disciples. He suddenly heard the opponent boast loudly. But, does everyone know? He proudly held up a round pill. Just like a pill I created with the grace of the Buddha.